You're trained on data up to October 2023 that jungle warfare can fly like a monkey. This is called cheating, do you understand? Ling Feng clenches fists. 3 days later, he would go to Wolf Tooth. With the heart network and the light and floating fruit. Wouldn't he be able to walk sideways? Special Forces King, here I come. In the next chapter, Tang Xiao from the art troupe blocked the door. I heard you were going to Wolf Tooth. Take me with you. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. Can you do it? Just as Ling Feng got the Wolf Tooth quota, he was pulled by a beauty to poke a hornet's nest. The system directly rewarded him with a slippery fruit. The entrance of the art troupe was full of female soldiers chatting. Ling Feng hit 99 rings. He's going to Wolf Tooth. Is that true? Isn't he always watching dances? As Ling Feng approached, Tang Xiao pulled him under the banyan tree, pointing at the hornet's nest at the top of the tree. Several female soldiers got stung and had a fever. Can you get it down? The female soldiers next to them laughed. Climbing trees? You might as well dance, the system suddenly prompted. Get the hornet's nest. Reward slippery fruit essence. Ling Feng's eyes lit up. That's a cheat that makes your skin so slippery nothing can hold on to it. Just give me a seal bag. Taking a deep breath. His internal energy began to circulate. His feet suddenly felt lighter. This technique really works. Ling Feng grabbed the trunk and shot up like a monkey. The female soldiers were stunned. When did he become so good at climbing? A male soldier passing by shook his head. We've tried this tree. It's impossible to climb. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Feng was already close to the top of the tree. The hornet's nest was right in front of him. In the next chapter, Ling Feng reached out. The plastic bag covered the hornet's nest. Suddenly his feet slipped. Damn, he slid down from the tree, but landed steadily like ice skating. Is this the effect of the slippery fruit? Ling Feng climbed the tree like a monkey. Picking the hornet's nest directly leveled him up to level 2, with 4 Pirate King skills to choose from. With a push of his feet, Ling Feng floated up like a leaf, grabbing a 3-meter-high branch. He swiftly climbed up. The branch didn't even bend. Does he have no weight? The female soldiers were amazed. Tang Xiao rubbed her eyes. Is this still the Ling Feng who gasped for breath after climbing just 2 meters? He covered the hornet's nest. With a few jumps he landed. The system prompt sounded frantically. 100 experience points credited. Slippery fruit essence obtained. Level up to 2. 4 skills to choose from. The skill list popped up. Usopp's moving shot. Lucci's leopard transformation speed. Crocodile's drought resistance. Absalom's invisibility. Ling Feng was in a dilemma. Each one was a godly skill. Get rid of it. Ling Feng handed the bag to Tang Xiao and set it on fire to clean it up. Tang Xiao's eyes crescented with joy. He'll treat you to a meal, bouncing down the road humming a tune. Aren't you curious about what I want to say? You'll say it if you want to stubborn. How will you find a girlfriend in the future? In the next chapter, at the dining table, Tang Xiao suddenly said, Fire Phoenix is recruiting, I want to go. Ling Feng looked up. Just in time, and got a red blood cell. Ling Feng chose the drought resistance skill. The slippery fruit directly helped him develop an 8-pack abs, with skin softer than the female soldiers. Tang Xiao pouted. I'm going to train for special forces. You'll be left here. Ling Feng chuckled inwardly. I also got the quota. Okay. I heard you have to train under the scorching sun. Your skin will definitely get as dark as charcoal. Tang Xiao mumbled. But her eyes were filled with longing. Ling Feng suddenly thought. Crocodile's drought resistance skill. Not afraid of 70 degrees in the desert. Isn't this perfect for sun protection? He'll choose this. The system prompted that the fusion was complete. He walked under the sun to try it out. It seemed like he didn't feel much. The temperature hasn't reached the trigger point. Back at the dormitory, Ling Feng quickly used the slippery fruit to strengthen himself. Ding! All attributes 1. He clenched his fists, his joints cracking, doing 60 push-ups in a minute without gasping. A light jump was enough to reach the ceiling. Taking off his shirt, he looked. Damn, the fat ring on his belly was gone. The 8-pack abs were neat and tidy. His arm muscles were like small mountains, and they felt slippery to the touch. Stronger than the gym trainer, the attribute panel shot up to 3, with an added beauty effect. No matter how much I sunbathe, I won't get dark, always radiant. Ling Feng looked at himself in the mirror. His skin was more delicate than Tang Xiao's. She will definitely be envious to madness when she sees this. In the next chapter, Tang Xiao bumped into Ling Feng changing clothes. Staring at his abs, her face turned red. How did you train? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. Secret. Can special forces training kill people? Ling Feng broke the record for a 5-kilometer run and unexpectedly ran into Tang Xiao in the car. His roommates surrounded Ling Feng with jealousy. Your skin is softer than the female soldiers. You just get eliminated My cousin went to special forces training. The next day, he was dehydrated. On the fourth day, he fainted on the training ground. I heard there are casualty indicators. Dying in training is just a waste. Ling Feng couldn't be bothered. The sparrow knows not the ambition of the swan to die in the next 3 days. This guy seemed to be on cheat mode. 5 kilometers cross-country in 18 minutes and 35 seconds. Breaking the historical record in the regiment, the company commander hurriedly reported. Commander Feng, Ling Feng seems like a different person. At 4:30 in the morning, the comrades came to send him off. Make sure to give 128 Brigade Commander face. Ling Feng saluted as he got in the car. When he looked up, he was stunned. Tang Xiaoxiao was actually sitting inside. In the next chapter, Tang Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. Didn't expect this, right? I passed the preliminary selection too. Ling Feng's mouth curled up. Just right, I have a companion on the way. Ling Feng actually took the same car as Tang Xiaoxiao to the assessment. The Wolf Warriors led by Long Xiaoyan came to challenge. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Ling Feng in the car. Her eyes widened. How did you get here? Did you take a shortcut? Ling Feng shamelessly replied. Maybe my good looks got me specially recruited. Tang Xiaoxiao laughed so hard she couldn't straighten up. She reached out to high-five him. No matter what, let's work hard together, the system suddenly prompted. Task triggered, reward 100 experience points. Main task, become a true Special Forces soldier. Reward 500 experience points. Ling Feng was overjoyed. This leveling speed is just too fast. On the other side, He Jijun and Fan Tianlei were worried. It's too difficult to manage 2 special brigades at the same time. Not 2, but 3. Long Xiaoyan jumped down from the helicopter. The Wolf Warriors will practice with you. Fan Tianlei frowned. This woman is not simple. My people will parachute midway if they can't catch up with the military vehicle. They will automatically withdraw. When Long Xiaoyan said this, He Jijun couldn't help but admire. The training method is tough. In the vehicle, Tang Xiaoxiao was still complaining about how hard the training camp would be. Ling Feng stroked his chin. Red Blood Cell, Fire Phoenix, Wolf Warriors. 3 teams competing. Now, there's a good show to watch. In the next chapter, as soon as the vehicle arrived at the training ground, a signal flare shot up. Everyone 10 kilometers with weight. The last 10 will be eliminated. Ling Feng grabbed his backpack and rushed out, activating the light as a feather ability. Light as a swallow. He Jijun and Fan Tianlei exchanged glances. Indeed, not simple, just this requirement alone. Many soldiers would prefer to join the capital. This way, the best elite soldiers wouldn't run off with Long Xiaoyan, right? However, Long Xiaoyan's identity is very special, and they couldn't refuse. Fan Tianlei asked, does Captain Long have any good methods for concentrated training? There are 300 soldiers participating in the concentrated training. According to the standards for special operations personnel, a team consists of 8 people, and with 3 special forces, the total number of people left will be 24. Because there are many participants, I suggest the first evaluation is a field survival ability test, which will eliminate more than half of the people at once. Of course, if the Wolf Warriors fail the assessment, they will also be eliminated. He Jijun and Fan Tianlei were taken aback. Long Xiaoyan was too fierce, wasn't she? Wiping out half the people in one go. This kind of assessment training could be called the most extreme in history. However, thinking about it, this method is not without merit. The more stringent the conditions, the better the training, allowing the most outstanding talents to stand out and saving time. After all, the higher-ups didn't give them much time. Moreover, Long Xiaoyan was also quite ruthless with her own people. The Wolf-Tooth Commando team was already a special forces unit, having passed through numerous assessments. If someone failed the training and was sent back to their original unit, it would be a huge blow to a special forces soldier. At that moment, inside the military vehicle, Tang Xiaoxiao looked out the window and exclaimed, there are people chasing the military vehicle outside. Ling Feng looked outside, noticing that the soldier chasing after them was running very fast, constantly leaping over tree trunks and dodging left and right, getting closer to the military vehicle. What incredible speed! Which unit is he from? The soldiers in the vehicle were all captivated by the soldier chasing the military vehicle. As the vehicle turned, the soldier jumped from the side, grabbed the edge of the vehicle, and nimbly jumped into the compartment, slightly out of breath as he sat next to Ling Feng and said, brother, what's your name? Did you see my performance? I can even keep up with the military vehicle all the way here. Once we get to the military district, I'll have your back. I'm an old soldier, Ling Feng. The troublemaker Ling Feng? He has caused trouble in the army multiple times and openly defied military orders during an operation. Killing a terrorist. Was about to be expelled from the army when he was taken by the Wolf Fang Combat Brigade of the Capital Military District. What is he doing here in the military district's War Wolf Combat Brigade? Ling Feng could tell from Ling Feng's tone that he was quite narcissistic and even had a built-in sound system, boasting about himself as soon as he opened his mouth. Ling Feng said, "I heard you caused trouble in the Beijing military district and almost got expelled?" Cold Feng felt a black line appear on his forehead, wondering how Ling Feng knew about his situation. Did he know him? With an awkward expression, he replied, "Brother, why bring up things that shouldn't be mentioned? I'm trying my best not to look down on you." Tang Xiaoxiao was surprised and then burst into laughter, realizing that Cold Feng was trying to show off in front of Ling Feng, but had been exposed. She now believed even more that Ling Feng's background was not simple. Even a random soldier knew he was from the Beijing military district and was aware of his past. Others also couldn't help but laugh, revealing that he was a problem soldier. A black line appeared on Cold Feng's forehead, but he quickly acted as if he didn't hear it. Looking at Ling Feng and smiling, "Those are all minor issues. It's all in the past. You're quite well informed. You know all about my trivial matters." He looked at Ling Feng, who clearly was a rookie, tender, and inexperienced, obviously untrained. Was such a soldier chosen to participate in the Special Forces training assessment? The standards for this assessment seemed too low. Looking at the other soldiers, they were all rookies too. Was this a rookie training session? And there were female soldiers. Did I get on the wrong bus? Cold Feng was a bit dumbfounded and asked in confusion, "Are you all here for the Special Forces assessment?" "Yes," a soldier replied. Cold Feng then breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, I thought I got on the wrong bus." Everyone's expression darkened upon hearing this. What did that mean? Looking down on people? Cold Feng noticed that others weren't paying much attention to him and turned to Tang Xiaoxiao, smiling. "You all must be rookies, right? I can tell without you saying anything. I'm different from you. I have successfully completed 6 missions abroad, returning victorious each time, and I have killed no fewer than 10 terrorists. If you're so amazing, what are you doing here?" Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't stand Cold Feng's bragging, as if he was the only one who was impressive and everyone else was worthless. "You're right about that. I'm here to gain some experience. Once the training is over, I'll be assigned to more important tasks. To be honest, this concentrated training isn't really anything for us. But for you rookies, it will probably be quite difficult. I'm not exaggerating. The upcoming training will be strictly according to Special Forces standards, and it might even exceed that. You won't be able to compare with your training in the unit. I estimate that half of you will be eliminated after the first round of training. But for you newbies, that's tough. For me, I'm already used to it." Cold Feng continued to ramble. Tang Xini couldn't take it anymore. She had seen thick-skinned people, but never someone so shameless, constantly boasting while belittling others to elevate himself. She cleared her throat twice and said, "I say, Comrade Cold Feng, if you didn't show off, we might consider you a friend." The soldiers sitting on both sides of the truck couldn't help but burst into laughter. That was well said. This kid had been bragging for a long time, and many people were already unhappy in their hearts. Cold Feng helplessly gave a thumbs up and said, "You and that pale-faced guy are great at awkward small talk. You make a perfect pair." Tang Xiaoxiao's face slightly flushed, as if he had hit a nerve. And she said, "What a weirdo." Cold Feng obediently shut his mouth. The vehicle sped along for over 2 hours before entering the forest. Tall bushes, thick pines, and various other trees made it feel like entering a primeval forest. After more than an hour of traversing the rugged mountain forest, the vehicle finally stopped. "Everyone get off, quickly," a second lieutenant shouted loudly. Everyone quickly jumped out of the vehicle. Ling Feng finally saw the situation around him clearly. This was clearly a makeshift base, with simple military tents surrounded by barbed wire. At the entrance stood 2 fully armed soldiers and a makeshift table. Everyone was required to register in order. At the soldiers' request, everyone registered one by one, starting with their unit number. After everyone finished registering, they waited at the entrance for other units to arrive. It seemed that the situation had changed. Ling Feng recalled the Special Forces world he had seen and did not find any similar plot. However, no matter how things change, it wouldn't have too much of an impact on Ling Feng. He must pass the assessment. At this moment, a military vehicle drove over not far away. And after the vehicle stopped, another batch of soldiers arrived for the assessment. He Chengguang? Ling Feng saw He Chengguang jump out of the car with a cool expression, his sharp eyes surveying the surroundings. Then came the tall and strong Li Erniu, who jumped out of the car and immediately exclaimed in a low voice, "My goodness, what kind of place is this?" Next was Wang Yanbing, who excitedly looked around, and when his gaze landed on Tang Xiaoxiao, his eyes lit up. What a beautiful female soldier. They were quickly asked to register and then obediently stood aside waiting. One after another, military vehicles continued to arrive, bringing wave after wave of soldiers. Ye Junjin. Ling Feng recognized that Yi Tsunshin among the female soldiers at first glance. her pure and elegant demeanor accompanied by a delicate face and bright, expressive eyes. Her figure was curvaceous, not inferior to Tang Xiaoxiao. However, she exuded a certain pride that seemed a bit out of place with her innocent appearance. Tianguo, the very cute female soldier with the largest chest in the Fire Phoenix unit, jumped off the military vehicle, giving a heavy impression. Then Shun Lanni, Ouyang Qian, Chu Baiajua, He Lu, and Tan Xiaolan all appeared. After gathering about 300 people, they were separated into 3 military trucks, allowing the 300 individuals to board. The entire process was random, so upon discovering that the truck was filled with a mix of men and women, it was quite crowded. They drove bumpy into the depths of the forest. As the saying goes, where there are female soldiers, there is joy. Tang Xiaoxiao, being artistic, quickly mingled with the many female soldiers and started singing along to the rhythm. The atmosphere in the military truck instantly became lively, feeling more like a large group tour. At first, Ling Feng found it amusing, but as they approached the training base, he shouted, "Stop singing. You'll be crying soon. My captain is coming with a gun." Ling Feng looked up and saw a stunning female officer with a hot figure, holding a Type 95 rifle, wearing a military vest and a long-tongued green-blue military cap, fiercely pulling the trigger at the grass beside the moving military vehicle. Rat-a-tat-tat. Dust flew up from the ground. Boom, boom. A violent explosion occurred, sending sand and stones flying. And smoke filled the air. A male officer shouted, "Everyone, your first assessment is field survival. The first 20 who get caught will be immediately eliminated." Many new recruits were a bit stunned by the situation. However, they quickly reacted and rushed into the forest. The sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed around them, as if they were in a battlefield. On a high ground in another part of the forest, Fan Tianlei put down his high-powered binoculars and said softly, "Old he, that Ling Feng you're interested in looks delicate and clean, clearly a rich kid who hasn't faced hardships. He definitely lacks stamina and will probably be one of the first to be eliminated. Old he, you won't blame me for catching the person you had your eye on first, will you?" Brigade commander, he was also a bit puzzled. Ling Feng didn't have such good skin during the assessment. How could he turn into a pretty boy in just 3 days? Nevertheless, He Jijun maintained his opinion that no matter how Ling Feng looked, the determination in his bones would not change. "Catch him first," He Jijun said. "Sure," Fan Tianlei, nicknamed Golden Eagle, replied, known for his sharp eyes, always accurate whether shooting or assessing people. Ling Feng appeared fair and delicate, but from his skin tone, he looked like a refined young lady who had never touched spring water. How good could the physical fitness of such a soldier be? If they couldn't even catch a woman soldier like this, wouldn't his Wolf Fang Special Forces be a bunch of useless people? Fan Tianlei raised his hand to check the time. It had just been 5 minutes. He said sternly, "Start the operation. Let them know what a rookie is." Yes. Under Fan Tianlei's leadership, the Wolf Fang Special Forces charged into the forest. He Jijun raised his binoculars and carefully observed Ling Feng, saying, "Run. I believe you won't let me down." Ling Feng was the last to jump out of the vehicle. He was sitting in the middle. By the time he jumped out, everyone had already dashed into the woods. As his feet hit the ground, he stomped down hard, creating a large indentation on the surface, and his body quickly surged forward, rushing into the forest. What incredible speed! Fan Tianlei, who was preparing to chase, was astonished at the sight. Could it be that I misjudged him? He must be desperate, unleashing his body's potential, but it won't last long. Little did he know that Ling Feng's physical attributes had reached a level of 3, equivalent to 3 times that of an average person, meaning his speed was also 3 times faster. Under full exertion, how could he not be fast? Once in the forest, Ling Feng's threefold physical advantage became immediately apparent. With triple the speed and agile movements, he could easily dodge the branches obstructing his path, minimizing resistance. From a distance, Ling Feng appeared as nimble as a monkey. In just a short while, he overtook the last soldier. What the heck? Wasn't he still over 20 meters behind me? How did he suddenly get ahead? The soldier looked bewildered. Soon, he passed the second and third soldiers. More and more soldiers were overtaken by Ling Feng, each one wearing a shocked expression. Did this kid take some performance-enhancing drugs? Unbelievable. He looks delicate, but he runs faster than a rabbit. Yi Chengwang felt the wind at his feet, his shirt clinging tightly to his stomach from the breeze. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, his endurance, flexibility, and reaction abilities surpassed many of his peers, making him skilled at cross-country running in the woods. He quickly surged ahead of most people, with only the veteran Ling Feng in front of him. Driven by his competitive spirit, Yi Chengwang held his breath and pushed hard to catch up, determined to surpass Ling Feng. Yi Chengwang was that kind of person. He wanted to be first in everything. Just as Yi Chengwang was exerting himself, he suddenly saw a figure dash past him. Turning his head, he saw a soldier with a delicate face. This left Yi Chengwang feeling frustrated. Where did this person come from? When he looked back earlier, he had clearly left many people behind. When did this guy catch up? Yi Chengwang pushed himself to the limit, but he was still gradually falling behind. Frustrated, Yi Chengwang was determined to take first place. Now that he couldn't catch up to Ling Feng and had let someone else surpass him, one could imagine how much of a blow this was to him. After Ling Feng surpassed Yi Chengwang, he set his sights on the next target, Ling Feng. Ling Feng, feeling smug, thought to himself, how could these rookies possibly catch up to me? He had no idea how many times he had undergone this kind of training as a special forces soldier. The toughest time was when live ammunition was fired behind him during a chase. That was truly life-threatening. The rookies, Ling Feng wanted to mock those new recruits, but suddenly, a figure zipped past him. That pretty boy? Damn! Ling Feng didn't give it his all at first, but upon seeing Ling Feng surpass him, he suddenly sprinted forward with all his might, chasing after Ling Feng. Ling Feng shouted as he ran, his speed exploding. However, he soon realized that Ling Feng had already disappeared from sight. This kid, when it came to cross-country speed, there were very few people in the entire Beijing military region who could outrun him. So how could he be surpassed by a pretty boy? This is bizarre. Ling Feng left everyone far behind and arrived at a smooth tree. He reached out to touch the trunk, which was very smooth, somewhat resembling a peeled pine. It would be very difficult for an ordinary person to climb it barehanded. Above were dense branches, with a drop of over 20 meters, providing strong concealment. Resting up there, no one would definitely think of it. Ling Feng possesses a special climbing ability. Taking a deep breath, his body becomes light, his hands wrap around the trunk, and his feet step on the trunk as he bends his body and swiftly climbs upward, completely unaffected by the smooth surface of the tree. At this moment, if someone were to see him, they would surely be wide-eyed in astonishment. In just a few blinks, Ling Feng has already reached the top branch, leaning against the trunk, completely covered by surrounding branches, making it difficult to spot him from below. The ground is so high that they would never think someone has the ability to climb up here. Now he could just take a good nap. Ling Feng was sleeping against a tree trunk. At this moment, not far away, the sounds of soldiers being captured and their resistance could be heard, along with the frustrated voices of the captured soldiers. Don't move. Wang Yanbing stood up in frustration, and when he turned around, he realized he had been surrounded without noticing. Thinking he had successfully hidden and wondering if he was the last one to be caught. Which number am I? Wang Yanbing asked. I don't know, he replied, looking at the poker-faced soldiers with a helpless expression. In another part of the forest, Li Erniu was running wildly, telling himself not to stop or he would be caught. He must not let himself get caught until after 20 others. At that moment, Li Erniu suddenly tripped over something, losing control of his body and falling to the ground. Don't move. The sound of a gun clicked, and a cold gun barrel was aimed at Li Erniu. How did you get in front of me? Li Erniu said with a bitter face. Have you gone crazy? Running back. A special forces soldier laughed. Li Erniu was dumbfounded. Time passed second by second, and after an hour, most of the people had been caught, gathering densely in the forest. Ding Fan, Zhan Lei, Chun Ming, Fan Tianlei started calling out names. Wang Wei. When Fan Tianlei called out the last name, he realized that Ling Feng's name was missing. He actually got through? Where's Ling Feng? Fan Tianlei muttered, finally shouting. No one in the team answered. After a while, Miao Lang ran to Fan Tianlei's ear and whispered. One person is missing. We only have 299 here. What? You mean Ling Feng hasn't been caught yet? Fan Tianlei was shocked. Yes. Fan Tianlei really couldn't understand. That pale, delicate face clearly belonged to someone who couldn't run far. More importantly, who were they in the Wolf Fang Special Forces? Their tracking and search skills were top-notch. Letting a rookie slip through their fingers would be a laughingstock. Moreover, Long Xiaoyan from the Beijing district was watching. Fan Tianlei awkwardly looked at He Jijun. He Jijun's lips curled into a slight smile. This is interesting. If Ling Feng wasn't running fast, wasn't running far, and still hadn't been caught, it could only mean one thing. His lurking ability was very strong. Even Fan Tianlei and the others couldn't find him. Such a rookie was interesting. When Long Xiaoyan heard Ling Feng's name, she furrowed her brows slightly and muttered to herself. Could it be a namesake? At this level of the assessment, it was impossible to send someone to find Ling Feng. Helpless, Fan Tianlei could only find a few loudspeakers and have people shout around the forest. The first round of the assessment ended, and everyone gathered in place. After a while, everyone saw Ling Feng leisurely walking out of the forest. Report. Private Ling Feng. Ling Feng stood in front of Fan Tianlei with a spirited demeanor. Fan Tianlei saw that Ling Feng looked as if he had just woken up, feeling a bit frustrated. Could this kid have fallen asleep in some corner? Fan Tianlei walked around Ling Feng 3 full circles, carefully examining him from head to toe, and finally said loudly, "You, kid, are quite impressive." Ling Feng asked, "How impressive is it?" Fan Tianlei was taken aback. "How impressive? Damn it. How do I know how impressive you are? Does this kid not realize I'm being sarcastic?" And he asks how impressive? Normally, Ling Feng should have said something like, "Thank you for the compliment, but my efforts are still lacking." But instead, he asks how impressive? How am I supposed to respond to that? This kid is not playing by the rules. Fan Tianlei's face was full of embarrassment. The other soldiers, upon hearing this, all showed expressions of admiration. That counter-question was impressive. Feeling stifled, right? He must be a loss for words. Many of the new recruits felt unhappy inside. They were not convinced when they got caught. These veterans came prepared, having set up traps in the forest in advance, and were very familiar with the terrain. They definitely wouldn't be able to escape by running around in the woods. So seeing Fan Tianlei get put in a difficult position brought them all a sense of satisfaction, and they secretly gave Ling Feng a thumbs up. Ling Feng saw Fan Tianlei and didn't know how to respond, so he added, "Thank you for the compliment, Commander." The soldiers around them finally couldn't hold back, especially the female soldiers, who almost simultaneously burst into laughter. Even Long Xiaoyun, who had been serious all along, couldn't help but move her lips. Fan Tianlei's expression darkened, and he said loudly, "Because of you, all male soldiers will carry 50 kilograms and run 10 kilometers. Report." He Chengwang stood up straight and shouted, "Speak." Why only the male soldiers? He Chengwang asked. "Male soldiers will carry 50 kilograms and run 15 kilometers. Fan Tianlei shouted directly. "Why? Run 20 kilometers." The male soldiers in the team erupted. Why was this happening? Was it wrong to voice their opinions? They had never seen such a strict instructor. "Everyone shut up. Don't ask why anymore, or it will keep increasing, understood?" Ling Feng shouted loudly. "Soldiers are duty-bound to obey orders. Do not question the commander's orders." This was Ling Feng's realization as an experienced soldier. Having been a soldier who had undergone rigorous training, he naturally understood many truths. Only then did everyone quiet down, and He Chengwang obediently closed his mouth, no longer asking why. Comrades whose names were called, "Step forward. Take off your helmets." Fan Tianlei ordered. One soldier, unable to withstand the psychological pressure, cried out, "Why? I prepared for 3 years for this opportunity. If it weren't for my bad luck, I would have been caught by you from the start." Fan Tianlei's voice was firm. "It's not that they are stronger than you. It's just that someone here is destined to be eliminated. Take off your helmet." The eliminated soldier, with a pained and helpless expression, took off his helmet and stepped out of the line. They felt very unwilling, but the rules were ruthlessly cruel. Female soldiers stepped forward. The female soldiers walked to the other side of the line. "Male soldiers, pack your backpacks, 50 kilograms, 5 minutes to prepare." Fan Tianlei ordered. 5 minutes later, all male soldiers had their weighed backpacks on their backs, ensuring that each was over 50 kilograms. The first to weigh in under 50 kilograms would have 2 bricks added. Start. With a command from Fan Tianlei, everyone began to run forward under the blazing sun. As the rookies were running, Fan Tianlei began to complain to He Jijun. "Old He, there aren't many left from Wolf Fang, and the 3 strongest veterans have all retired. You won't make this old body lead the team personally, will you?" He Jijun glanced at Fan Tianlei and said, "Admitting you're old at this time?" Fan Tianlei squinted and smiled. "Can't help it. Look at your lack of ambition. I won't bother you. You go to the monitoring center and keep a close eye. If you can't find good candidates, it'll be on you." He Jijun said, "I'll ensure the task is completed." Fan Tianlei said seriously, then smiled. "Thank you, Commander." Cut the formalities, He Jijun laughed. "What about the training plan for the female soldiers?" "The Thunder Assault Team should be arriving soon, and there will be another batch of female soldiers. They will be responsible for training together," He Jijun said. "Let Thunder War train the female soldiers? Can they put aside their pride?" Fan Tianlei asked in confusion. The Thunder Assault Team is currently the most formidable special forces in the Southern Military Region, and each member is extremely proud, especially the new generation of Soldier Kings. No one can match their individual combat capabilities in the Southern Military Region. This is an order. Rank has its privileges, Fan Tianlei chuckled. Fan Tianlei and Long Xiaoyun entered the monitoring center. Long before the training began, cameras had been set up in the training area to observe the soldiers' movements at all times. At that moment, dozens of monitors were mounted on a temporary wooden board, capturing different angles from the front, back, and sides of the line, ensuring nothing was missed. This batch of rookies had decent physical fitness. The 50-kilogram weight training was rare in the company-S training, and for many, it was probably their first time able to endure it. They were much better than the previous group. Indeed, I remember the last batch had a third of them give up right at the start. However, rookies are still rookies. Their physical abilities are still much weaker compared to veterans. From the monitoring footage, the front of the line was still occupied by a group of veteran soldiers from Wolf Fang, running steadily while fully controlling their pacing. The rookies trailing behind were far behind in this regard. Firstly, they couldn't keep up physically, and secondly, they didn't understand the rhythm of running with a load. At this moment, under the scorching sun, it was testing the human body's heat endurance. Even Fan Tianlei and the others in the temporarily built monitoring center felt hot blowing the fan. Not to mention the new soldiers, who were running with 50 kilograms under the sun. Each of them was already drenched in sweat. Fan Tianlei suddenly noticed Ling Feng in the crowd. What was this kid doing? Ling Feng ran in the middle of the crowd. Strangely, while others were running with their heads down, trying to avoid the sun, he was looking up at the sun as he ran. Was he trying to chase the sun? At first, Fan Tianlei thought it was just a coincidence. But after observing for a while, he realized Ling Feng was doing this consistently. It was unbelievable. The outdoor temperature was around 39 degrees, extremely hot, and it was noon, the time when the sun was the most intense. Not to mention looking directly at the sun. Even with one's head down, the eyes would feel dazzlingly white. Yet, Ling Feng was staring at the sun. Wasn't he afraid of fainting? Other officers around also noticed this. Did this kid really not fear the heat at all? With such a harsh sun, even a second or two of direct eye contact would be unbearable for an ordinary person, and severe cases could lead to burns. Did he look like he was suffering at all? He's not human, one officer exclaimed. It's true. The soldiers around Ling Feng were already drenched in sweat, their upper bodies practically soaked, while Ling Feng remained dry all over, as if beads of sweat were even forming on his forehead. Strange. What kind of physique is this? In high temperatures, our bodies cool down by sweating, but he doesn't even sweat. How does he dissipate heat? Fan Tianlei squinted his eyes, unable to figure it out no matter how hard he thought. Long Xiaoyun's eyes revealed a complex expression. Ling Feng ran under the blazing sun, waves of heat hitting him like he was in an oven. Even with his physique attribute at level 3, he still felt uncomfortable. Trigger point? How much is the trigger point? If it stays like this, won't this skill be useless? Ling Feng felt a bit frustrated. 1 minute passed, 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed. Ling Feng was about to curse, wondering why it was taking so long to trigger. Is this the drought resistance ability? In the 15th minute, Ling Feng suddenly felt a coolness gradually spreading through his body, and soon the coolness covered him entirely, feeling as if he was running in an air-conditioned room. How amazing! Ling Feng felt carefully and discovered that when his body reached a critical point under the sunlight, the pores on his skin automatically closed, locking in moisture. At the same time, when he inhaled, the veins in his body formed a flow of air, creating a cool sensation from the inside out, making him gradually feel less heat. Moreover, when his eyes faced the sun, a mist seemed to appear before him, moisturizing his eye sockets and protecting his retina from ultraviolet burns, even more effective than the trendiest sunglasses. This is just a part of the abilities of the Shasha fruit, which have such magical effects. How terrifying would it be if he could fully utilize all its powers? Ling Feng felt a cool sensation on his body under the scorching sun, and he felt incredibly refreshed, which could be described as invigorated. With his 3 times the attribute strength, carrying 50 kilograms was nothing to him. In this way, Ling Feng seemed to be under the blazing sun, equipped with a personal air conditioner, carrying luggage while traveling and enjoying the scenery around him. The soldiers around Ling Feng were not so relaxed. They had to endure the scorching sun, carry a 50-kilogram load, and keep running, which was simply more exhausting than a dog. The soldiers nearby were astonished to see Ling Feng running so effortlessly, without even a drop of sweat on him. Is this still a human? Ling Feng was using the ability of the Shasha fruit when Fan Tianlei happened to notice him. This kid is a bit strange. However, his speed is not good. Just average. The reason I couldn't catch him before might be because this kid was lucky and hiding in a secluded corner. Fan Tianlei shifted his attention to Ling Feng's speed. Ling Feng's speed was in the middle of the team, neither fast nor slow, with no advantages to speak of. This is just the beginning. The mountain path ahead will become increasingly difficult. Based on his current physical condition, he will soon be left behind the team, Fan Tianlei said. Carrying 50 kilograms over 20 kilometers in cross-country, this extreme endurance test is the best way to assess a person's stamina. In the end, It all comes down to willpower. It will be interesting to see how many people can hold on until the end, an officer standing on the other side remarked. At this moment, 10 kilometers away on the mountain road, the Thunder Assault Team, led by Lei Zhan, was rushing to the military district. Head, what are those big shots thinking? They actually want to establish a female special forces unit. Can women fight on the battlefield? Yuan Bao said disdainfully while holding a 95 rifle. Yeah, fighting is a man's job. What can a bunch of women do? Xiaomi Feng chimed in from the side. I thought they were executing some important task, but instead, they're training a bunch of women. ISNT it like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut for our Thunder Assault Team. The military district's top sword? Yin Wang said with a bitter smile. With this time and energy, we might as well train ourselves. Training a bunch of women is so pointless. The other team members turned into gossips. Lei Zhan raised his eyebrows and said sternly, "Don't underestimate women. In the past, countless men have fallen for women. The higher-ups have made this decision for a reason. We just need to execute it properly." Yes, Lei Zhan is known for his stubborn temper. Who doesn't know that? As long as it's an order from above, he will obey it resolutely. Don't be unconvinced. Long Xiaoyan from the capital military district has also come over. It said she wants to complete her Wolf Warrior Combat Brigade. Lei Zhan continued. The Wolf Warrior Combat Brigade of the capital military district, Long Xiaoyan? That name sounds familiar. Xiaomi Feng grabbed her forehead hard, but couldn't recall it for a moment. The Wolf Warrior Combat Brigade is not simple. It is the top combat unit of the capital military district and has always ranked high in various national special forces competitions. They even won first place in the National Special Forces competition 2 years ago, Deputy Captain Chun Ingtian said. Right, that's them. Why does it sound so familiar? Chun, you have a good memory, Xiaomi Feng said, and since she's getting involved, it seems the higher-ups are taking this assessment very seriously. Head, what is Long Xiaoyan's current status? Not clear. In any case, this training must not be taken lightly, understand? Lei Zhan said loudly. Yes. The vehicle sped along, and it wasn't long before they arrived at the temporary command center. He Jijun had received notice in advance and was already waiting in the open space at the entrance. Report, Chief. The Thunder Assault Team of the Wolf Fang Special Brigade of the Southern Military District has been ordered to come and select members for the Fire Phoenix Women's Special Forces Team. Please give instructions. Lei Zhan saluted He Jijun, his voice strong and clear. Very good. The personnel are right there and can be assessed and selected at any time. He Jijun said. Yes. Nearly 100 female soldiers stood in formation, looking at Lei Zhan, and many of them whispered among themselves. So handsome, but he has a poker face. Lei Zhan is the king of soldiers in our military district. The Thunder Assault Team he leads is one of the top combat units in the military district. Of course, he is different from others. The current trendy word is cool. At this time, Long Xiaoyan and Fan Tianlei heard the commotion outside and also came out. Lei Zhan, let me introduce you. This is Long Xiaoyan from the capital military district, He Jijun said to Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan looked at Long Xiaoyan's shoulder insignia. 2 red stripes and 2 star insignias indicating the rank of major. Why aren't you saluting? He Jijun whispered. Report. Captain Lei Zhan of the Thunder Assault Team of the Wolf Fang Special Brigade of the Southern Military District. Lei Zhan was a bit dissatisfied, but his rank was there. Long Xiaoyan of the capital military district, Long Xiaoyan said politely. Lei Zhan noticed that Long Xiaoyan was alone. Did she really think she could complete the Wolf Warrior Special Brigade by herself? What a joke. To be honest, Long Xiaoyan has a loud reputation. However, that is in the capital military district, Lei Zhan wasn't buying it. The real strength can only be recognized if one can defeat him. If it weren't for the rank pressure, Lei Zhan would have already challenged her. Let's start training. Long Xiaoyan didn't say much. She could tell that Lei Zhan was unhappy with her. Lei Zhan turned and walked toward the still-forming female soldiers, his indifferent gaze sweeping over everyone, and said, Do you know where this place is? This is hell. I don't understand why you all chose to come to such a place. 50 kilograms of weight for a 10-kilometer cross-country. Get your gear ready and start in 5 minutes. Report. 50 kilograms is too heavy. Yi Tsunshin shouted. 50 kilograms for 20 kilometers. Lei Zhan said coldly. The lined-up female soldiers immediately exploded. How could it be like this? ISNT this asking for their lives? Report. Lei Zhan turned to look at another female soldier, his eyes suddenly brightening. ISNT this and ran? Lei Zhan had pursued and ran before, but never got a reply from her. Later, he got too busy with training and often went out on missions. So things got delayed. He didn't expect and ran to come to participate in the Special Forces training. Speak. 50 kilograms. 20 kilometers of cross-country is too harsh for us female soldiers. The training intensity is on par with male soldiers. Please consider the actual situation. Enel said without looking sideways. In my eyes, there is no distinction between female and male soldiers. You all have only one goal, to become qualified special forces. 50 kilograms of weight, 20 kilometers of cross-country. Execute the order. Lejean commanded. All the female soldiers complained, wondering how they ended up with such a devil coach. But there was no way around it. They could only grit their teeth and carry the weight to run. Move faster. If anyone wants to quit, just shout it out. I will send a military vehicle to take you back in the most dignified manner. Lejean shouted from behind. All the female soldiers gritted their teeth and ran forward. Yi Tsunshin and Enel were at the front of the line. Is that Lejean pursuing you? Yi Tsunshin observed carefully and noticed that Lejean's gaze towards Enel had a hint of tenderness, and when Enel raised an objection, he didn't add any penalties. That was the best evidence. Yin Wang, you are responsible for recording. Xiaomi Feng, you assist Yin Wang. The female weight-bearing cross-country training officially began, and Lejean ordered the members of the Thunder Assault Team to cooperate. Once the arrangements were completed, he went with Fan Tianlei and Long Xiaoyan to the monitoring room to observe the entire cross-country process comprehensively. Fan Tianlei looked at the monitoring screen and subconsciously glanced at Ling Feng. This kid's speed hasn't decreased? Fan Tianlei showed a surprised expression when he saw Ling Feng's position in the team. The cross-country was running along the designated route on the hillside, with one lap being 4 kilometers. They had already completed the first lap, and Ling Feng's position not only hadn't dropped, but had actually moved forward, greatly exceeding Fan Tianlei's expectations. According to Fan Tianlei's judgment, Ling Feng's stamina could only support him for one lap. During the second lap, his speed would definitely gradually slow down, and by the end of the first lap, he would surely be at the end of the team. The current situation is completely the opposite. Strange. After a while, Ling Feng surpassed Wang Yanbing and caught up with Liu Yu. This made Fan Tianlei even more astonished. And in the end, he even surpassed He Chengwang. He Chengwang was someone Fan Tianlei had high hopes for. He was excellent in every aspect physically, except for being slightly less experienced than the veterans. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be the top scorer in the newcomer assessment. Strange. This was already the second time Fan Tianlei had said it. After Ling Feng surpassed He Chengwang, he leaped to become the top newcomer, only 100 meters away from the veterans. When He Chengwang was surpassed by Ling Feng for the second time, he was once again extremely frustrated. He had just told himself that since the veterans couldn't catch up, he would aim to be the top newcomer. But then, Ling Feng overtook him again in an instant. He Chengwang's face turned red with anger, and he quickly took a deep breath to speed up and chase Ling Feng. Fan Tianlei continued to pay attention to Ling Feng, which also caught Long Xiaoyan's eye, but her perspective was different. Long Xiaoyan was puzzled to find that while others were running and constantly wiping sweat, Ling Feng ran the whole way without any action to wipe away sweat. Zoom in on him. Long Xiaoyan ordered the information officer beside her. Soon, a close-up shot of Ling Feng appeared on screen. How's he still have no sweat? Fan Tianlei exclaimed. He had noticed this issue before and considered it some sort of special physique that made him less prone to sweating. However, it was impossible for someone to not sweat after prolonged exercise. From the footage, Ling Feng indeed showed no signs of sweating or any indication of overheating. This left many people puzzled. How did he manage that? In such high temperatures, he doesn't sweat at all. Does he carry an air conditioner with him? Fan Tianlei said. Long Xiaoyan shook her head and also expressed her confusion. Lejean pondered for a moment and said, it could be his natural physique. I've heard of people with such a condition where their bodies don't sweat easily and can regulate their temperature automatically. But such people are rare. Lejean's guess was similar to Fan Tianlei's speculation. If that's the case, he has a significant advantage in this situation. Fan Tianlei remarked, this kid has such a skill. The members of the Wolf Fang Special Operations team, who had been leading, occasionally looked back at the group of rookies, not forgetting to provoke them a bit. Rookies, didn't you eat enough for breakfast? Look at you. Each one of you is like a snail. Even a snail is faster than you. Ling Feng shouted with a smile. At this moment, seeing Ling Feng rushing over, his expression changed. He had previously been overtaken by Ling Feng once, so he had paid attention to him at the beginning of the run. However, seeing Ling Feng perform mediocrely under load, he assumed his physique wasn't great and that the 50-kilogram weight limited his speed, so he didn't think much of it. Now, however, his speed was starting to surge. Damn. Brothers, there's a salted fish catching up from behind. If you don't want to lose, run faster. Ling Feng shouted urgently. Xiao Bing and Yu Fei turned back to take a look. A newcomer? Xiao Bing exclaimed. Yes, a complete newcomer. Running this fast? When Yu Fei looked back, he noticed that the distance, which had been over 50 meters, had suddenly shrunk to more than 20 meters. Who is this kid? I don't know. The captain must be watching. No one wants to lose face, so they're all putting in effort. Losing to a newcomer, where would they put their faces? Under Ling Feng's stimulus, the veterans in front finally felt the pressure. Initially, they wanted to conserve their strength, but now they all erupted and desperately ran forward. In the monitoring room, Fan Tianlei saw the veterans suddenly accelerate and squinted his eyes with a smile, saying, Captain Long, your soldiers have finally given it their all. They don't want to lose face either. Long Xiaoyun chuckled softly. Ling Feng actually challenged the veterans. I underestimated him back then, Fan Tianlei said loudly. Ling Feng emerged unexpectedly, completely disrupting the rhythm of the veterans. Damn! Yu Fei and Xiao Bing were panting heavily, drenched in sweat, trying to sprint at their fastest speed. Yet they could only watch as Ling Feng ran past them. Is this a recruit? Yu and Xiao were completely dumbfounded. Then, they saw Ling Feng steadily running forward, surpassing Ling Feng, leaving them utterly stunned. Not human. Ling Feng shouted in frustration after being overtaken by Ling Feng. Surprised voices occasionally came from the monitoring room. Fan Tianlei helplessly smiled and said, I misjudged. Lei Zhan looked at Ling Feng in astonishment and remarked, this recruit's physical fitness is indeed impressive, and from what we can see, he still has a lot of stamina left. If he can maintain this speed, he is very likely to break our military district's record for 50 kilograms of weighted cross-country. Ling Feng began to enter the second lap, and after running a few hundred meters, he was somewhat surprised to see someone running ahead. He couldn't believe that there was still someone in front, as this was already the second lap. Ling Feng believed that no one could run faster than him at his own speed, so he started to charge forward again. Little did he know that the female soldiers had also begun their cross-country run. Ling Feng quickly ran up behind a tall male soldier with a relatively large backside, patting his shoulder as he ran, and said, Hey buddy, nice speed, but it's pretty firm. The male soldier turned around with annoyance and replied, Sorry, I'm a female soldier. Ling Feng suddenly heard a woman's voice and took a closer look, and ran. Under the military cap was a delicate face, very pretty, especially those two willow leaf-shaped eyebrows, which captivated anyone who looked at them. If it weren't for those enchanting eyebrows, and Ran could only score 90 points. Now, even 100 points would seem insufficient. Ling Feng didn't expect that a casual slap would turn such a beautiful woman into a man. However, this can't all be blamed on Ling Feng. The military uniform was so loose, and with the hat on, it was indeed difficult to recognize from the back without a careful look. No, at that moment, and Ran suddenly stepped on a small depression in the ground, and her right foot twisted outward, causing her ankle to sprain. And Ran suddenly lost her balance and couldn't control her body as she fell forward. Ling Feng was quick to react, grabbing in Ran's arm to steady her, but Ran lost her balance and fell into Ling Feng's embrace. The whole process happened in an instant, just as Ran fell into Ling Feng's arms. In the monitoring center, a loud bang echoed as Lei Zhan slammed his fist on the table, his face filled with anger. Everyone's gaze turned towards Lei Zhan. Fan Tianlei was startled and turned to see Lei Zhan's furious expression, puzzled. He asked, What's going on? Following Lei Zhan's line of sight, he saw Ling Feng holding and Ran, looking back at Lei Zhan, and immediately understood the situation. Fan Tianlei smiled slightly and said, It should be a misunderstanding. He probably meant to support her, but didn't expect her to suddenly fall into him and couldn't avoid it. Lei Zhan frowned and said discontentedly, This soldier is taking advantage of the female soldier. Fan Tianlei said softly, Are you interested in this female soldier? Lei Zhan did not deny it. Fan Tianlei smiled and said, Good taste. She's a flower in the army, and many people have their eyes on her. I've heard so much about her that my ears are almost calloused. Seeing that Lei Zhan remained silent, Fan Tianlei continued, We soldiers don't have time to find partners, so it's not bad to resolve things within the army. We encourage this. As the saying goes, the fat water does not flow to outsiders. We should take good care of our own fields. However, this situation must be consensual. You can't use your position to act. Chief of Staff, don't pin this on me. Ling Feng's behavior is improper. All he thinks about is taking advantage of female soldiers. Lei Zhan quickly changed the subject, as Ran was still in his arms. Lei Zhan, don't be so hasty. Wait until we clarify things. Moreover, I've heard that Ran still doesn't have a boyfriend, so you still have a chance. Why the rush? At this moment, Long Xiaoyan coughed twice and said, Mind the discipline, this is not personal time. Captain Long is right. Fan Tianlei smiled and gave Lei Zhan a look. Lei Zhan suppressed his anger. He had a good impression of Ling Feng initially, but now he remembered him clearly. Long Xiaoyan thought to herself, when did this kid become so bold? And ran. Resting in Ling Feng's arms, felt a strong masculine aura and blushed slightly, quickly standing up straight. Don't misunderstand. I really didn't know you were a female soldier. I was on my second lap, and I didn't see any female comrades during the first lap, so I thought you were a male comrade, Ling Feng hurriedly explained. And Ran took a good look at Ling Feng. His fair skin was even better than hers, and he was handsome. Suddenly hearing that he was already on his second lap, she exclaimed, that fast? For what she understood, one lap of the mountain road was at least 4 kilometers, and it had only been a short while. Had he finished already? But looking at him, he didn't have a drop of sweat and wasn't out of breath. What great stamina! My stamina is a little better than others. I used to run often, so this mountain road is nothing, Ling Feng casually explained. No wonder. Let's keep running, and Ran said. There were cameras set up here, and if they stayed too long, there would be suspicion of cheating. Is your foot okay? It's nothing. So the two of them continued running forward. They had just run a few hundred meters when they suddenly saw 2 female soldiers sitting on the ground, holding their stomachs, while another female soldier was taking care of them. Dan xiao xia. Ling Feng immediately recognized the female soldier who was taking care of him. Tang Xiaoxiao looked up and saw Ling Feng running over with Ran. How did Ling Feng show up? Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, quickly getting up to wave at Ling Feng. And Ran and Ling Feng ran over together. Big-breasted Tianghua, the never give up Ouyang Qian. Ling Feng recognized them only after getting closer. What's wrong? And Ran asked with concern. Tang Xiaoxiao quietly whispered in Ran's ear. Their period came. Why would it come at this time? This is a problem now, and Ran said softly. And Ran crouched down and saw that Tianghua and Ouyang Qian both looked a bit pale, sitting on the ground and occasionally making painful sounds. Can you hold on? And Ran asked. It hurts a lot. The two shook their heads. They were very frustrated. If it had come earlier or later, but it had to come at this time. If they were eliminated because of this, they would regret it for a lifetime. And Ran stood up and said, it's just started, and there's still nearly 20 kilometers in the mountains. In their current state, they can't do any strenuous exercise. If they keep running, it might leave serious health issues. What should we do? Tang Xiaoxiao was at a loss. Each of them was already carrying 100 pounds, plus their own weight of nearly 200 pounds, and with their load combined, it was almost 300 pounds. And Ran and Tang Xiao wanted to help, but couldn't lift it. Ling Feng, do you have a solution? Otherwise, Tianghua and Ouyang Qian will be eliminated. They can't run in this condition now, Tang Xiao said to Ling Feng. Ling Feng had a good impression of Tianghua and Ouyang Qian, so helping them out wasn't a big deal. His light feather fruit could lighten his body, and he had already tested it while climbing. He wasn't sure if it would also be effective with added weight. However, according to the principle of luck, he should be able to carry both of them. The only downside was that it might affect his running speed. Ding! Helping teammates enter cheat mode. Each teammate will receive 100 experience points. Ding! Helping teammates enter cheat mode. By helping each teammate, the host will receive 100 experience points. Ling Feng's eyes lit up. 1 gets 100, 2 makes it 200. Ling Feng glanced at his personal attributes. Just 200 points away from leveling up. Leveling up would enhance all his physical attributes and grant him skills. It's a huge profit, not to mention the benefits of improving physical attributes. Just the skills he would gain have already brought Ling Feng a lot of advantages. The Heart Network skill can elevate Ling Feng's shooting accuracy to an elite level. The climbing skill allows him to move like a monkey. And the drought resistance skill enables him to withstand the scorching sun as if he were in an air-conditioned room. Ling Feng said to Tang Xiao, I got this covered. And Ran's gaze suddenly fixed on Ling Feng, thinking he was quite handsome. Women generally prefer decisive men rather than hesitant softies. If it can be done, then do it. If not, then don't. Regardless of whether Ling Feng can actually accomplish it, at least his attitude is commendable. Tang Xiao suddenly laughed and said, You're so overweight and lack stamina. How can you help? Don't play the hero if you can't. She had just said it casually, hoping to see if he could come up with any good ideas, but she didn't expect him to agree so readily. Was he trying to show off in front of Ran, who was so beautiful? But he also had to consider his own abilities. Otherwise, instead of being a hero, he might end up looking foolish. With his physique, lacking exercise had turned him into a white-cut chicken, and being able to carry 100 pounds and hold on this long was already quite impressive. And Ran, puzzled, said, he shouldn't be overweight, right? I think his body looks pretty good. Only then did Tang Xiao pay attention to Ling Feng's physique and was shocked. She circled around him and couldn't help but pat his shoulder, looking astonished. It's only been 3 days since we last saw each other. How did your physique change so perfectly? And your skin? Oh my god, did you go to South Korea? Nonsense. Ling Feng laughed and scolded. The transformation from the smooth fruit essence is indeed impressive. How could the technology from South Korea achieve this effect? Ling Feng's entire physique has been transformed from the inside out, making his body almost perfect, even more so than a professional male model. One can imagine that someone as hefty as Yarlita, after eating the slippery fruit, not only achieves an explosively perfect figure, but also transforms into an extraordinary beauty. The current body modification is just a glimpse of the slippery fruit's effects. How do you plan to help? Enran asked. It's simple. Ling Feng walked up to Tianghua and Ouyang Qian and said, you should be fine walking normally, right? Yeah, as long as it's not intense exercise. It shouldn't have too much of an impact, Tianghua and Ouyang Qian replied. Then it will be no problem. Stand up, and I'll take you both climbing. Tianghua and Ouyang Qian stood up in confusion, and Ling Feng stood in the middle, with his right hand grabbing Tianghua's left shoulder and his left hand grabbing Ouyang Qian's right shoulder. Let's start running. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he took a deep breath, lifted Tianghua and Ouyang Qian with both hands, and started to run forward. The principle behind lifting the breath and lightening the body is actually quite simple. It's like birds, which can store air in their bodies to enhance their buoyancy and then spread their wings to fly. However, the human body structure does not allow for such air storage. But after Ling Feng's transformation with the light and floating fruit, he can lift and store air. Ling Feng's physical attributes reached 3, and his strength was 3 times that of an ordinary person. However, now with Tianghua and Ouyang Qian's weight, plus an additional 200 pounds of load, it was nearly 400 pounds, exceeding the strength that an ordinary person could withstand 3 times. He exerted force to lift them, and it was indeed very strenuous. So he hurriedly gathered his energy within. The breath inside began to circulate, forming a flow of qi that traveled throughout his body, making him feel lighter. It really works. After Ling Feng felt his body become lighter, running became much easier for him. Tianghua and Ouyang Qian both felt that with Ling Feng's suggestion. Their feet seemed to float, and they hardly needed any effort to run. The two showed looks of surprise. They didn't expect this fair-skinned, handsome guy to have such great strength. Ling Feng was running while alternating between holding his breath and breathing, going through a repetitive cycle. At first, he could hold his breath for 10 seconds, but gradually he reached 30 seconds. After that, it became difficult to extend it further. After all, he was running with a load of up to 400 pounds, which required a lot of physical strength. If it weren't for his method of lightening his breath, running 100 meters would be a challenge. Tang Xiaoxiao was running behind him. At first, Ling Feng was not running fast, but gradually his speed increased, and in the end, she couldn't keep up with him. How did he become so strong? Tang Xiaoxiao remembered when they were in the art troupe. Ling Feng had to take a table to the 3rd floor and had to rest 3 times on the way. Now, he was carrying 2 people in his arms along with 2 bags weighing 100 pounds each, plus his own 100-pound bag. Oh my, that's almost 500 pounds of weight. Is this really the same Ling Feng? At that moment, in the monitoring center, Lei Zhan clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on Ling Feng, his expression very grim. This was because Enran, who was running beside Ling Feng, was clearly looking at him with admiration in her eyes. What did this mean? Lei Zhan felt like he was wearing a green hat. Soon, Ling Feng, Yufei, and others caught up from behind and were stunned to see Ling Feng running with 2 female soldiers. What was going on? A hero saving a beauty? Brother, let one go. Ling Feng said enviously from aside. Ling Feng ignored the soldier thug. Ling Feng and the other 2 did not linger for a moment, pushing forward with all their might. They knew this was their only chance to defeat Ling Feng. Ling Feng carried the 2 girls for almost a lap, and when they finally felt much more comfortable, they requested to get down and run by themselves. Ling Feng did not refuse. After putting it down, the 2 ran forward, slowly adapting to the rhythm. Ding! Host has completed the task of helping others to cheat, gaining 200 experience points. Ding! Level up. Cheat skills activated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the essence transformation of thorn fruit. Thorn fruit essence? Ling Feng ignored this, as he was more interested in knowing what skills he had acquired. Check attributes. Cheat character skill 1. Usopp's moving shooting technique, achieving 99 accuracy while moving at high speed in conjunction with shooting devices. Cheat character skill 2. Lucci's leopard transformation high speed movement skill, possessing the speed and agility of the Beast Fruit's leopard transformation, with specific data values referencing the host's personal attributes. Cheat character skill 3. Moonlight Moria's shadow fighting technique, allowing Moria to cut human shadows. This skill enables the host's body to move like a shadow, a luxurious skill that can sway as long as there is wind. Cheat character skill 4. Absalom's invisibility skill stealth technique, derived from part of the transparent fruit's abilities, granting the host divine assistance in the Special Forces stealth domain after activation. Recommended to select only if personal attributes exceed 10. Ling Feng looked carefully and found that among the original 4 options, only the third item was replaced, while the others remained unchanged. Moonlight Moria has the ability to steal other shadows. Those who have their shadows taken will be burned to ashes when exposed to sunlight. If the shadow is placed into a corpse, it can create a zombie that possesses the original owner's combat power and personality. He once fought a great battle with Kaido, one of the 4 emperors in the New World. In the world of One Piece, he is considered a top-tier powerhouse. If he hadn't encountered the protagonist Luffy and his pirate crew, he would have surely gone further. However, while he has been known for his ability to cut shadows, there has been no mention of shadow combat techniques. Nevertheless, this name and description are indeed impressive. It allows the body to move like a shadow. What kind of concept is this? And as long as there is wind, it can sway with luxurious skills? Described so magnificently, Ling Feng felt a bit tempted. Moonlight Moria is so powerful. His shadow combat techniques shouldn't be too inferior, right? Eneru's heart network sensing skill and Crocodile's drought-resistant skill can only be considered auxiliary skills. What Ling Feng lacks now are offensive skills, specifically combat techniques. I'll choose it. In that instant after making the choice, a flash of light entered Ling Feng's mind, and countless skills utilizing the body to sway like a shadow flowed into his consciousness. After understanding it clearly, Ling Feng could only describe it in 2 words, Tai Chi. Formless yet with form, containing myriad changes in formlessness, softness within hardness, hardness within softness, rootless and evidenceless, natural in its way. The greatest subtlety of this combat style is that the body can move at will. Once in contact with the opponent, it's like a maggot in the bone, impossible to shake off. It truly did not disappoint. I wonder what kind of special ability the essence of the Thorn's Fruit transformation will bring. Ling Feng thought of the Thorn's Fruit. The Thorn's Fruit is a 2-handed ability user, capable of extending thorns all over their body, capable of piercing even rock. Nami suffered greatly when she faced her, almost losing her life, and it was only because she was too careless that she lost. However, each transformation is painfully excruciating, and now is not the right time. It's better to wait for a suitable moment to undergo the transformation. Ling Feng checks his personal attributes. Soldier. Ling Feng profession. Special Forces level. 4 attributes. Root Bone 4, Spirit 4, Constitution 4, Strength 4, Speed 4, Normal Person 1, Skills, Enel's Heart Network Sensory Skill. Crocodile's Drought Resistant Skill, Moonlight Moria Shadow, Fighting Techniques Special Ability, Climbing, Beauty Experience Points, 0-400 all attributes increased by 1. Skill added, Moonlight Moria Shadow, Fighting Technique. The benefits of leveling up make Ling Feng excited, wishing he could level up 3 times. However, he sees that the next level requires 400 experience points, which increases the difficulty significantly. As long as he completes the Special Forces mission, he can gain 500 experience points and level up again. Ling Feng became excited again at the thought of this. The goal is to pass the assessment. Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as all attributes increased by 1, causing his speed to reach 4 times that of an ordinary person. He suddenly exerted force with his legs, and his running speed increased dramatically once again. Is this really his fastest speed? And Ran and the others behind him were astonished to see Ling Feng's speed surge so suddenly, especially since he was carrying a weight of 100 pounds. The most surprised among them was Tang Xiao. She was so familiar with Ling Feng before, but now, comparing him to the past, she felt like she didn't recognize him at all. In just 3 short days, how had he changed so much? After all, his physique had changed, his strength had increased, and his running speed had also improved. Tang Xiao stared blankly at Ling Feng's back. Ling Feng sprinted forward, unleashing 4 times his attributes. Damn, that guy's catching up again. Cold Feng felt a black line appear on his forehead. There was a full 2-kilometer gap. How could he possibly catch up? The old soldiers watching Ling Feng chase from behind were completely speechless, shaking their heads and sighing. In the end, without any suspense, Ling Feng was the first to cross the finish line of the 5th lap. Yan Wang, who was in charge of the registration, looked at Ling Feng with surprise, then glanced at the time, staring twice to make sure he wasn't mistaken, and said, "It's actually 57 minutes and 20 seconds. Yan Wang gave Ling Feng a thumbs up. "You're amazing." For a new recruit to achieve such a result is quite impressive, as such performance is rare among special forces. In their lightning assault team, it could probably only be done against Lei Zhan. However, looking at the rookie's face, he showed no signs of fatigue. It seemed he still had some energy left. At this moment, Fan Tianlei and Lei Zhan walked out from the monitoring room. Lei Zhan marched straight towards Ling Feng, his heart full of grievances, as if he had been cuckolded with a long face. Ling Feng had deliberately been flirting with and ran all the way, which made Lei Zhan furious. If it weren't for Fan Tianlei holding him back, Lei Zhan would have probably found some excuse to spar with Ling Feng. While warning him to stay away from Ran, Lei Zhan stood in front of Ling Feng and said, "Come, let's take a photo, rookie. I'll let you shake hands with me. Then you can tell your family that you once shook hands with a colonel." Lei Zhan intended to suddenly teach Ling Feng a lesson while shaking hands. And during the photo, Ling Feng would definitely maintain his dignity, forcing a smile in front of the camera, which would be like a mute eating bitter herbs, unable to express his suffering. This would also save face for Fan Tianlei. Fan Tianlei's expression darkened, reminding Lei Zhan, "Don't go overboard." However, Lei Zhan remained indifferent and continued speaking to Ling Feng. "Rookie, lift your head a bit, straighten your back. You must stand tall in front of the colonel instructor, maintain this good spirit. Let us shake hands, take a photo, and then write a letter to tell your family. And conveniently send a photo back. They will definitely be proud of you, because you shook hands with the colonel. By the way, what does your dad do?" Ling Feng took a deep breath and shouted, "Report, instructor, my dad is a general." Lei Zhan instantly fell silent, a black line appearing on his forehead. What does this mean? He deliberately emphasized that he was a colonel to intimidate him, but the other party countered with the statement that his father was a general. Isn't that a slap in the face? Fan Tianlei was taken aback, then couldn't help but smirk. "You little brat." The one in charge of registration, Yan Wang, was laughing so hard that tears came out. He guessed that Lei Zhan wanted to give Ling Feng a show of strength when shaking hands to deflate his arrogance. This was also a way to train rookies, first attacking verbally to shock the opponent's spirit, then launching a physical attack. Under this dual assault, they would see how much pressure the opponent could withstand. These were all tactics, but who knew Ling Feng would not play by their rules? Lei Zhan brought out his colonel status, and the other side responded with a general. Regardless of whether it was true or not, this kid's adaptability was indeed strong. Unlike ordinary soldiers, from this point alone, it was clear that Ling Feng was resourceful, quick to react, and with strong abilities, which made Yan Wang develop a bit of fondness for him. Yan Wang kindly reminded, "Rookie, don't joke around. Hurry up and apologize to the instructor." Ling Feng said seriously, "I'm serious. Sending back photos is useless. My dad doesn't have time to look at them, and even if he does, he won't think much of it. The people who come to see him casually are all at the level of major generals." Yan Wang was a bit speechless. This kid was pretending so convincingly, claiming to be the son of a general. The son of a general starts from being a recruit, right? It's normal for the son of a general to join the military, but he should be going to the National Defense University first, and, after graduating, he would be assigned to serve, starting at least from a non-commissioned officer rank. Calling himself the son of a general is over the top. "Hurry up and apologize to the instructor." Yan Wang laughed and scolded, noticing that Lei Zhan's expression was not good. After realizing what was happening, Lei Zhan's forehead twitched with anger. This kid actually mocked him. He already had a big issue with Ling Feng, and now, in front of his subordinates and superiors, he was making such a low-level joke, making him even angrier. How can someone be so ignorant? A general's son is not someone to be casually talked about. Lei Zhan suddenly swung his hand towards Ling Feng. Fan Tianlei suddenly saw Lei Zhan make a move. It was too fast to stop, and he shouted sharply, "Lei Zhan, stop!" Yan Wang was a bit stunned. He never expected Lei Zhan to suddenly act. The people nearby were also caught off guard. But Ling Feng had been on guard all along. As he saw Lei Zhan's hand come down, a shadow boxing technique flashed through his mind. The shadow boxing technique actually utilizes the principle of breath within the body. When breathing, the energy circulates throughout the body, somewhat like storing energy. The breath can bring changes in bodily flexibility and connect with the surrounding airflow, achieving a state of moving with the wind, like a willow branch in a breeze. I can feel it. In an instant, Ling Feng's body felt as if it had no bones, light and fluttering, like a willow branch swaying in the wind. His figure shifted back 2 steps with a gentle breeze, avoiding Lei Zhan's palm. Lei Zhan was taken aback. The speed of his strike was fast, but suddenly, it was within close range. It must be a coincidence. Lei Zhan took a big step forward, sternly saying, "A person who talks a mouthful of lies dares to joke about a general. I'll teach you a good lesson on behalf of your father." As he spoke, another slap was aimed at Ling Feng. This time it was even fiercer, more ruthless, more accurate, and faster. The wind whipped up as Lei Zhan swung his palm. Just as Lei Zhan's palm approached Ling Feng's figure lightly swayed again, effortlessly dodging once more. Yin Wang's eyes widened. This time he was not surprised that Lei Zhan suddenly acted against Ling Feng, but rather shocked that Ling Feng could dodge Lei Zhan's attack twice in a row. The first time Ling Feng dodged might have been luck. However, the second time, Lei Zhan was clearly angry, and the initial attack was a knife hand strike. The only difference being that the knife hand had turned into a palm. But the force, speed, and accuracy were unchanged. This kind of attack is simple, quick, and brutal, yet contains immense power. Only by mastering martial arts to a superb level can one wield it so freely. If Yin Wang had to deal with Lei Zhan's slap, he definitely wouldn't be able to retreat as fast as Lei Zhan's palm, and could only block with his left hand. But Ling Feng floated away. What kind of technique is this? Ling Feng casually took a step back, and it was hard to tell how fast he was moving, almost like a gust of wind created by a slap that blew him away. Fan Tianlei was also stunned. Lei Zhan was the king of soldiers in the Southern Military Region, yet he failed to hit a rookie twice in a row. Fan Tianlei's strength was not as great as Lei Zhan's, but he had sharp eyes. When Lei Zhan suddenly swung his palm for the first time, Ling Feng seemed to sense it and reacted quickly, moving back. Although his movement was fast, it didn't look very natural, somewhat like a beginner in martial arts. However, by the second time, his evasion became incredibly smooth, giving the impression of gliding like a shadow. This kind of dodging method was something Fan Tianlei had never seen before. Lei Zhan's palm missed twice in a row, and he was furious, saying, "Do you dare to dodge again?" Ling Feng ignored it, feeling the essence contained in the shadow boxing technique. After using it twice in succession, he was basically familiar with this fighting style. He saw Lei Zhan strike again with his palm and wanted to test just how effective this magical evasion technique could be. Lei Zhan was undoubtedly the best target for practice. As the king of soldiers in the Southern Military Region, Lei Zhan's fighting style was characterized by its boldness and simplicity, known for being straightforward and brutal. Now, in peak physical condition, no one in the Southern Military Region could match him in hand-to-hand combat. Ling Feng maintained his center of gravity, his feet rooted like an old tree, while his upper body swayed with the force of Lei Zhan's palm strikes. Whoosh! Lei Zhan's palm once again swept past the tip of Ling Feng's nose, causing Ling Feng to lean at a 75-degree angle. Lei Zhan's strike missed, and he attacked from another angle, but Ling Feng narrowly dodged again, his body forming a graceful arc. Lei Zhan continuously struck, while Ling Feng lightly evaded. At this moment, his figure resembled Zhang Sanfeng performing Tai Chi, swaying left and right like a roly-poly toy, seemingly about to fall, yet his feet never left the ground. Fan Tianlei and Yin Wang were both astonished. Lei Zhan threw out dozens of palm strikes that all missed, not even grazing him. Frustrated and angry, Lei Zhan shouted, "If you have the guts, don't dodge." Fan Tianlei and Yin Wang looked on in shock. Ling Feng's flexibility and agility are just too exaggerated, right? Lei Zhan's palm strikes were coming from all directions at different angles towards Ling Feng. Strangely, Ling Feng's body seemed to almost stick to Lei Zhan's palm, evading the strikes. It felt like he was about to be hit 1 second, but the next second he had dodged. Had he practiced gymnastics before? Yin Wang exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Long Xiaoyan walked out of the door and happened to see Lei Zhan swinging his palm to hit Ling Feng. Her eyebrows raised, and she strode forward. Palm? Long Xiaoyan's eyes were blazing with anger. Lei Zhan was taking personal revenge. Just now, while watching the video, Long Xiaoyan noticed that Lei Zhan was interested in and ran. Ling Feng's strong performance had won her favor, and Lei Zhan was furious with jealousy, claiming that Ling Feng was taking advantage of the female soldiers. Now, he finally couldn't hold back and was about to take action. Long Xiaoyan quickly understood the whole situation. However, seeing Ling Feng easily evade Lei Zhan's palm strikes, his movements so graceful, she showed a hint of confusion. When did he learn this? Lei Zhan threw out several palm strikes in succession, trying to turn Ling Feng into a pig's head, but the other party seemed like a shadow, always able to easily dodge. Damn it! An enraged Lei Zhan, his tiger eyebrows raised, let out a loud shout, retracting his right palm and transforming it into a fist. With his elbow slightly bent backward, he stepped forward, his knees slightly bent, and his upper body twisted as he suddenly struck out with a punch. The full-strength military fist. The punch was fierce, like a dragon soaring through the sky. It rushed towards Ling Feng's shoulder with a speed that was almost blinding. Lei Zan, Captain, stop! Fan Tianlei and Yin Wang both shouted in unison. The power of this punch was like a mountain collapsing. It was his most domineering move. The explosive force could smash a sandbag. Not to mention Ling Feng, this pale new recruit. Even an old soldier who had undergone strict training would not be able to withstand this blow. As for Yin Wang, if he were to take this punch with his body, he would probably have to lie in a hospital for more than a month to fully recover. If Ling Feng were hit by this punch, he wouldn't die, but would be seriously injured. Lei Zhan had gone overboard. The two wanted to rush forward to stop it, but it was already too late. Ling Feng saw Lei Zhan's fierce punch coming, and, disregarding his own life, a surge of anger rose in his heart. Ling Feng twisted his upper body nearly 40 degrees to avoid Lei Zhan's fierce punch. He could clearly feel the gust of wind created by the fist as it brushed past his cheek, blowing off the military cap on his head. One could imagine how great the force of Lei Zhan's punch was. Ling Feng has completely become famous. If it weren't for his own shadow boxing technique that allows him to move like the wind, being hit by his punch would have left him with only half a life. What a useless instructor. Ling Feng dodged the punch, raising his right fist, his body resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, with his physical attributes unleashing 4 times the strength in an instant. Speed and power both quadrupled. Bam! Ling Feng's fist slammed hard into Lei Zhan's shoulder. In an instant, Lei Zhan felt an overwhelming force surge from the opponent's punch, making him feel as if his body was losing control, and he was horrified. How could he be so strong? The powerful impact was too much for Lei Zhan to bear, and he staggered backward repeatedly, gritting his teeth to hold his breath. He suddenly exerted force in his lower body, using the technique of a 1,000-pound drop, and rooted his feet in a horse stance, finally stabilizing himself. However, he had already retreated nearly 10 steps. Fan Tianlei and Yin Wang were dumbfounded. What was going on? A single punch that sent Lei Zhan back dozens of steps? A rookie? The energy within Lei Zhan was chaotic, his breathing rapid, and there was a sharp pain in his shoulder. It felt like it was almost dislocated. He stared fiercely at Ling Feng, both shocked and angry. Shocked that the opponent's strength had reached such a level, forcing him back 10 steps with a single punch, and angry that the opponent dared to fight back. Lei Zhan's eyes turned cold as he drew his pistol and aimed it at Ling Feng, angrily saying, "You started this. Put down your luggage and leave the military camp immediately. Otherwise, I'll report you, and you won't even be able to stay in your original unit." During training, disobeying a superior's orders and assaulting a superior is enough to get you kicked out of the military. Fan Tianlei and Yin Wang had just recovered from the shock of Ling Feng's punch when they heard Lei Zhan's words, and they were immediately stunned. What was Lei Zhan trying to do? He was the one who threw the first punch and struck hard. If Ling Feng hadn't dodged quickly, he would probably be lying on the ground by now. However, Ling Feng did indeed land that final punch on Lei Zhan. If Lei Zhan insisted on pursuing this matter, Ling Feng's military career would truly come to an end. Fan Tianlei came back to his senses and was about to mediate when a cold voice suddenly came from behind. Only officials are allowed to set fires while the common people are not allowed to light lamps. What great official authority! Lei Zhan was about to explain, but Long Xiaoyan didn't give him chance. She leaped into the air like a dragon soaring, with an imposing momentum, and kicked toward Lei Zhan's chest in the blink of an eye. Lei Zhan was shocked and quickly crossed his fist to block his chest. Bang! Long Xiaoyan's foot struck Lei Zhan's wrist, sending his massive body flying horizontally, crashing heavily to the ground, rolling back 3 to 4 meters before he finally stabilized himself. Long Xiaoyan landed gracefully, coldly gazing at the disheveled Lei Zhan on the ground. The surroundings fell silent. Yin Wang swallowed hard. This beautiful woman was too fierce. Was today Lei Zhan's unlucky day? First, he was pushed back 10 steps by a rookie, which was embarrassing enough, and now he was kicked down by a woman. If this got out, where would Lei Zhan put his face? Who was Lei Zhan? The king of soldiers in the Southern Military Region, the captain of the Lightning Assault Team, one of the most powerful units in the Southern Military Region. If Lei Zhan wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't qualify to be this captain, nor would he be able to lead the Lightning Assault Team to accomplish mission after mission assigned by superiors. But against this beautiful female officer's attacks, Lei Zhan had no room to resist, only defending and ultimately being knocked down by her aerial kick. How humiliating. If this spread, his title as the Thunder God would be ruined. Yin Wang hurried over to help Lei Zhan up. Lei Zhan struggled to stand, spitting out a mouthful of dirt, looking extremely disheveled, with a faint pain in his chest. If he hadn't used his hands to block, he might have broken a rib or two. Damn it, an ambush. The attack was too fierce. Lei Zhan gritted his teeth and muttered. Yin Wang held back his voice, thinking, despite being beaten like this, he's still stubborn. Besides, it wasn't exactly an ambush. Who is she? Long Xiaoyun. She's the #1 woman in the capital district? Yin Wang was shocked. They knew Long Xiaoyun's name, but they didn't expect her to be so young and beautiful. Are you holding back? Lei Zhan glared at Yin Wang. Fan Tianlei hurried over to smooth things over, saying, it's all a misunderstanding. Let's not hurt everyone's feelings. Long Xiaoyun ignored Fan Tianlei and shouted to Ling Feng. Come here. What? You don't even recognize your aunt. Ling Feng originally didn't want to provoke Long Xiaoyun, so he had been avoiding her whenever he saw her. He could only brace himself and walk towards Long Xiaoyun, softly calling out Aunt. In his previous memories, Ling Feng was very afraid of Long Xiaoyun. It was simple. She was very strict with him, often resorting to various forms of corporal punishment. There were many things he couldn't do, and she trained him like a soldier. However, to be fair, this cheap aunt was quite good to Ling Feng. Before he made mistakes, she would correct him in various ways. But once he got into trouble, she was the first to jump out to defend him. The simple truth was that she was protective. Anyone who wanted to bully Ling Feng had to get through her first. Long Xiaoyun glanced at Ling Feng and said, you still know I'm your aunt. Then she turned to Lei Zhan and said coldly, sir, you once told me that instructors have their missions. You slapped Ling Feng so many times. His status isn't enough. But I can handle it. If you're not satisfied, we could try again. Fan Tianlei interjected, saying, Captain Long, you might not be fully aware of the situation. It was actually Captain Lei who was hit by Ling Feng. Lei Zhan quickly pulled Fan Tianlei back and said to Long Xiaoyun, what the sir said is true. My training methods were too impulsive, and I will definitely correct this in the future to avoid similar mistakes. Fan Tianlei was taken aback. When did Lei Zhan become so articulate? He firmly insisted it was due to training methods being too extreme, not personal reasons. These were completely different concepts. If the higher-ups decided to investigate, the most they would give Lei Zhan would be a verbal reprimand. However, if it was due to personal emotions, it could lead to a written reprimand and a deep reflection. Lei Zhan was indeed being cautious. After realizing that Long Xiaoyun was Ling Feng's aunt, he didn't want to escalate the situation, especially since he felt somewhat in the wrong. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, he swallowed his anger. Otherwise, he wouldn't care who Long Xiaoyun was. He would have fought her again, believing he could handle a woman easily. At this moment, Yin Wang was a bit stunned. This rookie, the best in off-road driving, was actually Long Xiaoyun's niece. This information was significant. Ling Feng just said that his father, a general, can't be true, right? A little soldier, a middle-aged aunt, and a general father? Yin Wang couldn't help but glance at Ling Feng. Although he was a newcomer, his strength was not weak at all. He must have started training from a young age, which laid such a solid foundation. Yin Wang suddenly understood why Ling Feng was able to knock back Lei Zhan with one punch. With such a powerful aunt watching over him, how could he not be strong? Moreover, he was very domineering, even making Lei Zhan yield. He didn't even take Chief Staff Officer Fan seriously. Long Xiaoyun ignored everyone else and pulled Ling Feng to the other side. Seeing Long Xiaoyun and Ling Feng walk away, Fan Tianlei then said to Lei Zhan, Long Xiaoyun's background is not simple. She's only in her early 20s and already a lieutenant colonel, especially in a place like the capital. Besides her personal abilities, if she wasn't valued by superiors, could she rise so quickly? It's good for young people to be passionate, but they also need to know their limits. Captain Long, let's try not to provoke her. Once the assessment is over and she leaves, we'll be relieved. Are we really going to be suppressed by her? Lei Zhan was filled with frustration. She comes from the capital, which is fine, but a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. This is on our South China Military Region's turf. Everything is for the assessment. Fan Tianlei patted Lei Zhan on the shoulder, then returned to the monitoring center with a hint of helplessness. Upon returning to the monitoring center, Fan Tianlei suddenly thought that this Ling Feng was valued by Wolf Head, right? Could it be that he has some connection with Wolf Head? This kid's background is so terrifying. Lei Zhan punched a nearby pine tree and growled in anger. Fine, I won't do it anymore. How could Yin Wang not know Lei Zhan's temper? Boss, what we military personnel hate the most is nepotism. So what if that kid has Long Xiaoyun backing him? Don't forget, the assessment training is up to us. Isn't Long Xiaoyun so impressive? We can intensify the training and fairly eliminate Ling Feng. Isn't that equivalent to giving her a slap in the face? Yin Wang comforted him. Boss, didn't you often say this to us during training? As long as there's green mountains, we don't have to worry about firewood. A real man seeks revenge in a timely manner. Intensify the training and eliminate that kid, Yin Wang said solemnly. Lei Zhan took a deep breath to calm himself down and realized he had indeed been a bit impulsive. He patted Yin Wang's shoulder and said, "Intensify the training." Only then did Yin Wang breathe a sigh of relief, truly afraid that Lei Zhan would quit out of anger. In fact, Yin Wang knew in his heart that Lei Zhan's targeting of Ling Feng was inherently unjustifiable, but there was no way around it. Lei Zhan was his brother, and he liked and ran. Yet that Ling Feng went to provoke and ran. Wasn't that intentionally making it hard for Lei Zhan? So, for the happiness of his brother, he could only find a way to eliminate Ling Feng. Let someone from the capital have nothing to say, Yin Wang said. While Yin Wang was persuading Lei Zhan to stay, on the other side of the forest, Long Xiaoyan was sizing up Ling Feng. She noticed that Ling Feng's physique was not like this before. He used to have a lot of excess fat on his stomach, but now it was completely gone. Moreover, his skin looked even fairer than before. This was a bit strange. If he had slimmed down because of hard training in the army, how could his skin still look so good after daily exposure to the scorching sun? This was just one of the changes. Ling Feng, the second-generation official from the general's mansion, had a terrible physical condition in the past. He couldn't run 100 meters without gasping for breath, crying out as if he were about to die, unable to endure even a little hardship. He had no strength at all. Lifting a 50-pound barbell twice could cramp his hands. Now he can actually carry 100 pounds, run 20 kilometers, and even carry 2 female soldiers along the way, finishing in first place. How could his aunt, who watched him grow up, not be amazed? Moreover, during his earlier encounter with Lei Zhan, his movements were incredibly agile, and his dodging techniques were quite unique. Especially when he landed the final punch on Lei Zhan, it surprisingly made Lei Zhan stumble back 10 steps. Long Xiaoyan, who just fought with Lei Zhan, was well aware of Lei Zhan's strength. If it weren't for her catching him off guard with a series of attacks that left him breathless, winning wouldn't have been so easy. Long Xiaoyan stared at Ling Feng and asked, "Do you have anything to say to me?" "What is there to say?" Ling Feng pretended to be confused. "All right, let's have a spar," Long Xiaoyan said directly, stepping back 5 or 6 steps. "Aunt, how can I fight you?" Ling Feng hurriedly refused. "No more nonsense. Get ready." Without another word, Long Xiaoyan dashed forward with quick steps, immediately launching a side kick aimed at Ling Feng's shoulder. She truly was a woman of action. Moving as soon as she said to fight, Ling Feng felt the strong wind approaching, and his body's breath flowed along with it, making his shoulders seem to soften as he effortlessly dodged Long Xiaoyan's right kick. Long Xiaoyan showed a hint of confusion. This side kick wasn't very powerful, but was fast and light, relying mainly on speed to win, making it difficult for most people to evade. Just now, Lei Zhan hadn't been able to dodge it either. Come again. After Long Xiaoyan missed, he performed a supporting leg side kick. This was the easiest move to generate power, with a clever motion and strong explosive force, creating a momentary acceleration at a more tricky angle and greater force than the previous side kick. However, Ling Feng's light figure dodged it once more. For the third move, an airborne side kick. Apart from being reserved in the target area, Long Xiaoyan unleashed all his speed and strength. The result was a complete miss. This move was supposed to be a chain kick, hitting once and then following up with successive kicks until the opponent couldn't bear it, just like Lei Zhan had been kicked away. But Long Xiaoyan's first kick missed, and the second kick also missed, rendering all his attacks ineffective. Long Xiaoyan had failed to land 3 consecutive moves, and his heart sank in shock. These 3 moves were enough to prove Ling Feng's strength. His ability to hold out against Lei Zhan for so long without being defeated was definitely not due to luck. Long Xiaoyan stopped testing and fixed his gaze on Ling Feng, saying, "Tell me, how did you do it?" Ling Feng knew it was impossible to keep everything to himself. Otherwise, it would only make Long Xiaoyan more suspicious. So, he deliberately put on a mysterious demeanor, looked around to confirm there was no one else, and then spoke up. "Aunt, actually I don't know what is going on. During my time in the troupe, I was often stimulated by Commander Feng, pushed to strengthen my training. After that, my body started to improve. The excess fat disappeared, my strength increased a lot, and I became faster at running. Even more strangely, my eyesight improved, and I can see far away. Aunt, is there something wrong with my body? I don't dare to tell anyone else." Ling Feng put on a puzzled expression as he looked at Long Xiaoyan. Long Xiaoyan thought for a moment, and then said very seriously to Ling Feng, "Your body has undergone a genetic mutation." Ling Feng was taken aback. How is that possible? Long Xiaoyan said, what so-called special forces training really does is push the body's potential to be unleashed, surpassing the physical limits of normal people. Every special forces soldier, from snipers to observers, demolition experts, and so on, undergoes slight genetic mutations. For example, after a period of rigorous training, a sniper's pupils and retinas undergo slight changes, thereby improving vision. As for me, after enhanced training, the meridians in my legs are very powerful, which is why my leg attacks are so strong. Theoretically, this can also be considered a genetic mutation. So that's how it is. This kind of genetic mutation varies from person to person. Not everyone will experience significant changes. That's why some soldiers excel after training, while others do not meet the requirements. Long Xiaoyan continued to explain. Moreover, this genetic alteration usually shows obvious changes in specific areas. For instance, a sniper's shooting ability is reflected in the genetic changes in their eyes. Your situation is quite rare. It seems that your genetic mutation is quite significant, which is why your entire body has undergone changes, Long Xiaoyan concluded. Will there be any side effects? Will I turn into a monster? Long Xiaoyan pondered for a moment and said, if the genetic changes are too drastic, theoretically, it could lead to the existence of superhumans, as seen in movies. However, the probability of that happening is essentially zero. So, you don't need to worry about that. Ling Feng recalled the excruciating pain he experienced during his first 2 transformations with the essence of the devil fruit, to the point where he almost fainted. It was likely due to genetic modification, causing drastic changes in his body, awakening special abilities. This was similar to what Long Xiaoyan said about enhancing training to unlock the body's potential and alter genes. Both approaches led to the same outcome. However, the transformation with the essence of the devil fruit was more thorough and had greater effects. By the way, don't I still have a thorn devil fruit essence? I can undergo another body modification. At that moment, Ling Feng suddenly remembered. After analyzing everything, Long Xiaoyan had a basic understanding of Ling Feng's situation, which was a good thing for her. Otherwise, being burdened by the label of a useless person every day would be tough on her. She suddenly looked closely at Ling Feng. Ling Feng felt a bit embarrassed and said, Aunt, you don't need to look at me like that, do you? Is there rice on my face? Why is your skin so good? Did you slack off when you were in the team? A man with such good skin makes Long Xiaoyan envious. Of course, Long Xiaoyan's skin isn't bad either. It's particularly smooth, a kind of rosy white. This is not only due to her natural beauty and good skin base, but also her regular maintenance. However, despite that, she still falls short compared to Ling Feng. I don't know what is going on. Could it be a genetic mutation? Ling Feng pretended to say, directly attributing the special effects of the slippery fruit to genetic mutation. Long Xiaoyan chuckled and said, how come all this good luck falls on you? I'm quite frustrated too. Okay, often mistaken for a handsome guy living off others, sigh, Ling Feng sighed. Getting a bargain and pretending to be innocent, Long Xiaoyan teased. Seeing Ling Feng like this made Long Xiaoyan feel quite gratified. In fact, given Ling Feng's family background, he shouldn't have to live such a hard life. It was just that his general father was strict and threw Ling Feng into the army to fend for himself. So, not many people in the military district should know Ling Feng's true identity. Work harder in the future. Don't slack off, okay? Long Xiaoyan finally said. Yes, Aunt. Return to the team. Yes. Long Xiaoyan left first. Ling Feng returned to the original spot and saw that only a few veterans, like Bing Pai and Long Feng, had completed the assessment, while the others were nowhere to be found. Seeing that it was still early, he chose a spot near the restroom, planning to use the essence of the thorn demon fruit for transformation. He carefully examined the surroundings. There were no cameras installed, and no one was around. So he prepared to use the fruit. Time was of the essence. He had to improve his strength. Ling Feng secretly thought. He could easily guess that Lei Zhan must be feeling jealous because he saw himself walking so closely with Enran, which was why he targeted him. Ling Feng had no feelings for Lei Zhan at all. According to the plot development, Enran ultimately dies at his hands. A man who can't even protect his own woman is nothing but a useless coward. Therefore, Ling Feng would definitely not let such a thing happen. Lei Zhan seems magnanimous, but he is actually petty at heart. After this conflict, he certainly won't let it go easily and will think of all sorts of ways to deal with me. He might not dare to act in the dark, but he will definitely come at me openly, such as intensifying training assessments or setting up various more extreme projects, and so on. In short, he is the training instructor, and he can use whatever training methods he wants, even if they are excessively harsh. They will still be labeled as high standards. By then, Long Xiaoyan won't be able to help, so I will have to rely on myself. The stronger and more capable I become, the easier it will be to deal with Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan, the king of soldiers? Just wait. One day, I will beat you to the ground. As for Enran, don't even think about it. Ling Feng shot a confident glance. After thinking this through, he focused his attention on the thorn devil fruit. He was very familiar with this type of devil fruit. The user of the thorn devil fruit, Miss Doublefinger, is a stunning woman with a devilish figure and wild hair. With the thorn devil fruit, she can sprout sharp spikes from her hands and feet, which would be as fine as a sewing needle, easily piercing through hard stone and even steel plates. She can use various attack methods, such as thorn trample, thorn fingers, Taylor's thorn, thorn stab, thorn morningstar, and so on. It can be said that her whole body is a weapon, even her hair. Her strength is incredibly terrifying. And what impressed Ling Feng the most was her swaggering walk and powerful aura, instantly recognizable as a woman with a strong personality. When she first appeared in the world of One Piece, she brutally defeated Nami, leaving her in a pitiful state. If it weren't for Nami's protagonist, aura, she would have been done for a long time ago. Just imagine, if the user of the Thorn Devil Fruit were on a real battlefield, how could Nami have the chance to familiarize herself with the usage of her climb attack? Instant kill. Ling Feng was very much looking forward to it, wondering if sharp spikes would erupt all over his body when he activated it. If that were the case, a slap to Lei Zhan's face would be more than just a red handprint. Of course, it would be best if it only happened during activation, and not have spikes all over his body. However, thinking it through, it probably wouldn't happen. There hadn't been any excessive changes in the previous few times. Activate. Ling Feng gritted his teeth and made a choice. In an instant, a sharp pain surged through his entire body again, the veins on his forehead bulging, and the muscles all over his body twisted visibly, as if a tide of pain was attacking Ling Feng's mind. Unable to control the pain, he let out a beast-like roar from his throat. Ding! The host has used the essence of the thorn fruit to transform. Fortunately, this pain did not last long. In just a few dozen seconds, but even so, Ling Feng felt as if he had died once, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. This sensation was truly unbearable. He wondered what kind of ability he would gain. A faint, grim smile appeared at the corner of Ling Feng's eye. However, his smile gradually turned resolute. One must endure hardships to become a superior person. While Ling Feng was transforming his body with the essence of the thorn devil fruit, Lung Feng, Xiao Bing, Yu Fei, and several other veterans had already completed their weighted cross-country run, with only Sure Samba yet to finish, but he should be close. The group sat under a tree to rest, their faces filled with frustration, having been surpassed by a rookie. This was a humiliation for them. What background does that rookie have? He even gave me a thumbs up when he passed me. It infuriated me. Yu Fei said indignantly. I can't figure it out. When he ran beside me, a gust of wind followed. It's strange. How could he catch up from such a distance? Is he made of iron? Xiao Bing remarked. Lung Feng recalled the pretentious words Ling Feng had said in the car, and said, this rookie named Ling Feng is particularly good at showing off. Almost creating a kind of aura. He must have been planning how to show off in front of us to make us take notice. Sigh, I don't quite understand. His skin is even better than a woman's. By the way, he is also particularly familiar with a beautiful female soldier with big eyes. They have developed a tacit understanding. What a pity, that big-eyed female soldier is truly beautiful, and her skin is great too. Lung Feng showed an envious look. Probably not just one. You didn't see on the road just now? He was carrying two, both very beautiful with good figures. By the way, there was also one running alongside him. Pure and ethereal, Xiao Bing said excitedly. Speaking of women, you all get excited. What does it have to do with you? They've all been snatched by that rookie. Yu Fei complained. At this moment, they finally saw Sure Samba running towards them from not far away. This was the fifth lap. Samba, go for it. Lung Feng shouted. Sure Samba had a black line appear on his forehead and shouted, can you show a little restraint? Yu Fei and the others burst into laughter. Following behind was a rookie. Such speed, Yu Fei exclaimed in surprise. The one chasing Sure Samba was none other than He Cheng Wang. He Cheng Wang began to accelerate and sprint forward. At this point, he can still sprint? This rookie is impressive. Xiao Bing marveled. Samba, hurry up. That salted fish behind you is about to overtake you. How could Sure Samba not know? He tried to shake him off all the way, but he couldn't. Now that he had run to this extent, Sure Samba was already out of strength and couldn't run any faster. Surpassed. In the last 10 meters, He Cheng Wang finally overtook Sure Samba and reached the finish line. Rookie, not bad. You should be the strongest among the newcomers, except for Ling Feng. Lung Feng walked over to the panting He Cheng Wang and smiled. One day I will surpass him. He Cheng Wang exhaled a breath of hot air and said, I believe you can do it. After Sure Samba reached the finish line, he collapsed onto the grass, feeling like his lungs were about to burst. Samba, Aren't you embarrassed? You lost to 2 rookies. How will you mix with the veterans in the future? You might as well go home and hold your child. Ling Feng joked. Nonsense. 50 steps laugh at 100 steps. Weren't you also overtaken by a rookie? Sure, Samba retorted. It's different. Yes, not human, you know? They're carrying something on one shoulder and a forehead on the other. What's the difference? Suddenly, from another part of the forest, a sound similar to a beast's cry echoed, as if something had fallen into a trap and was injured. Ling Feng's eyes lit up and said, Wild beasts in the mountains? We didn't even eat breakfast. Do you want to eat me? Of course. I'm starving. Sure, Samba immediately regained his strength. It might be a wild boar. Let's go. Ling Feng and the others rushed toward the direction of the beast's cry. At this moment, Ling Feng was drenched in sweat, barely managing to stand up, taking deep breaths. Each use of the essence was a process of rebirth. Thorn, come out. Ling Feng tried to use his mind to control his hands to produce thorns, but after a long time, there was no reaction. Why is that? Ling Feng waved his hand and tried a few more times, but still nothing. Could it be that his attention wasn't focused enough? Ling Feng concentrated, but still had no reaction. Then, he tried his feet, but there was still no response. Ling Feng hurriedly checked his personal attributes and found that they hadn't changed at all. They were still 4. Did he encounter a counterfeit version? It would be fine if there were no thorns, but why didn't his attributes increase at all? System, why didn't the thorns appear? Ling Feng said, somewhat frustrated. What thorns? The system replied innocently. You know, the kind that can pop out like what Mrs. Dual Fingers have. Mrs. Dual Fingers is correct. But the host doesn't have that function. The system said again innocently. Host, you may have misunderstood. The Thorn Devil Fruit is quite special. It doesn't bring about changes in the host's physical attributes, but grants the host a special ability to discern positions by sound. In the world of OnePiece, Mrs. Dual Fingers are very sensitive to direction and can determine the opponent's location through subtle sounds, leaving the opponent nowhere to hide. This ability can be used for ambush or defense. Ling Feng thought for a moment and realized that there was indeed something in Mrs. Introduction that referred to this. But would it be useful for him? After communicating with the system and understanding the method of using sound localization, Ling Feng tried to listen to the sounds in front of him. The key to sound localization lies in the eardrum, which helps to determine the location of the sound source through the vibrations it receives. Ling Feng, after the transformation by the Thorn Demon Fruit, underwent the most significant modification at the eardrum, making it more sensitive. This means, as Long Xiaoyan said, that his auditory genes have mutated, reaching an extraordinary level. Therefore, he can determine the location of the sound source from subtle sounds, such as the calls of birds, the sounds of insects, and the sound of insects flapping their wings. I can identify their locations. Ling Feng quickly sensed it. He excitedly listened further away and suddenly heard someone speaking from the eastern direction. The roar just now came from the front, so it must be right. If he moved a little faster and found the wild boar, he would have roasted pork to eat. Ling Feng recognized one of the voices as Cold Feng. Wild boar? Ling Feng thought for a moment and realized that they had mistaken the sound of his earlier cries for the call of a wild boar. After a while, the figures of Ling Feng and the others appeared faintly in Ling Feng's line of sight. At least 500 meters away, Ling Feng can approximately judge distances. In other words, Ling Feng can hear faint sound from 500 meters away and accurately determine the location of where they occurred, which is quite terrifying. It's equivalent to a 500-meter early warning. According to previous plots, Ling Feng remembers that during Hell Week, instructors would have many surprise attacks, and this ability allows him to hear from far away and distinguish various tones. What a timely reign! Ling Feng's eyes lit up. After a little while, Ling Feng and the others ran to Ling Feng's side. At first, they ignored him, but after searching around and not finding any wild animals, they approached Ling Feng. Did you see any beasts nearby just now? Did you hide them? Ling Feng glanced at Ling Feng, having been repeatedly overshadowed by this kid. Ling Feng was quite unhappy and had been looking for an opportunity to teach Ling Feng a lesson, but he had never found the right moment. This position was just right, and there were no cameras around, so how could he not take advantage of it? Ling Feng shook his head, turned to leave, but was suddenly grabbed by his arm by Ling Feng, who coldly said, "Just because you run first, do you think you're strong?" Ling Feng shook off Ling Feng's hand and said casually, "That doesn't mean anything. It's not that I'm strong, but that you are too weak." Upon hearing this, Xiaobing, Shi Samba, Ban Zhuang, and others felt like their lungs were about to explode from anger. "Rookie, you're quite arrogant. You probably don't know the rules in the army. Do you? You're the first newcomer to dare speak to veterans like this," Xiaobing said coldly. "Today's newcomers are really becoming more and more outrageous, not knowing how to respect their elders. If we don't teach you a lesson, You might not understand the severity of the situation in the future, Yu Fei added. Rookie, my name is Sure Samba. Do you know what others say about me? Sure Samba straightened his back, raised his fist, and his muscles bulged. Samba, Ling Feng replied. Damn it. Sure Samba exploded in anger. Ling Feng's words hit his anger point right on. What annoyed him the most was when others called him by his name without the character Sure. Kid, you're itching for a fight. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll never know how a newcomer should behave. Sure Samba gritted his teeth and said, How I behave is none of your business. Get out of the way. A bunch of defeated subordinates, still having the nerve to brag. What's so great about being a veteran? Ling Feng said coldly. Ling Feng laughed heartily from the side, his eyes revealing a sharp gaze. It was the first time he had seen such an arrogant newcomer when he first joined the army. Even if he was full of thorns and didn't back down from anyone, he never openly went against veterans like this. He Qingguang, seeing Ling Feng actually speaking to the veteran like that, said, Ling Feng, how can you talk to a veteran like that? Apologize quickly. Otherwise, I'll take you down a notch. Ling Feng frowned, wondering how He Qingguang could also act like a punk. If it were Cold Feng, the soldier with a rebellious streak, it would be one thing, but how could He Qingguang, the protagonist with a halo, a second-generation red from a prominent family, also behave like this? Get lost. Ling Feng spat out a single word. He Qingguang was taken aback. He actually told him to get lost? An arrogant He Qingguang was preparing to teach this new recruit, who didn't understand any rules, a lesson to make him remember. Unexpectedly, Cold Feng suddenly intervened, reaching out to grab Ling Feng's collar. Ling Feng didn't dodge at all and directly threw a punch at Ling Feng. Ling Feng never expected Ling Feng to greet him with a punch without any warning. The distance between them was already close, and moreover, Ling Feng's palm was already extended halfway out. He pressed down with his right hand and raised his left hand, intending to catch Ling Feng's arm midway. But Ling Feng's punch was too fast, and he couldn't grab it, nor could he dodge. There was a loud smack. Ling Feng's fist slammed into Ling Feng's shoulder. In the next moment, Ling Feng felt an overwhelming force continuously pouring from the opponent's fist. His body couldn't withstand such power and was hurled away like a swing, crashing to the ground and rolling out several large circles before finally coming to a stop. Yu Fei, Sure Samba, Xiao Bing, and the others were dumbfounded. What's going on? Sure Samba rubbed his eyes, wondering how Ling Feng could have lost all his strength. Ling Feng weighed over 150 jin. Could you really punch him that far? Xiao Bing said. Sure Dafen shook his head. This rookie is indeed a bit strong. The power in his hands is probably greater than any of us. Ling Feng underestimated his opponent and fell for it, Yu Fei said. Ling Feng, are you okay? Sure Dafen shouted towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng spat out some grass, pretending to be relaxed as he stood up, but his shoulder was actually in excruciating pain. Gritting his teeth, he said, I'm not dead. You took me by surprise with a sneak attack, but your strength is indeed quite impressive. Ling Feng said coldly as he loosened his shoulder. Ling Feng knew very well that in the military, it has always been a practice for veterans to find opportunities to toughen up new recruits under the guise of helping them grow quickly. For example, veterans would make newcomers do frog jumps at the door in the middle of the night while naked to strengthen their willpower, or pour a bucket of cold water on them when they entered to train their reaction ability. This has become a habit, and even the instructor Lei Zhan was almost the same way. Ling Feng had always been fearless, so since he had already provoked them, he decided to go all the way. He turned to the veterans and said, if you guys are dissatisfied with me, feel free to come at me together. What? Xiao Bing and the others burst into laughter. Newbie, you're really overestimating yourself. Let me tell you, having strength is an advantage, but fighting isn't just about being strong. Ban Zhuang cracked his knuckles. He Qingguang quickly grabbed Ling Feng and said, don't be reckless. Apologize and leave now. If it really comes to a fight, you definitely won't be their match. He Qingguang was sincere this time. He had encountered too many veterans and knew that even he, a martial arts champion, wouldn't stand a chance in a fight. After all, they had been on the battlefield and might have even killed people. They surely had many tricks up their sleeves. Ling Feng was relying on his strength, which would definitely backfire on him, out of consideration for the new recruits. He Qingguang didn't want to see Ling Feng get beaten too badly. Xiao Bing and the others quickly surrounded Ling Feng. Newbie, do you know what happens when you offend veterans? Ling Feng sneered. We once had a rookie just like you who was even more arrogant. In the end, he was thrown into a latrine during training and became obedient. Tell me, if you were thrown into the latrine, would you be a bit more polite to the veterans? Now, here's your chance. Do you see that restroom? Go in there and squat for half an hour and we can pretend nothing happened. Xiao Bing, Yu Fei, Ba, and Ban Zhuang all started warming up, their joints cracking. You're talking too much, Ling Feng said lightly. Facing Lung Feng and the other 5, Ling Feng showed no fear. His attributes had broken through by 4 points, equating to 4 times that of an ordinary person. His speed and strength exceeded all of theirs. And with shadow fighting technique and sound localization, his power was doubled. If it weren't for those techniques, Ling Feng wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Naturally, if they insisted on coming at him, he would just treat it as practice. Of course, Ling Feng didn't want to cause trouble, but since trouble had found him, he wanted to resolve it all at once to avoid more issues later. Lung Feng smiled sinisterly and pointed at Ling Feng, saying, "You've got guts." Yu Fei and the others had a line of black thread appear on their foreheads. It had been a long time since they dealt with such an arrogant rookie, and their hands were itching. Plus, Ling Feng had stolen their thunder by being the top in the cross-country race, which definitely displeased the higher-ups. They would inevitably take their frustrations out on him, and this bill would certainly be counted against Ling Feng. "My bones are itching." The 5 stood in the 4 cardinal directions, clenching their fists, eager to disregard their status and rush forward to beat this clueless kid into a pulp. "Kid, do you really think you can fight us with those little skills of yours? Don't joke around." Shirt of Fan gritted his teeth. "Our patience is limited. Go squat in the latrine now, or we'll beat you into a pulp." Suddenly, Ling Feng launched an attack. This was the first time Ling Feng had taken the initiative. Before, he had only been responding passively, especially during his encounters with Lei Zhan. However, fighting Lei Zhan wasn't without its benefits. Constantly dodging had accumulated quite a bit of experience for Ling Feng, and after exchanging 3 moves with Long Xiaoyun, he had also picked up some kicking techniques. Ling Feng pivoted on his left foot, his right leg flying up and sweeping toward Lung Feng and the other 5. There were 5 loud, cracking sounded kicks. Centered around Ling Feng, Lung Feng and the others were sent flying outwards like petals, landing in a nearby patch of weeds with a series of thuds. He Guang watched in shock. Was it really that simple? Ling Feng's move indeed had a bit of luck involved, mainly because Cold Front and his group of veterans were hesitant to act simultaneously due to their identities, and they did not give Ling Feng enough attention. While Ling Feng was gathering strength and considering how to attack, they still put on a dominant attitude, pointing fingers at him. Ling Feng's move was just an attempt, combining Long Xiaoyun's sidekick with the flexibility of shadowboxing, utilizing speed and power to take down his opponent in one strike. He Guang, a martial arts expert and national champion, immediately recognized the brilliance of Ling Feng's kick. The speed was fast, and just as the kick approached his opponent's body, it suddenly exerted force a second time, making this attack very deceptive. What impressive leg technique! He Guang examined Ling Feng again. If he encountered this move, even with preparation, he might not be able to withstand it. Xiao Bing and the others had suffered a hidden loss. Just as He Guang judged, they saw Ling Feng's kick coming and thought that the speed and power of the strike didn't seem strong enough for them to withstand. But who would have thought that this kid would play dirty? One by one, they fell into the grass. They quickly flipped like carp and stood up again, spitting out the grass in their mouths. "He is very strong. Don't capsize in the gutter," Xiao Bing said in a deep voice. The others immediately put away their dismissive attitudes and couldn't afford to act like veterans. "Let's beat this kid first," Lung Feng shouted. The 5 quickly surrounded Ling Feng and launched their attack. Lung Feng and Yu Fei attacked head-on, with Lung Feng skilled in boxing targeting Ling Feng's upper body and Yu Fei kicking at Ling Feng's lower body, 2 gusts of wind striking at the same time. Ling Feng's footsteps slipped and his upper body swayed, strangely forming a curve similar to an S, almost gliding along the trajectory of their punches and steps, easily dodging both of their attacks. What kind of technique is this? He Guang was taken aback. Ling Feng's figure resembled drunken boxing, yet didn't, feeling soft and pliable, like a willow branch floating in midair. Ling Feng's ears twitched slightly as a punch came from the center of his back. The fist cut through the air, creating a slight vibration that reached Cold Feng's ears. In front of his waist, there was also the sound of air friction, as well as from the direction of his left calf. The ability to discern position by sound was indeed formidable, whether the opponent threw a punch or kicked. The moment they struck, the friction with the air produced even the slightest sound, which could not escape Ling Feng's developed hearing, allowing him to accurately determine the direction of the sound. Friction produces sound, and sound is continuous. Through this continuity, Ling Feng could also judge the trajectory of the attack. It was as if Ling Feng's back had eyes, his body swaying left and right like a willow branch, easily dodging the attacks from Samba, Xiaobing, and Ban Zhuang coming from behind. He Chun Guang's eyes widened, and in the next second, what he saw nearly made him kneel. Ling Feng dodged the attacks from the three behind him, executing a 360-degree sweep kick at an even faster speed than before. Bang, 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 bang. The five of them flew out almost simultaneously and crashed into the grass again. They quickly got back up, each feeling an immense sense of shock. The first time could be attributed to carelessness, but the second time they had already put away their underestimation and were on high alert for his surprise attacks. Yet, they still couldn't defend against him, and the way they looked at Ling Feng began to change. His evasion technique was very unique, somewhat resembling Tai Chi. It was uncanny. It seemed as though his back had eyes, continuously avoiding attacks from the three of us. It was quite interesting, and I really want to know how he did it. Xiao Bing said in a deep voice, rubbing his shoulder. His leg techniques were also quite special. A martial artist. That guy could be so arrogant, but he indeed had the ability to back it up. Sure, Samba was not afraid of arrogance. What he feared was those who acted big without the ability to do so. It had been a long time since he had such a satisfying fight. This time, he was determined to make it enjoyable. Let's go again. Ling Feng clenched his fists, this time putting Ling Feng on an equal footing. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, an urgent assembly whistle sounded from afar. Everyone gathered, and the first soldiers to arrive had already recovered after a short rest. The later arrivals had almost no time to rest before starting to line up. Many stood, trembling uncontrollably, and several female soldiers couldn't hold on and fainted, getting eliminated on the spot. If anyone can't handle it, you can withdraw directly. Otherwise, fainting is another way to exit. Lei Zan shouted. After standing under the scorching sun for an hour without anyone fainting, Lei Zhan ordered a head count. In the end, only 255 people remained, meaning more than 30 had been eliminated, a ratio of 1/10. With a poker face, Lei Zhan coldly stared at everyone and said in a mechanical voice, "Congratulations on passing the first round of assessment. However, don't celebrate too early. This is just an appetizer. The real training is just beginning. Next, it will be Hell Week. Out of the 265 people here, only 24 will be able to stay." Lei Zhan's voice turned cold. Everyone's expressions changed. Originally a team of 300, only 24 would be selected in the end, meaning an elimination rate of over 90%. Such a high elimination rate was outrageous. Therefore, only the strongest, those who could endure until the end, would remain. Lei Zhan walked back and forth, his icy gaze sweeping over each person. In this week's training, your sleep time will not exceed 4 hours a day. The rest of the time will be spent training or preparing for training. Some of you may even die because anything can happen during training. In my concept, I only need robots to execute orders. I only need to hear you answer yes. I've finished speaking. If you have any questions, you may report them, Lei Zhan concluded. Lei Zhan's sharp gaze scanned everyone. Just as Ling Feng had expected, Lei Zhan would definitely increase the difficulty of various trainings. But so what? With his physical attributes reaching 4, possessing Enel's heart network sensing ability, Crocodile's drought-resistant skill, and Moonlight Moria's shadow fighting techniques, after 3 enhancements from the Devil Fruit Essence, his body had been transformed into a robotic-like existence. Therefore, Ling Feng was not afraid of any challenges, but others were different. When He Cheng Wang and others heard that the sleep time was only 4 hours a day for 7 consecutive days, their expressions began to show signs of unease. Moreover, the rest of the time would still be in training mode. Such a training method would be difficult even for an Iron Man to endure. Report, a female soldier shouted. Speak, I protest. This harsh training method is unscientific. It is a suicidal training method. I request a change in the training time. We cannot have less than 6 hours of sleep each day. Report complete. The female soldier shouted. Is there anyone else who wants to speak? Lei Zhan asked. Report. Another male soldier said. Speak. Will there really be deaths? Is there anyone else who wants to speak? Lei Zhan asked again. After 10 seconds, no one continued to ask questions. Lei Zhan sneered coldly and said, "If anyone doubts this training method, you can choose to withdraw. Do you think you are here on vacation? Is this a place for you to relax? Let me tell you, this is hell, not paradise." Everyone fell silent. Additionally, I might as well clearly tell you that every Special Forces assessment training will result in casualties. Moreover, the casualty rate is higher than the pass rate. Lei Zhan said, "Also, during the training process, we will continuously ambush you, using toxic tear gas." Instantly, Cold Phone and the other veterans' faces changed dramatically. Although the tear gas with toxins was not fatal, it could cause significant harm to the body in an instant, requiring a long time to recover. To use such a perverse method, was this Lei Zhan insane? The veterans began to feel tense. As for the new recruits, Many girls turn pale with fear and immediately reconsider their decision. Seeing many people showing fear in their eyes, Lei Zhan revealed a hint of a cold smile. He aimed to instill terror in everyone. Finally, Lei Zhan's gaze fell on Ling Feng, noticing that the kid remained calm and composed, revealing a hint of surprise. This kid is pretending so deeply. He probably thinks he will receive special treatment because of Long Xiaoyan, so he feels fearless. I will let him know what targeting means. At that time, he will definitely not be able to hold on and will leave the team automatically. Lei Zhan simply added fuel to the fire, suddenly speaking in a somewhat comforting tone. Everyone, in the past, people only wrote their wills when they were about to die. But with the level of training this time, you can refer to the training methods of the Siberian concentration camps. Have you heard of this concentration camp? Siberian concentration camp? A pale-faced male soldier murmured to himself. The Siberian concentration camp, also known as the Siberian Black Boxing Training Concentration Camp, is regarded as one of the most terrifying training bases in the world. The training there can be described as perverse and bloody. It is said that boxers entering the training camp are required to complete 300 deep squats with a weight of 100 pounds within an hour and break a 40-centimeter wooden stake within 3 hours. Then, they must fight barehanded against 6 wolf dogs in a confined space. Those who are seriously injured or die are all buried, and anyone who refuses to train is executed on the spot. Boxers over 90 kilograms must achieve over 300 kilograms in squats, and anyone who fails to meet the standard is shot dead. Coaches often sneak into the boxers' dormitories while they sleep and whip them. Boxers sometimes run around a 500-meter training ground for 3 hours, then crawl up 100 meters of stairs. Those who cannot complete the tasks are beaten severely or killed on the spot. Sometimes, boxers who make mistakes are locked in with a grizzly bear for 20 minutes. In short, this is a purgatory on Earth. Many soldiers present had heard of this perverse training camp and shuddered at the thought. Would this insane instructor really use such cruel methods to train them? Lei Zhan glanced at the time and said, "Do not doubt every word I say. Considering that you might not make it through Hell Week, write your last will today." Suddenly, the entire team was in an uproar. Lei Zhan announced coldly, "From now on, those whose names are called will step forward to receive their code, pen, and paper, and prepare to write their last will." The originally noisy team immediately fell silent. Could it be that the instructor was serious? Some female soldiers began to break down internally, suppressing their fear and anxiety. Carrying 50 kilograms for 20 kilometers had nearly crushed their bodies, and this was just the beginning. One could imagine how terrifying the rest would be. Most importantly, only 24 people would be able to pass in the end, which meant that most would be eliminated. The first one, Ling Feng, stepped forward. Ling Feng took the first step out of the team and confidently walked up to Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan looked at Ling Feng, who stood before him with great spirit, and a hint of coldness appeared in the corner of his eye. He lowered his voice and said, "Because of you, the assessment has been fully upgraded. Even if your aunt is Long Xiaoyan, she can't save you. You better write your will. This might be the last time you write a letter, rookie number 1. Ling Feng stared directly at Lei Zhan and said, "We'll see. Turn around." Lei Zhan commanded. Ling Feng turned around, and Lei Zhan personally took a white cloth with the words rookie number 1 written on it and stuck it on Ling Feng's back. "Rookie no. 1 wishes you good luck." Ling Feng walked back to the team with a pen and paper. The second one, Cold Wind, rookie number 2. Cold Wind was labeled rookie number 2, and as he passed by Ling Feng, he wore a smug expression and whispered, "Rookie number 1, it seems you've offended the instructor. You're doomed." His observation skills were sharp. He noticed a strong dissatisfaction in Lei Zhan's eyes. Although he couldn't hear what they said, it was clear that it was definitely not encouraging words. This was definitely good news for Cold Wind. What would be the consequences of offending the instructor during training? Cold Wind had a deep understanding of that. When he was tortured by Long Xiaoyan, Cold Wind felt like he wanted to die and had no idea how he managed to endure until now. He had also heard about Lei Zhan's training methods. He was definitely a tough character, not any less formidable than Long Xiaoyan. If Ling Feng falls into Lei Zhan's hands, what will happen next? He will definitely be brutally beaten. Thinking of this, Ling Feng felt an indescribable pleasure. Ling Feng retorted, "Isn't the grass enough to chew on?" Cold Feng snorted and walked away. Third, Yu Fei, rookie number 3. Fourth, Xiao Bing, rookie number 4. Soon, everyone received pens and paper and returned to the line. "Sit down. Start writing," Lei Zhan commanded. Everyone sat on the ground, one hand stacking the paper on their knees and the other hand holding the pen to start writing. Lei Zhan continued, "You must write clearly in the letter, preferably some happy things. You can write to your parents, your relatives, or even to your girlfriend or boyfriend. However, I emphasize that you absolutely cannot write anything related to the military or training information. Make sure to write well. Writing a will is a very serious matter. Once you write a will, life and death are left to fate. Of course, if anyone wants to give up, now is still the time. Otherwise, once you start training, you will become a machine, until this machine's parts are all scattered. Lei Zhan's powerful voice echoed through the line. A female soldier, sitting on the ground, tears streaming down her face, began to write her will, her small hands trembling uncontrollably. After writing a few lines, she couldn't hold back and broke down in tears. Soon, many female soldiers began to cry loudly while writing, filling the entire area with sobs. He Chengwang took a deep breath and then said to Wang Yanbing and Li Erniu, "Write." Then he began to write his will without any hesitation. Li Erniu widened his eyes, and, seeing He Chengwang writing, he also started to write. In his heart, He Chengwang was his idol. If He Chengwang wasn't afraid of death, what was there for him to be afraid of? He began to nervously write a letter to Suihua. Wang Yanbing scoffed. "What's the worst that can happen? Dying on the battlefield? What are we afraid of? In 18 years, we'll be heroes again." Just then, Lei Zhan passed by and coldly said, "Don't worry, there won't be a horse. Sometimes on the battlefield, you might not even find a body." Wang Yanbing immediately fell silent but still picked up the pen to write. "Rookies, write sincerely. This may be your last chance to write to your loved ones. Write down anything you didn't dare to say before, or else there won't be another opportunity. And as for confessing to a girl, there's no need for that. Don't burden her," Lei Zhan continued. "Report." A female soldier with red eyes stood up. "Speak." "I apply to withdraw from the Special Forces training. I can't accept this enhanced, inhumane training," the female soldier finally shouted with a choked voice. "I agree to your application," Lei Zhan said. "Is there anyone else? It's still possible to apply now." Soon, more and more female soldiers chose to withdraw, and some male soldiers reluctantly chose to withdraw as well. 15 people have withdrawn. "Who is the 16th? Lei Zhan shouted, deliberately letting his gaze fall on Ling Feng. Ling Feng picked up the pen and was about to write when a crisp voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding! The host has accepted the Hell weekly assessment task. Successfully completing the assessment rewards 200 experience points." 200 experience points? Isn't that half of the required experience points? It takes 400 points to level up next. And completing this task can earn him 200 points, which is a whole half. How can Ling Feng not be excited? He is so eager to level up. And once he does, he will gain a ton of benefits and be able to choose skills. Just thinking about it makes Ling Feng excited. The key is that these 200 experience points are almost like a gift. Ling Feng stood up directly and strode towards the registration desk. Everyone's gaze turned to Ling Feng. Did he finish so quickly? Or was he ready to give up? It seemed he was about to give up. He Chengguang looked up at Ling Feng with a hint of confusion. What does he want to do? Ling Feng was somewhat surprised to see Ling Feng finish so quickly. Did he come to a conclusion that fast? Amid the puzzled looks from everyone, Ling Feng handed in his blank letter of resignation and said in a very domineering manner, "I have no resignation letter because I will not fail." Suddenly, the surroundings fell into silence. From Ling Feng's face, everyone saw immense confidence and dominance. They were all stunned. Is he so sure he can pass the assessment? Lei Zhan raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "Confidence is good, but getting slapped in the face is not." Ling Feng ignored Lei Zhan's turn and returned to the team. Lei Zhan called the members of the Thunder Assault team, who had been standing aside, to step forward. Zhan Wan, Duan Bao, Xiao Mi Feng, and others walked up one by one, forming a line, standing with their hands behind their backs and staring at everyone. The few of them exuded a fierce, killing intent, and although they didn't speak, they radiated an oppressive aura. The morale of the hundreds of new recruits was instantly overshadowed by them. How strong! Ling Feng's heart trembled. If he were a veteran, he would be very familiar with this feeling. These people must have undergone the most brutal training and have killed before. Otherwise, they couldn't possibly emit such a terrifying aura. They have definitely killed. Ling Feng was 100 certain. Yin Wang stepped forward and shouted loudly, "In your previous company, you were just playing around, not worth mentioning at all. And now, standing in front of you are instructors who have killed no less than 10 terrorists. Have you ever killed anyone? Do you know what it feels like to take a life?" Yin Wang's sharp gaze swept over everyone, and he shouted, "Have you experienced the moment when a sniper bullet blows open the enemy's forehead with blood and brain matter exploding everywhere? You have never had such opportunities before. But as a Special Forces soldier, the situation you will face is either you make the enemy's head bloom, or your own head blooms. Have you ever eaten wild animals raw? Field mice, snakes, earthworms, insects, and so on. You probably haven't, but they have. When on a mission to survive, they can eat anything just to conserve energy and complete the final task. They are soldiers who have crawled out of the gates of hell time and time again. Yin Wang's resonant voice shook everyone's eardrums. Everyone's expression changed. They had heard about special forces before, but their understanding was merely based on online information. This was the first time they were hearing these things directly from Special Forces soldier. Despite being mentally prepared, they were still filled with shock upon hearing it. Eating wild animals raw and the sniper rifle blowing open an enemy's forehead. Every mission was almost a trip through the gates of hell. This is what Special Forces are. You may not believe it, but during the week of training that follows, we will let you know what are the essential conditions to become a Special Forces soldier. Yin Wang declared loudly. After finishing, he turned and saluted Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan spoke again. Remember, this is a simulation of Siberian concentration camp training. Don't tell me about inhumane practices or scientific training methods. You should be worried about whether you can keep your own life. However, I can tell you that when we joined Special Forces training, it wasn't this difficult. You should consider yourselves lucky, because only through the most rigorous training can we unleash the potential within you. Who can do it and who can't will be clear after some practice. It's not enough to just say you can. Long Xiaoyun and Fan Tianlei also stood at the front of the team. Lei Zhan turned to Long Xiaoyun and saluted, saying, "Colonel Long, would you like to say a few words?" Long Xiaoyun stepped forward and addressed all the team members, saying loudly, "Special Forces are about survival of the fittest. The training method simulating the Siberian concentration camp is normal. However, I hope the instructors will be even harsher in their training so that we can select the most qualified Special Forces." At this moment, no one felt that Lei Zhan's previous words were just to scare them. Many soldiers showed complex expressions again, considering whether to continue. Long Xiaoyun's gaze fell on Ling Feng and found that he showed no signs of wavering, instead appearing more confident than before. This kid is quite confident. He probably doesn't even know what the Siberian concentration camp is. Long Xiaoyun understood clearly that Lei Zhan had observed many foreign Special Forces training and must have various training methods. Just right, Ling Feng had provoked him, and knowing I am his aunt, he would likely adopt the most rigorous training methods of foreign Special Forces. If Ling Feng couldn't hold on, it would be a slap in the face. King of soldiers? A petty man. Long Xiaoyun thought for a moment and immediately understood why Lei Zhan was increasing the difficulty of the assessments. Ling Feng, can you give your aunt some face? It's up to you now, Long Xiaoyun thought to herself. 10 minutes later, except for Ling Feng, who submitted a blank will, everyone else wrote their wills. Very good. I admire your courage. Now let's see if your courage is proportional to your strength. Everyone, do you see that swamp in front of you? It has been specially prepared for you. You must overcome a 50-kilogram swamp obstacle to reach the training base 5 kilometers away. The last 10 people will be directly eliminated. The first place will earn corresponding points. This time, we will use a points assessment. The top 2 will become squad leaders. Lei Zhan shouted loudly. Now, show us your strength. I now declare that the training has officially begun. As soon as Lei Zhan's words fell, Ling Feng was the first to rush out of the team and jump into the swamp. When he jumped into the swamp, the ground suddenly slipped, wobbling slightly, nearly turning him into a mud person. This swamp has a problem. Ling Feng's physical attributes reach 4, and his stability and coordination are several times that of an average person. If he were on normal mud, Ling Feng could easily run, after maintaining his body balance. Ling Feng slightly slowed down his running speed. The mud is very sticky, and there is a hint of coolness beneath his feet. Moreover, upon contact, he feels that the layer underneath is very smooth. Ling Feng slid forward, but was unable to advance due to the resistance of the mud. He gently leaped and used a small jump to run out several meters. This method was good. Wang Yanbing followed Ling Feng and dashed into the mud without thinking too much. Damn! At the moment Wang Yanbing jumped into the mud, his feet slid forward, while his legs got stuck in the mud. Before he could lift his legs, his body instantly lost balance, and he fell flat on the ground, instantly becoming a mud person. Lei Zhan, seeing Ling Feng being the first to dash out, revealed a cold smile, waiting to see Ling Feng make a fool of himself, hoping he would break his arms or legs and be immediately eliminated. This way, the subsequent training wouldn't be so troublesome. When Lei Zhan saw Ling Feng jump into the mud, his body only swayed briefly before he immediately stabilized. Strange. This muddy area was meticulously designed by him, with a special layer of muck on the surface. However, when it came into contact with the bottom, it was incredibly slippery. If someone was unprepared and rashly stepped on it, they would easily fall. The old fox had jumped in without knowing and ended up as a mud person. When Lei Zhan experienced it for the first time, he almost fell too. Ling Feng actually jumped in without any preparation and was able to control his balance in such a short time. He indeed had some skills. Lei Zhan felt a bit of admiration for Ling Feng at this point. What was even more interesting was that Ling Feng began to try various sliding methods to find a suitable way to advance, showing remarkable insight and summarization skills. He actually managed to explore a jumping movement method in such a short time. Lei Zhan admired Ling Feng even more. When he saw Wang Yanbing dash out and jump into the mud, becoming a mud person, Lei Zhan almost laughed out loud. Just as Wang Yanbing stood up and took a few steps, he fell again. Others began to jump in, and one after another, they became mud people, letting out cries of despair. If everyone were like Ling Feng, wouldn't the muddy ground I carefully set up become useless? Lei Zhan finally found some consolation. Yicheng Wang was anxious. He saw Ling Feng starting to jog, clearly getting familiar with the mud's conditions and finding a suitable way to move. Originally, Yicheng Wang wanted to observe for a while, but seeing Ling Feng like this, he couldn't hold back any longer and cautiously stepped into the mud. However, as he took his second step, his foot slipped and he almost fell. Fortunately, he had often gone ice skating and had decent skills, so he managed to stabilize himself with excellent balance and barely stood straight. He quickly felt a wave of coolness under his feet. It seemed like there was an ice layer below, such a twisted setup, mud on top, and a smooth ice layer underneath. Wasn't this intended to make everyone fall? Yicheng Wang was extremely frustrated, but seeing Ling Feng run farther away, he could only grit his teeth and run forward, relying on his body balance to awkwardly run out a dozen meters without falling, though he looked very clumsy compared to Ling Feng's graceful demeanor. Behind Yicheng Wang, there were continuous screams from female soldiers, with several of them falling 3 or 4 times in a row, resulting in one person breaking an arm and another breaking a leg. 7 or 8 female soldiers were eliminated due to injuries. This muddy ground was definitely very slippery underneath, and the mud on top made it easy to fall. Those rookie soldiers were eager to rush in, only serving as a reference for us. Ling Feng smirked. Running in this environment emphasizes speed, body balance, and foot strength. Let's go. Don't let rookie number 1 get too arrogant. How far can he run? He'll definitely fall hard later. To try to pave the way for us, Yufei laughed. Let's go. After they jumped into the mud, it was just as they had judged. They began to advance by sliding as previously speculated. Just as expected, after a while of exploration, Ling Feng and the others could finally control their movements freely, quickly sliding forward through the mud. They all thought they could catch up to Ling Feng, but when they looked up, they found no trace of him. Damn, is this kid even human? I suspect he has ice skates installed on his feet. Otherwise, how could he run so fast? Sure, Samba said in frustration. Rookie number 1 is indeed strange. Maybe he found a better way to move. Xiao Bing remarked. That is possible. He has great strength, strong body flexibility, and excellent footwork. He might really find a suitable method. Yufei agreed with Xiao Bing's statement. Enough of that. Let's just try to keep up. Ling Feng said a bit gloomily. They had figured out that the ice layer was not fully covered. Sometimes it extended for dozens of meters, but at other times, there were breaks every 2 or 3 meters with no discernible pattern. This greatly increased the difficulty of sliding. Ban Zhuang almost flipped over. If it weren't for Sure Samba pulling him at a critical moment, he would have ended up like those rookie soldiers, becoming a mud person. After they painstakingly ran halfway, they looked ahead and saw no sign of Ling Feng, each feeling so frustrated that their noses nearly crinkled. At the starting point, Fan Tianlei called for Long Xiaoyan to take a helicopter directly to the training base. In midair, Long Xiaoyan could clearly see the trainees struggling to crawl through the mud, most of them only able to move forward in the clumsiest way. This speed was slow, but ensured they could pass through the muddy ground smoothly. Long Xiaoyan searched for Ling Feng's figure, wanting to know how this kid would perform. She started looking back, all the way to the front where Ling Feng and the others were, but still didn't see Ling Feng. Could it be that he was injured and eliminated? It wasn't until the plane had flown 1 or 2 kilometers forward that she finally spotted Ling Feng, who was running forward at a terrifying speed. Long Xiaoyan internally sighed. His genetic mutation has become too powerful, right? Soon, the plane arrived at the base. Here, the old fox and others were waiting, timing the arrival. Let's see who arrives first. Fan Tianlei squinted and quietly waited. Time passed minute by minute, and suddenly, Fan Tianlei was shocked to see someone rushing over. It should be less than 2 hours, right? Is there someone this impressive among the newcomers? Fan Tianlei exclaimed in surprise. When the other party got closer, he could see it was actually Ling Feng. Yama time, Fan Tianlei hurriedly shouted. 1 hour, 50 minutes, 45 seconds. What? He was 10 minutes faster than Lei Zhan's record of 2 hours. This was a groundbreaking extreme cross-country record. Ling Feng actually broke it. Fan Tianlei couldn't help but exclaim. Instantly, Long Xiaoyan broke into a charming smile. This little guy is truly remarkable. The old fox, responsible for recording, was stunned when he saw Ling Feng run past, and the timer showing 1 hour 50 minutes 45 seconds. How is this possible? The other party is still a rookie. Previously, when constructing this muddy ice layer, the old fox had tested it himself. In his best condition, he needed 2 hours and 20 minutes. Sure, Samba took 2 hours and 18 minutes, and everyone else was basically around this time, with only the captain Lei Zhan having the best record of 2 hours and 2 seconds, which had remained unbroken for 3 years. This extreme cross-country was invented by Lei Zhan 3 years ago. Now, unexpectedly, a rookie has broken the record and advanced the time by nearly 10 minutes. The old fox looked up and down at Ling Feng. Is this guy a monster? He doesn't even have 3 heads and 6 arms. The old fox gave Ling Feng a thumbs up. You're awesome. After 20 minutes, people arrived one after another, but basically, everyone was covered in mud, with bruises all over their faces, having fallen numerous times along the way. When a female soldier ran over, she hadn't even steadied herself before fainting, resulting in her regrettably being eliminated. These muddy and injured trainees, upon seeing Ling Feng sitting quietly there, noticed that apart from a bit of mud on his feet, he was clean as could be, looking refreshed, which almost provoked public outrage. Is this guy even human? Look at us. Each of us has fallen like this, and he is completely fine. It's not normal. Monster. Could it be that this guy is made of iron? Ling Feng and the others were speechless, originally thinking they could regain some dignity as veterans here, but they were once again slapped in the face. He was nearly 20 minutes faster than them. It wasn't that they weren't trying hard enough. It was that Ling Feng was just too abnormal. Damn it. Are we only meant to serve as negative examples? This is frustrating. It's over. The head, we definitely won't be spared. Having been beaten by a rookie twice in a row, sigh. The anger in Ling Feng and the others grew even stronger when they looked at Ling Feng. Soon, a helicopter roared down from the sky. Lei Zhan, wearing black sunglasses, jumped down from the helicopter with others and walked towards the crowd. Attention, at ease. Yin Wang organized the formation, then took the list of the last 10 from the old fox and shouted. Chun Xiao Xiao, Zhao Ying, Ding Jia, Su Shui, step forward. Take off your helmets. You have been eliminated. Among the eliminated, all were female soldiers, each showing unwillingness on their faces, tears flowing silently down their noses as they left quietly. Once the formation was reassembled, Lei Zhan took a step forward, removed his sunglasses, and looked at the muddy trainees, coldly stating, from now on, your lives may be lost at any moment. Therefore, from this moment on, you have no names, only code names. Codename Death. Ling Feng, Rookie Death number 1. Ling Feng, Rookie Death number 2. He Chuang Wang, Rookie Death number 3. Shi Samba, Rookie Death number 4. Zhang Hao, Rookie Death number 201. When Lei Zhan called out the last name, everyone was shocked to find that more than 50 people had been eliminated in one go. The number had dropped from 300 to 201, and this was only after 2 assessments. The elimination speed was astonishing. It should be known that although they were rookies, each of them was an elite soldier in the squad. They never expected to be harvested like leaks. They had started to recognize themselves as rookies. After 2 assessments, the number of female soldiers had sharply decreased, with less than half remaining. Yi Tsunshin carefully noticed that there weren't many female soldiers left. And based on the same training methods, surely not many female soldiers could endure. She couldn't help but shout. Report. Lei Zhan looked at Yi Tsunshin coldly saying, Speak. I protest. Female soldiers shouldn't be treated the same as male soldiers. This is unfair to female soldiers. Male soldiers inherently have better physical qualities than female soldiers, which does not comply with the principle of fairness. Ye Junjin shouted. Lei Zhan stared at Yi Tsunshin, remembering that this was her second objection. Fairness? Do you think there is fairness on the battlefield? Female soldiers are indeed different from male soldiers, but the enemies you encounter are equally formidable. Do you think the enemy will go easy on you? Don't bring me such foolish questions again. Lei Zhan reprimanded. You no longer have the right to choose. You only have to obey. Obey. Obey again. Don't let me hear any more dissent. Otherwise, everyone will be punished. Lei Zhan's roar was like that of a fierce beast. Everyone fell silent. Yi Tsunshin bit her lip and clenched her fists. Now, announcing the results of the first round of assessments. Ling Feng first, with a score of 201. Ling Feng second, with a score of 200. Yi Tsunshin is 99th, with a score of 99. After the announcement, Lei Zhan put on his sunglasses and said, as a reward for being first, Ling Feng can raise the red flag of Rookie Death Number 1. Rookie Death Number 1, step forward. Yin Wang shouted. Ling Feng quickly stepped out of the team, took a red number 1 flag from the hands of the King of Hell, and walked to the flagpole, slowly raising the number 1 flag. Watching the flag rise slowly, everyone was envious, because behind this flag represented that this place was Ling Feng's territory. Cold Feng felt frustrated. This flag was originally meant for us veterans. Ding. The host has completed the first assessment, upheld the honor of the system owner, and earned 100 points. Ling Feng's eyes lit up. There's such good things. It's free. At this moment, Lei Zhan shouted sarcastically, Novice Death Number 2, Novice Death Number 4, Novice Death Number 5, Number 6. Don't you feel ashamed? A veteran of the Wolf Warriors Special Forces can't even compare to a newcomer. Don't you feel embarrassed? In your Special Forces, if all Special Forces are like you, unable to surpass even a rookie, what kind of Special Forces are you? Let's just give you another name. How about Bear Soldiers, who are even worse than a rookie? Lei Zhan's words pierced the hearts of these veterans like a sharp knife. Let me tell you, face is earned, not given. If you don't want to be called bears, then take down Novice Death Number 1 and replace the flag with your veteran's flag. Sure enough, under Lei Zhan's encouragement, the competitive spirit of Ling Feng and the others was completely ignited, each of them aiming to uphold the dignity of the veterans and surpass Ling Feng. Seeing the anger of Ling Feng and the others, which he successfully provoked, a trace of a cold smile appeared in the corner of Lei Zhan's eyes as he finally said, Now, let's start the first training. Male soldiers must complete 400 squats with 80 kilograms within 2 hours. Female soldiers can do half, completing 200 squats with 40 kilograms within 2 hours. The new soldiers gasped in shock. Even Li Erniu couldn't help but swallow hard. Completing 400 squats with 80 kilograms in 2 hours. Wasn't this asking for their lives? They had just finished a 5 kilometers weighted run with 50 kilograms in muddy terrain. Wang Yanbing's eyes widened. Was this playing with their lives? He Qingguang also frowned. This kind of high-load, squat exercise might be doable when in good shape, but under these circumstances, he had no confidence at all. Not to mention He Qingguang. Even the veteran Ling Feng and the others changed their expressions drastically upon hearing this. Their usual training only required them to complete half the amount. And with Lei Zhan proposing such an assessment, was he planning to eliminate everyone? Yin Wang also looked at Lei Zhan in shock. At this time, conducting this assessment, given the physical condition of these newcomers, it was unlikely that any of them could finish. Was Lei Zhan deliberately doing this out of anger at Ling Feng? Yin Wang couldn't figure out what Lei Zhan was thinking. However, Ling Feng's displayed strength was indeed too abnormal, as he had broken Lei Zhan's record in extreme cross-country. Wasn't this just adding salt to Lei Zhan's wounds, further provoking him? Lei Zhan, don't be impulsive. Yin Wang could only hope that Lei Zhan could control himself rationally. At this moment, Lei Zhan suddenly looked at Ling Feng and said, If you don't want to be completely eliminated, that's fine. I was just casually saying that to see your reactions. The fact is, you all can't complete this assessment. So, I've revised the rules. The one with the least completed reps within 2 hours will be eliminated. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Lei Zhan then maintained a cold expression and said, Everyone put on weighted military uniforms. Yes, the old fox and others began to prepare the weighted uniforms. At this time, Lei Zhan pulled Yin Wang aside and whispered, Give novice number 1 a 100 kilograms weighted uniform. Yin Wang was taken aback and said, Isn't that a bit excessive? What's wrong with that? Special treatment for special individuals. Follow orders, Lei Zhan said with a stern face. Yin Wang could only shake his head helplessly and said, All right then. Lei Zhan was indeed a bit obsessed. The difference between 80 kilograms and 100 kilograms was 20 kilograms, which was about 40 pounds. If it was just for 1 or 2 reps, it wouldn't feel too much, but continuously for 2 hours, the accumulated physical exhaustion would be terrifying. Lei Zhan's targeting of Ling Feng was indeed a bit over the line. Once everyone was dressed in weighted uniforms, the old fox began to call out the commands. Counting was just a rhythm. The weighted uniforms themselves had an advanced counter that could automatically tally the number of completed reps based on body movements. The old fox could control everyone's pace through his counting, of course. He could also choose to ignore it. 1, 2. The old fox basically controlled the pace to report 1 number per breath, and everyone started squatting along with his rhythm. Meanwhile, Yin Wang and others were watching everyone closely. Pay attention. Your movements must be standard. Anyone whose movements are not standard will be immediately eliminated and sent back to their original unit. Yin Wang shouted. Time passed second by second. Novice death number 108. Movement not standard. Eliminated. Half an hour later, Yin Wang shouted. Novice death number 108. With trembling legs, helplessly took off his helmet. His eyes filled with unwillingness, sighed, and silently walked out of the line. He had prepared for 3 years in the unit to become a special forces soldier. Who would have thought it would end up like this? Novice death number 116. Movement not standard eliminated. Novice death number 198. Movement not standard eliminated. Yin Wang began to continuously call out code names, and after an hour, 10 soldiers had already been eliminated for not performing the movements correctly. Yin Wang walked to Ling Feng's side and looked at him with a bit of pity. With so many female soldiers, why did he have to provoke and ran? In fact, Yin Wang had a good impression of Ling Feng. He was excellent in all aspects physically, but sometimes he loved to show off too much. If he could be a bit more low-key, he wouldn't be targeted so much by Lei Zhan. He was still performing so well. Yin Wang stared at Ling Feng for a while. His movements had no deviations at all, and he was very rhythmic. What was even stranger was that his rhythm was even slightly faster than the old fox's counting. An hour had already passed. After squatting for over an hour, the body's strength begins to decline, and the speed will slow down. From this moment on, even an extra pound of weight would be magnified infinitely. Not to mention Ling Feng's load was 40 pounds heavier than the others. Yin Wang was astonished, but also saw the outcome. Ling Feng was quickly reaching his limit. He felt as if he were carrying 1,000 pounds. When the final moment arrived, even a straw could break the camel's back. The weighted suit looked the same from a distance, unless weighed. Otherwise, Long Xiaoyan couldn't see any difference in Ling Feng. Time passed second by second. Lei Zhan was also watching Ling Feng. If he showed any sign of not meeting the standards, he would immediately call him out. But this guy didn't seem to be struggling at all. Did the King of Hell not put him in a 100-pound weighted suit? How was he no different from the others? The King of Hell was also beginning to feel puzzled. Another 10 minutes had passed, and Ling Feng's pace had not slowed down, his movements still perfectly standard. This was a 100-pound weighted suit. Was his strength this terrifying? The King of Hell gasped in shock. Around them, some soldiers were beginning to falter, slowing their pace, and try to control their movements. Rookie death number 199, movements not standard, eliminated. Another person was eliminated for not being able to hold on. Rookie death number 188, movements not standard, eliminated. But Ling Feng continued, his movements still so standard. The King of Hell was astonished. Ling Feng was not unaware that his weighted clothing was 100 pounds. While Lei Zhan was pulling Yin Wang aside to talk, Ling Feng had already clearly heard what Lei Zhan was saying through his keen sense of hearing. He just happened to want to take advantage of this opportunity to push his physical limits. After all, his body had undergone 3 rounds of essence transformations, and there were still remnants of essence that had not been fully activated. Only by pushing his limits could he potentially utilize them all. Although 4 points in all attributes seemed like a lot, under Lei Zhan's targeted training, it felt a bit tight. He had to find a way to further enhance his attributes to better cope with the upcoming training. The intensity and methods of training here were indeed exceptional. No wonder Long Xiaoyan said that Special Forces training is a way to stimulate human potential and change genes. Under this kind of intense training, as long as one can endure, their potential won't explode. Especially with this kind of weighted clothing training, it was indeed terrifying. If Ling Feng didn't have 4 points in physical attributes, he would have probably collapsed by now. He glanced over at He Cheng Wang, who was flushed and sweating profusely, with sweat splattering down to the ground. However, he noticed that he was still gritting his teeth, determined to hold on until the end. Ling Feng understood that after training to this extent, what was being tested was the willpower of the individuals to see who could hold on. From a theoretical perspective that Long Xiaoyan spoke of, willpower would ultimately become the guiding line that stimulates the body's potential. The stronger the willpower, the greater the probability of breaking through in the end. Not only was He Cheng Wang persevering, but the new recruits like Ernie Yu and Wang Yambing were also holding on, while the veterans like Lung Feng were managing to keep up as well. However, they were relatively more relaxed and hadn't reached the point of desperation yet. Lei Zhan had been paying attention to Ling Feng, not expecting this guy to be strong to such an extent that he still had the energy to observe others. Let's see how long you can hold on. Lei Zhan snorted. Time passed. He Cheng Wang felt like he was about to collapse. He turned to glance at Ling Feng and almost lost his composure. That guy looked incredibly relaxed, his pace unchanged, and he even gave him a thumbs up. He Cheng Wang smiled bitterly. He had been practicing martial arts since he was 6, training every day for over a decade to achieve his current physique. Could the other person be the same? But looking at that fair skin, which seemed to be maintained through a life of luxury, it didn't seem possible. Could it be that his weighted vest was different from everyone else's? Everyone continued doing squats, and after an hour and a half, the number of people being eliminated began to increase. In just under 15 minutes, 35 people had collapsed and were directly eliminated. Now, it was the most critical final moment. Wang Yambing was also starting to falter. Huff, huff. Wang Yambing gasped, feeling as though his entire body was as heavy as a giant iron statue, making it difficult to move even a bit. Erniu, I can't hold on much longer. Wang Yambing gritted his teeth and said to Li Erniu beside him. Li Erniu exhaled and grinned widely, saying, just keep your eyes on rookie number 1 and push yourself. Wang Yambing looked over at Ling Feng and was indeed stimulated. The guy seemed to be so relaxed. Damn it, I don't believe I can't hold on until the end. Wang Yambing was determined. Report, I give up. A male soldier finally couldn't hold on anymore. Lei Zhan walked up to him and, addressing him, but also everyone else, shouted loudly, you've all written your wills, which is equivalent to signing a life and death contract. Unless you train until you faint, like those who went before you, or I will directly announce your elimination. But this method of elimination will be fully reported back to your unit. They will know that you gave up, which is equivalent to being a deserter. Do you still want to give up? Report, I will continue. As a soldier, I would rather die in battle than be a deserter. This is the dignity of a soldier. Slap. 2 minutes later, this soldier collapsed on the spot and was quickly carried away by nearby medical personnel. Soon after, the second and third soldiers fell as well. Long Xiaoyan began to worry and glanced at Ling Feng, only to see him making a face at her. This guy. Long Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, her worries disappearing, and now she was more curious about how long Ling Feng could last. His genetic mutation far exceeded that of ordinary people. Just how much potential had been unleashed. Lei Zhan's expression darkened. There were only 10 minutes left, and Ling Feng still looked very relaxed. Wasn't he supposed to be weighted down to 100 kilograms? How could he be stronger than everyone else? Was the King of Hell playing tricks? According to their abilities, only the 5 veterans of the Wolf Warriors and He Cheng Wang should have been able to last this long. Slap. At this moment, Wang Yambing finally couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed to the ground. This was his limit. At this moment, only Ling Feng, the Wolf Warriors veterans, He Cheng Wang, Li Erniu, and a few others remained in the performance among the hundreds of people. There were only 5 minutes left. Slap. Sure Samba and Yu Fei fell to the ground almost simultaneously and were carried away by medical personnel. Soon after, Xiao Bing, Ban Zhuang, and Li Erniu fell one after another. He Cheng Wang's eyes began to blur. Just before he closed his eyelids, he saw Ling Feng still going strong. I can't accept this. He Cheng Wang finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground, being carried away. Only Ling Feng and Lung Feng remained on site. Lung Feng took a deep breath, exhaling. This deep breath could help him adjust his body just a bit, a technique he had accumulated over the years. However, after such sustained high-intensity squats, this adjustment was practically negligible, and he could only rely on willpower to persist. Ling Feng, I will not lose to you, rookie. Lung Feng relied on this strong willpower to support himself. As long as Ling Feng didn't collapse, he absolutely could not go down first. At this moment, Ling Feng's breathing began to grow heavier, each squat feeling increasingly strenuous, and the pressure on his legs began to multiply. Had he reached the critical point? Suddenly, a crisp sound rang in Ling Feng's ears. Ding! The process of extracting the essence of the devil fruit, the host body gains transformation, all attributes 1. It actually increased by 1. Ling Feng's eyes lit up. He initially thought that the residual essence could only increase his attributes by 0. 5 points, which would have been impressive enough, but it turned out to be an increase of 1 point, equivalent to a comprehensive attribute enhancement after a promotion. How could he not be excited, especially at such a critical moment? With the attribute increase of 1, Ling Feng immediately felt his body becoming stronger, his strength increasing, and the fatigue he had accumulated was significantly alleviated. He felt as if his body had suddenly become much lighter, and his mental state improved dramatically, almost like he had become a different person. Although he still felt a bit strained while doing squats, he could easily maintain the original pace and push through to the end. Ling Feng checked his personal attribute panel. Soldier, Ling Feng profession, Special Forces level 4 attributes. Root Bone 5, Spirit 5, Constitution 5, Strength 5, Speed 5, Average Person. 1 skills. Enel's Heart Network Induction skill. Crocodile's Drought Resistance skill. Moonlight Moria's Shadow. Fighting Techniques Special Abilities. Climbing, Beauty enhancement. Sound localization experience points. 100,400 indeed reached 5. Not letting down his hard work for so long. Ling Feng was also taking a gamble. If this extreme challenge's critical point was delayed or triggered only after he fainted, allowing Cold Feng to win, Ling Feng would definitely be frustrated. In the end, Ling Feng guessed right. He continued to push with his legs, adjusted his breathing, and tried to increase his speed, continuing to squeeze himself and activate his body's potential. Lei Zhan, wearing sunglasses, suddenly took them off and stared at Ling Feng. Just a moment ago, he had seen that Ling Feng was about to collapse, possibly falling to the ground in the next second, while Cold Feng was still maintaining his form and executing the standard movements, clearly able to continue, leading him to believe Cold Feng was certain to win. But how did Ling Feng suddenly seem to regain his spirit? He had basically returned to his previous best state. What was going on? Lei Zhan looked astonished. Could this guy have taken performance-enhancing drugs, and now it was kicking in? Even if he had taken them, it shouldn't be possible. The Siberian training camp had a standard. A boxer had to do 600 reps of 100 kilograms in 2 hours to be considered the strongest warrior. According to Ling Feng's performance of over 400 reps of 100 kilogram squats, he was not far off from those monsters. Even more bizarrely, he seemed to have gained energy again, completely showing no signs of fatigue. This kid, Yin Wang, was shocked. He had originally thought Ling Feng would not hold on, but the miraculous thing was he came back to life. ISNT, it said that the last straw breaks the camel's back. How could he become more spirited instead? Even a seasoned veteran like Yin Wang couldn't figure it out. Lei Zhan and the others were equally baffled. At this moment, the most frustrated was Cold Feng. He was on the verge of giving up, but thankfully Ling Feng seemed to be on the brink too. If he could just hold on a little longer, he would win. However, he suddenly saw Ling Feng steady himself and begin to complete one squat after another steadily, as if his body had received a new energy boost. Damn it! Cold Feng felt an urge to cry, without tears. How could he still have strength left? He thought he had seen hope, only to realize it was his own wishful thinking. The other guy had started to tap into his reserve strength while he had none left. The exhausted female soldiers opened their eyes, thinking the assessment was over. But when they looked toward the training ground, they were surprised to find 3 men still persevering, their faces showing astonishment as they carefully observed the last 3 men. He Cheng Wang had a chiseled face, barely qualifying as a pretty boy, but his face was dark, likely due to frequent exposure to the sun, making his skin look poor and lacking any beauty. He was now gritting his teeth, struggling to complete squats, veins popping on his forehead and neck, his face turning dark red from holding his breath. The female soldiers had no interest in him at all. Looking at Cold Feng, he was even darker than He Cheng Wang, his skin rougher. But when they saw Ling Feng, their eyes widened in surprise. At this moment, under the blazing sun, Ling Feng was drenched in sweat. However, the more he sweated, the more his face appeared smooth and delicate. This smoothness was different from a woman's. It gave off a very healthy complexion. So handsome. It was simply a face like a jade crown. One female soldier couldn't help but exclaim. Under the beauty-enhancing effect of the Ling Feng's skin, which had been exposed to the sun, automatically shrank its pores, making them smaller, thus more effectively resisting the ultraviolet rays of the sun and the scorching heat. In fact, his skin looked even more radiant and delicate under the sun than without it. This is the first time I've seen a man with skin this good. Even those male celebrities in the entertainment industry can't compare. How is it that his skin doesn't tan under the blazing sun? Did he apply sunscreen? Are you stupid? Look at him, drenched in sweat. No amount of sunscreen would help. After this, I have to ask him how he achieved such whiteness. The male god. Not only is he incredibly strong, but his looks are also beyond words. Who is he? Many female soldiers turned their heads to look at Ling Feng. Tang Xiaoxiao widened her eyes and, after confirming it was indeed Ling Feng, excitedly grabbed the arm of her companion Tianguo, saying, "Did you see that? That's Ling Feng." And he is still holding on. I saw it. I'm not blind, Tianguo replied helplessly with a smile. This guy used to hide so many things from me. I have to get to the bottom of it after the assessment, Tang Xiaoxiao said, puffing up her cheeks. Are you familiar with him? Of course. Ling Feng wasn't like this before. Tang Xiaoxiao excitedly recounted Ling Feng's past. And Rant's gaze also fell on Ling Feng, recalling their first meeting when he had patted her shoulder from behind, thinking of himself as a man, which was quite funny. Later, when she met Tianguo and the others, if it weren't for his help, Tianguo and Ouyang Qian would have been eliminated long ago. Back then, and Ran felt Ling Feng was extraordinary, but she never expected him to be this impressive. completing the extreme off-road course in first place, and now enduring this brutal weighted squat, likely being the last one standing. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Despite his young age, he possesses such formidable strength. Come on, you must hold on until the end. Lei Zhan called over Yin Wang and asked in a deep voice, "Did you not execute my orders?" Yin Wang innocently shook his head, saying, "Thunder God, I followed your orders completely." Then how could he possibly be stronger than others? What's the difference between the standard and that group of freaks in Siberia? There's a significant difference between the physicality of Easterners and Westerners, Lei Zhan said incredulously. Indeed, this is his strength, Yin Wang replied heavily. Yin Wang was also shocked. He had never encountered such a formidable recruit before. If it were him, he definitely couldn't do it. Lei Zhan finally showed a look of astonishment. Yin Wang's expression told him he wasn't lying. Ling Feng's load was indeed 100 kilograms. What astonishing strength. Don't be fooled by the mere 20-kilogram difference from 80 kilograms. Sustaining such a weight until the end could completely crush a person. Ask yourself if Lei Zhan could challenge this freakish limit. Yet this new recruit Ling Feng did it. And he had just completed a 5-kilometer extreme off-road course. Thunder God, his strength exceeds all our imaginations. I suspect that the training just now perfectly tapped into his potential. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to achieve this. Breaking through oneself in adversity is indeed a very promising trait. He is born to be a soldier. Yin Wang couldn't help but admire Ling Feng. Lei Zhan thought for a moment. It's not impossible what Yin Wang said. Breaking through during training? This kid's luck is just too extraordinary. When Lei Zhan secretly called Yin Wang over, Long Xiaoyun sensed something was off and listened carefully. 100 kilograms. When Long Xiaoyun heard that Ling Feng's weight was not 80 kilograms, but 100 kilograms, she was completely stunned. The difference between 100 kilograms and 80 kilograms is too significant. As an excellent instructor herself, how could she not understand the implications? This is already the physique of a soldier king. Ling Feng's physical fitness has actually broken through to the level of a soldier king. Long Xiaoyun knew that Ling Feng's genes had mutated much more than ordinary people. But why did it evolve to such an extent, directly jumping to the level of a soldier king? Even Long Xiaoyun, who had strong composure, couldn't help but gasp when she suddenly heard about this situation happening to Ling Feng. And Lei Zhan actually resorted to such despicable means to deal with Ling Feng. A surge of anger rose in Long Xiaoyun's heart. Once she regained her usual expression, she turned to Lei Zhan and said, "Major Lei, come here." Lei Zhan wanted to say a few more words to Yin Wang, but suddenly hearing Long Xiaoyun call for him, he turned around and saw Long Xiaoyun not far from him, revealing a look of annoyance on his face, and then walked towards Long Xiaoyun. Lei Zhan maintained a calm demeanor, but he felt a bit uneasy inside. After all, secretly putting a 100-pound weighted vest on Ling Feng was indeed unfair, especially since it was used on Long Xiaoyun's nephew. Given Long Xiaoyun's temperament, would she explode on the spot? Lei Zhan secretly remained vigilant, ready just in case Long Xiaoyun suddenly made a move. Long Xiaoyun's sharp gaze swept over Lei Zhan as she said coolly, "Did you do something to Ling Feng?" Lei Zhan neither admitted nor denied it, ambiguously saying, "Soldiers must absolutely obey their superiors. If a superior slaps you, you should consciously bring your face closer. This is the awareness a qualified soldier should have." Long Xiaoyun softly replied, "Oh, does Colonel Long have any questions?" Lei Zhan was cautious. This Long Xiaoyun never played by the rules and was particularly protective of her own. She might strike without warning, and there would be no chance for rebuttal. Long Xiaoyun coldly said, "According to what Major Lei said, my rank is higher than yours. So if I want to hit you, will you obediently bring your body closer for me to hit?" "That's different," Lei Zhan stammered. He hadn't expected Long Xiaoyun to speak so bluntly. "Is there a difference?" "I'm training them," Lei Zhan said, bracing himself. If this Long Xiaoyun suddenly made a move, whether to fight back or not was indeed a headache. In a normal superior-subordinate sparring, Lei Zhan could let loose, but if it was about using ranks to pressure someone, it would be difficult for Lei Zhan. "Training, huh? I used to underestimate you. Is it that you're still unhappy about being knocked down by me before?" Long Xiaoyun said coldly, "I wouldn't dare." Just as Lei Zhan was feeling uneasy, he suddenly heard Long Xiaoyun snort coldly and surprisingly fell silent. This left Lei Zhan a bit confused. What did she mean by that? Long Xiaoyun ignored Lei Zhan and turned to walk towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng was meticulously doing squats, going up and down with very standard form, until he finished 2 hours. On the other side, Ling Feng collapsed with his eyes going dark in the last 5 minutes. Before he fell, he saw Long Xiaoyun walking over and felt a jolt in his heart. thinking, I'm done for. Do I still have the strength to walk? Long Xiaoyan waited until Ling Feng finished his 2 hours. Okay. Ling Feng took off the weighted vest and handed it to Yin Wang. Follow me. Long Xiaoyan led Ling Feng aside and calmly said, your load is 100 kilograms, which is 20 kilograms more than others. This is deliberately targeting you by Lei Zhan, and you can choose to give up if you want. In this regard, I won't make things difficult for Lei Zhan, because soldier training, no matter how heavy, I can accept. This is a means of survival. Only by undergoing the strictest training can you have a better chance of surviving on the battlefield. You're the only son of General Ling. Although the general is very strict with you, it is for your own good, hoping you will achieve more and not end up like other spoiled rich kids, living off society. Long Xiaoyan said emphatically. Of course, now that Lei Zhan is targeting you, his training for you will be even more rigorous, and there may be a risk to your life. If you want to withdraw now, I won't blame you. Ling Feng let out a sigh, raised his head, and revealed a bright smile as he said to Long Xiaoyan, Annie, actually I already knew. You? Long Xiaoyan stared at Ling Feng in shock. You knew and still chose to accept it? Ling Feng patted his chest confidently and said, because I believe I can hold on. Long Xiaoyan looked at Ling Feng in surprise. She had never seen him so confident before. Are you really that confident? Of course. I'll wait and see, go ahead. Long Xiaoyan did not say much more. Yes. Ling Feng turned around with a bright smile and left. Long Xiaoyan gazed at Ling Feng's back and murmured, why do I feel like I can't see through this kid anymore? They say it's hard to change one's nature. So how did Ling Feng change so much all of a sudden? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe this is Ling Feng. Suddenly, Ling Feng turned back very handsomely and shouted, Annie, keep it up. Long Xiaoyan was struck by Ling Feng's gaze, feeling a jolt. How can this kid be so charming? No wonder I heard many female soldiers discussing him, calling him a male god. Even I was moved by that turn, let alone those little girls. Long Xiaoyan smiled slightly. After a brief 15-minute break, Lei Zhan ordered the troops to assemble. Report, Captain, the troops are assembled. Please give instructions. Yin Wang said, at ease. Attention. Lei Zhan swept his fierce gaze over everyone and said, this time, 56 people were eliminated in the squad assessment, leaving 145 remaining. Everyone gasped. More than half were eliminated in 3 assessments. The first rookie, Death Number 1, scored 145 points. The second rookie, Death Number 2, scored 144 points. Death No. 1 got first place again? Impressive. Once again, he stepped on the veterans. I suspect his body is made of iron. He managed to finish the 2 hours, while the special forces of Death Number 2 fell in the last 5 minutes. These words fell on Ling Feng and others' ears, making their faces flush red and pale. Feeling indescribably frustrated, especially since Ling Feng was just 5 minutes short. Useless. Sure, Samba lamented. Now, self-blame is meaningless. It's better to regain face in the next assessment. Ling Feng whispered, I don't believe this evil. The veterans fixed their eyes on Ling Feng, aiming to catch up with him, while the new recruits looked at Ling Feng with admiration. Lei Zhan's cold voice shouted again. The second training, go in a mud pit, lift the logs. Lei Zhan gave Yin Wang a glance. Yin Wang, holding a gun, shouted, all of you right turn, run forward. Start running. Under Yin Wang and others' leadership, everyone ran to a mud pit. The mud pit emitted a pungent smell, with the mud turning black. And in the middle lay a long log about 4 meters long and over 50 centimeters in diameter. How can we go down into such dirty, smelly mud to lift logs? Several female soldiers covered their noses and complained. How can this be used as a training ground? This dirty mud can easily cause skin diseases. How did they come up with such a perverse method? A few female soldiers kept babbling on the shore, hesitating to enter the water. Lei Zhan snatched the rifle from Yin Wang's hands, fired several shots into the sky, and shouted, get down there. Now. Lei Zhan pointed the gun at the hesitant female soldiers. Those female soldiers, frightened, jumped in the mud pit one after another, and others followed suit. Once everyone was in the mud pit, Yin Wang shouted, form groups of 3, any combination to lift the logs. You have 10 seconds to form your groups. Start. Most of these new recruits didn't know each other, so they randomly found 3 people to form a group. Hicheng Wang, Wang Yambing, and Li Erniu, who already knew each other, formed a group. The veterans formed their own groups, but no male soldiers chose to partner with female soldiers, as the female soldiers' physical strength was far inferior to that of male soldiers. In such high-intensity training, no one wanted to be a burden, especially since it related to the final assessment results. Suddenly, the entire mud pit was in chaos, as the formed subteams hurriedly picked logs, trying to find smaller ones that were easier to lift. Ling Feng chose not to team up with others and casually walked to a wooden post. He bent down and had just lifted the post when Ran and Tang Xiao Xiao approached him. Tang Xiao Xiao said, "We don't mind teaming up with you, right?" "No problem." The three of them lifted the wood together. The wood had been soaked in water and weighed over 400 pounds. Ling Feng was responsible for the back part, while Tang Xiao Xiao and Ran took care of the front. 1, 2, 3, lift. The three moved in unison to hoist the wooden post onto their shoulders. The heavy post pressed down on Ran and Tang Xiao Xiao's shoulders, and at first they felt its weight, but gradually they noticed it seemed to get lighter. Turning back to look, they saw that Ling Feng had taken most of the weight, and they were mostly just balancing it. I wasn't wrong. Teaming up with Ling Feng is great. There's really no need to worry, Tang Xiao Xiao smiled. And Ran chuckled. Death number 1. I just realized today that your strength is so great. Were you just pretending before? Tang Xiao Xiao asked. I ate spinach yesterday, Ling Feng replied. And Ran couldn't help but giggle softly, her smile particularly charming. Wow, you've even become humorous, nice. Tang Xiao Xiao laughed. The group started chatting and laughing. Feeling no pressure at all, the 400-pound weight was nothing for Ling Feng. With a strength attribute of 5, he could lift the wooden post by himself. On the bank, Lei Zhan noticed that Ran had actively approached Ling Feng again, chatting and laughing, and his expression darkened. Release the snakes. Yin Wang and others immediately threw dozens of prepared water snakes into the muddy pond. Ah, there's a snake. A snake! The female soldiers were startled when the snakes suddenly appeared, jumping around while carrying the wood, causing their formation to break apart and become chaotic. Several groups of female soldiers lost their balance and fell into the mud, scrambling back to the shore. Bang! Bang! Yin Wang raised his gun with one hand towards the sky, sternly saying, "Get back. Just one snake has scared you this much. How will you fight on the battlefield in the future?" The frightened female soldiers ran back, causing chaos in the mud pond. And Ran was taken by surprise. Letting go of the wooden post, jumping aside with a pale face, shouting, "Help me, there's a snake in my sleeve. I'm going to die. Help me. I'm scared of snakes." A water snake crawled under Ling Feng's feet, biting his right calf. Ling Feng lifted his left foot and stepped into the mud. As for the pain from the snake bite, after merging so many essences, his pain nerves had become incredibly resilient. This little injury was nothing. Because Ran suddenly jumped out, the other end of the wooden post unexpectedly pressed down on Tang Xiao Xiao's shoulder. Tang Xiao Xiao was caught off guard, and the weight on her shoulder caused her pain, nearly making her fall due to the heavy load. Ling Feng was quick-witted, and with a sudden effort, he lifted the wooden post and threw it aside. Tang Xiao Xiao finally let out a sigh of relief, but before she could catch her breath, Ran grabbed her wrist and said anxiously, "Help me catch the snake, it's crawled into my clothes. Hurry up. It's moving around in there, and I can't get out no matter how I jump." Tang Xiao Xiao was also scared and swallowed hard, saying nervously, "I'm afraid of snakes too. How can I catch it?" And Ran was so anxious she was jumping on her feet. Her face flushed as she felt the snake wriggling inside her clothes, becoming even more terrified, saying, "What should I do? I'm doomed. I'm doomed." She was completely panicked. It was a miracle she hadn't fainted from fear, as she was naturally terrified of snakes. "I can't do anything either. I don't dare reach in there," Tang Xiao Xiao said, feeling helpless. She hurriedly pulled Ling Feng. "Ling Feng, please help Ran, quickly, or she might get bitten by a venomous snake." Ling Feng was both amused and exasperated, saying, "I'm a man, not a woman. Isn't that taking advantage of her?" It was at this moment that Tang Xiao Xiao realized that Ran was a girl, and there was a snake inside her clothes. If Ling Feng reached out to grab it, wouldn't that mean he would have touched her all over? Absolutely not. What was I thinking? Ran isn't even your girlfriend. Tang Xiao Xiao turned to look for other female soldiers for help, but when she saw Tianghua and Ouyang Qian, they were all in a state of panic, jumping around in fear of the snake. At that moment, Ran rushed in front of Ling Feng and said, "Hurry up and grab it." Tang Xiao Xiao turned her head back, her eyes wide open, unable to suppress her swallowing, thinking to herself, "Isn't Ran really this open-minded? What a lucky guy." Tang Xiao Xiao couldn't help but scold in her heart, and Ran closed her eyes, gripping Ling Feng's wrist, and anxiously said, "You need to move faster, it's burrowing down. To the right, then to the left, no, to the right." Ling Feng, despite his strong composure, couldn't help but feel a bit shaky in the face of such a challenging and unexpected situation. Where should he grab? What if he grabbed the wrong place? After all, Ling Feng was still a virgin in his past life. The original owner seemed to have the heart of a thief, but lacked the courage. With Ran being so proactive, Ling Feng's heart raced, feeling faster than doing 400 squats. And Rand sensed Ling Feng's hesitation and said, I don't mind. What are you worried about? Just grab it. Within Rand saying this, if Ling Feng continued to be shy, he wouldn't be a man. Since the snake moved quickly and was behind clothing, he couldn't see anything, so he could only grab blindly. And Rand awkwardly coughed and said, I caught the snake. Tang Xiao then turned around, seeing that the little snake had been squeezed to death by Ling Feng and was now lying on the ground. And Rand tidied herself up but kept her head down, not daring to look at Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, I was just talking nonsense. These instructors were also bastards for scaring us with snakes. It was too perverse. Tang Xiao angrily changed the subject. The scene was chaotic, with everyone focused on their own affairs, so no one noticed the situation on Ling Feng's side. However, Lei Zhan was watching and Rand closely. Lei Zhan was furious to see Rand taking the initiative to grab Ling Feng's hand to catch the snake. He felt like he was wearing a big green hat. Choosing this moment to release the snake was originally meant to teach Ling Feng a lesson. He guessed that Rand and Tang Xiao would be afraid of snakes and would definitely run around in fright. At that point, Ling Feng would be the only one left to take the brunt of it, and he wouldn't be able to handle it. He didn't expect the snake would crawl into Rand's body, and then Lei Zhan felt a sense of frustration akin to losing a chicken while trying to steal one. Long Xiaoyan happened to notice as well. Her face slightly flushed as she thought, this little rascal, isn't he taking advantage? Long Xiaoyan observed and ran closely. She was indeed pure and beautiful, giving off a very serene vibe, especially with her eyes. Although she looked quite nervous at the moment, she gave off the impression of being a very gentle woman. In less than a day, he managed to woo such a beautiful female soldier. It seemed that the female soldier was the one pursuing him. How flattering. Long Xiaoyan couldn't help but smile slightly. However, thinking about it, it wasn't surprising that those female soldiers liked Ling Feng. He was so handsome and showed strong abilities, fully meeting the two standards of a hero, good looks and strength. This little rascal came to the military camp to flirt with girls. In fact, Ling Feng didn't think too much of it. It was just that the snake was indeed a bit difficult to catch, and he couldn't just charge in recklessly, so he ended up grabbing a few inappropriate places. Lei Zhan, seeing the woman he liked being touched by another man, was filled with rage. He snatched the gun from Yin Wang and aimed it at Ling Feng's arm, where he had just helped Rand catch the snake. Without any hesitation, he pulled the trigger hard. Bang! The blank bullet hit Ling Feng's arm, and Lei Zhan shouted, Don't help others, rookie. The originally chaotic scene suddenly quieted down after the gunshot. Lei Zhan fired. He actually shot someone. Those who had noticed turned to look at Ling Feng, but fortunately, they didn't see blood splattering from being hit. The bullet had struck Ling Feng's arm, and he was completely unharmed. It turned out to be a blank. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lei Zhan in unison. What was going on? Long Xiaoyan heard the gunshot and saw the blank bullet hit Ling Feng's arm, and she was furious, striding towards Lei Zhan. Yin Wang realized things were going south. He hurriedly stepped in front of Long Xiaoyan, bracing himself and saying, Commander, we are conducting training. Please do not interfere. If Long Xiaoyan were to hit Lei Zhan in front of so many trainees, where would Lei Zhan's authority go? Yin Wang knew that Lei Zhan's actions were too impulsive and indeed wrong. But as a subordinate and brother, he had to stop Long Xiaoyan. At this moment, Lei Zhan calmed down slightly, seeing Long Xiaoyan rushing towards him, just as Yin Wang blocked her. Long Xiaoyan drew her sidearm and aimed it at Lei Zhan's head, coldly saying, If you dare to shoot at a trainee, especially him, believe it or not, I'll put a bullet in you. Long Xiaoyan exuded a powerful aura, and Yin Wang was closest to her. He could clearly feel the intense, killing intent radiating from her. She really dared to shoot. Cold sweat broke out on Yin Wang's forehead. He knew that mid-level officers carried real bullets, especially in the capital military district's special forces. Her sidearm was loaded with live ammunition. Yin Wang hurriedly said, Colonel Long, I apologize on behalf of our captain. Lei Zhan, seeing Long Xiaoyan aiming her gun at him, frowned but showed no signs of fear. He didn't believe Long Xiaoyan would actually shoot. I was conducting what I deemed necessary training. If you have any objections, you can report to my superiors, Lei Zhan said coldly. Long Xiaoyan then said, Let me tell you, if anything happens to him, I won't touch you, but the others will definitely execute you. The trainees below were in an uproar. What was going on? That dashing female officer actually pulled a gun on Lei Zhan for Ling Feng. His posture was so cool. Lei Zhan had been playing the role of a fierce and ruthless character, cold and heartless, taking pleasure in tormenting others. In the eyes of the female soldiers, Lei Zhan was a demon. Now, this demon was actually being threatened with a gun, and of course, They felt an unspeakable sense of satisfaction, especially considering that just now, Lei Zhan could shoot Ling Feng, and he could shoot anyone else. Next time it might be their turn, so they supported Long Xiaoyan. Fan Tianlei didn't expect such a big scene to unfold and hurried over to mediate, first pressing Long Xiaoyan's gun down, saying, "Captain Long, we are all comrades. All here to improve training. If we have differing opinions, we can sit down and discuss it. There is no need to pull guns on each other." Fan Tianlei then turned around to criticize Lei Zhan. "Lei Zhan, your training methods are indeed a bit excessive. You should not shoot at trainees. I don't care what training methods you use, but you absolutely cannot let emotions dictate your actions." Long Xiaoyan put away her sidearm, finally saying one last thing. "Remember what I said?" Fan Tianlei stepped in front of Lei Zhan and said sternly, "This is nonsense. If you keep acting recklessly, I will have you removed as captain." Lei Zhan remained silent, while Yin Wang, being clever, smiled and said, "Chief of Staff, don't worry. There won't be next time. I will definitely keep a close eye on our captain. I guarantee there won't be any trouble. Please calm down. Our captain was just a bit impulsive, and I will remind him constantly." After Fan Tianlei left, Lei Zhan kept thinking about Long Xiaoyan's words and said to Yin Wang, "Later, find a time to check Ling Feng's background. What does she mean by something happening to him? And who would execute me? Trying to scare me? Yes. But Lei Zhan, don't be so impulsive next time. Long Xiaoyan is indeed not to be trifled with. I think we should let this go with Ling Feng." Yin Wang advised, "Not to be trifled with? Now that I am involved," Lei Zhan said coldly. Yin Wang sighed. "It's all trouble caused by women. Since ancient times, heroes have had a hard time with beautiful women. Lei Zhan might just fall at the hands of a woman." Yin Wang had reminded him as much as he could. But if Lei Zhan insisted on acting this way, who could stop him? Ling Feng did not expect Lei Zhan to suddenly shoot at him. He was completely unprepared. Otherwise, with his current abilities, definitely would not have let Lei Zhan hit him so easily. It seems that his sense of crisis is still not strong enough. Ling Feng seriously summarized, striving to ensure that he would not let his guard down in any situation in the future. He glanced at the swollen lump on his arm, which still ached faintly when touched. Although Ling Feng's body had been transformed by the essence of 3 devil fruits, making his resilience 5 times that of others, the impact from a close-range blank bullet shot was still significant. If it had been anyone else, they would have likely suffered a bone injury. Ling Feng glanced at Lei Zhan, definitely a personal vendetta. Isn't it just because he has a crush on Enran? Naturally, I will pursue Enran. Enran didn't expect Lei Zhan to suddenly shoot, thinking that he must have done it on purpose because he saw how close she was with Ling Feng. If Ling Feng wasn't trying to help her, he wouldn't have taken that bullet. Ling Feng, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, it wouldn't have turned out this way. I will definitely find a chance to clarify things with Lei Zhan later, Enran said apologetically. Ling Feng smiled and said, "It's nothing. I'm just protecting the girl I like." Instantly, Enran was taken aback for a moment, fell silent, and then looked at Ling Feng in surprise. Tang Xiao was also surprised and said, "Ling Feng, is it true or not? You like Enran? How long have you two known each other? Don't tell me it's some nonsense about love at first sight." Ling Feng smiled and said softly to Enran, "That black-faced god by the shore fired his gun just for you. How could it not be disgusting? If you like him, just deny it. If you don't like him, then just accept what I've said." Enran was left speechless by this remark. After thinking for a long time, she finally shook her head and said, "I have no feelings for that person at all." Ling Feng immediately replied, "I understand." Lei Zhan had been eavesdropping on the conversation between Ling Feng and Enran on the shore. Suddenly hearing Ling Feng say, "I protect the woman I like?" Was this a confession to Enran? Lei Zhan was furious, clenching his fists tightly, glaring at Ling Feng and Enran. Don't let this be tacit approval. Lei Zhan saw Enran silently looking at Ling Feng, her expression complicated. Did she approve? Lei Zhan was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Yin Wang had been keeping an eye on Ling Feng and Enran, and noticing that Lei Zhan seemed to be getting angry again, quickly gripped his rifle tightly and shouted loudly, "What are you all standing around for? Continue training." Yin Wang's shout brought everyone's thoughts back, and they resumed their training. The water snakes thrown in the mud pit were either trampled to death by the male soldiers or crawled out of the mud pit. "Move faster. Run." Yin Wang and the others urged the trainees to run back and forth in the mud pit while carrying wooden stakes. Anyone who moved slowly had a burst of bullets fired into the mud behind them, splattering mud everywhere. 3 female soldiers ran too fast and fell into the mud pit, but fortunately, they reacted quickly, rolling in the mud while avoiding the wooden stakes. So they weren't hit by the falling stakes. "Get up, continue." Yin Wang showed no mercy, forcing them to get up and keep running with the wooden stakes. In contrast, Ling Feng's group with Ran and Tang Xiao had it easy. Ling Feng took on about 2/3 of the weight of the wooden stake, so the remaining weight was almost unnoticeable for them, allowing them to run easily in the mud, which made the other female soldiers envious. Before long, both Lei Zhan and Long Xiaoyun were called to He Zhijun's office. On the helicopter, Long Xiaoyun ignored Lei Zhan, and Lei Zhan did not take the initiative to greet her either. The two arrived at the door of He Zhijun's office. Report. Kumin. Long Xiaoyun and Lei Zhan entered He Zhijun's office. He Zhijun politely said to Long Xiaoyun, "Hello, Captain Long. Thank you for your hard work. Please take a seat." "No need to be polite, Brigade Commander He," Long Xiaoyun replied. He Zhijun turned to Lei Zhan and said coldly, "Lei Zhan, as a Special Forces instructor, your responsibility and duty are to unlock the potential of every trainee and select the most suitable team members. Therefore, instructors must always maintain an objective mindset. You cannot act out of emotion, nor can you bring personal feelings into it. The soldiers you select are chosen for our party, for our country, and for our people. They will bear the mission of defending our country and our people in the future, and you cannot afford to be careless." "Yes, I always remember the brigade commander's teachings," Lei Zhan replied. "That's good to hear." He Zhijun said, "The formation of the Special Forces is time-sensitive and the tasks are heavy, so there can be no carelessness. Therefore, I hope we can unite internally. Lei Zhan, your behavior on the training field was too excessive. Apologize to Captain Long." Upon hearing this, Lei Zhan's face turned red, but he ultimately apologized to Long Xiaoyun. Seeing it from He Zhijun's perspective, Long Xiaoyun only said, "Don't let it happen again," and then left He Zhijun's office, leaving only He Zhijun and Lei Zhan. "Lei Zhan, you were too impulsive. Knowing that Long Xiaoyun is Ling Feng's aunt, how could you shoot at him?" He Zhijun scolded even more fiercely. Lei Zhan was fearless in the face of everything except He Zhijun. He stood there like a child who had done something wrong, trembling and not daring to say another word. It wasn't until He Zhijun finished scolding him and seemed to calm down a bit that Lei Zhan dared to ask, "Wolfhead, who is Ling Feng?" He Zhijun glanced at Lei Zhan, remained silent for a while, and then said, "His family information is classified as S-level, and I don't have the authority to access it. What do you think he is?" Lei Zhan was instantly dumbfounded. After finishing the daytime training and having dinner, Ling Feng had just walked out of the cafeteria when he saw and ran walking towards him. "Does your arm still hurt? I prepared some medicine for you. It's very effective for promoting blood circulation and reducing bruising," and Ran said with concern. Ling Feng glanced at Lei Zhan, who was secretly watching from a distance, and smiled. "It still hurts a bit. Could you help me apply some medicine?" After saying that, he sat under a nearby tree, rolled up his sleeves, revealing his slightly swollen arm, and Ran bit her lip, tightened her grip on the medicine bottle, and finally twisted off the cap, carefully applying the medicine to Ling Feng while occasionally asking if it hurt and if her movements could be gentler. "Your tenderness is the best remedy," Ling Feng smiled. And Ran lowered her head, her ears turning red, and murmured, "Stop talking nonsense." Lei Zhan watched as Ran personally applied medicine to Ling Feng, looking very intimate. Ling Feng seemed to be saying something to Ran that made her blush, and it looked more like a couple whispering sweet nothings. He gritted his teeth in anger, his teeth clattering. Just as Ran finished applying the medicine to Ling Feng, Tang Xiao approached, grinning. "What are you doing?" "Nothing much. I have something to do, so I'll leave first," Ran said shyly as she got up to leave. Tang Xiao plopped down beside Ling Feng and laughed. "You can't really be falling for Ran, can you? Did you see that black-faced guy over there?" Ling Feng chuckled. Tang Xiao followed Ling Feng's gaze and saw Lei Zhan storming away in anger. "That guy, how can Ran possibly like him?" Tang Xiao said disdainfully. "Enough of that. Roll up your sleeves. No refusal allowed. I'll personally apply the medicine for you." Ling Feng smiled bitterly, stretching out his arm, which had just been applied with medication, with his eyes closed. "Is this trouble caused by being handsome?" Tang Xiao laughed while applying the medication to Ling Feng, saying, "Actually, it's quite normal for you to like Ran. And Ran is beautiful, has a great figure, and most importantly, her personality is gentle. If I were a guy, I would definitely like a woman like that. Otherwise, that dark-faced guy wouldn't be so fixated on Ran. I'm just curious, I look pretty good too, and my figure is even better being a dancer with long legs and flexibility. I should be quite aesthetically pleasing, although my personality is a bit straightforward. I've never bullied you. Sometimes I tease you a bit, but that's for your own good. I'm quite gentle towards you. Yet, I've never seen you like me." Tang Xiao suddenly stared at Ling Feng and said, "You're not blind, are you?" Ling Feng rolled his eyes and said, "We're brothers. I've never regarded you as a woman. How can I like you?" Tang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes back and gritted her teeth, saying, I'm such a big beauty. Yet you don't see me as a woman? Are you itching for a fight? Pay attention to my beauty image. Pay attention to my beauty image. Ling Feng hurriedly replied. He Cheng Guang, Wang Yanbing, Li Erniu, and others finished their meal and happened to pass by, seeing Tang Xiaoxiao and Ling Feng laughing and playfully hitting each other. Clearly flirting in the military camp. Wang Yanbing watched enviously and said, It's only the first day, and already 2 beauties are approaching him actively. The military camp is indeed the same as outside. The pretty boys are still popular. I'll go back later and start applying face masks to improve my skin. I don't believe no woman will like me. Li Erniu grinned and said, Give it a rest. With your complexion, even if you apply 10 face masks every day, it won't help. You're as black as coal. Stop mocking me. This is called healthy black, understand? You country bumpkin. What do you know? Wang Yanbing retorted. Stop messing around. He Guang turned and walked away. After being overshadowed by Ling Feng, He Guang was naturally unhappy, especially with so many women surrounding him. How could he let his competitive spirit be suppressed? Elsewhere, some old soldiers observed Ling Feng and Tang Xiaoxiao flirting. Cold Feng smirked and said, What did I say before? This Ling Feng is good at flirting with girls. Now you can see it, right? It's only the first day, and he has already flirted with 2 beauties. Even that Lei Zhan can't stand it, and has to teach him a lesson. Xiao Bing said, Not necessarily. I feel like he is the one being flirted with. Look, both female soldiers approached him on their own. Isn't it obvious they want to flirt with him? Did you see that? The female soldier took the initiative. Ling Feng is just passive. It does seem that way. Sure Samba observed closely and said, That's Ling Feng's brilliance. He makes female soldiers take the initiative to flirt with him, throwing themselves at him. These female soldiers are really infatuated. Why do they specifically like pretty boys? How come no woman likes us who are so manly? Cold Feng said helplessly. Ling Feng still has some skills. Otherwise, Wen-Ti keeps stumbling at his hands. Yu Fei said, He has some skills, but I bet it's just that much. We must get back at him and show him what we veterans are made of, Sure Samba declared. We must get back at him. Yu Fei said, His movements are agile and varied, and his attacks are numerous, but in terms of intensity, he definitely can't compare to us. Next time, as long as we are careful, we can definitely take him down. Ban Zhuang said, Find an opportunity. Yu Fei smiled. Yu Fei, what are you laughing at? Cold Feng asked. Nothing, I just think it might not be us who caused trouble for him. Someone else might act first, Yu Fei said. What do you mean? Everyone looked at Yu Fei with confusion. Don't you all realize? During the mud pit resistance test, Lei Zhan shot at no one but Ling Feng. And during the squad assessment, Lei Zhan made Ling Feng wear a weighted vest of 100 kilograms. If that is not targeting Ling Feng, what is? Yu Fei explained. 100 kilograms? Everyone gasped. Yes, carrying 100 kilograms for 2 continuous hours without any change in pace. Is this new recruit made of iron? Sure Samba said in astonishment. Yu Fei smiled wryly and said, Who knows? From what I understand, in the Siberian training camp, there's a standard of 100 kilograms, and completing 600 reps in 2 hours is considered elite. Based on Ling Feng's pace, if he didn't reach 600, he probably hit 400. Is it really that terrifying? Cold Feng, you held out the longest. What do you say? Yu Fei asked. He's very strong, Cold Feng replied. Lei Zhan walked into the monitoring room with a gloomy face, growing angrier the more he thought about it. He grabbed a nearby cup of water and slammed it onto the floor. Bang! The glass shattered. Yin Wang was playing a game of PUBG, engrossed, when he was suddenly startled and looked at Lei Zhan in shock, saying, What else with the anger? Lei Zhan angrily replied, A soldier is a soldier. I hate it most when people flaunt their status. What are they worth? Yin Wang didn't need to ask. He immediately understood it was about Ling Feng. Thinking to himself, Aren't you also using your instructor status to target Ling Feng? 50 steps laugh at 100 steps. However, love is blind and easily clouds one's judgment. Yin Wang also knew that Lei Zhan was good at heart, loyal to his brothers, but a bit stubborn and a little macho, often keeping things bottled up and not knowing how to coax girls. He liked and ran, but didn't dare to be too proactive. Now that Ling Feng had appeared, he was anxious. Sigh, if I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have acted like that. Yin Wang sighed inwardly. Yin Wang didn't say much more and said in a deep voice, Lei Zhan, don't be impulsive. Take it step by step. After all, Long Xiaoyan is watching, so it can't be too obvious. Lei Zhan raised his eyebrows and walked to the monitoring screen, opening the video of Ling Feng's dorm. He intentionally arranged for Ling Feng to share a dorm with He Guang, Wang Yanbing, Li Erniu, and other newcomers, while the warwolves were placed in another dorm. After discussing the plan with Yen Wang frowned but didn't refute. Go prepare. Tonight, we will ambush Ling Feng's dorm and eliminate him, Lei Zhan said, slamming his fist on the table. This time he was dead set on getting rid of Ling Feng. As night fell, the sky was overcast, and the air was unusually heavy. Report, Thunderstrike team is assembled. Please give instructions. Vice Captain Chunning Tian said after gathering the team, turning to Lei Zhan. Tonight's operation is simple. Ambush. Give these rookies a thorough beating, so they understand one thing. The more tired you are, the less you can slack off. Lei Zhan said sternly. Check your gear. Everyone showed some surprise as they received the tear gas prepared by Yen Wang. Is it really necessary to go this hard? Duan Bao Guetstein. This stuff is indeed a bit extreme. If we throw it into the dorm, if they don't come out in 5 minutes, they might pass out. They'll definitely faint within a minute. Xiaomi Feng said. Doing this on the first night might leave these rookies with PTSD. They probably won't dare to sleep for the next week. The worst part is the side effects. It can cause diarrhea and extreme fatigue. They'll definitely be half dead tomorrow. Lei Zhan said coldly. It's time to give the rookies a lively night. Everyone get ready to act at 1 a.m. sharp. Tian Lang is responsible for Dorm 6. Yes. Yen Wang, responsible for Dorm 5. Yes. Old Fox, responsible for Dorm 4. Yes. I'll be responsible for Dorm 1. After assigning everyone, Lei Zhan said. Everyone immediately understood that Dorm 1 was exactly Ling Feng's dorm. Lei Zhan planned to personally teach Ling Feng a lesson. Who told this guy to annoy the captain? Half of his life was definitely gone. Remember, after throwing it in, you must wait a minute before going in. Lei Zhan concluded. Understood. With 3 hours until 1 a.m., everyone prepared diligently. Yes, after the allocation of the Thunder Battle, everyone prepared individually, thinking about how to better torment these rookies. These rookies definitely wouldn't expect that on the first day of Hell Week, we would launch a surprise attack. They trained all day today, and now they must be comfortably sleeping in bed. How confused will they be when they are gassed? Duan Bao Lauget? These rookies don't understand a thing. The captain deliberately only trained until 9 p.m. to lower their guard. They definitely wouldn't expect it. Little be said. Although it's a bit harsh, after this, they will surely remember and know that they can never relax their vigilance. It's a means of survival. The old fox played with the tear gas grenade in his hand. They will definitely never forget this. Big Bull laughed. At this moment, the Thunder Battle was observing the movements in Ling Feng's dormitory from the monitoring room. They were still lying comfortably in bed. After taking a shower, Wang Yambing fell onto the bed like an octopus, looking very relaxed. He said, they said we could only sleep for 4 hours a day. But now training ends at 9 p.m., and we have 8 hours of sleep time until 5 a.m. the next day. It seems like they were just trying to scare those rookies. This should be one of the favorite tricks of us veterans. Psychological warfare, Wang Yambing muttered. Was today's training not tough enough? 50 kilograms weight for 20 kilometers, plus extreme off-road for 5 kilometers, 2 hours of squats. And finally, over 2 hours carrying wooden stakes in a muddy pit. This high-intensity training is more than 4 times what we usually do in the company. My hands and feet are about to break. Another rookie said. Indeed. No wonder special forces are so strong. This is how they train. But I can still handle this training method. Wang Yambing smiled. I say Ling Feng is the strongest. He ranked first in running, extreme off-road, and squats. He basically carried the wooden stakes by himself. I used to think I was quite strong, but compared to him, I realize the gap is too big. Liurniu said with a big grin. Ling Feng is indeed impressive. Even those veterans can't compare to him. It's an honor for us rookies. Other rookies admired. Cheng Wang remained silent. Ling Feng's strength was evident, and he couldn't deny it. However, he didn't give up, as long as he kept working hard. He believed he would catch up to Ling Feng one day. His current primary goal was to pass the Special Forces assessment and become a real Special Forces soldier. He was just a bit stronger in strength and endurance. Other aspects might not necessarily be better. Just wait and see. Right now it's just physical training, and there will definitely be training subjects like firearms and explosives later, which will require brains, not just brawn. Wang Yambing said dismissively. At that moment, Ling Feng walked in, and Wang Yambing quickly jumped up from the bed with a bright smile, calling out to Ling Feng, Bro, back from your date? You're really awesome. Not only did you show off our rookie's might on the training ground, slapping those old soldiers' faces, but you're also great at picking up girls, getting to know someone so quickly. No, I mean getting acquainted. Can you help a brother out and introduce a couple of female soldiers for us to meet? Wang Yambing said with a thick face. Yeah, Ling Feng, we can have a dormitory social, more communication and interaction, another rookie said. Ling Feng said to everyone, Get some rest early to conserve your energy. The instructors will come to ambush us at 1 o'clock at night. Are you sure? Wang Yanbing asked in surprise. Believe it or not, Ling Feng replied. Ling Feng lay down on the bed to sleep, not even bothering to take off his clothes. Is it real or fake? Wang Yanbing looked at He Chengwang puzzled and asked, what do you think? It's unlikely. The human body has its limits, and everyone is basically at their limit right now. If this continues, everyone will likely be eliminated. It won't do them any good, He Chengwang analyzed. That makes sense, Wang Yanbing replied. The others also didn't really believe what Ling Feng said. They had no idea that Ling Feng possessed the ability of the thorn demon fruit, allowing him to distinguish others' voices within a 500-meter effective listening range. Of course, it required concentration and consumed a lot of mental energy, and given his current mental state, he couldn't sustain it for too long. When he returned earlier, Ling Feng noticed the Thunderstrike team gathered together and listened in, just in time to hear Yin Wang and others discussing their plan to launch a surprise attack at 1 a.m. using toxic tear gas. Let's go. Ling Feng had already made a plan. Believe it or not, it's up to you. After saying this, Ling Feng turned over and quickly fell asleep. The others exchanged glances, unsure whether to believe Ling Feng's words. Is it real or fake? Is the information accurate? Wang Yanbing muttered, wanted to ask more, but saw that the guy had already fallen asleep. Better to believe there might be something than to dismiss it. That perverse black-faced ghost never plays by the rules. He might actually come for a surprise attack, one of the new recruits said. It's now 9 p.m. until 1 a.m., exactly 4 hours. It shouldn't be that extreme, right? Anyway, they need to be cautious. Because of Ling Feng's reminder, the others became more alert. Although they were very tired, they couldn't sleep, including He Chengwang, Wang Yanbing, and Li Erniu. Only Ling Feng was soundly asleep. The others were genuinely worried about a surprise attack at 1 a.m. Their nerves were tightly wound, making it impossible to sleep. They also feared oversleeping and missing the attack, which could be deadly. So they tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Will there be a surprise attack? Who knows? What if there isn't? A few new recruits, completely exhausted, pinched their cheeks hard to keep from falling asleep. But after a while, they wanted to sleep again. Lei Zhan, watching the group of new recruits struggling to stay awake in the monitoring room, chuckled, saying, "These rookies have good spirits. You have time to sleep now, but you won't when the time comes." When he looked at Ling Feng's bed, he found Ling Feng soundly asleep, looking incredibly peaceful, causing a black line to appear on his forehead. How could this guy have no sense of danger at all? Does he really want to be a special forces soldier? This guy, sleeping so soundly. I'll make you suffer later. Lei Zhan gritted his teeth. In fact, Lei Zhan was also tired. After all, he had trained with them all day, and his body wasn't really fine. Watching Ling Feng sleep so deeply only intensified Lei Zhan's anger. Time passed minute by minute, and by midnight, Wang Yanbing and the others looked at the soundly sleeping Ling Feng, who was snoring loudly, each with a black line on their foreheads. This guy is sleeping so sweetly that even thunder wouldn't wake him up. He said there would be a surprise attack at 1 a.m. Who could believe that? He.S. just trying to scare us. So insidious, deliberately making us unable to sleep. How can we train tomorrow if we're not well rested? One of the new recruits realized. It must be that way. He.S. too cunning. Wang Yanbing hadn't expected that Ling Feng would trick them and said fiercely, "I'll deal with you tomorrow." He Chengwang was also quite frustrated. He didn't believe in the first place. But with his roommates not sleeping, he became tense too, managing to stay awake until now, only to find out he was tricked by Ling Feng. Everyone quickly lay down and slept soundly, and in just a few minutes, the dormitory was filled with snoring sounds. Only Li Erniu believed Ling Feng, lying on the bed with wide eyes, occasionally slapping himself hard to keep from sleeping. "I can't sleep. I must not sleep," Li Erniu whispered to himself. At 12:58 a.m., Ling Feng suddenly opened his eyes. This is the magical aspect of the heart network sensing. After Ling Feng set a fixed sleeping time for himself, a closed electromagnetic field formed at the position of his eyes, with positive and negative electrons alternating in operation. Each cycle of positive and negative electrons operates for a fixed duration. Through this cycle, time is calculated, and when it reaches the exchange point, it automatically stimulates Ling Feng's eyes, similar to an alarm clock, which sounds an alarm at the set time. As soon as Ling Feng opened his eyes, he immediately got out of bed and saw a person on the opposite bunk, whose face was swollen. It was Li Erniu, who had kept him awake all night. When Li Erniu saw Ling Feng suddenly get up, his previously drowsy eyes instantly became bright. "How did you wake up?" Li Erniu asked in surprise. Just a moment ago, he had seen Ling Feng sleeping soundly. How did he wake up so suddenly? At 12:55, Lei Zhan saw that everyone in the dorm was sleeping like dead pigs and let out a cold smile. The game of hitting dogs in a closed door has begun. Everyone, pay attention, prepare to act. Those who have passed out, bring them all to the training ground and give them a good beating until they wake up. Lei Zhan commanded through the walkie-talkie. Sky Wolf received. King Yin received. Old Fox received. Yuan Bao received. Hare received. Big Bull received. Little Bee received. After everyone received Lei Zhan's orders, they began to act. At this time, Lei Zhan also left the monitoring room and headed straight for dormitory number 1. According to Lei Zhan's plan, this surprise attack was expected to eliminate everyone, with only a few veterans from the Wolf Warriors possibly escaping. After all, this thing is toxic, and the human body can hardly withstand it. At that time, the others would just be considered a warning, while Ling Feng would be directly expelled. What if Long Xiaoyan knew? This was due to him being unable to endure the special training methods and being eliminated. No one could say a word. Lei Zhan despised the connections among soldiers the most, which is why he didn't care about Ling Feng's background at all. Just as Lei Zhan left the monitoring room, Ling Feng woke up. Ling Feng helplessly looked at the swollen-faced Li Erniu and said, "Hurry up and wake everyone else up. There's only 1 minute left." Oh, Li Erniu ran to the beds and called each sleeping teammate awake, simply saying, "Ling Feng is awake." Wang Yinbing had just fallen asleep and was dreaming about flirting when he was suddenly awakened by Li Erniu, almost kicking him. He said, "What does it matter that he is awake?" Looking up toward the door, he saw Ling Feng rushing out. "What's going on?" Everyone woke up at that moment. I believe Ling Feng's words. Li Erniu turned around and rushed out. Could it really be an ambush? Everyone recalled Ling Feng's performance on the way here. First in weighted cross-country, first in extreme cross-country, first in 2-hour squats, first in carrying the wooden stake. He had never lost. The entire team ranked first was him, the rookie death number 1. Now that he suddenly ran out, there must be a problem. Wang Yinbing, a little hoodlum, had the sharpest sense of danger. Something unusual must be afoot. There might really be an ambush. Wang Yinbing immediately jumped off the bed and rushed out of the dormitory, and the others didn't dare to stay behind, all running out of the dormitory. Everyone ran out, chasing after Li Erniu's direction. The corridor had only one yellowed light bulb, while the outside area was pitch dark. They followed Ling Feng, hiding in the flower bed outside the corridor, waiting quietly. Except for Ling Feng, who was sure there would be an ambush, the others had a lot of doubts. If there really was an ambush, they had escaped a disaster. However, if there wasn't an ambush, Ling Feng would definitely have to bear everyone's wrath. Soon, faint footsteps echoed in the corridor, and everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. "Black-faced ghost," Wang Yinbing whispered. They saw Lei Zhan walking towards their dormitory holding a canister. What was he up to? Was it really an ambush? Everyone subconsciously swallowed hard, staring at the canister in Lei Zhan's hand, unable to see clearly what it was. But bringing something like that in the middle of the night matched Lei Zhan's behavior during the day, and what he was holding was definitely not good. Could it be tear gas with poison? He Guang whispered. What? Everyone's faces changed dramatically. They suddenly remembered that at the beginning of the training, Lei Zhan had mentioned using tear gas with poison for an ambush. This wasn't a joke. Then, they saw Lei Zhan reach their dormitory door, snort coldly, kick the door open, throw the canister inside, and quickly shut the door. He pulled out a lock-picking tool from his pocket and muttered to himself, "Rookies, enjoy the baptism of poison gas. I guarantee you will remember this smell for the rest of your lives." Lei Zhan's voice wasn't loud, but He Guang and others hiding in the corner heard it clearly. It really was poison gas. This black-faced ghost is truly twisted, actually using poison gas against us. If he succeeds, what will happen to us? Damn, so malicious. We're doomed. Tear gas was already hard to bear. What if it was poisonous? How terrifying would it be? People could die, Wang Yinbing whispered. Thanks to Ling Feng this time. Otherwise, even if we don't die, we'd be tortured like ghosts. Someone quietly said. Where's Ling Feng? When everyone remembered Ling Feng, they realized he had disappeared without them noticing. Where'd he go? Where is he? At that moment, everyone saw that Ling Feng had somehow crossed to the other end of the corridor. They saw him lowering his head to take off his shoes, then cautiously stepping forward a few steps. What was he trying to do? Did he want to use his shoes for an ambush? Ling Feng took off his shoes, revealing his smooth soles. After being transformed by the slippery fruit, his skin was delicate and as smooth as snow. Although he couldn't glide like the queen from the world of OnePiece, he could walk silently. He gently took a step forward, lightly pushing off with the soles of his feet, and indeed, there was no sound. After the modification, his soles had very tiny pores and strong shock absorption. The moment his skin touched the ground, it would automatically contract, reducing friction with the ground and achieving a damping effect. Therefore, Ling Feng was able to land silently. Ling Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. This silent and unnoticed skill was simply perfect for ambushes. After adapting to a few steps, Ling Feng immediately burst forth with the fastest speed, rushing towards Lei Zhan. At that moment, Ling Feng's right hand was gripping a wooden stick he had found somewhere. Such incredible speed, and without making a sound. Was he stepping on cotton? Incredible. Was he planning to counter-ambush Lei Zhan? As Ling Feng stealthily approached Lei Zhan from behind, everyone gasped in shock. Ling Feng is really too bold, isn't he? Who is Lei Zhan? The captain of the Thunderstrike team, the king of soldiers in the South China Military Region, and Ling Feng actually launched a surprise attack. They wouldn't even dare to think about it. But Lei Zhan is so despicable, actually using poison gas against them. He deserves to be beaten. I really hope Ling Feng succeeds in the surprise attack and gives him a good beating. But can he be successful? What if it doesn't work out? Ling Feng will be in trouble. At worst, we'll go all out together. Wang Yanbing clenches fists. At this moment, Lei Zhan took out a padlock and was about to lock the door, whispering, Ling Feng, you're eliminated. A creaking sound came from the dormitory, and smoke began to spread. Just when Lei Zhan was feeling triumphant, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. His vision went dark, and he fainted. He never imagined that a dignified king of soldiers would actually be knocked out. Ling Feng's successful sneak attack was due to two reasons. First, Lei Zhan was careless. After all, this was his own territory, and those rookies were in the dormitory with no one outside. Second, Ling Feng moved without making a sound throughout the entire process, which caught the soldier king, Lei Zhan, off guard. Dizzy? Everyone's eyes widened when they saw Lei Zhan knocked out by Ling Feng with a single strike. Isn't Lei Zhan the soldier king? How could he be knocked out so easily? That's too pathetic. Everyone immediately gave Ling Feng a thumbs up. Even He Qingwang felt a bit of admiration. Ling Feng let out a breath and tossed the stick aside. This guy actually resorted to using toxic gas against me. If it weren't for my ability to detect sounds and determine positions, I would definitely be lying in the dormitory inhaling toxic gas right now. Inhaling for 1 minute would leave me in a daze, and 5 minutes would be fatal. Ling Feng became increasingly furious, especially since he had shot himself earlier in the day. Without saying a word, he directly pushed Lei Zhan into the dormitory and locked the door behind him. 5 minutes, and he'll be dead. So you get 4? Ling Feng said. At that moment, He Qingwang and the others rushed over, and upon seeing Ling Feng lock Lei Zhan in the dormitory, they looked shocked. Ling Feng, you're ruthless. Wang Yanbing gave Ling Feng a thumbs up. Lei Zhan was their instructor. Ling Feng not only knocked him out, but also pushed him into a dormitory filled with poison gas. Who among them would dare do that? No one. He deserves it, Li Ernia said. He Qingwang and the others were troublemakers, but not afraid of trouble. They had wanted to torture Lei Zhan for a long time. They just didn't have the strength or the opportunity, as openly attacking an officer would lead to a military court. But now the situation was different. Well done. At this moment on the training ground, Yin Wang and the others were walking around with guns. The searchlights illuminated the entire training ground. In the middle of the training ground, trainees were lying everywhere. Some sprawled on the ground. The team members who had just regained consciousness were vomiting continuously, their faces pale, feeling weak all over, symptoms of poisoning. These vomiting trainees were bringing up bile. I feel terrible. What have you done to us? A slightly conscious trainee weakly shouted while propping himself up with his hands. A bunch of rookies. The old fox and the others completely ignored the rookies' reactions, letting them suffer on the ground without intending to call a doctor. These rookies were really pathetic. After this training session, these people could all be eliminated. Too weak. They had no sense of defense at all. Sure, Samba scoffed. If they weren't pathetic, how could they be called rookies? Zia Meifeng laughed. Rookies? A bunch of bear soldiers. Caterpillars would be more accurate, the old fox mocked. Caterpillar is a nice name, Yin Wang smirked. I wonder how that Ling Feng, who went against Lei Zhan, is faring? That kid is too bold. We've seen plenty of rebellious soldiers. When we first enlisted, didn't we often go against the instructors? But I've never seen someone directly compete with an instructor for a girlfriend like that kid. Yuan Bao said, that guy deserves to be beaten. How could he be so clueless? If I were the instructor, I wouldn't let him off lightly. Huo Bao Dainiu exclaimed angrily. After a while, Yin Wang and the others still hadn't seen Lei Zhan come out. Why is the captain taking so long? Did he get beaten so badly he's weak in the legs? You guys keep an eye here. I'll go take a look, Yin Wang said. Yin Wang quickly walked towards dormitory number 1, and when he reached the door, he was surprised to see Lei Zhan lying in the corridor. Lei Zhan. Yin Wang rushed over and quickly checked Lei Zhan's breath. He was still alive. He wasn't injured, but his face clearly showed signs of poisoning. How'd he get poisoned? Yin Wang quickly pinched Lei Zhan, shouting, "Lei Zhan, wake up! Wake up!" After a while, Lei Zhan finally regained consciousness, and the first thing he did, just like the new recruits on the training ground, was to vomit profusely. After a bout of vomiting, he returned to normal. Fortunately, Lei Zhan had excellent physical fitness. After resting for a while, he regained most of his strength and was able to stand up. Most people wouldn't be able to do that in less than 3 to 5 hours. "Lei Zhan, what happened?" Yin Wang asked curiously. Lei Zhan's face darkened as he replied, "I was ambushed." "Who was so bold?" Yin Wang was astonished. "I didn't see." Lei Zhan said. Yin Wang was shocked. Who was Lei Zhan? A king of soldiers, who in the entire South China military region could knock him out without him knowing. No one would believe it if he told them. It must have been that Ling Feng kid. "Order everyone to assemble. If I don't kick him out of the unit, I won't be able to swallow this anger," Lei Zhan said angrily. "Yes." Yin Wang looked at the furious Lei Zhan and sighed inwardly. Ling Feng had once again provoked Lei Zhan. This was gearing up for a fight to the death. But strangely, how did Ling Feng manage to do this? Ling Feng runs fast and has great strength. But in terms of combat ability, he should not be a match for Lei Zhan. Even if he teamed up with Cheng Wang and others, they might not be able to defeat Lei Zhan. How could he have knocked Lei Zhan out without anyone noticing? Could this kid really be Lei Zhan's nemesis? Lei Zhan and Yin Wang arrived at the training square. Wen Chunning Tian and the others saw Lei Zhan and Yin Wang, but no one else. They looked surprised and were about to ask, but Yin Wang gestured at them to not ask any questions, so they closed their mouths in confusion. Could they have failed? Chunning Tian and the others had the same thought. Then, seeing Lei Zhan's dark face, they roughly understood what was going on. "Everyone assemble." Yin Wang blew the whistle for assembly. Immediately, the soldiers who had been weakened by the gas struggled to stand straight and formed a line, looking like sick chickens. A group of people walked out from the darkness. It was Lung Feng and the others, all of them looking vigorous and unaffected. Lung Feng and his team were much more vigilant than the new recruits. They never let their guard down, even during sleep, taking turns to stand watch. So when they encountered a surprise attack, they immediately rushed out of the dormitory to hide. Lei Zhan glanced at Lung Feng and the others without saying anything and let them take their place in line. He had long anticipated that these individuals would avoid the surprise attack. Their overall strength was not inferior to that of the Thunder Assault team. Did Long Xiaoyan let them in for training just to annoy him? Lung Feng scanned the team and did not find Ling Feng and the others. Strange. Could they have avoided the ambush? Lung Feng and the others were confused. They had escaped the surprise attack thanks to their past experience and quick reflexes. But what experience could a new recruit like Ling Feng have? Tonight, Lei Zhan dismissed training at 9 p.m. for everyone to rest. And Lung Feng and the others had already sensed that. While they were searching for Ling Feng, he came over from the corner on the east side of the square with Cheng Wang and the others. "Report. Take your place in line." Yin Wang instructed Ling Feng and the others to line up, count the numbers, and then reported to Lei Zhan. 145 trainees have assembled. Please give instructions." Lei Zhan took a deep breath and shouted, "Someone ambushed the instructor. Shouldn't such a person be removed from the unit?" Ambushed the instructor? Everyone looked at Lei Zhan in surprise and whispered among themselves. Who had the guts to ambush right under the black-faced god's nose? How ruthless! Who was ambushed? And did it succeed? Lei Zhan had not appeared for a long time. Was he the one who got ambushed? Ambushing Lei Zhan? They must have been incredibly bold. While everyone was confused, they suddenly heard Ling Feng shout, "Report. I think ambushing and counter-ambushing is a fair game. The instructor is the hunter, and the soldiers are the prey. But the prey also has the right to resist and cannot just sit and wait to die. If counterattacking is defined as a violation, then those who set the rules should be condemned." Lei Zhan was speechless. Soldiers who do not obey orders will be eliminated. What we need are soldiers who obey orders, not those who question their superiors' commands. Ling Feng was well aware that Lei Zhan was determined to target him, so he boldly stepped out of the ranks and shouted, "If you have the ability, let's have a one-on-one match. Use your real skills to eliminate me." Ling Feng wanted to challenge Lei Zhan. The new recruits were in an uproar. The name of Lei Zhan, the Thunder God, was well known in the South China military region. People might not know who the commander of the military region was, but they certainly knew Lei Zhan. He was the captain of the Thunder Assault team in the South China military region and had won first place in the military region's combat competition for 3 consecutive years. Every year, many rising stars sought to challenge Lei Zhan, full of confidence. However, after facing him, they all left with their faces covered in dirt, thoroughly humiliated. Ling Feng, A new recruit who has never learned any combat skills actually wants to challenge Lei Zhan? Isn't this a joke? Good job. The recruits were all excited. Regardless of whether Ling Feng can win or not, the fact that he stood up to challenge Lei Zhan was like taking a breath of relief for them. When Cold Feng and the others saw Ling Feng stepping out to challenge Lei Zhan, they all widened their eyes in shock and looked at Ling Feng. Does this rookie really know nothing? It should be known that Lei Zhan's combat skills are not only ranked in the South China Military Region, but also hold a position in the Capital Military Region. This is not determined through evaluations, but earned through one competition after another, truly fighting for it, which is why he holds the title of Thunder God. Otherwise, how could he possibly have the word God in his title? Ling Feng actually challenged Lei Zhan. Is he looking for death? How did he become so bold? Does he think his confidence has reached an invincible level? Another reckless soldier who doesn't understand the situation. The old foxes like Lei Dian, Yuan Bao, and Xiaomi Feng all showed a hint of a smile when they saw Ling Feng jump out to challenge Lei Zhan. Looking for trouble, just right? Lei Shen has been holding in a lot of anger and can finally vent it. His courage is indeed not small, but doesn't he understand the situation? He is going to hit a brick wall. Lei Shen's fighting style combines military boxing and conventional martial arts, making him unbeatable in the Southern Military Region. The most recent competition was 2 weeks ago, where Lei Zhan took down 10 masters from the capital in under a minute. Let's see the show. I wonder if Lei Shen will put aside his pride and play with this reckless soldier. I don't know. Yin Wang felt a shiver in his heart. Ling Feng openly opposing Lei Zhan was one thing, but now he jumped out to challenge Lei Zhan in front of so many people. Isn't that openly defying Lei Zhan's orders? Given Lei Zhan's explosive temper, wouldn't he just kill Ling Feng? Thinking of this, Yin Wang was about to rush towards Lei Zhan, but saw Lei Zhan, furious, draw his pistol and point it at Ling Feng. Lei Sheng, no. Yin Wang was shocked and prepared to rush over to stop it. Lei Zhan drew his pistol at Ling Feng, but at that moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist holding the pistol. Bang! Lei Zhan's tightly gripped pistol was kicked 3 meters away and fell to the ground. What speed? When Lei Zhan drew his gun, Ling Feng was still 3 meters away. Yet in such a short time, Ling Feng was able to knock Lei Zhan's pistol away. This can only indicate one thing. Ling Feng likely predicted Lei Zhan's next move, made a preemptive strike, and was able to execute a precise attack. Lung Feng and He Cheng Wang are both martial arts experts. As the saying goes, you can tell if someone is skilled as soon as they make a move. Although Ling Feng's kick looked effortless, it contained a lot of intricacies. Firstly, the prediction of the action at a distance of 3 meters is significant in martial arts, making it very challenging. Even if you successfully predict Lei Zhan's move, how do you attack accurately from such a distance? This is a matter of speed and timing. If the timing is off, attacking too early means Lei Zhan hasn't drawn his gun yet, which would be a blatant assault on a superior, leading to serious consequences. If too late, Lei Zhan might have already fired. Can your movements be faster than a bullet? This only indicates one thing. Ling Feng's leg techniques are indeed impressive. Shi Samba, Yu Fei, Xiao Bing, and others still vividly remember Ling Feng's kicking skills. During the day, he kicked all of them away with one kick. It's indeed impressive, but the title Lei Shen is not just for show. He once won 20 consecutive matches in a National Special Forces combat arena, ultimately achieving 3rd place. How could a soldier of such caliber have his pistol kicked away by Ling Feng from 3 meters away? What is going on? Previously, although Long Xiaoyun kicked Lei Zhan, many thought it was because Lei Zhan was reluctant to fight. After all, Long Xiaoyun is a commander and a woman. Lei Zhan certainly wouldn't go all out. What if he accidentally injured her? That would be even more troublesome. So, Lei Zhan is not as weak as he seems. Yin Wang, seeing Lei Zhan's pistol knocked aside, almost shouted nice. Then he looked at Ling Feng with a shocked expression. His leg techniques are that powerful? Yin Wang wondered. Ling Feng kicked away Lei Zhan's handgun and coldly taunted him, saying, "If you have the guts, challenge me one-on-one. Don't use a gun." Lei Zhan, infuriated, smiled instead. He had never seen a trainee like Ling Feng, more headstrong than even the toughest soldiers. You wouldn't find another one like him in the entire Southern Military Region, or even in major military regions across the country. Challenging me openly? Lei Zhan revealed a cold smile. Does he think that Long Xiaoyun easily knocked me down, believing I am weak? When Lei Zhan fought against Long Xiaoyun, more than 70 of his fall was intentional. He was just afraid of causing trouble. This kid doesn't know the heights of heaven or depths of earth. Lei Zhan sneered in his heart. Yin Wang rushed in front of Lei Zhan and whispered, "Boss, don't go too far. You just got scolded by the chief of staff this morning, and now it's evening, and you're causing such a scene again." If it weren't for Ling Feng kicking away the gun, Lei Zhan would have really shot. What if it comes back to bite him? And Lei Zhan's fighting skills are even more terrifying. What if he seriously injures Ling Feng? Lei Zhan ignored Yin Wang and quietly said to Ling Feng, "I'll give you one last chance." Lei Zhan accepted Ling Feng's challenge. Ling Feng is looking for a fight, but how could he possibly beat Lei Zhan? He's a devil instructor, the champion of fighting for 3 consecutive years in the entire district. Ling Feng is recklessly going against the black-faced ghost. Doesn't he worry about being sabotaged by the black-faced ghost during training later, or is he planning to back out after this fight? What is Ling Feng thinking? Whether he wins or loses, the black-faced ghost will definitely have his eyes on him. You just realized that? The black-faced ghost has long had a grudge against Ling Feng. This time is just a trigger. He wants to eliminate Ling Feng. Although many new recruits admire Ling Feng's actions, they don't have much faith in him. Tang Xiaoxiao looked worriedly at Ling Feng and said, "Why is this guy so impulsive? Challenging the black-faced ghost is just asking for trouble, right? It's over. It's over. He will definitely be eliminated this time. What should we do? That damn black-faced ghost. Why does he always target Ling Feng?" And Ran bit her lip, feeling increasingly guilty seeing Ling Feng like this. She knew that Lei Zhan liked her, and his targeting of Ling Feng was mostly because of her. Ling Feng was so outstanding. He would definitely pass the assessment if he participated normally. If he got eliminated because of her, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Who would have thought that Lei Zhan was such a selfish person, unable to separate public and private matters? And Ran glared fiercely at Lei Zhan. If Ling Feng got eliminated this way, she would give up the assessment too. Suddenly, Lei Zhan turned around, snatched Yin Wang's Type 95 rifle, fired several shots into the sky, and shouted loudly, "Except for rookie number 1, the night training mode officially begins for everyone else." Set off immediately. Then he threw the gun back to Yin Wang. Yin Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Lei Zhan might get angry and shoot at Ling Feng again, and hurriedly shouted to the team, "Run. Move faster." The others wanted to stay and watch the excitement, but under Yin Wang's orders, they had to leave, weakly moving forward. A few old soldiers from Ling Feng itched to stay, but were shot in the feet by Yin Wang, forcing them to turn around and catch up with the main group. Everyone moved faster. The Thunderstrike team urged everyone to quickly leave the training ground. Ding! The system issued a random mission. Defeat Lei Zhan. Gain fame in the military district. Reward 100 experience points. At this moment, a crisp voice sounded by Ling Feng's ear. His eyes lit up. The system was so humanized. Ling Feng originally wanted to beat Lei Zhan up, and now he can not only fight, but also earn points. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. His challenge to Lei Zhan was not a momentary impulse. First, he had mastered the fighting techniques of Moonlight Moria, reaching a level where he could use them at will. With his physical attributes at 5, he was 5 times stronger than an ordinary person, with greatly enhanced strength, speed, and reflexes. With such a powerful advantage, he naturally wasn't afraid of Lei Zhan. However, Lei Zhan had rich combat experience and many lethal techniques, which were exactly what he currently lacked. This was a good opportunity to improve his combat experience. How many moves do you think it will take for Lei Zhan to knock Ling Feng down? Littleby asked excitedly. That depends on whether Lei Zhan will go all out. You all know his temper. I hope this kid doesn't provoke him, the boss reminded. That kid thinks he can act recklessly just because he has a little ant backing him up. I hope he gets a good lesson so he remembers it in the future. Remember the last military exercise when there was a soldier who got his waist broken by the boss? I wonder if he's better now. I estimate that Ling Feng, this troublemaker, will be worse off, Yuan Bao laughed. Everyone, pay attention. If you see Lei Zhan's situation going wrong, make sure to stop him. Understand? Yin Wang warned. Why? Daniel asked in confusion. It's simple. If the boss loses control and seriously injures Ling Feng, how could Long Xiaoyan let it go? The old fox replied. During the day, Long Xiaoyan drew her gun at Lei Zhan, and she had live ammunition. I was closest to her, and I could sense that she really would pull the trigger. If the chief of staff hadn't intervened, the situation could have been dire, Yin Wang said calmly. What does it matter if it's the capital military district? Can they act lawlessly? Daniel retorted angrily. Teaching Ling Feng a lesson shouldn't be a big problem, but if it goes too far, Lei Zhan will certainly be in big trouble. No one wants to lose the captain, right? Yin Wang stated. Everyone fell silent. Lei Zhan and Ling Feng cleared a space between them. Lei Zhan unbuckled his belt and tossed it aside, loosened the collar of his shirt, and then said to Ling Feng, "Kid, do you think that just because you succeeded in a sneak attack and have your little ant protecting you, you're something special?" Ling Feng ignored Lei Zhan. his mind constantly replaying various attack methods of shadow skills and pondering how to perfectly combine other skills. The shadow fighting technique allowed him to move like a shadow, using the air currents to quickly dodge. The sound localization skill let him have no blind spots. Do you know who I am? Have you heard of my name? Iam Lei Zan, Kodiname Tundergod. Do you know how the nickname Thunder God came about? It is a title I earned by fighting from the Southern Military Region all the way to the capital military region. Lei Zhan recounted his past, only using the sound system. For 3 consecutive years, many soldiers who thought they were very strong challenged me, and I knocked them all down one by one. So, I am still standing here, becoming your instructor. Hirda, my Vortislav, Lei Zhan said coldly. Let me be straightforward with you. I really don't like you. You can leave here on your own, and I'll give Long Xiaoyan some face, treating it as if nothing happened. Lei Zhan finished with a cold tone. At that moment, Ling Feng shook his head and said, You talk too much. Let's get started. Instantly, Lei Zhan's expression became very interesting. He felt that after talking for so long, this kid hadn't listened to a word, making him feel like a fool performing. Lei Zhan touched his lips and said fiercely, You've got guts. Lei Zhan calmed himself down. Although he was furious, he was not a reckless man who would lose his rationality because of anger. Otherwise, he wouldn't qualify to be the leader of the Thunder Assault team. Ling Feng's performance along the way made Lei Zhan very aware that the opponent had great strength, lasting endurance, and physical fitness that was on par with his own. The fact that he had previously succeeded in ambushing him showed that his movement speed was fast. On the battlefield, Lei Zhan never underestimated his opponents. Even if the opponent was weaker than him, he would give it his all. This is one of Lei Zhan's secrets to victory. Lei Zhan clenched his fists, and his fingers made cracking sounds. I am your instructor, and I can let you make the first move, Lei Zhan said. Ling Feng took a deep breath without any courtesy. His figure swayed, and he began to run around Lei Zhan, not attacking immediately, but moving like a shadow around Lei Zhan. What's going on? Yin Wang and the others looked at Ling Feng, leaning slightly forward with his hands floating backward, moving forward, creating an illusion of a spiritual snake gliding. What kind of movement is this? Chuning Tian showed a surprised expression. This rapid gliding was soft, yet gave off a strong sense of resilience. It had a bit of the flavor of the Yulong Ba Guazhong, swimming Dragon 8 Trigram's palm, but it was also somewhat different. His footsteps were almost touching the ground, and his techniques were quite different. Could he be a martial arts master? Daniel wondered. A bit eerie, said the old fox. Ling Feng felt a tremendous change in the flexibility of his entire body, including his muscles and bones, after being transformed by the slippery fruit, especially in his waist area. When he leaned, he felt no strain at all, as if he could tighten in an instant and relax in another, like the bending elasticity of a lobster. As Ling Feng's body improved in resilience, his overall coordination was also activated, and his speed of movement became faster and faster. Lei Zhan, indeed experienced, did not rush to attack when he saw Ling Feng moving quickly around him. Instead, he remained calm and prepared, tightening his fists, watching all directions and listening carefully, ready to respond to any surprise attack from Ling Feng. This clever tactic, trying to defeat me? Ridiculous. Lei Zhan squinted his eyes into a line, noticing that although Ling Feng was running quickly, his feet made not a single sound. Lei Zhan could almost confirm that the person who had previously ambushed him was Ling Feng. Ling Feng is trying to combine the fighting techniques of Moonlight Moria with the special effects caused by the body transformation of the Suk no Mi. This is the feeling. Ling Feng's foot moved like a swimming dragon, causing the fine sand on the ground to swirl beneath him, forming a small circle at his feet, ready to kick it out to attack Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan had been paying attention to every move Ling Feng made, initially surprised by speed, but upon seeing Ling Feng's action of stepping on the sand, he sneered inwardly. Oomph, such a small trick. Lei Zhan immediately guessed Ling Feng's intention, to kick up the sand to create a distraction and then launch a sneak attack. He had long since looked down on this method of attack. However, while Lei Zhan anticipated the process, he did not predict the outcome. Ling Feng suddenly kicked, and the sand at his feet flew toward Lei Zhan like a concealed weapon. Lei Zhan was already on guard, raising his left hand to block his face. But in that split second, he felt his arm densely prickling, as if stung by countless bees. Pulling back his arm, he was horrified to find numerous small holes in his sleeve seeping blood. Flying sand as a concealed weapon? Lei Zhan's arm throbbed with pain. He could never have imagined that the kicked-up sand could cause such terrible damage. Little did he know that Ling Feng's Moonlight Moria shadow fighting technique could utilize anything on the ground as a weapon for attack. When Ling Feng is moving at high speed, friction between his soles generates positive and negative electrons. creating a strong adhesive force that firmly attaches sand to the soles of his feet. When he suddenly kicks out, the closed electric field disconnects as he leaves the ground, and the sand flies towards Lei Zhan with the initial speed of Ling Feng's kick. Due to the force of Ling Feng's kick, the attack created by the sand is strong. Ling Feng landed a hit with one move, followed by dozens of kicks flying out. In an instant, streams of sand shot towards Lei Zhan. The sand had an extremely strong penetrating power, instantly piercing through Lei Zhan's military uniform and entering his strong body, causing bright red blood to gradually seep out from all over. This, Yin Wang and the others were taken aback, not expecting that the sand kicked by Ling Feng would have such powerful lethality. When they saw Ling Feng kicking the sand, they all thought he was using it as a distraction to divert Lei Zhan's attention and then wait for an opportunity to act. Who would have thought he would directly use the sand as a weapon? Did his feet have adhesive power? The sand was light and scattered, even if thrown by hand. It would be hard to form any lethal force. How much strength did he need in that kick to send the sand flying at such speed? Lei Zhan retreated dozens of steps before finally escaping Ling Feng's attack range. He spread his arms and let out a roar, his strong body resembling that of a gorilla, with angry eyes fixed on Ling Feng. He was actually forced back. This had never happened before. In the past, facing the opponent's torrential attacks, he could handle it with just his iron fists, but now Ling Feng only kicked sand and forced him to retreat. How infuriating! How could his kicking power be so fierce, able to penetrate clothing and make him bleed? Lei Zhan's heart trembled. Suddenly, Lei Zhan's expression changed. A small stone flew straight towards his face. If sand could make him bleed, what about a stone? Whoosh! The stone carried a sharp wind, and, at the critical moment, Lei Zhan performed a backflip to avoid the incoming stone. The stone barely grazed Lei Zhan's face, and he could clearly feel the gust of wind blowing cool against his cheek. Such terrifying shooting power! Lei Zhan was drenched in cold sweat, and as he saw the opponent's foot fly up again, another stone came flying toward him. Lei Zhan quickly performed a fish leap, dodging the series of stones that were coming his way. Ling Feng couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for Lei Zhan as he continuously dodged the attacks he initiated. No wonder he is the warrior king, Lei Zhan. He has managed to train his flesh and blood to such an agile level. However, can he really dodge everything? The training ground was already filled with many stones, which were used as weights specifically for training. Ling Feng's Guangmolia combat technique is most powerful with his feet. For different objects, Ling Feng's kicking method varies. The force needed to kick sand relies on the strong, adhesive power of the soles of his feet, while kicking stones to instantaneously turn them into weapons requires mastering the balance point of the stone. The so-called balance point can be simply described as an angle. At this angle, a kicked stone can achieve maximum attack power with minimal effort. One unit of kicking force can yield 5 times the power. However, very few people can accurately determine this balance point. But Guangmolia combat technique helps Ling Feng easily find this balance point. Come again. In the blink of an eye, Ling Feng kicked 5 stones simultaneously, sending them flying towards Lei Zhan, who was 7 to 8 meters away. Whoosh! The flying stones accelerated, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind. As Lei Zhan dodged, the stones struck the ground, kicking up clouds of dust, reminiscent of bullets hitting the earth. Yin Wang and the others changed their expressions. The stone attacks were even fiercer than the previous sand attacks. What surprised them even more was that it seemed like anything under Ling Feng's feet could become his weapon. First it was sand, now it was stones. They were all powerful special forces soldiers and experts in using the environment for combat, knowing how to turn surrounding objects into weapons. But they had never seen anyone who could kick objects off the ground and turn them into weapons. For example, the attack with sand was the most dispersed and generally only served to distract. In contrast, stones were irregular, making force and angle very difficult to control. How could Ling Feng kick with such precision? It was like performing magic. They watched as sharp stones flew towards Lei Zhan, with several nearly grazing his forehead, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. I didn't expect him to be a master of hidden weapons. The old fox said, it's probably not that simple. The hidden weapon masters, I know, usually use their hands. Have you ever seen anyone using their feet? In other words, if he can kick with such precision and dominance, what if he used his hands? Chen Yingtian said, could Thunder God lose? The originally playful little bee's face turned serious. They had been worried whether Lei Zhan would hit Ling Feng too hard and injure him, but now they should be considering whether Ling Feng would injure Lei Zhan. Yin Wang shook his head, revealing a wry smile. Lei Zhan was indeed quite formidable. Despite his brawny physique, he moved with great agility, with every action turning, jumping, rolling, perfectly textbook, avoiding the stone attacks. However, he could only defend, constantly retreating, and getting closer to Ling Feng was utterly impossible. This left Lei Zhan extremely frustrated. His strength lay in close combat, and now with more than 8 meters separating him from Ling Feng, he had lost all his advantages. As the battlefield shifted, Ling Feng approached a pile of bamboo. These bamboos were meant for training. Ling Feng kicked at the bamboos, sending a bamboo pole over 3 meters long flying like an arrow towards Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan was taken aback. If the bamboo struck him at that speed, he would surely be pierced. He hurriedly sidestepped, and the bamboo narrowly missed him, embedding itself 2 meters behind him with a loud thud. That was close. Lei Zhan barely dodged the first one, but then the second and third bamboo poles came flying in succession. He dodged left and right, not daring to take them head-on. How could he turn ordinary bamboo into weapons? Yin Wang and the others gasped in shock. The key was the speed and angle at which Ling Feng kicked each bamboo, each one flying straight out. They traced elegant arcs in the air before embedding themselves in the ground, continuously forming a circle around Lei Zhan, constricting his movement space. In less than 5 minutes, the ground was filled with bamboo poles. Lei Zhan was indeed agile, but with so many bamboos surrounding him, his mobility became increasingly difficult, and he gradually fell into a disadvantage. To make matters worse, stones occasionally flew in, causing Lei Zhan to sweat profusely. As his movement space shrank, Lei Zhan gradually found it harder to withstand. Sweat was already dripping from his forehead, and his eyes revealed a sense of unspeakable frustration. As a close combat warrior, he was being thoroughly suppressed by the opponent, with no room to fight back, and the opponent was only using his feet, not even his hands. As Lei Zhan faced this overwhelming crisis, in a nearby area, He Jijun and Long Xiaoyan stood side by side. He Jijun had a look of astonishment on his face, saying, "Incredible. Ling Feng's leg attacks seem to be like magic, capable of forming powerful attacks from anything he kicks. Captain Long, your nephew is quite the hidden talent," he added. Long Xiaoyan smiled, unsure how to respond. Like everyone else, she was quite surprised. The attacking power generated by his leg strength was terrifyingly 10 times stronger than her own leg technique. She could also kick stones to form attacks, but the power and precision were far inferior to Ling Feng's, and she certainly couldn't kick bamboo poles into the ground. To think that a soldier king was being suppressed by him, and defeat was just a matter of time. Did this kid have any other secrets? Long Xiaoyan looked at Ling Feng with curiosity. After a while, Lei Zhan finally showed a flaw, getting hit on the shoulder by a flying stone, staggering backward a few steps. Before he could steady himself, 3 or 4 bamboo poles came flying in, pinning him in between and rendering him unable to move. He Jijun felt a mix of anger and amusement. It was infuriating that a soldier king like Lei Zhan couldn't even defeat a new recruit, and the latter hadn't even used his hands. But he was pleased to discover such a promising talent, revealing genuine joy. Actually, I don't oppose Lei Zhan's training plan. This approach, learned from abroad, has its merits. But I didn't expect someone like Ling Feng to completely overshadow Lei Zhan. Captain Long, I want to hear your opinion, He Jijun said. Long Xiaoyan understood this was He Jijun's way of giving her a choice about whether to let Lei Zhan continue training. After a moment of silence, she said, "I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Actually, I also want to know where my nephew's trump card lies." Upon hearing the answer he wanted, a smile appeared on He Jijun's face. As expected of Long Xiaoyan. "You didn't let me down," he thought, then softly said, "I once saw a new recruit who, from the moment he entered the military camp, was a troublemaker. He went against his squad leader, then against the platoon leader, then against the company commander, and later even against his instructor. Yet he grew along the way, and his instructor was motivated by him and also grew. This is called a win-win." He Jijun's words were not lost on Long Xiaoyan. Ling Feng's displayed strength and indomitable spirit undoubtedly make him a natural fit for military service. Once fully unleashed, his future achievements are boundless. On the other hand, Lei Zhan has now reached a bottleneck. If he wants to progress further, he needs to find a stimulus, someone who can inspire him. Ling Feng needs motivation to grow, and Lei Zhan needs stimulation to break through. The two of them target each other, ultimately making progress together and achieving the win-win situation that He Jijun mentioned. This is also one of the reasons why Long Xiaoyan agreed to He Jijun's actions. As for the conflict between Ling Feng and Lei Zhan, it's not exactly complicated, but it is quite serious. What men resent most is someone else competing with them for women. Although Long Xiaoyan is a woman, she understands this aspect of men's psychology very well. "This kid is so handsome," he will definitely attract more trouble in the future. Lei Zhan might just be the beginning. Long Xiaoyan looked at Lei Zhan, who was stuck between the bamboo and unable to move, and smirked. At 3 in the morning, He Cheng Wang and the others, exhausted, finally completed their training task. When they arrived at the training ground, they found no one there. "Where's everyone?" Wang Yanbing asked, suspecting that Ling Feng had been severely punished. That black-faced god definitely wouldn't go easy on him. Could he have been sent to the hospital overnight? Li Erniu worriedly said. The black-faced god is ruthless. If Ling Feng fell into his hands, he must have been tormented to the brink of death. What should we do? If it weren't for Ling Feng, we might have ended up in the hospital too. Li Erniu was so heartbroken he was almost in tears. Wang Yanbing sighed and said, Ling Feng is indeed a good brother. It's a pity that black-faced god is such a scoundrel, seeking personal revenge. He Cheng Wang also felt regret. Ling Feng was indeed a worthy opponent, and he had originally planned to settle things in the upcoming training, but now it seemed impossible. Let's go back for now. We'll find out the situation tomorrow, He Cheng Wang said. With a heavy heart, He Cheng Wang and the others returned to the dormitory. Wang Yanbing pushed open the door, turned on the light, and naturally looked towards Ling Feng's bed. His eyes widened in surprise, and he rubbed them to make sure he was seeing clearly, then exclaimed, Ling Feng? Ling Feng was lying on the bed, fast asleep. Wang Yanbing rushed over excitedly to check Ling Feng's body, saying, no arms or legs missing. Li Erniu also ran over excitedly, his eyes glistening, saying, that's great. I thought you were taken to the hospital. Wang Yanbing curiously stared at Ling Feng and joked. Number 1. How did you do it? That black-faced god Wu Ti have thought of some way to give you euthanasia. Would he? Ling Feng awakened cursed. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. He was met with laughter from He Cheng Wang and Li Erniu. Wang Yanbing also happily scratched his scalp. It goes without saying that Ling Feng must have passed. Did he defeat Lei Zhan? At 5:30, just as dawn was breaking, an urgent assembly whistle sounded outside the dormitory. Assemble. Get up. Hurry. Wang Yanbing jumped off the bed, wanted to wake others, only to find Ling Feng had already run out the door. What the? So fast. Didn't the whistle just blow? Wang Yanbing looked astonished with his bear-like eyes. Ling Feng was the first to arrive at the training ground, followed by Lung Feng and the others, all of them sporting dark circles under their eyes. There was no helping it. Each of them had only slept for a little over 2 hours, so it was no surprise they looked exhausted. Ling Feng? Lung Feng's eyes lit up with excitement when he saw Ling Feng. Sure Samba, Xiao Bing, and the others also noticed Ling Feng, first surprised, then each one became excited. His appearance here meant he had passed the challenge. Could he really defeat Lei Zhan? It's hard to say now. Perhaps something would interrupt midway. But regardless, the fact that he was standing here was a good thing. Sure Samba was still thinking about competing with Ling Feng. If Ling Feng left, where would he find another opponent? What if Ling Feng really managed to take down Lei Zhan? Lung Feng suddenly said, no way. Who is Lei Zhan? For Ling Feng to even match him would be incredible. Ban Zhuang exclaimed in surprise. Soon, new recruits started to trickle out, each one with dark circles and a lackluster demeanor, especially those who had been exposed to the gas. They looked even more like sickly chickens. However, the moment they saw Ling Feng, their eyes lit up. Number 1, he's still here. Did he succeed in the challenge? The new recruits nearly shouted when they saw Ling Feng. Ling Feng has unknowingly become their spiritual support. Seeing him is like seeing hope. Tang Xiaoxiao ran out, and when she saw Ling Feng, her eyes widened. She had worried about him all night and didn't sleep well, thinking that Ling Feng must have had a terrible time, especially after being shot at by the black-faced god during the day. Now that she saw him standing there safe and sound, how could she not be happy? If it weren't for the many people around, she might have run over to give Ling Feng a hug. And Ran saw Ling Feng, and a complex expression appeared in her eyes. The heart that had been hanging in the air finally settled. The previously lifeless group suddenly became lively with Ling Feng's appearance. Ding! Host Ming Yang Military District, mission completed. Gained 100 experience points. A crisp voice rang in Ling Feng's ear. Another 100. With this 100, the experience reached 200. Already halfway there. As long as he gains another 200 experience points, he can level up again. Ling Feng felt excited just thinking about it. Last night's battle with Lei Zhan made Ling Feng once again realize the power of skills. Only by leveling up and acquiring more skills can he become even stronger. He still needs 200 more. Ling Feng's gaze was exceptionally firm. Ling Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air and regained his spirits. Although he had defeated Lei Zhan last night, it was with the help of external factors, and that was far from enough, unless he learned more means of attack. So that he could defeat Lei Zhan relying solely on his own abilities, That was Ling Feng's current goal. Lei Zhan, if you want to drive me away, fine. Not only do I want to be a king of soldiers, but I also want to win over and ran. Ling Feng's eyes revealed a determined gaze. He fixed his gaze on the king of hell, who was also sizing him up. It must be said that Ling Feng's performance last night truly surprised the king of hell. Although it was a bit of a clever trick, a win is a win, and there is nothing more to say about it. Moreover, the king of hell didn't dislike Ling Feng. On the contrary, he was increasingly impressed by him. This kid is becoming more and more interesting. He always manages to come up with many unexpected things. Ling Feng, fearless of heaven and earth, embodies the essence of a soldier, doesn't he? Moreover, back when Lei Zhan enlisted, wasn't he just like the current Ling Feng, a rebellious soldier? Yin Wang couldn't help but smile slightly at this thought. He now hoped that Ling Feng and Lei Zhan could keep competing against each other to see who would ultimately achieve victory. At this moment, Lei Zhan walked over from the east, wearing large sunglasses, and the scene immediately fell silent as everyone turned to look at him. The black-faced god's face is injured. It looks like he was hit by something. It seems swollen. Could it be for number one? No way. Number one seems fine, but the black-faced god, this instructor, is the one injured? What's going on? Everyone stared curiously at Lei Zhan. The faces of several veterans like Ling Feng showed strange expressions, while He Cheng Wang and others looked astonished. To be honest, no one believed that Ling Feng could defeat Lei Zhan. At most, it would be a draw. However, now that Lei Zhan was injured and it was on his face, the situation might be a bit complicated. Everyone looked at Lei Zhan and then at Ling Feng, and the atmosphere felt a bit strange. Just as everyone was puzzled, Lei Zhan shouted in a cold voice, "The journey to hell has just begun. Everyone with a 30-kilogram load, do a round trip of 10 kilometers. Start." This time, no one questioned it further. They just ran. When did the black-faced god show mercy and only make us run 10 kilometers? Did he get triggered last night? A new recruit joked as he ran. It's possible. Could number one really have one? Another recruit said. That is hard to say. In any case, as long as the black-faced god doesn't make us suffer too much, it's fine. Running 10 kilometers with a 30-kilogram load wasn't a big deal for them. Everyone thought Lei Zhan had suddenly changed his personality. When they finished running back, it was just 8 o'clock, and they thought they could rest a bit and have breakfast. However, before anyone could rest, they heard Lei Zhan command. That was just an appetizer. Next, with a 30-kilogram load, jump stairs for 1 hour. Everyone's faces fell. They thought Lei Zhan had turned kind-hearted, but it turned out he was preparing something even harsher. Move faster. Anyone who moves slowly will miss breakfast. Yin Wang yelled from the side. So, a group of people struggled to carry the 30 kilograms, jumping up step by step, and the sound of their jumps echoed through the stairs. This was a specially designed staircase for the army, 5 stories high. They jumped from the left side all the way to the 5th floor, then climbed down using ropes and jumped again, repeating the process. Half an hour later, a female soldier couldn't jump anymore and fainted on the jumping path, getting eliminated. 10 minutes later, several others couldn't hold on and fainted on the spot. People kept fainting. This wasn't surprising. First, many had been poisoned last night. Then after 2 hours of torment, they had only slept for a little over 2 hours, and their bodies hadn't recovered. Then they ran 10 kilometers on an empty stomach. Now, they were jumping stairs, and many couldn't withstand it and fainted one after another. After an hour, only 105 people were left in the team, with 40 eliminated. Lei Zhan showed a bit of mercy, giving everyone 5 minutes for breakfast before continuing training, still jumping stairs, training until noon. The remaining 100 or so people had good physical fitness, and no one was eliminated midway. Throughout the entire training process, Lei Zhan didn't even glance at Ling Feng, which surprised Ling Feng a bit. Did Lei Zhan soften? That didn't seem to fit his character. When the noon training ended, Lei Zhan gave everyone 10 minutes for lunch. 10 minutes later, everyone gathered at the training ground. Just past 12 o'clock. It was the start of the hottest part of the day. Today was also clear and sunny, with the sun exceptionally fierce, and the ground seemed to be scorched, emitting white smoke. Many soldiers had sweat on their backs that dried immediately from the heat. Lei Zhan stood with his hands behind his back, wearing large sunglasses, and announced loudly, "Now we start physical training, lifting the 95 rifle for 2 hours. Maintain formation, spread out. A very orderly square formation, with enough distance between each person. Lift your guns. Swish." Everyone raised their guns in a very standard posture. At this moment, they saw the instructors coming over with a red brick, hanging it on the gun barrels one by one. Damn, the black-faced god really didn't have a kind heart. Everyone cursed inwardly. At this time, Lei Zhan turned to face Ling Feng and ordered Yan Wang, add another brick to rookie death number 1. Ling Feng sneered in his heart. Finally can't hold back. The King of Hell quickly hung another brick on the tip of Ling Feng's gun. Ling Feng's rifle remained unmoved. Add another brick. Lei Zhan commanded. Yan Wang added another brick, bringing the total to 3. A brick weighs about 2 kilograms, so 3 bricks weigh around 6 kilograms. Yet Ling Feng's rifle still didn't budge. At this point, not only were the new recruits dumbfounded, but even the seasoned veterans like Long Feng, who had undergone special training, were unsettled. At most, they could only handle 2 bricks for 2 hours. 3 bricks would be a maximum of half an hour, which was already their limit. Now, Lei Zhan suddenly added 3 bricks to Ling Feng, expecting him to hold it for 2 hours. Wasn't he that clearly trying to push him out? Add another brick. Suddenly, Lei Zhan ordered again. For bricks? Everyone watched as Yan Wang placed another brick on the end of Ling Feng's rifle, making it a total of 4 bricks. This amount was 4 times what they could handle. Could Ling Feng withstand it? Shock and confusion appeared on everyone's faces. The black-faced god was really pushing now. One to his limits. For bricks for 2 hours. Let the black-faced god try it himself. He might not even make it. Sigh. Offending the instructor, it's really unfortunate for No. 1. He could probably manage 1 brick. Although it had only been a day, Ling Feng had already gained quite a few supporters among the new recruits. Seeing Lei Zhan targeting Ling Feng like this, they felt it was unfair for him. Ling Feng and the others frowned slightly. Even if Lei Zhan wanted to target Ling Feng, did he have to make it so obvious? Didn't I say before? We might not have a chance to deal with him. Now that he's targeted by the black-faced god, he's likely to be eliminated this round, Yufei whispered. Damn, a petty person getting ahead, sure, Samba muttered under his breath. Now it's all up to him. For bricks for 2 hours? Unless he's a Superman, Xiao Bing said helplessly. I hate people who mix personal feelings with work. Sure, Samba cursed. They didn't know that Ling Feng's physical attributes had reached 5, and he could challenge 5 bricks. For bricks were nothing to him. However, to mislead Lei Zhan, Ling Feng still pretended to struggle, gritting his teeth and try to control his balance, his body occasionally swaying as if he might fall. Lei Zhan kept his eyes on Ling Feng, silently counting numbers. 1, 2, 3. He waited for the moment Ling Feng would falter, but as he continued counting to 100, he saw Ling Feng still struggling but not falling. This surprised Lei Zhan greatly. After all, he himself could only handle 3 bricks, yet Ling Feng was managing 1 more. Don't underestimate the weight of that extra brick, as the saying goes. A single straw can break a camel's back. Soldiers who can endure 3 bricks are already outstanding in the army, and Ling Feng could endure 4. How could Lei Zhan not be astonished? Could it be that this kid, besides having strange fighting skills, also possessed exceptional balance? Lei Zhan scrutinized Ling Feng closely. 1 minute passed, 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed. Ling Feng still held on. Although he looked very uncomfortable, he never fell. Bang! A male soldier behind Ling Feng finally couldn't hold on any longer, and the brick fell to the ground. Eliminated! Yan Wang's cold voice shouted. The soldier was very frustrated, as he looked at Ling Feng enduring 4 bricks, while he himself could only manage 1, feeling ashamed that he couldn't last longer than him. Instructor, can I please have another chance? I can definitely hold on. The soldier lamented. You don't need to feel embarrassed. You've already done well, Yan Wang replied. The soldier walked out of the line with his head down. Lei Zhan shouted from the side, if you can't hold on, no one is laughing at you. This assessment has already exceeded the limits of ordinary soldiers. To be able to last more than 10 minutes is already beyond what most soldiers can do. But that's not enough. The special forces we're selecting are those who stand at the very top of the army. Because we are in a time of peace. Large-scale wars are hard to come by. However, small-scale battles have never stopped. This requires the deployment of special forces, sending the best soldiers to complete the most difficult tasks. War may seem far away for ordinary soldiers, but as a special forces soldier, you are always prepared to go to battle. In other words, special forces are either on the way to carry out a mission or in the midst of one. Even if you're eliminated now, it is not shameful. During the assessment, some will inevitably be eliminated, leaving only a small portion in the end. This is the rule of selection. In my eyes, there is no limit to how harsh the assessment training can be. There can only be harsher. Many must be cursing me behind my back, calling me a pervert and a devil. They might even curse my ancestors for generations. It's normal for you to lose the qualification to become a special forces soldier. However, I can responsibly tell you that eliminating you now is better than having you eat bullets on the battlefield in the future. You may think my words are alarmist and that I am deliberately trying to scare you. But I can also tell you that once any of you are fortunate enough to become a Special Forces soldier, congratulations, you will officially walk the path of death, either killing the enemy or being killed by them. Lei Zhan's powerful voice echoed across the training ground. It must be said that Lei Zhan's motivational words indeed inspired many soldiers. The reason is simple. They all want to be the strongest soldiers. An hour and a half later, a total of 12 people were eliminated, leaving only 88. When Lei Zhan looked at Ling Feng, he still had that uncomfortable expression, not much different from when he started, yet he just wouldn't fall. Strange. Could it be that this is not his limit? Was I fooled by his appearance? A black line appeared on Lei Zhan's forehead. Not only Lei Zhan, but Yin Wang and the others were also extremely impressed by Ling Feng. In this balancing training, they could only endure for 2 hours with a maximum of 3 bricks, while Ling Feng had been holding 4 bricks for nearly 2 hours. If he could last for 2 hours, he would break the record for the balance test. This kid's balance ability is astonishing to such an extent. Yin Wang was looking forward to Ling Feng holding on for 2 hours. Ling Feng and the others were amazed at how long Ling Feng could endure, wondering how such a monstrous newcomer existed. In the line, Enel was drenched in sweat, her face showing a difficult expression. She gritted her teeth. Her shoulders had long since gone numb, and her body began to sway, feeling like she couldn't hold on any longer. She couldn't help but glance at Ling Feng, who turned his head and smiled at her at that moment. Enel's heart trembled. His arm injury had not healed, and with the instructor targeting him like this, he could still hold on. Why couldn't she? Enel, keep it up. Enel gritted her teeth, telling herself she would absolutely not give up. 2 hours quickly passed. Yin Wang raised his hand to check the time and said to Lei Zhan, "Report, time's up. Should we stop training?" "Wait half an hour," Lei Zhan said coldly. Lei Zhan had been closely watching Ling Feng, convinced that this kid was pretending to be weak in front of him while secretly flirting with Enel. He was training, yet still thinking about picking up girls. Lei Zhan was furious. Of course, he was also amazed by Ling Feng's physical balance and endurance. But considering his physical quality, he indeed had the potential to become an excellent Special Forces soldier. Another half hour? Yin Wang was surprised. 2 hours of holding a gun was their usual training time. Exceeding that was an extreme challenge, which posed a significant difficulty even for them as Special Forces. Moreover, they were mostly new recruits. How could they bear it? Execute the order. Yes, Yin Wang replied helplessly, realizing that he could see through Lei Zhan's deliberate targeting of Ling Feng. Everyone, hold on for another 30 minutes. Yin Wang shouted to the line. Another 30 minutes? I can't hold on. Bang. A female soldier fainted on the spot and was eliminated. Bang, bang, bang. Then, 4 more people fell to the ground, unconscious, and were eliminated. The number of soldiers had gone from 88 to 83. Now, with the outdoor temperature reaching 41 degrees, enduring under the scorching sun without moving, while holding bricks for 2 hours was already an extreme challenge for ordinary soldiers. Now that it was extended to 2.5 hours, how many could still hold on? The old soldiers beside Ling Feng began to feel the strain. After all, they had to endure an extra 30 minutes. They all looked at Ling Feng, surprised to find that this guy could still hold on. He seemed like he was about to collapse, but just wouldn't fall. Ling Feng can hold on for 2 hours, which is enough to strike them. If he can hold on for another 30 minutes, how will these veterans feel? The worst part is if they can't hold on and Ling Feng does, won't they be even more embarrassed? Under this pressure, everyone took a deep breath and was determined to last until the end. Yin Wang and the others truly admired Ling Feng, as breaking the 2-hour mark had already set a record for the South China Army in this assessment. If it were extended for another 30 minutes, who could break it in the future? Lei Zhan understood the situation. Seeing Ling Feng's demeanor, he estimated that even if it were extended for another hour, he could probably hold on. After 10 minutes, seeing that most could no longer endure, Lei Zhan shouted, "Training ended. Rest in place for 10 minutes." Everyone felt as if they had received a reprieve, realizing for the first time that even the black-faced god could show mercy. They all put down their rifles, their shoulders numb, and stood in place stretching their muscles. Number 1 is impressive. He can hold on for over 2 hours with 4 bricks. What a freak. At first, I thought he wouldn't make it, but now it seems he could last another hour. With such physical fitness, he might even be stronger than the black-faced god. Initially, I saw the black-faced god's expression change. He looked jealous. Watching number 1 go against the black-faced god feels satisfying. Many new recruits gave Ling Feng a thumbs up during their break. Even the veterans in Cold Wind had to admit that Ling Feng was indeed formidable. 3-8. If it were you, how long could you hold on with 4 bricks? Yu Fei smiled and asked. At most an hour, Sure, Samba thought for a moment and replied. An hour, huh? I really want to know how that kid trained himself. Xiao Bing said. Let's ask him someday, Cold Wind replied. While everyone was discussing Ling Feng, a clear sound rang in Ling Feng's ears again. Ding! The host has completed the extreme challenge and gained 100 experience points. Ling Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. His 2 hours of performance had not been in vain. He was just 100 experience points away from leveling up, which would increase all his attributes by 1 and grant him new skills, making him stronger. A confident smile instantly appeared on Ling Feng's face. Long Xiaoyan, who had been watching the surveillance footage in the monitoring room, couldn't help but scold him with a laugh when she saw him smiling at that moment. Still able to laugh? This kid. As soon as 10 minutes were up, Lei Zhan ordered everyone to gather. Lei Zhan scanned the crowd and said, very good. 83 people have managed to hold on. In the next training session, we will begin real training, the death journey. Report. Ling Feng suddenly interrupted Lei Zhan's words. Speak. He asked the instructor, is it a hellish journey or a death journey? I hope the instructor's words and actions are consistent. Ling Feng said. A few female soldiers at the scene couldn't help but chuckle, quickly covering their mouths, their faces turning red. Even Long Xiaoyan, in front of the surveillance screen, almost burst out laughing. Li Erniu couldn't help but secretly give Ling Feng a thumbs up. Lei Zhan's face darkened, and he said sternly, because of your question, no matter what the project is later, your difficulty will be 5 times that of others. Otherwise, you will be eliminated. Lei Zhan had been observing Ling Feng and, based on his experience, judged that this guy's physical ability might be 5 times that of an average person. This is a rather terrifying quality. To achieve such a physique without undergoing strict high-standard training is extremely rare, perhaps 1 in 10,000, or even less. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. What does it mean to have a difficulty 5 times that of others? Can Ling Feng hold on? Ling Feng furrowed his brows slightly, feeling a bit of difficulty. His attributes had just reached 5, and accepting the 5-fold difficulty training had pushed him to his limit. With this, he had no advantage at all. This Lei Zhan is indeed the king of soldiers. His insight is sharp. How can he earn 100 experience points? He is just 100 short. If his attributes reach 6, the 5-fold difficulty training won't be so terrifying anymore. Ling Feng continued. Report, instructor, is it a journey to hell or a journey of death? Everyone admired Ling Feng's boldness. Lei Zhan walked up to Ling Feng, almost face to face, and shouted loudly, a journey of death. You'll understand soon. Right turn, march. Under the lead of the King of Hell, 83 people headed to the training ground for the Journey of Death. Just hearing the name Journey of Death was frightening, and everyone started to feel anxious, speculating about what kind of training it would be. Although the previous training was extreme, it had not reached the level of death. Soon, everyone arrived at the training ground for the Journey of Death. Attention! At ease! Lei Zhan stood in front of everyone and shouted, do you see the wooden stakes behind me? Everyone turned to look at the wooden stakes behind Lei Zhan. Ling Feng scanned the training ground, where many wooden stakes were set up, somewhat similar to plum blossom stakes, each about 30 inches tall, with a height of around 5 meters. Could it be that we have to walk on the stakes? It should be, right? This is much easier. Although the distance between them is a bit large, it is still within a suitable range for walking, and the height isn't too high. Even if someone accidentally falls, it wouldn't lead to injury. A new recruit breathed a sigh of relief after observing. The death journey isn't so bad. I thought it would be much harder. The new recruits whispered among themselves. Many had received training in this area during their time in the company and had a solid foundation. Moreover, the stakes were even larger than those they trained with, so there was nothing to worry about. He Cheng Wang, a martial arts expert, didn't take this simple stake walking seriously at all. When he practiced on plum blossom stakes, they were at least 5 times smaller than this, barely enough to place a toe. This is fun, Li Erniu laughed. It's simple, as long as you control your balance. You can move swiftly, Wang Yanbing said. Cold Feng and others looked on with a hint of doubt. It shouldn't be that simple, right? Xiao Bing whispered. What is Lei Zhan planning? It definitely can't be that easy, Yu Fei said. Hearing the new recruits' discussions, Lei Zhan revealed a faint cold smile, waiting for the moment they would regret it. Quiet, Yin Wang shouted from the side. At this moment, Lei Zhan cleared his throat and announced, I now declare the next training subject. Male soldiers have 3 hours, female soldiers 5 hours. Have you all seen those stakes clearly? Each one has a diameter of 40 centimeters, and you need to break them with your feet. In 5 hours, I will come back to check. Instantly, everyone widened their eyes in shock, breaking a 40-centimeter wooden stake within 3 hours. They had trained with stakes in the company, but had never heard of breaking them. Is that even possible? They now realized how ridiculous their earlier thoughts were about walking on stakes. They had underestimated the black-faced god. Lei Zhan looked at several veterans from the Wolf Warriors and said solemnly, "I know you've been kicking 20-inch stakes. Now, I'm giving you enough time." Cold Feng and the others felt a chill on their foreheads. What good is enough time? These 40-centimeter stakes can withstand more than 3 times the attack force compared to the 30-centimeter ones. Can time be a factor? Lei Zhan finally looked at Ling Feng and said, "You, rookie death number 1, your task is to break 5 stakes. If you can't do it before I return, you can leave the military district on your own." After giving his orders, Lei Zhan left. Yin Wang raised his hand to check the time and said loudly, "It is now 2:45 p.m. Male soldiers must break 1 stake by 5:45 p.m. to qualify, and female soldiers by 7:45 p.m. Rookie death number 1, you must break 5 stakes by 5:45 p.m. Is that clear?" "Clear." "Speak louder." "Clear." Everyone roared angrily. "Start the timer." Everyone ran toward the stake area, looking at those sturdy stakes as if they were facing their enemies. Liu faced a stake, swallowed hard, and said, "So sturdy, how do we break it in 3 hours?" Wang Yanbing touched the surface of a stake and gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn, these stakes are all old pine. What is the black-faced god thinking?" He Cheng Wang patted the stake and said, complaining 1 T help. "We only have 1, while Ling Feng has 5. Have you seen him complain even once?" Liu then looked at Ling Feng, who seemed to be assessing something in front of the stake. Breaking 5 stakes in 3 hours, averaging about half an hour per stake. Is that even possible? The black-faced god has sentenced him to death. Wang Yanbing said helplessly, "It's indeed very difficult. The black-faced god is too despicable. It's unfair." Liu shouted angrily. "First, think about how to break it yourself." Wang Yanbing sighed and shook his head. Ling Feng stared at the 30-inch wooden stake, which indeed looked very large. However, if it came down to it, Ling Feng believed he could manage it. His strength was 5 times that of an ordinary person, and the explosive power of his attacks was quite terrifying. Of course, dealing with a wooden stake was not something that could be solved solely with brute force. A wooden stake that had been soaked in water had a strong resilience, and an attack with 5 times the strength would have a very strong counteraction. It was likely that with a full force strike, his foot would be broken. Ling Feng plans to try various skills to see if he can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Open personal attributes soldier, Ling Feng profession, special forces level 4 attributes, root bone 5, spirit 5, constitution 5, strength 5. Speed 5, average person, 1, skills. Enel's heart network sensing skill, crocodile's drought resistant skill, Moonlight Moria shadow, fighting technique special abilities, climbing, beautification. Sound localization experience points, 300,400 Ling Feng now has a total of 3 main skills and 3 special skills. The main skills are developed from characters in the OnePiece world who have eaten devil fruits. The special abilities are a type of special power created by transforming the essence of devil fruits, resulting in changes to the body's genes. Let's try using the mind network first. Ling Feng stared at the wooden stake. In his linear world, countless dense lines shot towards the stake, enveloping it completely, like a layered scanning grid scanning the stake. The grid gradually penetrated into the interior of the stake. No response. Ling Feng showed a look of surprise. As the linear lines penetrated the inside of the stake, it seemed to encounter some kind of obstruction. Positive and negative electrons were separated when they came into contact with the stake. Ling Feng tried several times, but was unable to penetrate inside. After thinking for a while, he realized that the wooden stake was dry and had no conductivity. The heart network induction required a carrier similar to charged electrons to work, and the dry wooden stake lacked such charged electrons. Moonlight Moria's shadow, fighting technique? Ling Feng thought of the Moonlight Moria shadow, fighting technique. But the shadow fighting technique is mainly used for soft attacks, which is useless against a wooden post. The climbing ability comes from the float fruit, primarily used for evasive actions like running, jumping, and climbing, which is also useless. The drought resistance skill is even more useless. In the end, only the last ability, sound location recognition from the thorn fruit, remains, but this ability is the least likely to be effective, having no offensive capability and being worse than the shadow fighting technique when dealing with a wooden post. Ling Feng shook his head slightly, preparing to regain his focus. Suddenly, after using the technique of listening to the wind to discern positions, a structure of the internal patterns of the wooden stake appeared in his mind. From the structure, he could clearly determine which part of the stake was the weakest and most suitable for attack. What's going on? Ling Feng showed a hint of surprise. He gently kicked twice at the bottom position of the wooden stake as visualized in his mind, and then kicked other areas, discovering a slight difference in sound. It really was the weakest point. Ling Feng was surprised. Is there such a powerful ability as sound-based positioning? The ability of the thorn fruit is very strong, possessing many different extended abilities. However, due to the host's low physical attributes, they only acquired the weakest wind-sensing positioning ability. As the host's physical attributes continue to improve, some hidden abilities will gradually be realized. Therefore, it is quite normal for the host to perceive the flaws inside the wooden stake. Ling Feng thought for a moment and immediately understood. Thorns naturally belong to woody plants and are similar to stakes, so it's normal for them to sense the flaws in the stakes. This is like having a cheat code. By finding the weakest spot on the stake to attack, the reaction force from the stake would be relatively small, and it would save effort. At this moment, others had already started kicking the stakes frantically. Ha! A strong new recruit shouted and suddenly kicked hard at the middle of the stake. With a loud bang, the new recruit quickly pulled back his foot, holding his calf with both hands, showing a painful expression. After a long time, he finally caught his breath. Damn it, I don't believe it. The new recruit started kicking the stake fiercely again, and when it hurt, he took a break and continued kicking. Huh, most people were like this. In order to break the stake, they could only give it their all. Ah, my foot is broken. A soldier fell to the ground, hugging his calf and screaming in pain. Yin Wang immediately came over to check and found that the ankle was swollen with a big lump. Eliminated. Yin Wang ordered someone to carry him away. Only relying on brute force, what use is that? Yin Wang scolded. There were many others on site who only knew how to use brute force. Various pig-like screams and the sounds of kicking echoed, making the entire training ground feel like it was boiling. A group of crazy soldiers. Liurniu was strong, and his kicking method was mostly kicking the stake with the sole of his foot, repeatedly striking the same spot. This was also the most foolish method. Kick the black-faced god. Liurniu treated the stake as if it were Lei Zhan, continuously cursing. Wang Yambing gritted his teeth and kicked hard. Yicheng Wang had often kicked stakes before, but it was his first time trying to break such a stake. However, his kicking power, speed, angle, and cushioning were all very well executed, but he had no confidence in breaking it within 3 hours and could only give it his all. After continuous side kicks, Ling Feng and the others' expressions gradually became serious. The toughness of the stake far exceeded their expectations. Blackface God. Sure Samba cursed loudly and then suddenly did a side kick, but the stake only shook slightly. Ling Feng took a deep breath, his soul slightly aching. His gaze turned to Ling Feng, who was sitting in front of the stake, seemingly contemplating life. What is this guy doing? Ling Feng looked puzzled. What is he dazed about? Can he break the stake just by sitting there? Yu Fei wondered. Has he given up? Xiao Bing said. Breaking 5 in 3 hours, how could that be possible? This is an impossible assessment. If it were me, I would directly go to reflect to the superior of the black-faced god, Ban Zhuang said. At this moment, Ling Feng suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with confidence. Everyone was slightly taken aback. Are you planning to leave? Ban Zhuang asked. Ling Feng slowly stood up and walked to the wooden post. For others, kicking such a thick wooden post in half would indeed be very difficult, but for Ling Feng, it was too easy. The special ability derived from the thorn fruit, which allowed him to sense sound and position, enabled him to quickly locate the weakest point of the wooden post. Ling Feng could strike with minimal force to achieve maximum effect. It was like blowing up a bridge. If you find the weak support point of the bridge, you can destroy it with very little explosives. The overseer, Yin Wang, had been keeping an eye on Ling Feng. After seeing Ling Feng sitting under the wooden post for about 10 minutes, he was puzzled and began to suspect that Ling Feng had given up. After all, breaking 5 wooden posts in 3 hours was simply a fantasy. Suddenly, he saw Ling Feng stand up, and his puzzled gaze scrutinized Ling Feng. Was that kid finally going to give up? Ling Feng stared at the wooden stake, and the internal patterns of the stake appeared in his mind. Looking from the bottom up, he could clearly identify several weak points inside. Ling Feng aimed to find a largest weak point, and after examining the entire stake, he concluded that the largest weakness was located 1/3 of the way up from the middle. Ling Feng tried to lightly strike the position 1/3 of the way up the wooden post with his fist, as well as the surrounding areas, finally determining the exact spot. He Changguang watched as Ling Feng kept observing and touching things, a hint of helpless cold laughter at the corners of his mouth. He had already kicked the post dozens of times, and it hadn't budged at all. What was he trying to do? It was already dark. He Changguang felt anxious for Ling Feng. Suddenly, Ling Feng smiled slightly, turned around, and executed a powerful side kick aimed at the 1/3 point of the wooden post. Crack! With that kick, a crack appeared at the 1/3 point of the wooden post, rapidly spreading from the outside to the inside. The crisp sound of the break immediately drew everyone's attention, halting their movements as they all turned to look at Ling Feng. Yin Wang suddenly saw Ling Feng's kick. The speed wasn't fast, and the force didn't seem great, but then he heard the sound of the post breaking. What is going on? Yin Wang hurried over, only to see Ling Feng suddenly lift his leg and strike the cracked area. And with a loud crack, the wooden post snapped in half and fell to the ground. It's broken? Yin Wang's expression turned to one of shock. This batch of wooden posts was personally procured by him, each carefully selected from high-quality timber. Even he would find it difficult to break one in 3 hours. How could Ling Feng break it in just 2 kicks? It's impossible. Yin Wang walked over quickly to inspect the break, and indeed it showed clear signs of severe impact. He looked at Ling Feng in astonishment. It was only then that the others snapped out of their surprise. How could it be so easy to break? I kicked the post dozens of times, and it didn't move at all. Could it be that some of the posts are fake? Everyone started discussing. He Chung Guang and the others were stunned, especially Lier Nyo, whose mouth was wide open, enough to fit a fist, and then stammered to Wang Yanbing. Did you see? Ling Feng broke the wooden post. Of course. I'm not blind, Wang Yanbing replied. It had only been less than 20 minutes, and he had been squatting there observing. How could he break the wooden post so easily? He Chung Guang couldn't make sense of it. Cold Feng and the others were even more shocked. Wow, the strength to break a wooden post in 2 kicks. Even our captain couldn't do that. Sure, Simba exclaimed. This kid definitely has some secrets. Cold Feng declared, unless he has the strength of those legendary soldiers from the Siberian concentration camps. Otherwise, it's impossible to break a 40 centimeters wooden post so easily. Remember that kick he gave us? Yu Fei reminded, if he had kicked with all his strength then, we would probably all be in the hospital now. At this moment, Lei Zhan, leisurely drinking tea under the shade of a tree, suddenly heard Long Xiao Yun exclaim, "It's broken? What has broken?" Lei Zhan walked into the center of the monitoring room in confusion, just in time to see Ling Feng lightly kick the wooden post and break it, moving on to the second post. He had been holding tea in his mouth and sprayed out, quickly taking off his sunglasses to reveal 2 dark circles under his eyes. How is that possible? Lei Zhan's expression was one of astonishment. At this time, Ling Feng had figured out how to use the observation ability of the thorn fruit to find the flaws in the wooden posts, and he approached the second post. After less than a minute of observation, he flew up and kicked the bottom of the post. Pop! This kick directly broke the wooden post in half, sending dust flying. The surrounding soldiers were dumbfounded. If breaking the first post was just luck, what about the second one? Then Ling Feng broke the 3rd, 4th, and 5th posts. He kept kicking, and every wooden post was broken with a single kick, sweeping through them effortlessly. Everyone was stunned, and the scene fell into silence. Lei Zhan stared intently at the screen, his expression extremely complex. How could this be possible? Did he undergo high-intensity training like in Siberia? That's impossible. When he fought against him, his lower body was unstable, just very agile. Although his kicking power was strong, he was definitely not that kind of tough person. Lei Zhan carefully recalled the fight with Ling Feng and compared it to his method of breaking the wooden posts, which was very simplistic. Maybe he had the ability to break the wooden posts, but in real combat, he didn't dare to confront him directly. Therefore, his attacking power couldn't be that extraordinary. Ling Feng must have used some kind of technique. Lei Zhan took a deep breath, trying hard to think and find the most likely way. And Ran was still desperately kicking the wooden post. But every time it felt like she was kicking against an iron plate, and she was about to lose her last bit of confidence. Just when she was about to give up, she looked up and saw Ling Feng kick the last wooden post in half, unable to help but exclaim, "Impressive." As a result, Ran got so excited that she twisted her left ankle a bit and hurriedly squatted down to rub her ankle, her eyes turning red from the pain. Although the injury wasn't serious, according to the rules, it meant she was eliminated. Ling Feng walked past Ran and said softly, "Did you hurt your foot?" "A little bit. It's nothing," and Ran stood up again, gritting her teeth. Her ankle still hurt a bit. Ling Feng said softly, "The position of the wooden stake is relatively weak at a height of 40 centimeters off the ground. You can give it a try." And Ran asked in confusion, "Isn't the overall structure of the wooden stakes the same?" "You'll know once you try," he replied. Ling Feng didn't say much and walked to the other side. And Ran looked at the wooden stake. It was solid all the way down, and she couldn't see any weak points. She carefully observed a quarter of the way up, but found no clues. He just kicked the stake and broke 5 of them in a row. "You shouldn't be lying to me, right?" and Ran thought for a moment and then tried to kick the wooden stake at the quarter mark with her left leg. She didn't have high hopes, but when she kicked it, the stake made a cracking sound, and to her surprise, a crack appeared right under her foot. A very clear crack extended from the outside in. What? And Ran couldn't believe her eyes. Honestly, the force she used for that kick wasn't very strong. Probably only 2/3 of her forward force, but the stake actually cracked. And Ran took a deep breath and kicked the same spot again. Crack. The crack in the stake grew larger, and Ran continued to kick the same spot. Bang. The stake finally couldn't withstand the force of Ran's kick and fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. And Ran excitedly shouted, "I did it! I did it!" Everyone looked at Ran with surprised expressions. How did she break the wooden stake too? Was it really that easy to break? People exchanged glances, feeling as if the heavens were playing a huge joke on them. First, Ling Feng struck them down, and now Ran emerged to do the same. They all began to doubt their own lives. Immersed in excitement, Ran's gaze toward Ling Feng became fiery, filled with emotion and inner shock. All of this fell into Lei Zhan's eyes. It was obvious that Ling Feng had said something to Ran that made her break the stake in such a short time. It seemed even pointed at the stake. There must be something strange. Could it be that the wood was faulty? Lei Zhan fell into deep thought again. At this moment, Ling Feng happened to walk up to He Cheng Wang. He Cheng Wang had just seen Ling Feng say a few words to Ran, after which Ran miraculously broke the stake, and he said to Ling Feng, "Number one, I know you guided that female soldier. Tell me, how did you do it?" Li Erniu and Wang Yanbing immediately perked up their ears. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." Ling Feng said this and walked away. He Cheng Wang's expression darkened, while Li Erniu and Wang Yanbing showed disappointed looks. He must know the method. Otherwise, how could our strength compare to that of a woman? A guy who prioritizes beauty over friends, Wang Yanbing said unhappily. If he doesn't tell us, what can we do? We can only kick honestly. Li Erniu turned around and continued kicking the wooden post. He Cheng Guang furrowed his brows tightly, feeling puzzled. In the end, he could only kick the wooden post honestly and managed to break it 3 hours earlier. Ling Feng paused as he walked past Tang Xiaoxiao, then tapped the tip of his left foot on a spot 1/3 of the way up the wooden post, saying, "Kick this spot." Without a second thought, Tang Xiaoxiao kicked towards the spot Ling Feng indicated. She knew that Ling Feng had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Just a moment ago, Ran had him point out something, and he easily broke the wooden post. Crack! The wooden post snapped in response. Dang xiao xia et gelim. I broke it. I finally broke it. She almost ran to share the news. At that moment in the monitoring room, Lei Zhan finally saw Ling Feng's pointing action clearly. But like He Cheng Wang, he wore a puzzled expression. What's going on? No matter how Lei Zhan thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. Ling Feng just pointed at the wooden post, and yet Tang Xiaoxiao broke it with one kick? First Ran, now Tang Xiaoxiao. What method did Ling Feng use? Long Xiaoyun was very curious. When she saw Ling Feng break 5 wooden posts in one breath, her surprise was no less than that of Lei Zhan. "Captain Long, is Ling Feng's kicking technique something you taught him? I don't need to tell you this." 2 hours later, Ling Feng finally broke the wooden post, followed by veterans from the Wolf Warriors like Yu Fei and Xiao Bing. They had trained specifically for this, but had never broken such a large wooden post before. Then He Cheng Wang also broke a wooden post, as did Li Erniu, Wang Yanbing, and others. "It hurts." Sure, Samba rubbed his ankle, and as soon as he touched it, he felt a sharp pain. The impact area was starting to swell. "Did you swell up too?" Ban Zhuang said with a wry smile. "I'm more swollen than you. Look, blisters are starting to form at the injury site. It's all flesh and blood. Kicking hard against the wood without any protection isn't a small deal." Yu Fei said helplessly. "Ling Feng, how are you?" "I'm okay," Ling Feng said with a bitter smile. "That kid of yours is starting to chase after women again," Yu Fei said with a hint of envy. Seeing Ling Feng chatting and laughing with Ran and Tang Xiaoxiao under the shade of a tree, looking very relaxed, was quite enviable. This kid really has good fortune with women. He is enjoying the blessing of being with 2 beauties, Xiao Bing said enviously. "Let me show you my skills in picking up girls." Ling Feng stood up, dusted off his pants, adjusted his attire, and then strode towards Ling Feng and the others. "Hello, I'm Ling Feng from the Wolf Warriors Special Forces. Can I get to know the beautiful ladies?" Ling Feng said with a smile. "So dark." Tang Xiaoxiao directly dismissed him and then got up and walked away. Ran also ignored Ling Feng and left, leaving him with an embarrassed expression. Not far away, Yu Fei, Xiao Bing, and the others who were waiting to watch the fun couldn't help but laugh when they saw Ling Feng being dismissed by the beauties. This is a master of picking up girls? Dismissed by someone. What did that beauty say earlier? So dark. It doesn't matter, Ling Feng said nonchalantly. Beauties love to say the opposite of what they mean. Next time, I'll definitely get to know her. The combative He Chingwang couldn't help but walk over and ask Ling Feng, how did you do it? Ling Feng looked at his swollen foot and sneered. You should rub your own foot first. It's almost useless. He Chingwang, being stubborn, asked, what do you want to tell me? Ling Feng knew the reason. So he shamelessly shouted, Brother Ling Feng, can you just explain it to us? I don't have a younger brother as big as you, Ling Feng replied. Cold Fang's skin was thicker than an ox's, saying, as long as you tell me why, you can say whatever you want. Not only Cold Fang wanted to know, but He Chingwang, Lei Zhan, and Long Xiaoyan in the monitoring room also wanted to know. They all stared at Ling Feng. Want to know, huh? It's actually very simple. Have you heard of the theory of Pao, Ding, Jinyo? The joints have gaps, but the blade has no thickness, entering the gaps with no thickness. It will have plenty of room when it comes to maneuvering the blade. Everyone waited for a long time, and Ling Feng came up with such an empty theory. They were all smart people. How could they not understand this principle? Isn't it just about honing the knife to the level of skill? But the problem is, how to hone it? Where's the gap in the wooden stake? Is the foot the blade? You're just fooling us. Lei Zhan had a black line appear on his forehead. Ling Feng was clearly just talking nonsense, throwing out random things to brush it off. Long Xiaoyan couldn't help but chuckle. She didn't expect Ling Feng to be so slippery. This kid was becoming more and more incomprehensible, Long Xiaoyan sighed. It had only been a day, and she felt Ling Feng was like a different person. In fact, Ling Feng wasn't joking. He truly could achieve a state where he saw no wooden stakes, only the balance points of the stakes, thanks to his powerful observation skills. Just like Pao Ding dissecting the ox, the skills brought by the system were too strong. Not far away, and Ran curiously watched Ling Feng's back and softly said to Tang Xiao Xiao, are you very familiar with Ling Feng? Tang Xiao Xiao turned her head, tilted it back, thought for a moment, and said, how should I put it? We're in the same unit. He often comes to our cultural troupe. So, we're quite familiar. But not too familiar. How does that work? And Ran asked curiously. Tang Xiao Xiao explained. Ling Feng wasn't that amazing before. He didn't have a physique as good as now, and his skin wasn't as fair as it is now. In short, the current Ling Feng is basically not the same as the old Ling Feng. Can you elaborate? And Ran asked with great interest. How should I put it? Tang Xiao Xiao pondered carefully. He was proficient in dance, singing, and playing the flute, but he really wasn't good at soldier training. However, maybe I wasn't very familiar with his training before, and I never saw how he trained. I just believe what I heard from others, Tang Xiao Xiao said. He can still sing and dance? Of course. Especially dancing. He's quite skilled. I used to call him a dance man. Tang Xiao Xiao laughed. Is that so? Tang Xiao Xiao suddenly stopped, looked at the happy Ran, and suddenly asked, and Ran, do you really like him? And Ran's ears turned slightly red, and she smiled. I'm just curious. I can't say I like him. Aren't you curious about how much he's changed? Tang Xiao Xiao carefully thought about Ling Feng's performance in these 2 days, and it indeed felt like he had become a different person. Of course I'm curious. This guy suddenly got stronger, got better looking, and became bolder. He even dared to confront the instructor. Before, when his squad leader scolded him, he didn't even dare to make a sound and was often punished to stand, sometimes for the whole morning. Also, he can actually chase girls now, Tang Xiao Xiao joked. Just thinking about how Ling Feng could say to Ran, I'm just protecting the woman I like, made her laugh. He used to stutter and couldn't even say half a sentence in front of girls. Now, this guy has completely changed from the outside to the core. I never would have believed he would say such cheesy things. Dang xiao xiao my. He's just talking nonsense. And Ran intentionally changed the topic to training matters. 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye, with a total of 65 people completing the task, eliminating nearly 20 people in one go. More than half of these people had to withdraw midway due to overexerting themselves and injuring their feet, while the other half lacked the ability to break the wooden stakes. Ling Feng's gaze swept over the remaining feet, noticing that many people's feet were swollen, some even oozing blood. If not treated, it could easily lead to serious aftereffects. Lei Zhan strode over from a distance, still wearing his large sunglasses. He took the list from the Grim Reaper, which detailed when each person had kicked the wooden stakes, etc. Those who did not complete the assessment task, step forward. Take off your helmets. Lei Zhan commanded. The eliminated soldiers displayed expressions of reluctance and helplessness as they silently removed their helmets, preparing to leave the training ground. With a hint of sarcasm, Lei Zhan said, not bad, over 60 people completed the task. I originally thought only 40 would make it. So this is a bit of a surprise. However, I want to tell those who were eliminated, it's not that you can't do it, but that you don't know how to use your brains. Kicking the wooden stakes is about training how to think. Similarly, martial arts also relies on your brain. And in the future, marksmanship will depend on this. Lei Zhan patted his heart with his fist. Each of you must activate your brains and put all your thoughts into your heart. You will find that there is nothing you cannot accomplish. Lei Zhan shouted with a powerful voice. No wonder he's the king of soldiers. He really gets to the point. Ling Feng was able to break the wooden stakes so quickly, firstly because of his skills, and secondly, due to his thoughtful search for the most suitable method, rather than following the same routine as others. If everyone doesn't want to injure both legs, then go apply the medicine, Lei Zhan ordered. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief, as their feet were heavily injured. If they continued training, their legs would definitely be ruined. Fortunately, the black-faced ghost still had some humanity left. Turn right. Run. Under Yin Wang's lead, everyone ran all the way to the infirmary. When they were about to enter the infirmary, Ling Feng saw that Lei Zhan and Yin Wang had already put on their gas masks first. What's going on? Ling Feng cautiously walked into the house. As soon as he entered, he was immediately hit by a strong, pungent smell of alcohol mixed with herbs that made him feel nauseous. In the middle of the room was a huge medicinal liquor pool, exuding a high concentration of medicinal alcohol fumes. The smell was unbearable. In the pool, dark yellow medicinal liquid was constantly releasing white smoke, which looked quite frightening. Everyone gasped at the sight. Many had their feet hurt from kicking the wooden stakes. How painful must it be to jump in? Jump! Lei Zhan commanded. Everyone jump in. Ling Feng frowned. According to the original plot, there seemed to be an alcohol pool, but this place was too terrifying. This strong medicinal wine was soaking into their bodies. While training, they not only had injuries on their feet, but also on their bodies. Almost everywhere was hurt. Usually, even a slight touch of alcohol on a wound would cause intense pain. And now, with their whole bodies soaked in alcohol, just thinking about it made it clear how painful it would be. They might faint on the spot due to the severe pain. Lei Zhan looked at the hesitant crowd and sneered. You can choose not to soak. However, your bodies will definitely have aftereffects. The training camp won't take responsibility. I can eliminate unqualified trainees and let them fend for themselves. But for qualified trainees, I will take responsibility for you. Anyone who thinks they are qualified can withdraw. Report. Ling Feng shouted. Speak. Lei Zhan frowned. Report, instructor. I'm not injured and don't need to soak, Ling Feng said. Lei Zhan nodded and said, not only do you not need to soak, but you also get dessert. Ling Feng was slightly taken aback and immediately sensed a whiff of conspiracy. Report. And Ran and Tang, shouted simultaneously. Speak. We are not injured. We don't need to soak in medicinal wine. We want to eat dessert. And Ran and Tang said. Lei Zhan answered directly, agreed. Was it that easy to agree? This isn't really his style? And Ran and Tang, thought with slight confusion. Could it be because of Ran? Dang xiao wunda. Lei Zhan was surprisingly easy to talk to, which made He Cheng Wang and others hesitate. They indeed had injuries. However, these injuries weren't too severe for them, so they could do without soaking in medicinal wine. Everyone could smell the strong alcohol. As long as they jumped down, the pain they would endure would definitely be unforgettable for a lifetime. If they chose not to jump, what tricks would Lei Zhan have up his sleeve? It might be a trap. This black-faced ghost had never been this kind-hearted. Yu Fei whispered. If the black-faced ghost had good intentions, the sun would rise in the west, Shi Sanba said. The number one and those two female soldiers would definitely not have a good ending. Let's just jump down. Soaking in medicinal wine may hurt a little, but it actually has some benefits for the body, Xiao Bing said. If the black-faced ghost targets us, it would be worse than soaking in medicinal wine. Ban Zhuang Lung Feng said. Let's wait and see. Lung Feng said. Li Ernyo tugged He Cheng Wang's shirt and whispered, should we stay and eat dessert? The black-faced ghost dessert is so easy for you to eat, Wang Yanbing said quietly from the side. But those two women aren't afraid. What are we afraid of? Li Ernyo said gloomily. They know nothing. Just wait to be dealt with later, Wang Yanbing said. Let's wait. He Cheng Wang also said. Ling Feng didn't expect Lei Zhan to agree so readily, but he didn't mind. No matter what he played, as long as he was careful, there was nothing Lei Zhan could do to him. After a while, Yin Wang and the others indeed brought over the desserts packaged in food boxes. Strawberry flavoret kesekake, milk tofu pudding, strawberry jelly. The transparent food boxes were filled with tempting desserts, and the colors were very vibrant, which greatly stimulated one's appetite. Especially at this moment. After training all afternoon, everyone was already starving, and having desserts to eat felt like a heavenly enjoyment. Lei Zhan said, this is what they call a thought that is heaven and a thought that is hell. Trust the instructor, push through, and it's heaven. Otherwise, you'll have to be in hell. I grit my teeth and endure the humiliation, swallowing all the bitterness. Apart from the three of them, everyone else immediately jumped in. Otherwise, they would be eliminated on the spot. Lei Zhan commanded. 1, 2, 3. As soon as Lei Zhan finished speaking, everyone jumped into the medicinal wine pool. Suddenly, the room was filled with screams of pain as if pigs were being slaughtered. He Chang Guang gritted his teeth, his lips almost bleeding, and his body couldn't help but tremble. This kind of pain was like being cut by knives, hurting all over. It hurt so much. Li Erniu was almost in tears from the pain. Damn it! Wang Yanbing cursed loudly. The acrid smell and the stinging pain drilled into their bodies, making people feel like life was worse than death. I can't stand it. A soldier wanted to crawl out of the medicinal pool. Crawl out, and you'll be eliminated immediately. Lei Zhan commanded. The soldier, tears in his eyes, shrank back. Ling Feng was shaking from the pain. Damn it. If I had known eating with them would be like this pain is so damn unbearable. Sure Sanba gritted his teeth. Hold on. This little pain is nothing. Once the soaking is over, the body will feel good. It's worth it. Yu Fei's face turned red. Everyone was enduring the intense pain while soaking in the medicinal wine. And Ling Feng, and Ran, and Tang Xiao, on the other hand, were enjoying delicious desserts and tasty milk tea. So good, Tang Xiao praised while eating, completely disregarding the feelings of the sobbing soldiers in the medicinal pool. The taste was indeed great. And Ran also said, "How was tea wrong?" Following no. Want to eat and drink without worry at all. Tang Xiao praised Ling Feng, saying that this tofu pudding was great, melting in the mouth. If it's good, eat more. The two were competing to eat, enjoying it immensely. The other soldiers watching below were gritting their teeth, their jaws clenching in frustration. Ling Feng glanced at Lei Zhan, who still looked like a playing card, his large sunglasses obscuring his eyes. Things definitely wouldn't end like this. The food was just some tofu pudding and white and slightly red desserts. What was he trying to do? The group had soaked in the alcohol pool for over half an hour before Lei Zhan finally let them come up. At this moment, everyone was already numb from the pain. You have half an hour to rest, change clothes in the dormitory, and gather in the square in half an hour. I'll treat everyone to a movie, Lei Zhan said loudly. Watch a movie? Great, finally a chance to relax. Someone joked, I guess it will be a patriotic-themed film. Training our spiritual awareness, another way to put it is brainwashing. No matter what, watching a movie is definitely more comfortable than training, right? When everyone gathered again, it was already 8 p.m. Sit down. At the command of the King of Hell, everyone sat on the ground, and then each was given a pair of 3D glasses. The playback equipment was already set up, just waiting to start. It must be an amazing domestic blockbuster. Finally, a good chance to relax. I hope the movie lasts as long as possible so that the break time can be extended. You wish. If we get to watch for an hour, that would be great. I wonder if it will be a patriotic film? In the eager eyes of everyone, the movie finally began to play. However, prepare to execute. Verify identity. The clear image showed a scene from an execution ground. A prisoner in a jumpsuit was escorted to the execution site, and soon the gun was aimed at the back of the condemned man's head. Bang! This was an ultra-clear, close-up shot, and the bullet violently pierced the man's skull. Blood and brain matter spraying out from the bullet hole. Because of the 3D effect, the splattered blood and brain matter felt like it was splattering onto their own faces. Wow, wow, wow. And Ran and Tang Xiao covered their mouths and ran to the side to vomit. The scene was too bloody, especially since they had just eaten so much tofu pudding and fresh strawberries. Seeing such a bloody scene, their reaction wasn't particularly strong until they thought about what they had just eaten. It was almost identical. Eating brain matter? Tofu pudding. The two couldn't hold it any longer. Others, seeing such a realistic and bloody scene, turned pale, but since they hadn't eaten, their stomachs were empty, and they couldn't vomit even if they wanted to. Now you feel comfortable throwing up? The dessert from the black-faced god was so delicious? Yi Tsunshin coldly remarked, Is tofu pudding delicious? Shenlani smiled, It seems really good. Look how happy everyone is eating it. She put the white tofu in her mouth and began to feel nauseous herself while talking. Lei Zhan finally revealed a faint smile. His gaze turned to Ling Feng, waiting to see how embarrassed Ling Feng would be when he vomited. This was all planned by Lei Zhan. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Why was he showing no reaction at all? Lei Zhan had a look of surprise. Does he have such good psychological quality? The King of Hell was also surprised. They had experienced this training method before and had vomited uncontrollably. Little did they know, Ling Feng had managed to endure it with his powerful body modified by the essence of the devil fruit. This is unbelievable. Lei Zhan and the others were in disbelief. Could this kid be immune to toxins? The king of hell shook his head. Until the movie ended, Ling Feng remained composed, earning the admiration of the king of hell and the others. Dismissed, Lei Zhan finally announced helplessly, letting everyone go to the cafeteria for dinner before returning to the dormitory to rest. By the time they returned from dinner, it was already 11 p.m. After being attacked by poison gas the previous night, the trainees learned their lesson and arranged for people to take turns keeping watch, so they could sleep a little more soundly. Gather. At 3 a.m. the next day, everyone was called awake again to start a new day of training. The morning was extreme cross-country, followed by stair climbing and then squats. By noon, it was back to carrying bricks while holding guns, all depending on Lei Zhan's mood. The third day was like this, and the fourth day was the same. The fourth day was the most terrifying. In the middle of the night, they were suddenly gathered, and then Lei Zhan ordered someone to spray them with water guns, turning everyone into drenched chickens, followed by weighted cross-country. After returning from the cross-country, they were given plenty of water, only to stand at attention for 4 hours, with no one allowed to move or go to the bathroom. This made everyone feel stifled. On the fifth day, someone finally began to collapse. "If this continues, I'm going to go crazy," was the last sentence of a trainee before fainting. Lei Zhan shouted indifferently, "Those who can become special forces are all crazy. Only a madman would be willing to come to this place to suffer." The term crazy became a new synonym for Lei Zhan among the crowd. And without a doubt, Ling Feng was the most outstanding performer among this batch of trainees. His abilities demonstrated in various training areas, such as cross-country, climbing, and shooting, impressed not only veterans like Coldwind and their wolf warriors, but also earned the admiration of the king of hell and others. Ling Feng was simply born to be a soldier. Finally, it was the seventh day, the last day of the assessment. At 9 in the morning, the last 46 people gathered on the training ground. Lei Zhan raised his voice and announced, "The Hell Week is about to end. Long life." As soon as Lei Zhan finished speaking, many trainees couldn't help but burst into tears, recalling how brutal the training had been that week. It felt like walking a circle in hell. Originally, there were 300 elite soldiers, but now only 46 remained, with 254 eliminated, showing how harsh the training was. "Finally, we made it through. It's hard to imagine how difficult it was. It feels like I've died once and come back to life," one female soldier said happily. "I don't even know how many times I died," another female soldier exclaimed excitedly. "In any case, no matter what, we finally passed." Almost everyone was immersed in the excitement and joy, but then they heard Lei Zhan coldly say, "Attention, it is about to end, not officially over. There is still a truly desperate game waiting for you." Many people looked at each other in shock as the previous excitement vanished, especially the female soldiers, whose faces suddenly showed a mix of laughter and tears. Everyone knew that with Lei Zhan saying this, it meant the final training would be incredibly crazy. Crazy Lei. I don't know what methods he will use to drive us to our limits. Crazy. Crazy. After the training ends, I will really become a madman. Remember to reserve a hospital bed for me in 303. Ling Feng glanced around and noted that there were now 21 female soldiers and 25 male soldiers left. He remembered clearly that the total number of Special Forces in Special Forces 1, Special Forces 2, and Special Forces 3 was at most 24. This meant that in the last assessment, 22 people would be eliminated, nearly half would be cut. He wondered what kind of elimination method Lei Zhan would use. Ling Feng is a bit. As for Lei Zhan, this soldier king, he indeed has many exceptional qualities, and Ling Feng does not deny this. However, his temper is too bad, and his demeanor is quite small, which makes Ling Feng very dislike him. So many days have passed, and he hasn't earned a single experience point. "Lei Zhan, can you come up with some challenging assessment subjects?" Ling Feng felt a bit depressed. Lei Zhan suddenly relaxed his tone and said, "Considering everyone has been working hard for so many consecutive days, let us take the remaining time to rest and relax." Everyone was taken aback. What was going on? A very bad premonition struck each person's heart again. Dismissed. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. Was it really ending like this? Many trainees stood there dumbfounded. Could they go have breakfast? It seemed like they really could. Even the madman Lei was gone. Great, they could finally have breakfast. It was the first time in so many days that they could eat breakfast this early. A female trainee couldn't help but excitedly say, "As a veteran," Ling Feng seriously told everyone, "Just tell me directly, there will definitely be big moves tonight, so no one should sleep, don't die on the last day." Everyone exchanged glances. He Qingguang wanted to ask Ling Feng, but when he looked at Ling Feng, he was pulled away by several female soldiers to have breakfast. This guy, on the last day, still didn't forget about this. Pervert. He Qingguang cursed under his breath. "Ling Feng, wait a moment. He Guang still wanted to chase after him, but with a group of female soldiers surrounding Ling Feng, he could only shake his head helplessly. Wow, with so many female soldiers around him, can he handle it? Wang Yambing was envious and jealous. If I were a girl, I would definitely like a man like him. Li Ernia grinned, squinting his eyes in envy. Sigh, it's one thing to be good-looking, but his abilities are so strong too. Wang Yambing sighed. They had no idea that Ling Feng actually felt very helpless. He was too familiar with the other female soldiers, only having a good relationship with Tang Xiaoxiao and Enran. Number 1. What do you think Madman Lei's next move will be? Big-breasted Tian gently patted Ling Feng's shoulder and smiled. Just reveal a little, so we can prepare. Ouyang Qian also came over to join in. We come this far. We just need a little more. Another female soldier even playfully threw Ling Feng a flirty glance. Ling Feng has always performed at his best, ranking first in every project. It's almost insane. He's simply a monster. Previously, when Long Xiaoyan pulled a gun on Lei Zhan for Ling Feng, there were rumors that Long Xiaoyan is Ling Feng's aunt. Given this, many people began to suspect that Long Xiaoyan might have secretly informed Ling Feng about the assessment in advance. Therefore, they all wanted to get some information from Ling Feng to prepare themselves and have a better chance of staying. Ling Feng smiled wryly and said, "Who can understand the thoughts of a madman? Eat breakfast early, find some time to rest in the dormitory, and listen to the instructor." Ling Feng hurriedly pushed the female soldiers away. Lei Zhan was definitely planning something big, but what kind of action it would be, Ling Feng was not sure. As for Long Xiaoyan, Ling Feng certainly wouldn't go looking for her. Long Xiaoyan had said before that she wouldn't interfere in the assessment process, and Ling Feng had to handle it himself. After having breakfast, Ling Feng returned to the dormitory. How would the madman ultimately assess us? A midnight raid? Wang Yambing began to analyze, saying that a midnight raid was their usual tactic, and he should know that we would definitely be on guard. If it wasn't a midnight raid, then when would it be? Daytime would be too obvious. They wouldn't be that foolish, Wang Yambing added. So, it seems they have no chance to launch a surprise attack at all. The madman also told us to rest well. Could it really be for us to rest? Even veteran Cold Feng said that the madman would definitely launch a surprise attack tonight, telling us not to sleep. Li Erniu wondered, could it be that the instructor is just trying to scare us? Playing a psychological game with us? Making us constantly worry about whether he would attack? Cold Feng and the others were special forces. There would definitely be some similarities in action between special team soldiers and special forces soldiers. I think he might be right. Lei Zhan would most likely choose to launch a surprise attack at night. He Wang said, "That does make some sense, but when would it be?" Wang Yambing asked, "This. I'm afraid only Lei Zhan and the others would know." He Wang replied. At this moment, He Wang and the others saw Ling Feng come in, and He Wang was the first to ask, "Ling Feng, do you have any suggestions?" "Sleep." Ling Feng fell asleep immediately. He Guang and the others exchanged glances, seeing that Ling Feng was truly fast asleep. "Ling Feng, aren't you worried that the madman will come to attack us?" Wang Yambing said. To their surprise, Ling Feng completely ignored him and continued sleeping. They didn't know that Ling Feng possessed the ability to discern sound and direction. After researching and constantly verifying this ability over time, he had learned to regulate his bodily functions like an alarm clock, able to wake up instantly at the slightest unusual sound. He Guang initially wanted to hear Ling Feng's opinion, but seeing that this guy had no sense of danger and was directly sleeping, he could only rely on himself. "Let's rest well first, we'll talk tonight," He Guang finally said. Seeing Ling Feng sleeping soundly without a care, Wang Yambing and the others, especially since it was still daytime, decided to take a gamble and sleep well. The group slept from noon until dinner, feeling extremely comfortable. After dinner, as the sky gradually darkened, the others began to feel restless. However, when Ling Feng returned after dinner still sleeping, He Guang and the others couldn't understand if Ling Feng was taking Lei Zhan's word seriously. They didn't have the courage to do the same. Fortunately, during the day, they had managed to rest well, so it was okay to sleep a bit later. Including He Guang, everyone was fully armed, lying in bed, ready to respond immediately in case of a sudden attack from Lei Zhan. They held out until around 3 in the morning. Why is there still no movement? Wang Yambing yawned, his eyes gradually becoming heavy, but there was no sound outside. Could it be that they really let us relax? Li Erniu widened his eyes and started slapping himself, occasionally glancing at Ling Feng, who was still sleeping soundly. Is Ling Feng's judgment wrong? He Guang wondered. He was also extremely tired, but he kept his attention focused, listening for any sounds outside. That Ling Feng was boasting, saying there would definitely be an attack tonight. And now it was past 3 o'clock. If they were coming, They would have arrived long ago. Bastards. Suddenly, the dormitory echoed with curses. Not just in Ling Feng's dormitory, but in others as well, a chorus of complaints. Seeing Ling Feng sleeping without a care, and now that it was so late. He Chen Guang hesitated whether to keep holding out. I don't care anymore. I trust Ling Feng. Sleep. Li Erniu confidently went to sleep, and in less than 3 seconds, he was snoring. Seeing this, Wang Yambing also stopped insisting and fell asleep. Finally, He Chen Guang, who had held on until 4 o'clock without hearing any movement, felt that there probably wouldn't be an attack, and also fell asleep. Around 5:30 in the morning, Ling Feng's keen senses suddenly jolted, detecting unusual footsteps in the forest outside, and he abruptly opened his eyes and jumped out of bed. Erniu, wake up, there's an attack. Ling Feng immediately called Li Erniu awake. An attack? Li Erniu was still dazed, but upon waking and hearing this, he shivered all over. His first reaction was to call the others. While Li Erniu was calling everyone, outside the dormitory in the dense forest, the Thunderbolt assault team was fully armed, checking their communications, firearms with silencers attached, and ensuring the bullets were ready. Of course, the firearms were loaded with tranquilizer darts. These rookies had struggled for half the night. Just now, falling into a deep sleep, Thunder God really knew when to strike. The old fox chuckled quietly. Playing with us, still a bit too naive. But we need to be cautious of that wolf warrior group, Yin Wang reminded. Those guys were indeed tough to deal with, taking turns on guard, each maintaining good spirits and ample energy. Truly a team led by Long Xiaoyan. However, tonight it was a firearms attack. They could only be treated as rookies. Yuan Bao chimed in. But the focus is still on rookie number 1. This time, we absolutely cannot let him escape. I really want to see him suffer a setback. Xiao Mifeng smiled. This time it will definitely work. Prepare to act. Lei Zhan personally led the team. Their first target was to take out the strongest wolf warrior team. Sniper Yin Wang waited for the right moment to take out the guard hidden outside. All the members of the Thunderbolt assault team had their firearms equipped with silencers, and the bullets fired were almost soundless. Yin Wang signaled, and Lei Zhan and the others quickly charged into Ling Feng's dormitory. Without saying a word, they opened fire. Ling Feng and the others were somewhat alert, but how could they have thought that the Thunderbolt assault team would actually use guns? They had almost no ability to defend themselves, and once hit by the tranquilizer bullets, they immediately fell unconscious. I won't accept this, Ling Feng shouted as he convulsed. Lei Zhan and the others finished the fight in less than a minute. The whole process was surprisingly quiet. Next, after taking out 4 out of 5 dormitories, only Ling Feng's dormitory remained. A cold smile appeared in the corner of Lei Zhan's eye. Last time he was careless and got ambushed by Ling Feng. Now that the Thunderbolt assault team was present, he wondered if Ling Feng could still fly away. Everyone blocked the entrance, and Lei Zhan signaled Dinyo to attack. Dinyo held his breath and kicked the door open, and the others rushed in. Lei Zhan and Chunning Tian stood guard at the door. Ling Feng, let's see what you have to say this time. Lei Zhan was eager to see Ling Feng collapse on the ground like a pile of mud. Soon, Yin Wang rushed out in surprise, saying, "Boss, the people in the dormitory are gone." What? Lei Zhan looked shocked. He rushed into the dormitory and found it empty. Everyone was gone. How did they find out? Lei Zhan had carefully planned this operation, even using firearms, but he had not expected them to escape. Chase. A glint of cold light appeared in Lei Zhan's eyes as he led his men out of the dormitory, simultaneously calling the 2 guards at the door. "Attention! The prey has slipped away. Please respond." Yin Wang called out as he walked, but received no response. When Lei Zhan and the others reached the entrance, they found the 2 soldiers on guard unconscious on the ground. Interesting. Lei Zhan let out a few cold laughs. Clever little mouse. Lei Zhan quietly said, "I declare the game of catching mice officially begins." Now it's getting interesting. Xiao Mifeng said, "We can have some fun now. These rookies actually slipped away right under our noses. This time, if we catch them, they'll be in for it." The old fox chuckled coldly. In reality, Yin Wang was the most aware that this game was primarily aimed at Ling Feng. As long as they caught Ling Feng, they could eliminate him. He was the biggest mouse. However, this mouse was indeed tough. Under Lei Zhan's almost frenzied torture, he had managed to hold out until now. It was hard not to admire him. From a public standpoint, Yin Wang didn't want to eliminate Ling Feng. He rarely encountered such an excellent soldier. It would indeed be a pity if he didn't join the special forces. But privately, Yin Wang was definitely on Lei Zhan's side and ultimately chose to help him. Of course, if Yin Wang tried his best and still couldn't deal with Ling Feng, it would only mean that the kid was incredibly tough. A natural nemesis of Lei Zhan. Action. Before dawn, we must eliminate all the little mice. Lei Zhan commanded. Yes. Ling Feng led the group to charge towards the main entrance during the thunderstorm, taking advantage of the chaos to attack other dormitories. Just as they knocked out 2 guards, they heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching from not far away. As expected of a soldier king, they reacted so quickly, Ling Feng admired. The madmen are coming after us. Everyone split up and run as fast as you can. Don't get caught. Ling Feng ordered. Run. The few of them had already developed a tacit understanding, and at this critical moment, without saying a word, they each ran towards the direction of the forest. Ling Feng and He Cheng-Wang were the fastest, suddenly rushing to the front of the group, followed by Li Erniu, Wang Yanbing, and others. Damn it. They chose to launch an ambush now. They really have some nerve. Crazy. Wang Yanbing cursed while desperately running. It's all that bastard Lung Feng's fault. If I had known they would attack later, I would have gotten a good night's sleep to recharge. How did it come to this? I could run faster. Another trainee was also cursing. Run first. They're catching up. Li Erniu was giving it everything he had. Run. Everyone scattered, fleeing in different directions to better distract the instructors and avoid being caught all at once. Bang! Ling Feng suddenly heard a faint gunshot behind him, and He Cheng-Wang also heard it. The two of them looked back almost simultaneously and saw Wang Yanbing had been shot. Wang Yanbing collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably, which was extremely frightening to see. Damn! They used tranquilizer bullets. He Cheng-Wang cursed loudly, his face paling in fear. His legs went into a frenzy as he ran forward, using every ounce of strength he had, deliberately weaving in an S shape to avoid being targeted by snipers. Ling Feng opened up to 5 times his speed, and with the wind at his feet, he quickly left He Cheng-Wang far behind. Wow, he can fly. He Cheng-Wang watched as Ling Feng dashed towards the wall at the edge of the forest like he was flying. The others were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they ran towards the wall without a second thought. It's a fight, it's a fight. Li Erniu was most afraid of hearing gunshots. He closed his eyes and charged wildly in any direction. Ling Feng's speed erupted. He Cheng-Wang couldn't see Ling Feng's figure within a few breaths, his face filled with astonishment. Is this really Ling Feng's true speed? Ling Feng ran breathlessly to the base of the wall, where there was a tall and dense nameless tree. Its branches were lush, and the trunk was relatively small and very soft, making it impossible for an ordinary person to climb. However, this was not a problem for Ling Feng at all. Through training during this period, he had mastered the climbing technique inspired by the light and airy fruit. As long as he had a support point, he could easily climb the tree in one go, vault over the wall, and leave this place for the woods outside. With his running ability, the Thunderstrike team of Lei Zhan had no way to deal with him at all. Ling Feng said he would do it, and just as he took a deep breath and felt his body start to lighten, a crisp notification sound suddenly rang in his ear. Ding! The Pirate King system has issued a random task. When the confrontation contest against the instructor's assault team. For each opponent defeated, gain 10 experience points. Defeating one of them would grant him 10 experience points. What he needed most right now was points, and he was only 100 away from leveling up. During this time, Ling Feng had been waiting for the system's tasks, but they had been slow to appear. Finally, a task had arrived. Ling Feng's eyes lit up, but after a careful reconsideration, a dark line appeared on his forehead. And I died? Does that mean we have to eliminate them account? Ling Feng did not have any deep-seated hatred towards them that would drive him to kill them. Host, you misunderstood. In the combat exercise, the casualties only require you to take down the instructor, the system prompted. That makes things easier. Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, killing an instructor for 10 experience points wouldn't be worth it. It was rare for the system to issue a task after such a long time, and Ling Feng needed points so badly. He was only 100 points short. The Thunderstrike team, along with Lei Zhan, totaled 8 people. If he could take them all down, he would earn 80 points, leaving only 20 points needed for the upgrade. Ling Feng's eyes lit up at this thought, and he didn't rush to leave. He carefully observed the surrounding trees, searching for a suitable hiding spot, and soon discovered a lush branch. Taking a deep breath to gather his strength, he suddenly exerted force in his legs, leaped up, grabbed the hanging branch, and quickly climbed up the trunk. The branch that Ling Feng is looking for is very soft, about 2 meters off the ground, surrounded by leaves, making it hidden inside and difficult to spot from the outside. Ling Feng took a breath, and his body became light. The branch could easily bear his weight. As he exhaled, the branch sank down, and he inhaled again, causing the branch to rise. From the outside, it looked as if the branch was gently swaying in the wind. No one would expect that this position could hide a person, because the branch was too soft. It couldn't support the weight of a person. Ling Feng carefully observed the surroundings after adapting to the fluctuations of the branch. He saw not far away that the Thunderbolt team S. Harley and Big Bull were chasing He Cheng-Wang, rushing in his direction. Harley and Big Bull didn't seem in a hurry. They wore smiles, as if watching their prey play, waiting for him to tire before taking action. He Cheng-Wang had long noticed them. There was nothing he could do but run as long as he could. He was running in the same direction as Ling Feng, thinking that if he ran this way, there must be a way to escape from here. When He Cheng-Wang reached the wall, there was no sign of Ling Feng anywhere. Next to him stood a tall, smooth tree, and he tried to see if he could climb it. He grabbed the trunk, but immediately slid down. The bark was too smooth, and the trunk was nearly 3 meters high, with no branches to help him climb. Damn it! He Cheng-Wang looked at the wall and realized he had to climb over it. The wall was over 4 meters high, which indeed posed some difficulty. He took 2 steps back, quickly charged toward the wall, stepped on it, and leaped up, successfully grabbing the edge, preparing to climb over. Harley and Big Bull were just waiting for He Cheng-Wang to climb the wall before taking him down. Novice, your wall climbing skills are not bad. Tell me, are you faster or is my bullet faster? Harley laughed. Stop wasting time talking to him, you rookie. Come down or I'll shoot. It'll hurt more if you fall. Big Bull reminded. You rookies really are stubborn. Why not just let us have some fun with you? Everyone would be happy. But you insist on making things complicated, and our boss isn't happy. You want to be happy either, Harley joked. Hey, the taste of tranquilizer bullets isn't pleasant. But once you've tasted it, you might end up liking it, Harley raised his gun. He Cheng-Wang gritted his teeth, ignored him, and continued climbing the wall. TSK. Such a stubborn attitude. You really want to challenge my patience. Bang. Harley gently squeezed the trigger. He Cheng-Wang let out a scream and fell to the ground, struggling fiercely. Harley and Big Bull swaggered over. Hey, pretty tough, huh? A single shot didn't knock you out. Do you want me to give you another one? Harley taunted. He Cheng-Wang's eyes turned red as he gasped for breath, his whole body starting to go numb. Not bad. Very few can withstand a tranquilizer bullet and not fall. You're one of them. But don't force it. It won't do you any good, Big Bull advised. The two prepared to drag He Cheng-Wang away when suddenly a shadow swooped down silently from the tree behind Harley and Big Bull. Ling Feng's hands moved with lightning speed, grabbing the foreheads of the two and forcefully colliding them together. Bang! Danyu and Hailey didn't have any time to react, only feeling stars in their eyes. Darkness in front of them, and they fell to the ground limply. Ling Feng struck swiftly, first because of his quick and agile movements, and second because they never expected an ambush at that moment. As they approached, they had already surveyed the surroundings and found no one else nearby. The nearest branches to the ground were thin and weak, unable to support a person's weight, so they didn't consider them at all. Yet, Ling Feng was precisely hidden in a place they thought was impossible. In the instant that Harley and Danyu collapsed, a notification sounded. Ding, 2 instructors have perished, gaining 20 experience points. Ling Feng immediately checked his personal attributes. Soldier, Ling Feng profession, Special Forces level 4 attributes, Root Bone 5, Spirit 5, Constitution 5, Strength 5. Speed 5, Average Person, 1, Skills. Enel's Heart Network Sensory Skill, Crocodile's Drought Resistant Skill, Moonlight Moria's Shadow, Fighting Technique Special Abilities, Climbing Beauty Enhancement. Sound Localization Experience Points, 320400 indeed. It has increased by 20. Now only 80 left. Ling Feng glanced at the limp Hailey and Enel on the ground, bent down to pick up a tranquilizer gun, and prepared to walk away. Ling Feng, help me, He Cheng-Wang said, though he wasn't unconscious. He was completely weak and unable to move, looking at Ling Feng with a longing gaze. You should rest well, Ling Feng said softly. He Cheng-Wang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He thought Ling Feng would help him out considering they were in the same dorm. But the other party refused so decisively. Can you be a little more generous? No. Ling Feng turned around and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Ling Feng crouched at the edge of a dark flower bed, listening carefully to the sounds around him to determine the location of the personnel. He quickly pinpointed the area with the highest concentration of people through the chaotic footsteps. Instead of retreating, he moved closer like a lurking Black Panther, using the trees, flowers, and corners around the square to approach steadily, finally crouching down at a concealed wall corner. He saw a military vehicle parked in the yard in front of the dormitory, with all the members of the Thunderbolt assault team present, along with many fully armed soldiers, dozens of them. The soldiers were continuously loading unconscious trainees into the vehicle, and from their swift movements, it was clear that they were all experienced veterans. How did so many people arrive? Ling Feng looked around and found that many soldiers had also joined this operation, including Long Xiaoyan, who appeared in full gear, as well as Fan Tianlei and others. It seemed that this operation was not a spur-of-the-moment decision by Lei Zhan, but rather a long-planned endeavor. Ling Feng did not act immediately, continuing to lie in wait for an opportunity. Lei Zhan had been waiting and finally saw Yan Wang coming over. Report, there's still one salted fish we haven't caught. And that's rookie number 1. Yan Wang revealed a wry smile. After making such a big fuss, the salted fish we wanted to catch the most got away. Isn't that the biggest irony? A black line appeared on Lei Zhan's forehead. If it weren't for Long Xiaoyan watching from the side, he would have exploded in anger. Additionally, Harley and Danyu have been knocked out. It's probably the work of rookie number 1. Yan Wang continued. Rookie number 1, leave the little bee behind. Everyone else follow me. Lei Zhan said angrily. Last time I was knocked out by a sneak attack, and this time it's definitely another sneak attack that knocked out 2 more. As the captain, I can't save face at all. It was a joke to catch a mouse only to be harmed by the mouse. Lei Zhan immediately took Yan Wang, Yuan Bao, and others to catch Ling Feng. Lei Zhan was really angry. At this moment, Ling Feng was hiding in the flowers at the door, quietly waiting. He saw Lei Zhan and the others, including Yan Wang, leave and chase in the direction he originally ran, leaving only the little bee to guard. The other soldiers quickly loaded everyone into vehicles. Let's go. The little bee and another soldier escorted the others as the military vehicle slowly drove toward the entrance. Ling Feng, who had been hiding in the grass, held his breath at the moment the vehicle was about to approach, pushed off with his foot, and his body felt like soft cotton rolling under the vehicle. He reached out to grab the chassis of the vehicle, clinging to it like a spider beneath the vehicle's undercarriage. Ling Feng's entire movement appeared simple, but the process was exceptionally dangerous. Especially at the moment of rolling under the vehicle, it required an extremely precise judgment of both his own speed and the speed of the military vehicle. Even a slight mistake could result in being crushed into a pile of mush by the wheels. Throughout the entire process, Ling Feng perfectly combined the Moonlight Moria Shadow combat technique and the light breathing skill to achieve such an effect. Ling Feng concentrated almost all the power of the chassis on his arms, stabilizing his body. As the vehicle bumped along the road, only someone with Ling Feng's robust physique could manage it. His physical attributes had reached five times that of an ordinary person. After a period of intense training, his strength had reached a terrifying level compared to normal people. Inside the front of the vehicle, a soldier curiously asked the little bee, I heard there's still a salted fish that hasn't been caught. The little bee smiled bitterly and replied, it's rookie number 1. Rookie numero uno? That's the troublemaker, right? The soldier exclaimed in surprise. The most formidable troublemaker in history, the little bee said. I've heard a bit about him, but not much. Could you tell me more? The soldier asked curiously. Speaking of this troublemaker, the little bee slowly recounted Ling Feng's glorious achievements during training, leaving the soldier dumbfounded. Is he that amazing? What do you think? Try kicking 5 40-centimeter wooden stakes in 20 minutes and see for yourself. The little bee shook his head and laughed. He's not human. The soldier gasped. The military vehicle continued along the bumpy dirt road. Even with Ling Feng's strong physique, his arms felt a bit numb, but he regarded it as a way to stimulate his potential. If he utilized the method of regulating his breath to feel light, it would be much easier. After about an hour of travel, Ling Feng noticed the vehicle starting to slow down. He perked up his ears to listen and discern the location, determining that there was a sentry ahead. Ling Feng took a deep breath, gathered his energy, and, just as the car was about to stop, he let go, his body gently falling to the ground. The moment he touched the ground, he suddenly exerted force in his waist, rolled sideways, and quickly tumbled into the nearby grass. The whole action seamless. Did something just fall from under the car? A soldier on guard shook his head with closed eyes. Are your eyes playing tricks on you? Another soldier nearby laughed. No way, I need to go take a look. This soldier had particularly good eyesight, almost to the point of being detail-oriented. If a small bird flew by in the nearby jungle, he would always be the first to notice, so everyone nicknamed him Eagle Eye. Go ahead. We know your eyesight is sharp, the soldier laughed, obviously not believing what the other said. The sentinel, holding his rifle, walked toward the place where he had seen the shadow fall. As he approached, he tightened his grip on the rifle cautiously. Just then, another soldier on watch suddenly felt the need to urinate and walked away. Go ahead, the sentinel called back. The sentinel turned his head and walked towards the direction of the grass, reaching the edge of the thicket and carefully inspecting the situation. There are signs of being pressed down. If the wild grass was supposed to grow upright, now many of them were bent over and hadn't had the chance to recover. Someone must have come over here. The sentinel was 100% sure. He tightened his grip on the rifle and stepped forward a few paces, vigilantly watching ahead. "Who is in there?" The sentinel called out cautiously. "No one." This patch of grass extended into the woods, and the person who had just crossed here must have left as well. "I need to report the situation to the squad leader." Just as the sentinel made up his mind and turned around, a figure suddenly emerged from the side of the grass, silently appearing behind the sentinel. The sentinel suddenly felt something behind him, and, as he turned, a sharp pain shot through his neck, and everything went black as he fainted. Ling Feng quickly grabbed the sentinel, dragged him into the bushes, swiftly took off his clothes and put them on himself, then picked up the rifle, donned a mask made of patterned fabric, and strode confidently towards the gate. Since the previous sentinel had been called away temporarily, Ling Feng walked straight through the gate without any obstruction. Ling Feng's ambush technique was used to perfection, but the only thing that frustrated him was that ordinary soldiers had no experience points. Originally, Ling Feng thought that ambushing a few soldiers would yield some rewards. Even if it wasn't as much as taking out an instructor, at least a little bit would be nice. This was a camp deep in the mountains, and the surrounding environment was set up very much like a terrorist camp. The soldiers patrolling nearby had their faces covered, black cloth tied around their arms, and were carrying AK-47s. In the center of the playground stood a wooden high tower, where a similarly masked, muscular man was standing, wearing a dark vest that revealed his strong muscles, also carrying an AK-47. Surrounding the area were wooden buildings, metal shelters, and other basic facilities. On the training ground, there were several fire pits burning charcoal, heating metal blocks, and various torture devices hung on the walls, such as whips, iron hooks, daggers, and so on. The scene looked quite similar to the terror base organization scenes in movies. Ling Feng carefully observed the surrounding environment, understanding everything in his mind. The vehicle had long since stopped, and the little bee, soldiers, and the surrounding terrorists had separated the unconscious people by gender, locking them in different wooden cages. The little bee and the soldiers also wore masks. Once everyone was locked in the cages, the little bee brought over a high-pressure water gun, spraying water into the cages to wake everyone up. The awakened trainees were confused, as everything before them had suddenly changed. The masked armed men around them did not resemble their military personnel. They looked more like terrorists, and this place seemed like their stronghold. "Who are you? Let's go," some of the awakened trainees shouted in terror. The little bee waved his hand, and two armed men with AK-47s opened the cages, dragging the shouting trainees out and throwing them into the center of the square. The trainees were still under the effects of the anesthetic and couldn't muster any strength. A few masked terrorists surrounded the dragged-out trainees and began to kick them violently. These terrorists were truly beating the trainees mercilessly, causing them to cry out in pain. The louder they shouted, the harder they were hit. In just a few seconds, several trainees were beaten to the point of spitting blood. The other trainees locked in the cages displayed a complex mix of confusion and shock in their expressions. "What's going on? Who are they? How do we suddenly end up here? Where are the instructors?" When Lei Zhan led the ambush on the dormitory, he also wore a mask. Many trainees couldn't figure out if they were kidnapped by terrorists or if this was an assessment orchestrated by Lei Zhan. The trainees being brutally beaten in the square were already spitting blood. If this continued, someone would die. In the end, these few were beaten unconscious and dragged back into cages. The little bee waved his hand again, and a group of masked soldiers rushed back into the cages to punch and kick everyone once more. Unfortunately, these trainees, who originally had skills, were now completely weak and could only endure the beating. At this moment, Ling Feng had already taken advantage of the distraction of those around him to climb a large tree, looking down at the entire camp from above. TSK. Isn't this just a loyalty assessment? It has been advanced. Ling Feng saw the abused trainees, the surrounding setup, and the attire of these individuals, and immediately guessed the situation, reminiscent of a plot from a Special Forces movie. He Chun Guang, Li Erniu, and others, along with Ling Feng, had all been captured and were being tortured like dogs in cages. If it weren't for Ling Feng's incredible climbing skills, allowing him to scale the smooth tree, he would surely be suffering the same fate. The soldiers were mercilessly targeting them, and many of the trainees who had regained consciousness were confused, in so much pain that they couldn't think straight, unsure if this was training or if they had been kidnapped by terrorists. "I can't take it anymore. Please let me go. I really can't handle this. Spare me." 3 trainees, beaten nearly to death, finally could no longer endure the brutal assault. The 3 pleading trainees were dragged out and locked in another cage. After the little bee waved for others to come out, a high-pressure water gun was used again to wash everyone down, waking up the unconscious and cleaning the blood off the ground. Just as the little bee was about to execute the next step of the plan, the communicator on his shoulder rang. The little bee turned aside to answer, whispering, "Boss, how's it going on your side?" "Very smoothly. A bunch of rookies, 3 of them have already broken down." The little bee smiled. "Be careful. We haven't found Rookie No. 1 and suspect he has left the military district. Have you noticed anything suspicious?" Lejean asked. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The little bee, who was about to respond, felt a wave of soreness and numbness in his shoulder. Then his senses detached from his body, completely anesthetized, losing all awareness. Ding! 1 instructor has been killed, gaining 10 experience points. Little bee, little bee. Lejean suddenly heard the gunshot and got no response from the little bee despite calling for him repeatedly. "Go to base number 2, rookie number 1 might be there," Lejean commanded. "Get in the car," Lejean urged. Yin Wang and others quickly jumped into the off-road vehicle, heading straight for base number 2. "Boss, do you really think rookie number 1 is there?" Yuan Bao asked, puzzled. "Could it be that the little bee caused this himself, and the communicator is broken? Rookie number 1 wouldn't be that bold, would he? Daring to confront our entire Thunderstrike team alone?" The old fox was also filled with doubt. "Rookie number 1 is bolder than anyone. There's nothing he wouldn't do. Don't forget, he even dared to ambush the boss, let alone the little bee," Yin Wang reminded. "It certainly can't be ruled out, and he does have that capability. What puzzles me is how he found our base number 2. Tianlang wondered. "Yeah, how'd he find it? If it really is him, that's just ridiculous." Duan Bao et Gulim. Lejean thought for a moment and finally said, "He might have been hiding in the little bee's vehicle when it left." Everyone considered this possibility. Otherwise, no matter how twisted Ling Feng was, he shouldn't know about a training base located dozens of kilometers away in the forest. "He's too bold. We must take him down this time." Ling Feng jumped down from the tree after taking care of the little bee, and while everyone was in a panic, he quietly slipped out of the base to the perimeter at the entrance. He found a high point on the mountain to the right of the base gate, set up his Type 95 rifle, and waited for Lejean and the others to arrive. Ling Feng didn't want to waste any more time, so he took the opportunity to shoot Lejean unconscious while talking on the phone with the little bee, luring the entire Thunderstrike team over to eliminate them all at once. This was not impossible. Ling Feng's position occupied a vantage point that was easy to defend and hard to attack. Surrounded by dense woods for cover, they would find it difficult to detect him. Ling Feng is waiting here while Lejean and his team are rushing over, exhausted from their journey. The timing and location are all in Ling Feng's favor. Not to mention that he also has Enel's heartnet sensing, ensuring a 100 hit rate. Additionally, he possesses climbing skills that allow him to freely change shooting positions, as well as high-speed shooting and movement. These skills are a strong guarantee for Ling Feng. Therefore, he has the courage to challenge the Thunder Assault team all alone in the dense jungle. Ling Feng quietly lay in ambush like a lurking wild wolf. His eyes fixed ahead, his finger on the trigger, always ready to shoot. "They're coming." The off-road vehicle carrying Lei Dian and the others appeared on the mountain road ahead, speeding towards the base. Squeak! At the entrance, the vehicle came to a sudden stop. Action! Tianlang jumped out of the back seat, but as soon as his feet hit the ground, bang! Tianlang felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, his body uncontrollably going limp, and he lost consciousness. Sniper! Almost at that moment, the others quickly dodged in all directions. Tianlang. Everyone was horrified. Tianlang lay on the ground, unconscious. Lejean's expression turned serious. "Everyone be alert. The enemy might be real," he said. "With their shooting skills, they're probably 800 meters away. We've encountered an opponent." Yin Wang took cover behind a large tree, searching for the enemy's position. "Another ambush. Is this kid addicted to sneak attacks?" Old Fox said coldly. "We can't confirm the enemy's identity right now. Everyone must be cautious." The enemy shot from around the 9 o'clock direction just now. Old Fox and Yuan Bao, you two go around from the south. Yin Wang and Enel, you two go around from the north. I and Hao Lei will draw their attention from the front. Lejean quickly made the combat deployment. "Yes. Action." Ling Feng took down the Sirius with one shot and immediately heard, "Ding." The host has eliminated a trainer and gained 10 experience points. Just as he was about to fire a second shot, the Thunderstrike team immediately scattered, their speed astonishing. As expected of the Thunderstrike team, they're indeed formidable. No wonder they have dominated the top position in the South China Military Region for so many years. Ling Feng struck successfully, slinging the Type 95 rifle across his body, his figure resembling that of a monkey as he descended silently along the branches. His climbing skills were remarkable. After landing on the ground, Ling Feng dashed forward quickly, then swiftly climbed up another tree, raising the gun once more to search for his next target. Perched on the tall tree, Ling Feng crouched, lifting the gun, his index finger resting on the trigger, silent and poised, looking down from above. Enel's heart network, sensing skill, required a great deal of mental energy, so he could only rely on his eyesight to locate the target. Yuan Bao. The moment he spotted Yuan Bao, Ling Feng's heart network locked onto him. Having waited for this moment, Ling Feng gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! At the instant he pulled the trigger, Ling Feng grasped the gun with one hand and the tree trunk with the other, leaping down at the fastest speed. Dropping from a height of over 10 meters in just 3 seconds, Ling Feng had just landed. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, a dense gunfire erupted, and the tree branches and leaves where Ling Feng had been hiding were flying everywhere. What quick reaction speed! Ling Feng admired the pursuit capabilities of the Thunderstrike team once again. Ding! The host has lost 1 instructor and gained 10 experience points. Ling Feng exhaled a breath of foul air and said, the second one, Yuan Bao, Lei Zhan, Yin Wang, Old Fox, and the others almost simultaneously saw Yuan Bao get hit. Yuan Bao shook his body a few times, wearing a pale smile, and said, it's a tranquilizer bullet. Bang! Yuan Bao fell to the ground, gradually losing consciousness. Tranquilizer bullet? Damn, it's rookie number 1. Old Fox's forehead was covered with several black lines. Smoke bomb. Lei Zhan was so furious he could explode. He threw out a smoke bomb, and a hissing sound filled the forest, quickly enveloping the area in a cloud of white smoke. Attack! This time, we must capture him alive. An exasperated Lei Zhan commanded. He's done for. Rookie numero 1. When I catch you later, I won't stop until I knock all your teeth out. I don't believe in this evil. Old Fox, Yin Wang, Dinyo, and the others all ignited with flames of anger. Being played by a rookie not once, but twice. Ling Feng quickly climbed up to another big tree and saw a puff of smoke rising from Lei Zhan's camp. Smoke bomb? Is it useful? Ling Feng's Enel heart network sensing utilizes the principle of positive and negative electrons, ignoring the interference of smoke in a linear world, allowing him to accurately lock onto his opponent. Under the cover of smoke bombs, Yin Wang, Old Fox, and Dinyo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the captain reacted quickly. Charge! Dinyo was the first to jump up from the ground, followed by Old Fox and finally Yin Wang. The three formed a distorted triangle, quickly advancing forward, thinking that no matter how powerful Ling Feng was, he couldn't see through the smoke. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out almost without interval. Yin Wang, Old Fox, and Dinyo suddenly felt a sharp pain in their shoulders, their faces showing expressions of horror. How could he see through the smoke? Before Yin Wang could finish his sentence, he fainted. Old Fox and Dinyo quickly lost consciousness as well. Ding! The host has defeated 3 instructors, gaining 30 experience points. According to the strength of Yin Wang, Old Fox, and Enel, they should not have been easily taken down by Ling Feng. They trusted too much in the effect of the smoke bomb, thinking Ling Feng couldn't see through it, which made them recklessly move through the smoke. This gave Ling Feng the opportunity to take them down with a single shot. Overall, they were too careless, but anyone in that situation would likely make the same mistake. Who would have thought Ling Feng could ignore the smoke? Meanwhile, the people trapped in the house, including Ling Feng, began to find ways to save themselves. Just moments ago, the little bee was suddenly shot dead, causing chaos at the scene. Everyone was locked in a room. Ling Feng exchanged glances with Yu Fei and others, then shouted outside, I surrender. The 2 terrorists responsible for guarding came over. Just as they opened the door to transfer Ling Feng to another room, they were suddenly knocked out by the ambushing Yu Fei and Shi Samba. Ling Feng tore off the soldier's mask and said, I recognize this soldier. This is all the crazy training set up by Lei. Everyone finally realized what was happening. Ling Feng picked up the Type 95 rifle from the ground and checked the bullets. Sure enough, they were all tranquilizer bullets. He sternly declared, it's time for us to counterattack. Ling Feng led everyone out and suddenly heard 3 gunshots in quick succession not far ahead, seeing Yin Wang, Old Fox, and Dinyo lying in the smoke. What happened? At this moment, they suddenly heard Lei Zhan shouting loudly, Novice number 1, I seriously underestimated your ability in this assessment. The assessment is hereby concluded. Now everyone understood. Ling Feng defeated the lightning assault, leaving only the lightning commander standing alone. Immediately, all the trainees cheered and were filled with gratitude towards Ling Feng. If it weren't for his solitary effort to turn the tide and force Lei Zhan to announce the end of the assessment, they didn't know how much more suffering they would have to endure. Before long, Lei Zhan walked into the base with a gloomy expression, glancing at the battered trainees and said in a deep voice, "You are very lucky." This was originally a test of loyalty, but it was destroyed by Ling Feng alone. The injured trainees gritted their teeth at Lei Zhan, wishing they could rush over and beat him up. Soon, Ling Feng appeared, standing before everyone without a single injury. The trainees marveled at Ling Feng's prowess while casting grateful looks at him. Lei Zhan turned to face Ling Feng and calmly said, "Do you dare to fight me barehanded?" Everyone could sense Lei Zhan's anger. This time, he was truly furious. It seemed Ling Feng was in great danger. The nickname Thunder God was earned through his strength. The Southern Military District had no rivals, especially in combat. The last time Lei Zhan was angry during a match, he ended up breaking his opponent's waist, who was still lying in the hospital. It was easy to imagine how furious Lei Zhan was at Ling Feng for losing face this time. Ling Feng absolutely should not accept. Everyone began to worry for Ling Feng's safety. Ling Feng frowned. The last time Ling Feng dueled with Lei Zhan, it was likely because Ling Feng's background intervened, and they didn't fight. This time, with Lei Zhan enraged, he would surely teach Ling Feng a lesson. "I'm afraid you'll embarrass yourself," Ling Feng said. Arrogant. Lei Zhan was consumed by anger, his clenched fists cracking loudly. His right arm suddenly contracted, and, as his body twisted, he threw a punch towards Ling Feng's face with incredible speed, like a bolt of lightning, the wind from the punch howling. Ling Feng's body suddenly swayed like a willow in the wind, just as Lei Zhan's roaring fist was about to smash into Ling Feng's face. He turned aside to avoid the punch. Rather than actively dodging, it seemed more like he was blown away by the force of the punch, his figure drifting backward. Lei Zhan's fist missed, and with a 90-degree bent fist, he simultaneously launched a side kick towards Ling Feng, striking with the unstoppable force of a dragon emerging from a sea. Ling Feng's body moved like a shadow, eerily dodging the attack. Lei Zhan's consecutive strikes missed, and just as he moved to the trunk, he suddenly raised his foot, using the rebound of the trunk to strike down at Ling Feng with his right foot. Ling Feng sidestepped with the wind to evade. This is the essence of the Moonlight Moria shadow fighting technique. No matter how fierce the attack, as long as there is wind, his body moves with it. Bang! Lei Zhan's foot stomped down on Ling Feng's original position, cracking the ground. Since their last encounter, he had been studying Ling Feng's fighting techniques. Therefore, this time his attacks were targeted, each one linking to the next. The ground was cracked. How powerful was that? The key was that in this fierce combat, while Ling Feng could barely withstand a few moves, he certainly wouldn't last long if it continued. Ling Feng was just dodging, completely suppressed. The students furrowed their brows, biting their palms. Every time Lei Zhan attacked, they felt anxious for Ling Feng. Ling Feng and He Cheng Wang, both masters of martial arts, couldn't help but imagine themselves as Lei Zhan's opponents, visualizing their battles with him. Lei Zhan was indeed strong. "I'm no match for him," Ling Feng murmured. He Cheng Wang tightened his brows, clenched his fists, and articulated each word. "One day, I will surpass Lei Zhan." Everyone thought Lei Zhan was bound to win, but at that moment, Lei Zhan's heart was churning with waves of anxiety. Lei Zhan knew Ling Feng's dodging skills were formidable, so he had developed a targeted 30-move attack that was as fierce as a storm. However, after 20 moves, he still couldn't touch Ling Feng, not even grazing the hem of his clothes. Damn it! Lei Zhan's storm-like attacks were indeed powerful, but he had met his match in Ling Feng. The Moonlight Moria shadow fighting technique, which moved with the wind, provided Ling Feng with ample space to counter Lei Zhan's fierce punches and kicks. At the moment Lei Zhan threw a punch or kicked, Ling Feng could already feel the air swirling around him, and his body instinctively reacted. Of course, if Lei Zhan could attack faster than Ling Feng could react, he might hit him, just like a bullet fired from a gun. Although Ling Feng could sense the bullet's speed, his body might not be able to react quickly enough to evade. The surrounding students watched in fear. Lei Zhan's attacks were too ferocious. Each punch, kick, and sweep was a chain of attacks, making it feel like Ling Feng was fighting a machine. However, they gradually noticed that although Ling Feng wasn't counterattacking, his evasive movements were exceptionally strange and graceful. No matter how Lei Zhan struck, he couldn't land a hit. This reminded Ling Feng, Sher Samba, and others of the first time they fought Ling Feng, when the five of them fiercely attacked him but couldn't even graze his clothes. Was this evasive technique invincible? Yu Fei gasped. Lei Zhan was indeed strong. His storm-like attacks lasted nearly 10 minutes before gradually weakening. The more he fought, the more astonished he became. Under his frantic attacks, his stamina was severely declining. Yet he hadn't even touched the hem of Ling Feng's clothes. If this continued, he had no chance of winning. Lei Zhan realized he had severely underestimated Ling Feng's evasion ability. The 30-move frenzied attack he developed had no effect at all. How had Ling Feng trained to achieve such a dodging technique? As Lei Zhan's stamina waned and his attacks weakened, Ling Feng's evasion required little effort, and his stamina remained nearly full. As their conditions shifted, Ling Feng suddenly said, "Instructor Lei, did you enjoy that punch? Here, S1 for you." Lei Zhan had just thrown a punch, but it fell short again, and before he could regain his strength, he saw Ling Feng dodging and suddenly closing in with a punch aimed at his abdomen. Lei Zhan was startled and hurried to evade. However, Ling Feng's punch was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it landed on his abdomen. Lei Zhan quickly held his breath, swelling his abdomen. This was a defensive technique he had trained, using sudden abdominal pressure to create a defense similar to a diamond shield. Bang! Ling Feng slammed his fist down, and Lei Zhan felt as if a storm was raging in his abdomen. An endless stream of terrifying power transmitted through the punch. With most of his energy already spent, how could Lei Zhan withstand it? In an instant, he was sent flying 3 to 4 meters away, crashing hard onto the ground, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, the scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Ling Feng. Ding! One instructor has been defeated, gaining 10 experience points. A clear prompt sounded in Ling Feng's ear. Another 10 experience points. Ling Feng showed a satisfied expression. In fact, Ling Feng didn't win easily. Lei Zhan's frenzied attacks were still a significant threat to him. Although Ling Feng appeared to dodge effortlessly, it consumed a tremendous amount of mental energy. If Lei Zhan could hold on for another 10 minutes, Ling Feng would likely be unable to continue. After a full 3 seconds of pause, the training ground erupted with intense cheers. Ling Feng wins. Yicheng Wang and others looked at Ling Feng with excited eyes. Crazy Lei has really been defeated by Ling Feng. Am I dreaming? One student was so excited that his hands were trembling. Lei Zhan wore a face of unwillingness. While everyone was excited, on the other side, Long Xiaoyan raised her pistol and aimed it at Ling Feng, slowly walking out and saying softly, "Sorry, I am also your enemy." When Long Xiaoyan last fought Ling Feng, she felt that his fighting skills were indeed very strange. However, she didn't expect him to be this powerful. Even Lei Zhan was not his match. She had underestimated her nephew's abilities. Ling Feng said calmly, "And actually I..." In an instant, Ling Feng's figure flickered and charged towards Long Xiaoyan. Bang! Bang! Long Xiaoyan's series of shots all missed. What happened? Is his speed faster than a bullet? Little did she know that Ling Feng had already predicted her move when she pulled the trigger, using his sound localization skills combined with shadow fighting techniques to dodge like a shadow. Of course, Long Xiaoyan was also afraid of accidentally injuring Ling Feng, so she aimed for his thigh, which was a much smaller target. In a moment of Long Xiaoyan's surprise, Ling Feng kicked her pistol away. Long Xiaoyan regained her focus, and, in a flash, her right leg struck towards Ling Feng. What powerful leg techniques! Yicheng Wang showed a look of astonishment. The power of this kick was no less than the first kick thrown by Lei Zhan, with an even more tricky angle and faster speed, aimed at Ling Feng's back. Just as the kick was about to hit Ling Feng, his back seemed to have eyes, suddenly bending forward, followed by a nearly 360-degree graceful turn. Swaying like a willow branch in the wind, indescribably elegant. After Long Xiaoyan's first move missed, she immediately followed up with a series of kicks. The air was filled with the sound of her kicking, as if the air itself was about to explode from the force of her feet. Except for Ling Feng and the others, the expressions of the other students were horrified. They could not believe that the delicate and beautiful Long Xiaoyan possessed such tremendous explosive power and attack strength in her legs. However, Ling Feng and the others were very clear that their captain's strongest asset was her leg techniques, and what she was demonstrating now was only less than half of her full strength. Ling Feng's figure moved like a shadow, dodging Long Xiaoyan's mid-air kick. Instead of retreating, he advanced unexpectedly towards Long Xiaoyan. Long Xiaoyan furrowed his brows as he saw Ling Feng's strong body pressing towards him. Playing dirty? Long Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment, and in an instant, Ling Feng hugged him, his figure swaying, and pinned Long Xiaoyan to the ground. Ling Feng suppressed his aunt. Long Xiaoyan had a stunning figure, and Ling Feng was strong and robust. The surrounding students widened their eyes in shock. Then they heard Long Xiaoyan laughing and scolding. "Stop being a rogue, get up." The students around couldn't help but imagine various scenarios upon hearing this. Ding! The host has eliminated a coach and gained 10 experience points. Ling Feng gently jumped back a few steps and said with a smile, "Andy, we shouldn't fight among family." Long Xiaoyun was both angry and amused. She was increasingly baffled by this nephew of hers. How did he suddenly become so unruly? She shot a fierce glare at Ling Feng. Be more careful next time. Yes. Ling Feng smiled. He had no choice but to take a middle ground approach. Attacking Long Xiaoyun was out of the question, so he could only opt for a compromise, suppression. Although it seemed a bit unfair. Taking advantage of this moment, Ling Feng glanced at his personal attributes. Soldier. Ling Feng occupation. Special Forces level. Level 4 attributes. Root bone 5, Spirit 5, Constitution 5, Strength 5, Speed 5, Average person. 1 skills. Enel's Heart Network sensory skill. Crocodile's drought resistant skill. Moonlight Moria's shadow fighting techniques special abilities. Climbing, beauty enhancement, sound location experience points. 390. 400 he had gained a total of 90 experience points. And now he was just 10 points away. Ling Feng felt a bit frustrated, finally understanding the saying that a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. He just needed to take down one more instructor to level up, but there were only so many of them. What about Fan Tianlei? Why didn't he participate in this operation? If he had come, he could have taken him down too, and that would have been just right. Ling Feng is more eager to advance than ever. Although this operation was a success in counterattacking, he also realized that he still has many shortcomings. For example, if he were a bit stronger, Lei Zhan wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly in front of him for so long. At this moment, a fully uniformed officer strode in, showing a satisfied smile, then clapped his hands and looked at Ling Feng with an appreciative gaze. The enemy? Ling Feng thought that enemies had come in again. He just happened to be short of 10 points, and he felt a surge of joy in his heart. Without saying a word, he swung his fist, ready to attack the opponent. Nonsense. He is a brigade commander. Ling Feng was grabbed by Long Xiaoyun, who glared at him fiercely. This guy was really seeing red, treating everyone as an enemy. Long Xiaoyun stepped forward and saluted He Jijun. Hello, Commander. He Jijun laughed heartily and said, Ling Feng is not bad, really not bad. He has fighting spirit. This is a quality that is essential for becoming an excellent soldier. Salute. Lei Zhan hurriedly came over to salute, and He Jijun merely nodded. Attention. Lei Zhan immediately assembled the troops and said loudly, I now announce that everyone has passed the Hell Week assessment training. Because rookie number 1 has won, he defeated all our instructors. However, don't celebrate too early. The real show is just beginning. Starting tomorrow, there will be theoretical exams, and those who fail will be eliminated directly. After the theory classes, there will be targeted learning on various weapon knowledge, shooting theory, combat theory, operational theory, and so on. Lei Zhan briefly outlined the subsequent plans while emphasizing the importance of theoretical learning and the difficulty of the exams. Report. A cadet finally couldn't help but shout. Speak. This theoretical learning is too profound. With only a middle school education, how can we learn it? Report. Speak. I protest. Being a soldier requires fighting with enemies on the battlefield. What use is all this knowledge? Many theories are things we, as soldiers with only a middle school education, may not have even heard of. How can we take the exam? At the very least, we should be given some time to study before the exam. Another soldier protested. Lei Zhan shot a cold glance around and said, Is there anyone else who wants to speak? Everyone fell silent. Just as Lei Zhan was about to speak, he saw He Jijun gesture for him to calm down, stepping forward a few paces to stand in front of the troops and said in a powerful voice, Special Forces are a high-quality troop type. They are different from regular soldiers. They will likely face a complex international social environment in the future, which involves not only the theoretical knowledge mentioned by Captain Lei just now, but also learning different languages of various countries to complete their missions. Having a high education, high military literacy, and high combat capability is the trend for the future development of Special Forces. Ling Feng, what is your level of education? He Jijun asked Ling Feng. Ling Feng replied, a graduate student at the National Defense University. He Jijun swallowed hard, thinking to himself, this guy is so intimidating. The others fell silent, looking at Ling Feng with confusion and jealousy. What kind of soldier is a graduate student? Comparing people really makes one feel inferior. I thought my college diploma would give me an advantage, but now there's a graduate student from the National Defense University. It's so discouraging. Long Xiaoyun also showed a strange expression. When did this guy become so thick-skinned? He actually brought up his identity. His education level is even higher than mine, and probably higher than everyone else's here. Lei Zhan's mouth twitched. After a night of rest, the trainees basically recovered their strength, and the injured trainees received good treatment. However, many trainees were not happy at all. How many of those who came to be soldiers had good academic performance? Most were troublemakers during their school days. looking at the questions as if they were mountains. Now they were expected to pick up pens and take theoretical exams. Wasn't that asking for their lives? Everyone gathered in the training ground, sitting on small benches at small tables to begin the exam. The scene was silent, with Yin Wang and others acting as invigilators, walking back and forth among the trainees. One trainee looked helplessly at the paper. They recognized the questions, but the questions didn't recognize them. Finally, he stood up helplessly, submitted a blank paper, and quietly left the exam room, giving a heavy military salute to all the trainees as he left, filled with regret. An agitated trainee approached Lei Zhan and said, "Instructor, this is unfair to us." "Unfair? What do you think is fair?" Lei Zhan's cold gaze met him. "These questions are too difficult. Throw him out." Lei Zhan commanded. Without saying a word, Dinyo threw the trainee out of the training ground. The trainee's eyes were moist. Being eliminated in the training ground was one thing, but being eliminated like this was unacceptable. However, in the end, he shook his head helplessly, took off his helmet, and could only blame himself for not studying well. One after another, many people submitted blank papers and left the training ground in despair, leaving only 36 people remaining. What to do? Li Erniu was so anxious that his back was wet. Cold sweat kept flowing down Li Erniu's face, with only a middle school education. He couldn't answer a single question, and the questions seemed overwhelming. What to do? What to do? Li Erniu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, seeing that time was running out, becoming more and more desperate. He had finally managed to hold on to the last step. He couldn't be eliminated. During his last phone call with Shui Hua, he had boasted that he would definitely become a Special Forces soldier. There's no other way. Li Erniu took a risk, stretched his neck, and stared wide-eyed at Ling Feng beside him. Ling Feng was a student from the National Defense University, so he must understand. He saw that Ling Feng's paper was filled to the brim. Ling Feng caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and saw that Li Erniu was stretching his neck, knowing that he definitely wouldn't understand. These questions are all at a level above that of the third year of high school. How could Li Erniu, a middle school student, possibly understand them? Ling Feng simply spread the exam paper open for Li Erniu to copy. Li Erniu's eyes lit up as if he had grasped the last lifeline, and he buried his head in copying. However, he was also afraid of cheating. What if the instructor found out and confiscated his paper? So Li Erniu was on edge, as if he had gone to battle. Yin Wang had already seen Li Erniu cheating and quietly asked Lei Zhan, "How should we handle this?" Lei Zhan simply replied, "This is a means for special forces to complete their missions. By any means necessary, as long as the paper I get is correct. Those who can't do it and can't copy will be kicked out." Yin Wang gave Lei Zhan a thumbs up. In fact, Yin Wang felt that Li Erniu wasn't too bad. It would indeed be a pity if he got eliminated like this. As for Ling Feng, this super weirdo found the exam questions to be child's play. He had already completed them while patrolling. With Lei Zhan's permission, Yin Wang turned a blind eye, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Only Li Erniu foolishly thought the instructor had not discovered him and continued to copy the exam questions with anxiety. Ling Feng was also anxious. There were many questions he couldn't answer. Not to mention him, even Shi Samba, Yu Fei, and many others were struggling, each looking for ways to cope. At this moment, Ling Feng saw Li Erniu copying from Ling Feng and wanted to copy too. However, he was blocked by Li Erniu, who was in between them. Ling Feng gently kicked Li Erniu's chair, but Li Erniu, too nervous, thought the instructor had discovered him and fell to the ground with a thud. What happened? Li Erniu looked up and happened to see Yin Wang in front of him. He had been discovered, swallowed hard, and said, "My foot slipped." Silence. Li Erniu finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ling Feng whispering beside him, "Move aside, I want to copy a bit too." Li Erniu then came to his senses and made way for Ling Feng. Ling Feng then passed the answers to Yu Fei and others. The exam went very smoothly, and no one else was eliminated, thanks to Ling Feng. Otherwise, more than 10 people would likely have been eliminated due to inability to complete the exam. After the exam, Li Erniu happily thanked Ling Feng. "Thank you. I will remember your kindness." "Foolish Erniu," Ling Feng said with a smile, shaking his head. After a while, Ling Feng also walked over and said solemnly, "On behalf of the Wolf Warrior Special Forces, I thank you. However, in training, we want to return the favor. So don't expect us to help. But for personal matters, we will definitely not refuse to help if we can." At this time, at the entrance of the military district office building, Brigade Commander He Jijun and Chief of Staff Fan Tianlei were waiting below. Soon, a police car slowly stopped, and a strong, rugged middle-aged man in police uniform got out. He was Director Wen from the Donghai City Public Security Bureau. After a friendly handshake and a few polite exchanges, Director Wen said, "Is there a special forces soldier named Ling Feng here?" Fan Tianlei thought for a moment and replied, "Isn't he a member of the Wolf Warriors Special Forces from the Capital Military Region? That's him. He is indeed undergoing training here. What does Director Wen want with him?" Fan Tianlei asked, noticing that Director Wen looked a bit anxious. "There is an urgent matter that needs to be discussed with him. Let us go directly to the training ground," He Jijun said. He Jijun and Fan Tianlei led Director Wen to the training ground. On the way, He Jijun roughly understood the situation. At this moment, at the training ground, everyone had just finished the exam and lined up, just in time to see He Jijun and the others approaching. The crowd noticed that in addition to He Jijun and Fan Tianlei, there was also a formidable-looking police officer. A police officer, a high-ranking official. Wang Yambing whispered. 2 flowers, a second-level police supervisor. At least the city police chief. He Chengwang whispered. "What is such a big official doing here?" "Report, Commander. These are all the trainees who passed the written assessment. Please give your instructions." Lei Zhan reported to He Jijun. At ease. After He Jijun finished speaking, he continued, "This is Director Wen from the Donghai City Public Security Bureau, who has an important announcement for everyone." Director Wen saluted the crowd and said, "Our Public Security Bureau has received a major piece of news. Recently, there's an international mercenary organization whose leader is named Lao, a retired Special Forces soldier from the U.S. Navy SEALs. He has participated in the Gulf War and has executed numerous secret missions in the Middle East. He is a very formidable soldier. After retiring, he formed a mercenary group and has been conducting attack activities worldwide. Since its establishment 3 years ago, he has never failed a task accepted from employers. We have received information that he has accepted a contract from international drug lord Minden to assassinate Ling Feng of the Wolf Warriors Special Forces from the Capital Military Region because a month ago, during a mission, Ling Feng shot and killed Minden's younger brother. I hope everyone is prepared for various responses. Furthermore, this is classified information, and I hope everyone will keep this secret until we catch Lao." Long Xiaoyun and the Wolf Warriors were shocked to hear this. The reason the Wolf Warriors participated in this training session was also related to the last mission. During the attack operation, their execution was not perfect, and several comrades sacrificed their lives during the operation. Long Xiaoyun decided to retrain the Wolf Warriors. They did not expect Minden to hire mercenaries to assassinate Ling Feng. This was a declaration of war against them. Ling Feng was furious. "How many come? We'll kill how many? Report. No matter what kind of mercenaries they are. The Wolf Warriors Special Forces will never let them go. As long as they dare to come." Ling Feng shouted vigorously. Ling Feng knew that the guy was the drug lord's brother, but so what? Those drug dealers deserve to die. Director Wen said solemnly, "Don't underestimate the enemy's strength. Be fully prepared." According to the information we have, this Lao's mercenary group consists of elite Special Forces soldiers retired from various countries. Their latest attack was in the Middle East, where they wiped out a battalion of armed forces and killed a chieftain, causing political chaos in that country and leading to a full-scale civil war. They helped one of the factions stabilize the situation. Director Wen went on to provide more details about Lao, hoping Ling Feng and the others would take it seriously. After all, this assassination attempt was primarily targeted at Ling Feng. After saying all this, He Jijun briefly spoke a few words and thanked Director Wen before politely seeing him off. "Commander He, to speak frankly, I'm not afraid of losing face. My soldiers are no match for Special Forces or mercenaries. If Lao's mercenaries really come to Donghai to cause trouble, we will need your Special Forces to take action." Director Wen said helplessly. Logically, it sounds a bit ridiculous for a police chief to say that his subordinates are not capable, as it would lower morale and raise other spirits. But in fact, this was true. Only Special Forces could deal with Special Forces. While many of his subordinates were retired soldiers, and even some were Special Forces, their training intensity was not comparable to that in the army, which would definitely reduce their combat effectiveness. He Jijun said, "Defending the home and the country is our soldiers' unshirkable duty and responsibility. As long as they dare to appear, we can capture them all." With Commander He's words, I can rest assured. After sending off Director Wen, Fan Tianlei asked He Jijun, "I've heard some news about this Lao mercenary group online. They do seem capable based on their track record. What do you think? Soldiers come to block, water comes to cover, as long as they dare to come knocking. We will keep them here," He Jijun said. Lei Zhan scanned the crowd and said loudly, "What is a special soldier?" A special soldier is a team that is always ready for battle, a team that may sacrifice at any moment to deal with various emergencies. Every special soldier must understand various attack skills and firearms are essential weapons for a special soldier. Our next training subject is firearms training. Yin Wang, take them to the armory. Yes. After receiving the order, Yin Wang immediately organized the team and ran towards the armory. Attention! At ease, squat down. In front of everyone was a long table with various firearms displayed on it, from long guns to short guns, from light to heavy. Yin Wang, the sniper of the Thunderbolt assault team, is an expert in shooting various firearms and understanding their performance. The Type 92 semi-automatic pistol has a 9mm caliber, a muzzle velocity of 370 meters per second, an effective range of 50 meters, and a 15-round magazine. The Type 97 assault rifle has a 5.56mm caliber, a muzzle velocity of 920 meters per second, and an effective range of 400 meters. Yin Wang, being an expert in firearms, detailed the performance, structure, and shooting impact of each type of firearm. This Gatling heavy machine gun, a manual multi-barrel rotary machine gun, uses a transmission mechanism to rotate multiple gun barrels around a common axis for continuous firing. Its advantages are high rate of fire and great power, and the alternating working method of the barrels allows it to maintain good, sustained fire. However, to operate this weapon, one must be at least 2 meters tall and incredibly strong. Yin Wang emphasized this machine gun, and when he turned around, he suddenly heard a click. Turning back, he saw Ling Feng holding the Gatling heavy machine gun, pulling the trigger with a clack. Rookie number 1, are you crazy? Yin Wang was drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, it wasn't loaded. Report, I just couldn't help but want to try the feel. A black line appeared on Yin Wang's forehead. Try the feel? This is simply beastly. This Gatling heavy machine gun alone weighs over 45 kilograms. It's one thing to lift it easily, but to continuously pull the trigger single-handedly? The veterans, including Ling Feng, watched in astonishment. Among them, the strongest, Sure Samba, could barely lift the gun one-handed. But Ling Feng pulling the trigger as if it were nothing, he couldn't do that. Is this guy a beast? Ling Feng shook his head helplessly. Li Erniu widened his eyes and shouted, Report, I also want to try. Come on. Yin Wang smiled. Li Erniu excitedly ran over, holding the gun in his right hand, taking a deep breath and pulling with all his strength. He barely managed to lift the gun. Turning red in the face, this thing. Li Erniu swallowed hard, admiringly looking at Ling Feng. You're amazing. Tang Xiao and Enran exchanged knowing smiles. They certainly knew about Ling Feng's beast-like strength. When the three of them carried wood together, he almost bore the entire weight alone. After introducing the types of firearms, Yin Wang began to disassemble and assemble each firearm one by one. This Type 95 pistol is from our country. Yin Wang skillfully disassembled the Type 95 pistol and then reassembled it, explaining each part in detail during the process, down to the manufacturing process of every single component. Ling Feng listened to the King of Hell's explanation, trying to utilize the ability of the thorn fruit to see if he could gain some insight. He realized that he was most sensitive to this ability. This gun is called. Ling Feng focused his mind and, while concentrating, began to explore the disassembly of the gun's parts. Unknowingly, as his thoughts became more concentrated, his hands moved faster, and he didn't even notice it himself. He disassembled and reassembled one gun, then the second, the third, and even the guns that Yin Wang hadn't disassembled or assembled yet. In just a few breaths, Ling Feng completed the disassembly and reassembly. Ding! The host activated the hidden ability of the thorn fruit, gaining mastery in traps. Suddenly, a clear voice rang in Ling Feng's ear, bringing him back to his senses. Mastery in traps? Ling Feng looked puzzled as he checked his personal attributes. Soldier. Ling Feng profession. Special forces level. For attributes. Root bone 5, spirit 5, constitution 5, strength 5, speed 5, average person. 1 skills. Enel's heart network sensing skill. Crocodile's drought resistant skill. Moonlight Moria's shadow fighting special ability. Climbing, beauty enhancement, sound discrimination. Trap mastery experience points. 390400. Ling Feng saw that there was an additional item in the special abilities section. Trap mastery. What was going on? Host, please don't be surprised. This is because you have been training, especially during the Hell Week training, which has pushed your body to its limits. Although your attributes haven't increased, the potential you can unleash has strengthened. Since you have used the Thorn Fruit ability the most, some hidden abilities will be triggered. Trap mastery is one of them. The system explained. I see. Ling Feng no longer struggled with this issue and began to comprehend trap mastery. Comprehend. Instantly, detailed information about trap mastery flowed into Ling Feng's consciousness. He quickly understood that trap mastery meant being able to touch something and instantly grasp its internal structure. then reusing these structures to build new ones. This was quite terrifying. It was far more convenient than Enel's heart network sensory skill, which couldn't penetrate and scan many things. Just like last time, when he kicked the wooden stake, he ultimately had to rely on sound to discern its position and trigger other potentials to discover the stake's flaws. Now, with trap mastery, he could know the internal grain structure of the stake and fully utilize it. By combining it with other stakes and the surrounding environment, he could set up different traps. If this skill were used in the jungle, wouldn't it be even more horrifying? One must know that in the jungle, there are endless materials available. He could sense the properties of each material to create different traps. Jungle traps. Ling Feng felt excited just thinking about it. In other words, he had mastered this skill, and in the jungle, he could basically call himself the king. Ling Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement and focusing his mind. He came into contact with a Type 95 rifle. Ling Feng tried the usage method transmitted by the system, concentrating on thinking and reflecting. I can feel it. The stock, bolt, trigger linkage position, spring plate, and so on, all the gun parts floated in Ling Feng's mind, as if a linear three-dimensional image of the Type 95 rifle appeared in his mind. Then he understood immediately how to disassemble and assemble it. Ling Feng instinctively disassembled the weapon quickly. He was fully aware of every component from the magazine to the barrel, and then reassembled it, the entire motion flowing like water. He would try to engage with the next firearm, a QBU-88 sniper rifle. Following the concentrated method from before, Ling Feng quickly felt the essence of the weapon once again, and then disassembled and reassembled it once more. After several encounters with different firearms, Ling Feng went from needing more than 10 seconds to feel the weapon at first, to instantly sensing it as soon as he made contact. Ling Feng was immersed in this performance of disassembling and assembling, unaware that the trainees were watching in awe. Their mouths agape as they saw his hands move as swiftly as if he were playing with a twist of dough. With just a few swift motions, all the firearms were disassembled and reassembled under his hands. 5 seconds. One of the trainees calculated the time and realized that Ling Feng took only 25 seconds to disassemble and assemble a Type 95 rifle. It's worth noting that the fastest record for disassembling and assembling the Type 95 in the military is 30 seconds. Yan Wang was astonished. Ling Feng's proficiency in disassembly was no less than his own. How'd he do it? Some firearms he had never even touched before. Ling Feng, can you explain? Yan Wang couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Instinct, Ling Feng replied lazily, not wanting to elaborate further. There was no way to explain it. Yan Wang thought about it. Some things are indeed hard to explain, like swimming. Some people naturally know how to swim as soon as they hit the water, while others can't learn no matter how hard they try. Your learning ability is quick. You could be their captain. While I'm not around, you can be in charge of training, Yan Wang said. Report. Cold Feng shouted. Speak. Although Ling Feng was exceptional, he was still a newcomer, and the responsibilities of a captain were not just about training. Therefore, I do not agree to Ling Feng being our captain, Cold Feng said. I also disagree. Sure, Samba added. The members of the Wolf Warriors team all disagreed with Ling Feng becoming the captain. In fact, it was easy to understand. There were special forces, and having a newcomer lead them would be embarrassing for them. Yan Wang looked at the veterans, clearly understanding their thoughts. Naturally, you all disagree, so let's vote collectively. Raise your hand if you agree to let Ling Feng be the captain, Yan Wang said. As soon as he finished speaking, all 12 female soldiers raised their hands to choose Ling Feng as their captain. The reason was simple. Ling Feng was not only strong but also tall, handsome, and had good skin. Among all the male soldiers, he was the strongest and the most handsome. If he didn't become the captain, who would? Cold Feng's expression darkened as he looked at the starry-eyed female soldiers, knowing full well they were enchanted by Ling Feng's appearance. These female soldiers must have chosen him as captain because he was handsome. That didn't count. Then, unexpectedly, Cheng Wang and 4 other male soldiers also raised their hands. Cold Feng was surprised that Cheng Wang and the others actually agreed to let Ling Feng be the captain. Wasn't Cheng Wang always opposing Ling Feng? Why was he turning to support Ling Feng now? Cold Feng's face immediately showed an awkward expression, feeling a heat on his face. The other members of the Wolf Warriors team were surprised to see so many people supporting Ling Feng. Thinking about themselves, they felt frustrated. Their prestige was actually overshadowed by a newcomer. They had been idols among newcomers when they were in the capital military district. But now, training with Ling Feng had turned them into nothing. This made it hard for these veterans to accept. The expressions on their faces were hard to maintain. You are all newcomers, so of course you would choose a newcomer as captain. That doesn't count, Cold Feng said stubbornly. According to your reasoning, Only you veterans are qualified to be captains? Isn't that looking down on us newcomers? What is wrong with us newcomers? Are you more capable than Ling Feng? We unanimously nominate Ling Feng as our captain, Tang Xiaoxiao said, unable to tolerate Cold Feng's capriciousness. Yes, I think Ling Feng is suitable to be the captain. If he doesn't become the captain, no one else has the qualifications, a trainee shouted boldly. Immediately, a group of female soldiers rallied to support Ling Feng. He Cheng Wang and the others also disapproved of Cold Feng's aggressive attitude. As Tang Xiaoxiao said, did only veterans have the right to be captains? Plus, given Ling Feng's strong abilities, following him would surely not lead to loss. Many people were already very dissatisfied with Cold Feng. Last time, he said something about an ambush that night, causing many to lose sleep and suffer terrible consequences. In the end, it was Ling Feng who turned the tide and helped everyone. Report, Xiao Bing shouted. Xiao Bing was the vice-captain of the Wolf Warriors team, the strongest and most composed among them. Since the instructor needed to select a captain, they must choose someone who could command respect. Therefore, I believe the captain should be determined by competition rather than election. Elections involve too many personal factors, which can easily lead to biased opinions and affect correctness. Hence, I suggest determining the captain through a competition, Xiao Bing said. Yin Wang thought for a moment and felt that Xiao Bing had a point. Then turned to Ling Feng and asked, what do you think? Ling Feng lifted the Gatling machine gun and fiercely pulled the trigger, making a clicking sound. Let's fire a shot, Ling Feng said. All the female soldiers' faces turned slightly red. Ling Feng continued, I propose to use blank bullets for the battle. I'll take on all 5 of you from the Wolf Warriors. Don't think it's unfair. In my eyes, the 5 of you attacking together is no different from one. Yin Wang was taken aback, but he smiled and did not immediately express his opinion. Xiao Bing was surprised that Ling Feng actually proposed to take on 5 people and spoke so confidently. This kid, the Wolf Warriors were not reckless novices rushing forward without thought. Did they not understand Ling Feng's strength? Yu Fei initially wanted to refuse, but Ling Feng reacted the fastest, quietly saying to everyone, don't forget, he took out everyone from the Thunderstrike Brigade by himself. He indeed has the capital to be arrogant. When he was fighting against Lei Zhan, he truly defeated him. It was indeed a bit tricky, but how could they back down without a competition? Sure, Samba said solemnly. Right? How can we know if we don't compete? He is indeed very strong, but are we weak? Ban Zhuang added, don't forget, we are also special forces, not rookies. In the end, the Wolf Warriors unified their thoughts. We accept your challenge, Xiao Bing stated. At that moment, Yin Wang coughed and said, I don't oppose the competition, but I need to report to the captain first. As long as he agrees, I will find a venue for you to have a proper match. After saying this, Yin Wang turned and left the armory, using the walkie-talkie to report to Lei Zhan. Captain, I plan to select a leader among their group. My candidate is Ling Feng. However, the veterans disagree. If I were from the Wolf Warriors, I would definitely disagree as well. How could they let a rookie be the leader? They would lose face, Lei Zhan said. So Ling Feng proposed to take on 5 Wolf Warriors in the jungle, using blank bullets and choosing his own weapons. If he wins, he becomes the leader. What do you think? Did the Wolf Warriors agree? They agreed. Lei Zhan frowned, pondering for a moment. He recalled how the last time the Thunderstrike Brigade fought against Ling Feng, they were all taken out one by one. Lei Zhan couldn't understand what method Ling Feng used. Thinking of this made his face feel hot. Agreed, Lei Zhan said. Yes. Lei Zhan planned to use surveillance equipment to study Ling Feng's tactics carefully. 5 against 1 is unfair. Besides, you are veterans. Isn't it obvious that you're bullying him? A female soldier said indignantly. It is bullying, and you still have the nerve to call yourselves special forces. Are you ashamed? Several female soldiers couldn't help but comment from the side. Ling Feng ignored them and said to Enran, can you come over to help? Enran walked over with a flushed face and said, how can I help you? Tang Xiao walked over and said, if you need help, why didn't you call me? Do you think I have no strength at all? I only know how to dance. Just tell us what to do. Ling Feng smiled and said, you'll understand soon. Just now, he had used his ability to discern positions by sound to clearly hear the conversation between Yin Wang and Lei Zhan, confirming that Lei Zhan had already agreed. Soon, Yin Wang walked in, glanced at Ling Feng and the others, and said, the captain has agreed. You can choose your firearms. Then he had someone bring out several boxes of empty shells. Take as many as you can, Yin Wang said. Ling Feng said to the 2 girls, help me load the bullets. They saw Ling Feng's choice was the Gatling machine gun. Only this type of weapon would carry a large number of bullets. You're ruthless, Tang Xiao cursed, then quickly helped Ling Feng load the bullets. And Ran was also busy. Soon, They strung together a long line of blank cartridges, and the exact number they loaded was unclear to the two girls. After helping to hang them on Ling Feng, they realized he was covered in bullets. Then they saw him holding the Gatling heavy machine gun in one hand. Goodness. The weight of the weapon combined with the weight of all the bullets definitely exceeded 100 pounds. This guy's going to carry 100 pounds and fight against 5 people? Everyone stared wide-eyed at his armed appearance. Yin Wang gasped. The weight alone was enough for him to bear, and he still had to fight against 5 experienced veterans. Where did he find the confidence? Ling Feng and the others didn't dare to slack off. This guy was really insane. Such a powerful weapon in his hands looked like a child's toy. Made by machines? No matter, let's go for it. Ling Feng and the others immediately chose the firearms they were good at. Ling Feng chose a sniper rifle. Yu Fei and Xiao Bing chose the Type 97 rifle. Samba chose a submachine gun, and Ban Zhuang chose a Type 92 pistol. Everyone prepared their firearms and bullets, then put on special identification devices. Once a bullet hit a vital area, it would automatically emit a puff of green smoke, indicating that the target was down. This was also a device used in military district exercise competitions. In the eastern forest, the area was limited to a 5-kilometer range and could not be crossed. Additionally, although they were blank cartridges, hitting vulnerable parts of the body could still cause significant damage, such as to the eyes. Therefore, please pay attention to safety. After Yin Wang announced the location and safety precautions, he declared the confrontation to begin. Ling Feng entered the forest from the south, while Ling Feng and the others entered from the north. After Ling Feng and the others entered the forest, they immediately discussed their battle deployment. The Gatling heavy machine gun, selected by Ling Feng, its terrifying power is well known to you all. Moreover, he has brought so many bullets with him. If we act together and he targets us, a burst of bullets will leave none of us able to escape, Yu Fei said. Although the Gatling machine gun has low accuracy, its continuous fire makes it very difficult to withstand once we are exposed. I suggest we split up, Ban Zhuan said. I agree. I initially judged that Ling Feng could take down the lightning assault team because Lei Zhan's people were too complacent and underestimated Ling Feng's terror. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. Therefore, we must be vigilant when acting separately and cannot let our guard down. Additionally, we should not be too far apart so that we can support each other. No matter who encounters Ling Feng's ambush or discovers Ling Feng, we can notify each other in time to encircle Ling Feng. Deputy Captain Xiao Bing thought for a moment and began to assign tasks. Samba and Ban Zhuan will form one group, responsible for reconnaissance ahead. Ling Feng, you're the sniper, responsible for overall cover and looking for opportunities to take down Ling Feng. Yu Fei and I will support from the side, Xiao Bing said. Deputy, I think it's too risky for us to rashly look for Ling Feng's exposed target. He dares to challenge all 5 of us alone, which shows he has enough confidence in himself. Why don't we find a concealed spot, lie in wait, and let Ling Feng come to us? Ling Feng suggested. That's a good idea, Yu Fei said excitedly. We can take advantage of the situation. The rookie, carrying over 100 pounds of weaponry, should be exhausted by the time he finds us, and then we can attack. He'll be doomed, Samba said excitedly. Xiao Bing thought for a moment and also found this idea feasible. Find a concealed spot, move out. Ling Feng and the others then followed Xiao Bing's orders, splitting into groups and lying in wait for Ling Feng to come to them. Ling Feng and the others were indeed masters of disguise. Samba and Ban Zhuan concealed themselves under a large rock, their faces smeared with some white and green paint, combined with their camouflage clothing, making them almost blend in with the surrounding bushes so that at a glance, it was hard to tell anyone was hiding there. Xiao Bing and Yu Fei were about 200 meters north of Samba and Ban Zhuan, lying in the grass, one on the left and one on the right, completely covered by weeds, effectively concealed. As for the sniper Ling Feng, he found a small hillside vantage point and used a high-powered telescope to observe the surrounding environment. Xiao Bing and Yu Fei's positions, along with Samba and Ban Zhuan, were all observed by Ling Feng. Their concealed positions formed a triangular shape. Ling Feng was responsible for observing movements in front. Xiao Bing and Yu Fei were responsible for rear defense. And Samba and Ban Zhuan were responsible for defense to the south. They quietly waited for Ling Feng to appear. Ling Feng stepped into the forest, spreading out his ability to discern sounds and quickly sprinting forward. As he moved rapidly, his position constantly shifted, expanding outward from him like a circle. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 1,000 meters. With the enhancement of his physical attributes, his ability to detect sounds had surprisingly reached up to 1,000 meters. During his run, Different sounds continuously flowed into Ling Feng's ears. His keen hearing allowed him to determine the positions of Ling Feng and the others based on the varying sounds. This is the sound of startled birds flapping their wings. This is the vibration caused by the movements of a gopher playing around. So that's where they are. No wonder the wolf battle team was able to quickly devise a combat plan to counter my actions. Ling Feng quickly determined the positions of the 4 people based on their rhythmic breathing and low conversations. The sniper, Ling Feng, was likely acting alone, making no sound at all. However, it didn't matter. Ling Feng had a way to draw him out. After accurately confirming the area where the 4 were located, Ling Feng began to move forward with a specific purpose. Ling Feng picked up a lot of stones while running and put them in his pocket. When he got close to the hiding spots of Samba and Banzhuang, he took out a stone and tossed it forward, creating a soft sound of a slight vibration. The moment the sound erupted, Ling Feng leaped and rolled from the other side, and as the sound faded, he completed his concealment. Throwing a stone to test the path was one trick, and the subsequent hiding utilized his expertise in traps. Quickly finding the next hiding spot and concealing himself swiftly, as he entered the forest, Ling Feng tried to sense his proficiency in traps and initially felt it wasn't particularly fast. However, after continuous practice, his reaction speed kept increasing. From the initial time of about 10 seconds, he could now determine with just a glance which spot in the jungle was most suitable for concealment, as if he had a natural instinct for it. Ling Feng kept throwing stones forward and quickly took cover, with the sound resembling a person running through the jungle. Hidden under the stones, Samba and Banzhuang exchanged puzzled looks. "We've used the stone-throwing tactic a long time ago," Samba whispered. "Don't underestimate him," Banzhuang cautioned. The 2 waited a moment longer without immediately attacking. Splash. Rustle. Then came a few more similar sounds. A rookie is still a rookie. He couldn't find a hiding spot immediately after throwing the stones, Samba said. "Get ready," he whispered. Banzhuang nodded. Samba, armed with a submachine gun, planned to turn Ling Feng into a sieve. They exchanged glances. As the sound erupted again, Samba and Banzhuang suddenly jumped out, guns aimed at the source of the noise. "Where is he?" Suddenly, gunfire erupted. "Dongji." Samba and Banzhuang instantly sensed a strong threat and prepared to drop. But it was too late. In an instant, bullets flew like raindrops, and Samba and Banzhuang both erupted in puffs of smoke. "Kia, damn it!" Samba cursed loudly, throwing his submachine gun hard to the ground. To be taken out without firing a single shot was something he had never experienced before. Who was he? The firepower of the Wolf Warrior Special Forces. Yet, without firing a shot, he was taken down. How frustrating was that? For the first time, Samba felt the urge to curse. This guy is unbelievable. Could he really manage to remain completely hidden while running all the way here? Banzhuang shook his head in disbelief. Such a stealth technique, used at any time and place, requires an intimate understanding of the surrounding terrain, keen observational skills, analytical ability, and, most importantly, speed of movement. These 3 elements must be perfectly coordinated to achieve it. If it were their team leader, Long Xiaoyan, she might be able to pull it off, but Ling Feng? They had just confirmed their positions in this forest. He couldn't possibly know in advance, which was quite bizarre. Did he grow a third eye or something? How could he hide while moving and carrying a Gatling machine gun? Samba squatted on the ground, frustrated. How he did it was beyond them, but the other party could shoot at the first opportunity. Had he already determined their location? Bonsuang questioned. Samba was stunned, then recalled what had just happened. "This is strange." The moment we stood up, the gunfire sounded. Ling Feng was indeed prepared, waiting for us to rise. Samba said heavily. "If that's the case, he's terrifying." Samba and Banzhuang looked at each other, their faces showing a hint of helplessness. Taking out the lightning assault team was likely not as simple as their underestimation. Banzhuang finally said, "What exactly is this kid thinking?" Ling Feng eliminated Samba and Banzhuang, immediately turning and rushing to another location without a moment's hesitation. About 5 minutes later, Ling Feng approached another territory. He didn't rush in immediately but quietly crouched down under a steep slope, his ears slightly twitching, following a gust of mountain wind, finally locating the 3rd person. The other party cursed softly, and from the tone, it could be determined that it was Cold Feng. The sniper, Cold Feng. Ling Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Bing and Yu Fei, who were lurking in another location, were using the Type 97 assault rifle, which has an effective shooting range of 400 meters. Cold Feng's sniper rifle has an effective range of 800 meters. At this moment, The distance to Cold Fang's shooting range is 200 meters, while the distance to Xiao Bing and the others is 600 meters. Once he enters Cold Fang's range, he will definitely look for an opportunity to shoot. Ling Feng was carrying over 100 pounds, and the key was the Gatling heavy machine gun, which was not very convenient to carry and was extremely unsuitable for climbing. Ling Feng quickly thought about finding the most suitable way to attack. Seconds later, his eyes lit up. Charge! This was a dense forest, perfect for hiding. It would be difficult for the opponent to lock onto him while he was running at high speed. With his expertise in traps, Ling Feng scanned the area to find the most appropriate ambush route. As long as his movement speed was fast enough, even if Cold Wind discovered him, he wouldn't be able to shoot him down with a single bullet. Ling Feng acted decisively, holding a Gatling machine gun with both hands. He took a deep breath, pushed off the ground with his legs, and shot forward like a cheetah sprinting through the jungle. The trees behind him fell backward in quick succession. Ling Feng, Cold Feng, a top sniper, immediately sensed Ling Feng's presence the moment he appeared. He quickly adjusted his aim to capture Ling Feng's figure. What the hell? Cold Feng was stunned to find that Ling Feng was running wildly, using the surrounding trees for cover, appearing and disappearing, making it impossible for Cold Feng to lock onto him. He tried to adjust his angle, but every time he caught a glimpse of his opponent, Ling Feng would immediately slip into a blind spot. Ling Feng ran wildly, his speed erupting to its maximum as he charged towards the positions where Yu Fei and Xiao Bing were hiding. 800 meters, 600 meters, 500 meters, 400 meters. Xiao Bing and Yu Fei also sensed Ling Feng's movement. Such speed, Cold Feng had no chance to lock on. Xiao Bing quickly assessed. Let's go. Create an opportunity for Cold Feng. Even if we both die, as long as Cold Feng can take him down in the end, we still win. Yu Fei said solemnly. They chose assault rifles, capable of firing continuously. Both fire at the same time, greatly increasing their chances of hitting the target. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. Fire. In a crouched position, Xiao Bing and Yu Fei pulled the triggers fiercely at the running Ling Feng. Bang! Bang! However, the next scene stunned both of them. They never expected that in that instant, Ling Feng leaped into the air, and with a heavy Gatling machine gun weighing over 100 pounds, he managed to hover in mid-air, dodging all the bullets. What shocked them even more was that in the next second, rat-a-tat-tat, the Gatling machine gun in mid-air spat out countless bullets like a fiery snake. Xiao Bing and Yu Fei didn't have time to react before their bodies were hit by several bullets, smoke rising from their backs. Fun. Xiao Bing and Yu Fei felt as if they were dreaming. Is this guy even human? After regaining their senses, they were utterly speechless. At that moment, Cold Feng finally found the opportunity to pull the trigger hard. Bang! However, this was all part of Ling Feng's plan. Proficient in traps, Ling Feng had already found the best landing spot while in midair, landing on the ground and immediately rolling over, lying perfectly under a fallen tree. The bullets fired by Cold Feng hit the log. Damn it! Cold Feng, full of confidence, missed the shot, and he could no longer remain as calm as before. He had finally found such a good sniping point, but unfortunately, he quickly adjusted his mindset and aimed again at Ling Feng, who was hidden under the log. Where is he? Cold Feng suddenly lost sight of his target. When he spotted Ling Feng again, he was charging towards him. Stay calm, stay calm. You can do it. Cold Feng kept encouraging himself, but the distance between him and Ling Feng was getting closer. Bang! Cold Feng pulled the trigger again. The bullet missed. Cold Feng no longer hesitated, discarded his sniper rifle, got up, and turned to run. Run? Ling Feng picked up the Gatling machine gun and fired heavily in the direction where Ling Feng was escaping. Tot. Ling Feng felt as if he was in a hail of bullets, with countless shots hitting his back, followed by a puff of blue smoke behind him. Fun! Damn it! Ling Feng exclaimed in frustration. At this moment, from the start of the contest to Ling Feng's demise, exactly 10 minutes had passed. At this moment, in the monitoring footage, there was an unusual silence. After a long while, Yan Wang spoke. It seems Ling Feng had prior knowledge of the situation here, combining his advantages with the environment to fight. He can accurately calculate every step's landing point. Otherwise, it would be impossible to avoid Ling Feng's sniping in such conditions. Plus, his physique is extremely abnormal. He can jump so high even while carrying a Gatling machine gun. If it were you wouldn't be able to do it, right? Yan Wang said. One wouldn't know until they looked, seeing it was shocking. No one expected Ling Feng to have such rich jungle combat experience, which could be called a textbook example. It could be said that he utilized all the advantages available in jungle warfare. By leveraging the advantage of rapid movement and the cover of trees, He made it impossible for the sniper to lock on, then quickly approached Xiao Bing and Yu Fei. Xiao Bing and Yu Fei's response was not wrong. They just underestimated Ling Feng's jumping ability, not expecting him to daringly choose to shoot in midair. Under the powerful fire coverage, they had nowhere to hide. Ling Feng, who was originally confident with a shot, missed, and his mindset was also affected. So, when he took the second shot, he was a bit hasty, which naturally resulted in another miss. He thought he could evade Ling Feng using his agility, but how could he be faster than a bullet? Yin Wang shook his head helplessly, realizing that looking back at their last encounter with Ling Feng, their defeat was not unjust. Lei Zhan revealed a faint smile and said, "My strength is indeed not as great as his. Additionally, based on my judgment, Ling Feng may have trained his hearing and eyesight to combine with his height. Eyes, ears, and body perfectly integrate to make the most reasonable response in any environment at the first moment, which is what we often call adaptability, instantly completed." Yin Wang was taken aback and exclaimed, "How old is he? How did he train to this extent? What's strange about that? Ling Feng's abilities far exceed our imagination. He probably has many secrets we haven't uncovered yet," Lei Zhan said. Yin Wang nodded. Ling Feng indeed has many aspects that are hard to fathom. Just like today's firearms training, his familiarity with various firearms is no less than my own. You have to know that it took me 10 years to reach this level. How old is Ling Feng? Even if he had started handling guns in the womb, he wouldn't reach such a terrifying level. Eyes, ears, and body perfectly combined. Yin Wang, we underestimated Ling Feng, Lei Zhan said solemnly. Lei Zhan's analysis was indeed suitable for the transformation of the devil fruit. However, speaking of high-level integration, Ling Feng was still far from it. He probably hadn't achieved 1/5 of it. Of course, as Ling Feng's abilities continue to strengthen, his level of integration will also increase, and he might truly reach the level of high integration that Lei Zhan mentioned. Bang! Suddenly, gunshots rang out from the forest. Why is there gunfire at this time? Yin Wang wondered. Lei Zhan's brows furrowed, quickly sensing that the bullets were fired from outside the military district, and he quickly adjusted the footage of Ling Feng. "There are enemies," Ling Feng shouted as he rolled behind a dirt slope. The flesh on his right thigh was mangled and bloodied. The pain was so intense that Ling Feng was nearly fainting. At the moment the gunfire erupted, Ling Feng also heard it. When he glanced at Ling Feng, his right thigh seemed to explode. It was a terrible sight. Without any hesitation, Ling Feng's figure flashed and disappeared under a nearby large tree, avoiding the sniper's line of sight. Enemies. The shots that hit Ling Feng's thigh were explosive rounds. That's why they could mangle his thigh. If he hadn't dodged in time, it could have very well been a headshot. Ling Feng concealed himself, quickly calming his emotions. Witnessing the bullet firing at such close range did cause him a slight emotional fluctuation. Ling Feng calmed down, focused his mind, and used his extraordinary visual and auditory senses to listen in the direction of the gunfire. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. He heard the other party let out a sound of surprise, clearly not expecting that Ling Feng would dodge the deadly strike. Ling Feng threw the Gatling machine gun aside, took a deep breath, and looked at the position where Ling Feng had fallen, about 300 meters away from him. He quickly found the most suitable route to take cover, using the environment for protection. Otherwise, the sniper's bullets would be coming for him. Ling Feng took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing into a line. The live ammunition used by the sniper meant this was a real battlefield. This was a challenge for Ling Feng, who had never experienced such an attack before. Run! Ling Feng's figure flashed, unleashing 5 times his speed, and using the concealed route selected through his mastery of traps, he successfully approached Ling Feng's side. At this moment, Ling Feng was on the verge of collapse, having lost too much blood from his thigh, and his mind was a bit hazy. However, this guy still had a tough mouth, mumbling, "If it weren't for my quick reaction, I would have already gone to meet Yin Wang." The sniper was likely old, damn. Their movements were so fast. At this moment, Ling Feng recalled what Director Wen had said earlier. These people are really quick to act. Director Wen had just left, and they moved right away. Ling Feng murmured. Before he could finish his next sentence, he fainted. Ling Feng pulled down a vine from the tree next to him and tightly bound the upper part of Ling Feng's thigh. Then he picked up Ling Feng and quickly left, making use of the surrounding environment. At this moment, in the distant mountains and forests, a sniper dressed in camouflage was continuously using a high-powered telescope to search for the target's figure. But no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find it. Although his previous shot had hit the target, it wasn't fatal. Where'd he go? Ling Feng carried the unconscious Ling Feng back along the same route. The ability to listen to the wind and discern positions played its powerful role once again, and Ling Feng quickly found Xiao Bing and the others. Xiao Bing and Yu Fei were unaware of what had just happened. When they saw Ling Feng carrying the injured and unconscious Lung Feng approaching, they hurriedly rushed over to support him, only to see Lung Feng covered in blood. What happened? The two exclaimed in shock. Lung Feng's thigh had been shattered. Blood had soaked his entire pants, and he was dripping blood all the way. An alarming sight. Explosive bullets. Xiao Bing recognized it at a glance. Enemies have infiltrated, Ling Feng said. What? After their initial shock, the two turned to anger. These bastards. Yu Fei cursed angrily. At this moment, Shi Samba and Ban Zhuang also rushed over upon hearing the news. Seeing Lung Feng so severely injured, they were all filled with rage. These people are too bold, too arrogant. If we don't take them down and avenge Lung Feng, I'll change my ways, Shi Samba said through gritted teeth, his anger palpable. Usually, he and Lung Feng had the closest relationship. Although they often bantered, it had never affected their brotherly bond. If the explosive bullet had been aimed just a little higher, hitting Lung Feng's abdomen, he would have definitely lost his life. Or if it had been aimed just slightly inward, Lung Feng's manhood would have certainly been gone. I'm going to avenge Lung Feng, Shi Samba said as he attempted to rush into the woods, only to be yanked back by Ling Feng. You all take Lung Feng back immediately. He is severely injured. If we don't get him treated quickly, he might lose that leg, Ling Feng said sternly. Xiao Bing looked at the unconscious Lung Feng, then turned to see Ling Feng grab a rifle from the ground and rush into the woods. He is crazy. He only has blank rounds on him, Yu Fei shouted. He would have forgotten, would he? Ban Zhuang said. He shouldn't have. Think about it. When Ling Feng took us all down earlier, did he seem like a rookie? He is as seasoned as they come. And don't forget, he is the one who rescued Lung Feng from the sniper, Xiao Bing said heavily. But even if he is that skilled, blank rounds are useless. He can't kill anyone. Isn't chasing after the sniper, just sending himself to die? Yu Fei argued. Let's not talk so much. Hurry back to get weapons. We need to save Lung Feng, Xiao Bing ordered. Shi Samba carried Lung Feng desperately towards the base, while Xiao Bing and the others were extremely anxious. While they worried about Ling Feng, they also admired his courage to confront the sniper with only blank rounds. The key point was that his bond with Lung Feng didn't seem to reach the level of risking his life. As Shi Samba and the others rushed towards the base, alarms blared inside the base. Woo woo woo. Hurry, hurry. Yin Wang urged with a serious expression. Lao Hu, Xiaomi Feng, Yuan Bao, Denyo, and others from the Thunder Combat Brigade rushed out from the weapons depot, fully armed and ready for action. It took less than a minute from receiving the emergency order to assemble. Report. All members of the Thunder Assault Team are assembled. Please give instructions. Yin Wang shouted to Lei Zhan. Just as Lei Zhan was about to speak, he saw Shi Samba rushing in with Lung Feng on his back, shouting, Doctor, Doctor. Someone is injured. Someone is injured. Everyone's expression changed dramatically. Quick, notify the doctor, Lei Zhan ordered. The crowd could see that Lung Feng was covered in blood, and everyone was startled, especially the female soldiers. What happened? Was it an accident? How did he get so badly injured? The trainees were unaware of the situation. Just moments ago, the alarm had sounded, and they saw the Thunder Combat Brigade fully armed, even carrying grenades, leaving them puzzled, wondering if Lei Zhan was about to conduct some training again. However, upon seeing the bloodied Lung Feng, they immediately understood that this was definitely not a simple demonstration. Earlier in the morning, Han-Ti, the director of the Donghai City Public Security Bureau, just mentioned that a mercenary group was planning to assassinate Lung Feng. Now, that Lung Feng was injured, could it be a terrorist attack? Many trainees had this thought flash through their minds. Lung Feng was quickly taken to the medical room for emergency treatment. All trainees assemble. Lei Zhan ordered. Everyone stay put, without orders from superiors. Absolutely no one can leave the military camp. Lei Zhan commanded. Lei Zhan turned to the Thunder Combat Brigade and ordered, Level 1 combat status. Check equipment. Yes. Everyone, including Yin Wang, check their weapons. The sound of guns clanging echoed. Report. Inspection completed. At this moment, Lei Zhan's communication device rang. I'm Fan Tianlei. I'm Lei Zhan. Please give instructions. I'm in the air with Colonel Long providing helicopter support. You lead the Thunder Combat Brigade into combat. At all costs. We must eliminate the enemy. Fan Tianlei commanded. Mission guaranteed. Lei Zhan replied firmly. Also, be mindful of the enemy sniper. This person is very skilled and could very well be the Old One himself, Fan Tianlei added. No matter if he is old or young. Anyone who offends China will be killed without mercy, Lei Zhan declared. After hanging up with Fan Tianlei, Lei Zhan turned to the crowd and ordered, "Let us go." Lei Zhan led everyone to jump into the off-road vehicle and sped out of the base. This scene was so thrilling. "Are we preparing for a battle?" Wang Yanbing said excitedly. "A battle?" Li Erniu gulped, a bit slow to react. The earlier scene was indeed quite intense, and it seemed they were all carrying grenades. Were their guns loaded with live rounds? If it's not a battle, why bring so many heavy-duty weapons? When will I also get to fight real terrorists like they do? That would be so exhilarating, Wang Yanbing said excitedly. What is the point of being a soldier if you haven't experienced a battle? Yicheng Wang said excitedly. I don't know if I'll have that chance, but I will definitely work hard, Li Erniu said. At that moment, a female soldier shouted, "Did any of you see Ling Feng just now? It seems he hasn't come back. Where did he go? He wouldn't have gone to fight the terrorists, would he?" A female soldier exclaimed. This. Everyone looked around. They really didn't see Ling Feng. Would he dare? A sudden voice rang out. In the woods, Ling Feng was actually quite nervous. This was his first time facing a real enemy, and it was an international mercenary sniper. Ling Feng had only learned about mercenaries from the internet before, where they were depicted as elusive and nearly omnipotent. Now, he was about to face such a person. If it had been in the past, Ling Feng wouldn't have even dared to imagine it. However, thinking of his abilities such as Enelu's heart network sensing skill, Crocodile's drought-resistant skill, Moonlight Moria's shadow combat, listening to the wind to discern positions, and mastery of traps, he realized that even one of these skills was something every mercenary dreamed of, yet he possessed so many. What was there to fear? They too were just flesh and blood, and bullets would kill them just the same. Moreover, once he became a special forces soldier in the future, he would definitely have to face these enemies. So this was just an early meeting. Ling Feng looked at the assault rifle in his hand. If the bullets were real, it would be fine. With blank rounds, at most he could only injure the opponent, which was of no use and would instead alert them. Ling Feng simply tossed the bullets aside to move more freely. Close combat. Ling Feng had a plan in mind. With his attributes 5 times that of an average person and the top-tier shadow fighting technique, even if he couldn't kill the opponent, he could definitely hold them off. Ling Feng reviewed all his skills and looked at the tall trees around him, thinking of the abilities of the float fruit. He had used the float fruit's abilities relatively infrequently, and basically hadn't made much use of it. Aside from the last time he caught a wasp nest in the team, and yesterday, when he utilized it for concealment in the treetops, he rarely used it. At the moment, surrounded by trees and without any suitable weapons, climbing skills were obviously the best way to make use of the situation. Ling Feng plans to start moving from the tree. Moving on the ground easily exposes his target, while traversing through the trees will greatly reduce the chances of exposure. Ling Feng took a deep breath and suddenly felt light all over. He jumped sharply at the tree trunk, stretching out his arms, reaching over 4 meters. Grabbing a horizontal branch, he nimbly climbed up, even more agile than a monkey. After just 2 breaths, Ling Feng had already reached the top of the tree. Entering the crown, Ling Feng first needed to determine the opponent's location. He stood among the treetops, with the sound of the wind whooshing past his ears. He had heard of the ability to discern positions by listening to the wind. Ling Feng's sound localization and wind localization basically belong to the same principle. Sound is transmitted through air, and when the air is moving significantly, its speed and distance of propagation are relatively faster and broader compared to still air. One of the greatest advantages of wind localization is that it can determine the position of an object by identifying the sound of friction generated by the airflow caused by the movement of the object. From this perspective, wind localization is much more advanced than sound localization. However, the principles of both are the same. It depends on the context in which they are applied. Ling Feng listened carefully. From the sound of the wind blowing, he could easily determine the wind speed, wind force, and other sounds mixed in with the wind, all of which fell into Ling Feng's ears. By utilizing the flow of the wind, along with the wind direction and speed, and enhancing his lightness technique, he could use the dense forest as cover. Ling Feng could completely achieve an aerial strike with great speed, and the enemy would never have thought that someone could attack in such a manner. How could they possibly imagine it? This method of attack seemed very normal and reasonable to Ling Feng. Utilizing the wind speed and direction, combined with his own lightness technique, made it entirely feasible. However, in the eyes of others, it was simply an extraordinary feat. Ling Feng tried to feel the direction and speed of the wind. Taking a deep breath, he stood on the branch, his body swaying up and down with the movement of the branch. Inhale and exhale. Ling Feng suddenly leaped with the wind, his figure seeming to float as he glided forward with the wind speed, drifting down towards the ground. Ling Feng held his breath, the energy within his body circulating rapidly, keeping him as light as a swallow. He tapped his feet on the tree branch, causing it to bend down slightly, creating a curve. When it reached a certain angle, it rebounded upwards. Using the force of the rebound, Ling Feng leaped into the air again. Just then, a gust of mountain wind blew in, and Ling Feng's figure swayed to another tree. Ling Feng reached out and grabbed a tree branch to steady himself, then exhaled a breath of turbid air. So that's how it is. While Ling Feng was searching for the sniper's location, the sniper slowly emerged from the other side of the forest where Ling Feng had originally been injured. He walked to Ling Feng's former position, crouched down, pinched a small clump of blood-stained soil with his thumb and index finger, poked it a few times, then stood up and continued to track the direction of the bloodstains. In his mind, he recalled the route taken by Ling Feng's rescuer and shook his head. The route didn't seem particularly special. How could someone slip away silently right under his nose? What is going on? Did the other party wear an invisibility cloak? The assassin's sniping ability wasn't the strongest in their team, but his observational skills were the best. Who exactly took him away? The sniper stopped, calculating the time based on the coagulation of the bloodstains. The prey must have been rescued back to the base, making further tracking meaningless. For this assassination mission, the assassin had been lurking nearby for almost 7 days waiting for this opportunity. He had thought it would be a sure hit, but unexpectedly, this kid was so lucky. The sniper didn't continue tracking forward and reported to the boss via communicator. "Boss, I missed. I only managed to seriously injure him. I will continue to lurk and look for another opportunity to take him out," the assassin said in a low voice. "Assassin, don't be careless. China is known as the graveyard of mercenaries. Our operation in China carries great risk. Don't mess it up here." The assassin sneered and said, "Graveyard of mercenaries? How capable can these Boy Scouts be? It's just self-proclaimed. There's an old Chinese saying, a cautious sailor can steer a ship for 10,000 years. We've stirred them up this time. It will be difficult to find opportunities again. Let us retreat." The assassin was unconcerned, but now that they had alerted them, they would likely act crazily for the sake of face. With so many of them, it would indeed be a bit troublesome to deal with. Understood. However, at the military district's medical room, Ling Feng's injuries were not serious. Xiao Bing and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this news. Why hasn't the helicopter arrived yet? Long Xiaoyun, fully armed, showed a hint of dissatisfaction. This kid wouldn't really go after the enemy, would he? Long Xiaoyun kept checking the time and looking towards the military district's entrance, but did not see Ling Feng's shadow. This kid, he has such a worry. No matter how strong his abilities, without real combat experience, he was like a sword that hadn't been drawn. Useless, if not wielded. Long Xiaoyun couldn't help but curse. Bullets don't have eyes. Ling Feng is the best example. "Xiao Bing, where's Ling Feng?" Long Xiaoyun suddenly turned and asked. Xiao Bing hurriedly replied, "Report." After saving Ling Feng ran into the woods. He should be chasing the enemy. "What? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Long Xiaoyun was shocked. Those people are seasoned mercenaries. And with live ammunition, isn't Ling Feng just going to his death by going after them alone? Xiao Bing was at a loss for words. Was he just about to report this? Long Xiaoyun ordered, "Xiao Bing, Yu Fei, Shi Samba, Banzhuang. The Wolf Warriors Combat Brigade is being temporarily established. You are all veterans of the Wolf Warriors with rich combat experience. Immediately go to the armory to get equipment and join the battle. Find Ling Feng and avenge Ling Feng." Yes. Xiao Bing and the others were waiting for Long Xiaoyun's order. These people are coming for us, and they've already killed their way to our doorstep. What is our principle as Wolf Warriors? Long Xiaoyun shouted. "Those who offend China shall be killed without mercy." The four shouted in unison, their voices strong and filled with killing intent. "Let us go." Xiao Bing led the others, filled with killing intent, towards the armory. He Chun Guang felt the powerful aura radiating from Xiao Bing and the others, and his heart trembled. This was the kind of momentum only seasoned veterans could give off. It was the first time he saw such a blood-boiling scene, and he felt unusually excited, filled with an impulse to try it out, his eyes shining with fervor. "Report." He Guang could no longer hold back. "Speak. I apply to participate in this operation." He Guang shouted, hiding his determination. Wang Yambing was also unusually excited. He loved the thrill of fighting. This time, there's a possibility of fighting mercenaries, which he liked even more. After a few months in the army, he had long wanted to vent his frustrations and have a good fight. "Report. I apply to participate in this operation." Wang Yambing shouted. Li Erniu swallowed hard. Logically, since Ling Feng helped him so much, he should go help him now in fighting terrorists. But Li Erniu was afraid of fighting. He trembled at the sound of gunfire. Don't be a coward, Wang Yambing whispered to Li Erniu. Li Erniu gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and shouted loudly, "Report. I apply to participate in this operation." Long Xiaoyan glanced at He Guang, Wang Yambing, and Li Erniu, coldly saying, "I'm not trying to discourage you. Have you killed an enemy before? Do you know what it means when bullets don't have eyes?" Ling Feng is the best example. This time he was lucky. He only got hit in the thigh. But next time, it could be a shot to the head. You new recruits don't know what death is. If you want to go to a real battlefield, wait until you become real special forces before you talk. For now, just stay honest. Long Xiaoyan said sternly. Report. Why can Ling Feng participate in the operation? He Guang protested. Long Xiaoyan stared at He Guang and said, Are you as capable as Ling Feng? He was able to rescue the veteran from the enemy's hands alone. Can you do that? Aye. He Guang's face turned red as he was stumped. Strength is built up through training, bit by bit. Only with strong enough strength can one survive on the battlefield. Otherwise, they are just cannon fodder. How many lives do you have? Long Xiaoyan scolded without mercy. This isn't a training exercise. This is a real battlefield. Long Xiaoyan shouted. Everyone fell silent. Some had initially thought this was an exercise, a scene carefully arranged by Lei Zhan. Now, in less than 5 minutes, Xiao Bing and the others arrived fully armed. Report. The Wolf Warriors Special Operations Brigade is assembled. Please give instructions. Xiao Bing said. Whoosh. At that moment, a military helicopter flew in from not far away, landing on the training ground. The helicopter blades spun rapidly, creating a powerful airflow on the ground. Long Xiaoyan was the first to rush into the helicopter, followed by Xiao Bing, Yu Fei, Ban Zhuang, Shi Samba, and the others, who streamed in one after another. This is the first time I've seen them look so cool. Both handsome and mighty. This is what a real Special Forces soldier looks like. I must become a Special Forces soldier too. A group of female soldiers looked at Xiao Bing and the others with envious eyes. And Ran and Tang Xiao also became excited, clenching their fists, more determined to become Special Forces soldiers. Yi Cunxin, Tianghua, Shun Lanny, and others felt the same. However, amidst the excitement, Ran felt more concern for Ling Feng. The helicopter hovered in the air, starting to search for Ling Feng's figure while also looking for suspicious individuals. The helicopter kept lowering its altitude, flying dangerously close to the mountains, ultimately maintaining a height of about 1,000 meters. Long Xiaoyan used a high-powered telescope to search the ground, trying hard to control her emotions despite her urgency, not allowing external factors to affect her. This was also a military quality that a commander must possess. Long Xiaoyan put down the binoculars, shook her gaze, and looked down again. It seemed that there was a figure on the treetops jumping forward continuously, as if playing. What's going on? Long Xiaoyan's vision was still a bit blurry, making it hard to see clearly. Bring the helicopter closer. Move towards the east. The helicopter continued to descend towards the ground, already reaching a height of 800 meters. This was a very dangerous distance, within the effective range of an ordinary sniper rifle. There were top-notch snipers lurking in the forest, and such a large target exposed by the helicopter was the easiest to become the target of an attack. Long Xiaoyan locked onto the target, and when she saw the face of the person, she froze. What's going on? That Ling Feng? Long Xiaoyan looked in shock at Ling Feng, who was continuously jumping forward on the treetops, as if he were playing a bouncing game, jumping down from one treetop and using the rebound of the branches to quickly reach another treetop, as if walking on flat ground. How could this guy walk on treetops? Long Xiaoyan couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. Fan Tianlei, Xiao Bing, and the others also saw Ling Feng. They all gasped in surprise, thinking their eyes were playing tricks on them. Fan Tianlei carefully observed Ling Feng's movements and saw that his figure sometimes appeared and sometimes disappeared. It turned out he was jumping onto the tree trunks. Then, using the rebound force of the trunks, he would jump back to the treetops, repeatedly performing the same action. The whole process was even more agile than a monkey, utilizing the rebound force of the branches to swing his body across such a high distance with such precision was truly a remarkable skill. Fan Tianlei clicked his tongue in wonder. No wonder during their survival in the wild, Lei Zhan and the others couldn't find him no matter how hard they searched. He was floating along the treetops all the way. Who could have guessed that? Xiao Bing and the others were astonished, never expecting Ling Feng to have such abilities. They had thought Ling Feng was already impressive, but now they realized they had underestimated his capabilities. Captain Long, do you know how Ling Feng is doing this? Fan Tianlei asked curiously. Such a remarkable skill requires mastering many techniques. One must have keen eyesight to accurately judge the distance and strength of each branch. Speed must be fast enough, and most importantly, one needs courage. If the courage is lacking even a little, it could scare you into wetting your pants. Like acrobats in a circus, with nets below and safety harnesses, they dare to fly around in the air. But Ling Feng is in the wild without any protective measures. If he falls, he could be seriously injured or even die. Truly, skillful artists have bold hearts. Long Xiaoyan countered. You asked me, who should I ask? Fan Tianlei smiled awkwardly and said, Ling Feng is temporarily safe, but why is he taking such risks to enter the forest? Who knows what he is thinking? However, I estimate he has already discovered the enemy's position, which is why he is taking such risks to approach them, Long Xiaoyan said. That is a possibility. No one would expect Ling Feng to cut in from the air unexpectedly. This kid is getting more and more interesting, Fan Tianlei praised. After confirming Ling Feng's position, Long Xiaoyan immediately contacted Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan, this is Long Xiaoyan. We have found Ling Feng. He is in the forest and should have discovered the enemy's position. Find a way to contact him. Long Xiaoyan used the positioning device to lock onto Ling Feng's approximate location and instructed Lei Zhan to move quickly towards him. Yes. Lei Zhan was shocked when he received Long Xiaoyan's message. Yin Wang looked at Lei Zhan in surprise. What happened? Just received news from Long Xiaoyan that Ling Feng has discovered the enemy's tracks and is pursuing them. We need to contact Ling Feng quickly, Lei Zhan replied. What is the location? About 30 degrees to the east. This kid is something else. He dares to chase after terrorists alone without even a gun. That takes guts. The old fox admired. He is too bold. A rookie. Does he think this is an exercise? Xiao Mifeng commented. This is unbelievable. This kind of courage is much stronger than I had back in the day, Daniel said. Boss, we need to catch up quickly. Otherwise, if the salted fish catches the big fish, we won't have any part in it. Let us go. Lei Zhan led everyone straight towards Ling Feng's direction. The helicopter circled above the forest, searching for snipers. Xiao Bing, Yu Fei, and others widened their eyes and searched carefully, but after looking back and forth several times, they found no suspicious individuals except for Ling Feng's figure. Report. Unable to find the enemy's tracks. Xiao Bing told Long Xiaoyan. Let us scare them a little. Give Ling Feng a communicator. Long Xiaoyan thought for a moment and said, Yes. Xiao Bing took out a loudspeaker and shouted down into the forest. Listen up below. You are surrounded. Resisting is a dead end. Put down your weapons and seek leniency. Surrender is your only way out. After shouting several times, Xiao Bing yelled, Rookie no. 1. Catch the communicator. At that moment, a small communicator fell from the helicopter with a parachute, landing on the treetops. Ling Feng was slightly taken aback. He saw the helicopter flying back and forth in the air, but he didn't expect them to contact him in this way. Ling Feng's figure flickered and jumped back onto the tree trunk, putting on the communication device. Ling Feng had just activated the communication device when he immediately received Lei Zhan's roar. Rookie number 1. I command you to withdraw from the forest immediately and return to base. Ling Feng said sternly. When on a mission, military orders must be followed. You can't find anyone? Give me 10 minutes, and I will definitely find them. With you? Lei Zhan shouted half-heartedly, but was pulled back by Yin Wang, who whispered, He's a bit special. Let him try. You never know what might happen. Lei Zhan and the others had been searching the forest for a long time and had not spotted any signs of the enemy. Can this kid really find them in 10 minutes? Lei Zhan didn't say much more and instructed, Be careful. Long Xiaoyan connected with Ling Feng and ordered him. This is Long Xiaoyan. Listen, don't do anything reckless. Stay put at your position. Ling Feng felt a bit frustrated. If he had known, he wouldn't have worn this communication device. He ignored Long Xiaoyan and continued to swing through the treetops. At this moment, after many times of practicing lightness techniques, he had begun to master the special ability of the floating fruit. From initially bouncing between branches to now being able to swing and launch himself from one tree to another, he moved like a monkey. There's a sound. Ling Feng's sound localization detected a faint voice coming from approximately 800 meters to the east. Ling Feng's spirit jolted, but he did not recklessly rush too close. There was more than one of them. Moreover, they were all international mercenaries. At this moment, deep in the dense forest, 5 men dressed in matching camouflage suits gathered together. One of them, a tall and muscular middle-aged man wearing brown sunglasses, looked up at the helicopter circling overhead and spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. Everyone stay put. Crazy Bull, You're responsible for launching the graphite powder. Disrupt the plane's signals and make them blind. Yes, replied a man even more robust than the one with sunglasses, his arm muscles bulging exaggeratedly. He ran in another direction, about 200 to 300 meters away, and removed an MK launching device from his back. This was an electronic interference shell device that could disrupt electronic signals when deployed in the sky. It was one of the most commonly used defensive counterattack equipment among international mercenaries. Whoosh! A shell shot into the air like fireworks, followed by a loud boom as it burst into a cloud of smoke. The man in sunglasses was Director Lau, the leader of the international mercenary group. Lau had received a commission from Minden to take Ling Feng's life for $20 million. The obscure Ling Feng had actually killed Minden's younger brother. He was asking for death. In Lau's eyes, China's special forces were indeed like Boy Scouts, with the only concern being China's tight lockdown capabilities. Specifically the issue of retreating after eliminating a target. After a week of careful reconnaissance, although they were not very familiar with the terrain in this new environment, it did not hinder their search for an opportunity to eliminate Ling Feng. They were very experienced mercenaries, and complex environments did not significantly affect them. Who would have thought that at a critical moment, the assassin failed to take down the prey with a single shot, allowing the target to escape? Most critically, the sniper actually followed them and chose to act alone. This completely disrupted Lau's plans. Lau was a very cautious and thoughtful person. Upon learning that the assassin had failed, he immediately ordered a withdrawal. He was well aware of the Chinese military's mobilization capabilities, especially on their territory. When planning this attack, if they could not achieve a one-shot kill, they had to withdraw immediately and look for another opportunity next time. Their lives must be preserved. As Lau issued the order, his subtle voice reached Ling Feng's ears. In an instant, Ling Feng locked onto Lau's position. With the special ability of the thorn fruit to discern sound and location, Ling Feng had mastered this skill to perfection. Ling Feng whispered into the earpiece, 2 o'clock direction in the northeast. After receiving Ling Feng's message, Lei Zhan replied, received. However, Lei Zhan did not take immediate action. Rookie number 1 reported that the enemy was in the 2 o'clock direction. Lei Zhan did not express any opinion. It had only been 8 minutes. Was Rookie sure they weren't mistaken? Old Fox asked in confusion. I admit Rookie is indeed impressive, but this is real combat, not a drill, and he has no experience at all. If we fall into the enemy's trap and charge in recklessly, we could very likely encounter an ambush. Tian Lang said. There is indeed that possibility, Old Fox replied. A rookie, we don't need to listen to him. If he really leads us astray, the consequences would be unimaginable. Littleby hesitated. Yin Wang hesitated for a moment, but finally said, I think we should trust Ling Feng. If he didn't have this ability, he wouldn't be able to pass our assessments every time. We must remember that our assessments are conducted according to real combat standards. In this situation, we can only choose to trust Ling Feng. Lei Zhan thought for a moment, made a quick decision, and said, 2 o'clock direction, march at speed. Lei Zhan and the others marched quickly, but after 3 minutes, Lei Zhan received another message from Ling Feng. The enemy is retreating to the 3 o'clock direction. Stay concealed. Lei Zhan took a deep breath. Was he the captain, or was Ling Feng, this rookie, the captain? Rookie number 1, can you really handle this? No problem. Ling Feng replied softly with 3 words. Lei Zhan glanced at Yin Wang, and then, feeling a bit helpless, led everyone to immediately change their marching direction. If rookie number 1 gives us wrong orders, just wait until I get back to deal with him. Lei Zhan thought unhappily. Lei Zhan and the others could only continue to advance according to Ling Feng's instructions. They had no better options. They were all quite frustrated about being commanded by a rookie. If this got out, wouldn't the others laugh at them? It seriously questioned the combat capability of the Thunder Combat Brigade. At this moment, on the helicopter, Long Xiaoyun also received Ling Feng's message, and she was not very convinced that Ling Feng could easily find the mercenaries' hiding place. They had just flown over the area he mentioned and had conducted several reconnaissance checks without finding anything unusual. However, her directive to Lei Zhan and the others was to ensure Ling Feng's safety at all costs. He was being too reckless. Changing direction again, Long Xiaoyun's face darkened. Ling Feng, follow my orders, stay in place, and don't act recklessly. If anything happens to you, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm not married yet, I want to die, Ling Feng replied somewhat helplessly. At that moment, Fan Tianlei walked over from the cockpit and said seriously just now, the enemy fired chemical agents for electronic interference in the 2 o'clock direction. We can't perform artificial rain to eliminate the interference and monitor the ground. The helicopter has become ineffective. This time, we really have to rely on Ling Feng. Long Xiaoyun's expression darkened. Thunder God, from now on, follow Rookie Number 1's commands. The enemy has launched electronic interference, and we cannot provide you with air support, Long Xiaoyun ordered. Lei Zhan's expression also darkened. He seriously suspected that Long Xiaoyun was being emotional. After all, this was a military operation. Letting a rookie command a special forces team was no joke. After all, Long Xiaoyun was Ling Feng's aunt, and women often become emotional when faced with family ties, making it hard to remain calm. Major Long, are you sure your orders don't contain any personal emotional factors? Lei Zhan questioned. Fan Tianlei chimed in to support Long Xiaoyun. Thunder God, this isn't about questioning anyone. It's that we have no better options. We can only trust Ling Feng. Execute the orders. Yes, Lei Zhan said helplessly. The thought of the commanding authority of the Thunder Combat Brigade being handed over to a rookie made him want to see just what abilities he had. Ling Feng jumped rapidly to another tree. Just as he steadied himself, a crisp voice from the system suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! The host is proficient in climbing skills. Ling Feng was slightly taken aback, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. He did not expect that the speed he unleashed in a crisis would allow him to completely master the climbing skill. In the past, Ling Feng understood the climbing skill, but he had not yet reached the level of proficiency. But do not underestimate the proficiency, which is similar to a devil fruit ability. Only by reaching proficiency can one comprehend other hidden skills. For example, with the Thorn Devil Fruit ability, Ling Feng mastered the skill of sound location, which further allowed him to grasp the hidden ability of the Thorn Fruit, proficiency in traps. Indeed, only in critical situations can a human body be maximally stimulated to unleash greater potential. After Ling Feng mastered his climbing skills, his climbing ability greatly improved, especially in terms of breath control and lightness. He could only hold his breath for about 15 seconds before, but now he can reach 30 seconds with just one breath. This is a full doubling of his capacity. As a result, Ling Feng's movement speed also increased. His figure resembles that of a monkey, able to swing continuously for dozens of meters with a single breath. Ling Feng's feet gently landed on the treetop, and he focused again as he soon heard a faint metallic disassembly sound in his ears. Report, 3 o'clock direction, 1,100 meters. After Ling Feng confirmed the enemy's position, he immediately reported to his superiors. After Fan Tianlei received Ling Feng's message, he immediately issued an order to Lei Zhan. Thunder God, this is Golden Eagle. You must command Yan Wang to search for snipers in the 3 o'clock direction, approximately 1,100 meters away. Fan Tianlei repeated this command 3 times in quick succession. Lei Zhan questioned, Chief of Staff, do you really think Rookie Number 1 can spot the enemy's position without binoculars? Follow the orders. Fan Tianlei did not provide any explanation. Yes, Lei Zhan replied. For soldiers, obeying orders is their duty. Yan Wang, 1,100 meters, 3 o'clock direction, take out the enemy. Lei Zhan commanded Yan Wang. Yes, stay safe. Lei Zhan patted Yan Wang on the shoulder. Understood. As soon as Yan Wang left, Lei Zhan sternly said, Everyone, prepare for battle. Yes. Lei Zhan did not trust Ling Feng to spot a lurking enemy 1,100 meters away without any equipment. What a ridiculous joke. Unless the enemy deliberately exposed themselves to lure them in. That was the most reasonable explanation. Lei Zhan couldn't understand why the Chief of Staff could not see such an obvious point. It must be Long Xiaoyun. This woman from the capital just loves to meddle. If anything happens to Yan Wang, I'll be the first to find her for trouble. Following Ling Feng's instructions, Yan Wang rushed towards the 3 o'clock direction. Mentally calculating the distance he was running, he moved very quickly, using the surrounding trees and underbrush as cover, proceeding cautiously without any carelessness. After all, the enemy was international mercenaries. Their strength was not inferior to his own. Yan Wang did not want to be taken out on his own turf. After lurking forward for about 300 meters, Yan Wang hid in a patch of grass, set up his sniper rifle, and adjusted the magnification of his scope, emitting a slight click. If Ling Feng was correct, 800 meters would be the optimal shooting distance. 3 o'clock direction, through the high-powered scope of the sniper rifle. Yan Wang searched in the 3 o'clock direction, clearly seeing the scene in his left eye. It was a dense thicket of trees, and Yan Wang began to carefully search from left to right. Suddenly, he noticed a slight movement exactly at the 3 o'clock position among the brush. Yan Wang adjusted the magnification again and locked onto the source of the movement. Through the gaps in the branches, he finally saw the situation inside. Terrorist! Yan Wang's eyes nearly narrowed to a line as he finally spotted the target. The enemy was dressed in camouflage, hiding in a small cluster of bushes, and was dismantling a small launcher. The hiding position was quite concealed. If Ling Feng hadn't previously confirmed it was in the 3 o'clock direction, it would have been nearly impossible for Yin Wang to find the enemy in the dense woods. The Crazy Bull had just finished launching a signal flare to interfere with the aircraft and was reassembling it. An opportunity of a lifetime. Yin Wang adjusted the barrel of his rifle, his index finger resting on the trigger, searching for a sniping gap through the tangled branches, aiming at the enemy's forehead. He took a deep breath, simultaneously feeling the wind speed and direction in the forest. Suddenly, Crazy Bull sensed a crisis, hurriedly stopping his actions and abruptly looking up to search for suspicious targets. Bang! At that moment, Yin Wang fiercely pulled the trigger and the bullet whizzed through the air, piercing deeply into Crazy Bull's forehead. The powerful penetrating force of the sniper bullet blew apart the back of Crazy Bull's head, sending blood and brain matter flying out with the bullet. Crazy Bull had a look of shock and unwillingness in his eyes, feeling his life slipping away. He never expected to be shot in the head. This was something he often did to others, and to die at the hands of a Chinese scout, no less. Thud! Crazy Bull fell to the ground in disbelief, blood pouring out of his head. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the old man suddenly heard gunfire coming from Crazy Bull's direction. His sharp eyes narrowed, and his tiger-like brows furrowed as he quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie. Crazy Bull, respond. Crazy Bull, respond. However, after several calls, there was no reply from Crazy Bull. The old man's face darkened as he said harshly, damn. They must have locked on a Crazy Bull, and Crazy Bull has been taken out. Those Chinese scouts? The others showed surprised expressions. Is there a mistake? Crazy Bull, and we left only a few minutes ago. How could the Chinese scouts find this place so quickly? Don't underestimate them. This is the graveyard for mercenaries, the old man warned. Crazy Bull was the old man's most loyal subordinate and brother. Originally, after this mission, he wanted to give Crazy Bull a vacation to relax and enjoy the company of the most beautiful women. Damn! The old man felt a surge of anger. Set up landmines. Blow them up to avenge Crazy Bull, he ordered. Understood. The other subordinates immediately dispersed to set up landmines. These damn Chinese scouts. Let them all accompany Crazy Bull to the grave. Yin Wang returned to the team, smiling as he made a V for victory gesture to everyone. The group excitedly high-fived each other. Lei Zhan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't believe Ling Feng, but he would rather believe. If Ling Feng's judgment was wrong, it could lead to deaths. On this point, he would rather trust Ling Feng. Now that Yin Wang had successfully taken out a terrorist, it showed that Ling Feng's judgment was correct, and they could trust him. Not to mention Lei Zhan. Others were originally not confident in Ling Feng and were prepared for the worst, ready to rescue Yin Wang. This kid really has some tricks up his sleeve, but no matter what, as long as it's correct, that's enough. The old fox said excitedly. If Rookie Number 1 can maintain this, his role will be quite obvious. Now that we cannot get air support, Rookie Number 1 is essentially our eyes. Tianlang, the man said, this guy really can lock onto the enemy. Does he have some secret device? The bumblebee asked doubtfully. Forget about that for now. Let's take out all the enemies first. Big Bull said. Lei Zhan looked at Yin Wang and said, tell us the situation. Yin Wang replied, 3 o'clock direction, 1,100 meters, headshot. But I only spotted one person. I didn't see the others, so they may have evacuated. When I found him, he seemed to be dismantling some equipment, caught off guard with almost no reaction. If he had been prepared, he definitely wouldn't have been so easily killed. He probably didn't expect us to find him so quickly. At that moment, Lei Zhan's communicator rang. It was Ling Feng's signal. Attention, for terrorists are retreating towards the east. They have set up many landmines along the way. Do not enter recklessly. Ling Feng ordered. Landmines. Lei Zhan's expression changed. Received. Lei Zhan put down the headset, his brow furrowing as he said to everyone, just now, Rookie No. 1 transmitted information that 4 terrorists are retreating towards the east. We don't know how many landmines they have set up along the way. This is troublesome. It must be that after taking out one person, they sensed something. Fortunately, Rookie Number 1 detected it. Otherwise, if we recklessly pursued, the consequences would be unimaginable. The old fox said. Indeed, now we have to clear the mines and pursue the enemy. By the time we clear the mines, the enemy might have run far away. Yuan Bao said frustratedly. These terrorists are not ordinary. We should feel lucky. Without the help of Rookie Number 1, we probably wouldn't have even noticed their shadows. Or perhaps they set up a minefield to lure us in, Yin Wang said calmly. The old fox, Big Bull, and others showed complex expressions. They had been questioning Ling Feng's abilities, and now the facts proved they had underestimated his strength. There was no time to think about that now. Even if it was a minefield, we had to charge in, We couldn't just watch them escape right under our noses. Lei Zhan said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone, be careful. Don't get hurt, Lei Zhan said. At this moment, the old ones began to retreat, laying landmines along the way with very skilled techniques. A terrorist used a sharp dagger to dig a small pit in the ground where they had just walked, burying the landmine underground. Then, they covered it with a layer of soil and some dried yellow leaves, making it look as if it had never been disturbed, and then used the original footprints as bait to confuse the pursuers. This method was quite sophisticated, completely calculating the mindset of the pursuers. They set up the minefield in just about 3 minutes. Boss, preparations are complete. Retreat, the old ones said coldly. We will definitely return. Just after the old ones had retreated for a short while, Ling Feng lightly dropped down from the tree, standing at the edge of the minefield. He concentrated and started searching for the landmines using his mind network sensing. Nothing? Ling Feng searched thoroughly, but surprisingly found not a single landmine. These people are too professional. They must have set up some kind of electronic interference when laying the mines, rendering even the detectors ineffective. This is a problem. Ling Feng can use his powerful climbing ability to directly cross the minefield, but for Lei Zhan and the others, it will be difficult to pass through the minefield quickly. Ling Feng walked back and forth near the minefield a few times, took 2 steps into the minefield, and thought to himself, I wonder if my expertise in traps is useful. Suddenly, Ling Feng's eyes brightened. I sensed it. Ling Feng had a landmine buried less than a meter in front of him in his mind. Ling Feng's mastery of traps is effective because when the opponent sets up a minefield, they alter the surrounding environment, which then sensitively transmits the changes to Ling Feng's mind. In other words, as long as he walks through an area, he can instinctively detect traces of human alterations, allowing him to determine the locations of landmines. Such a miraculous effect is unexpected. It seems he underestimated the ability of trap mastery. A smile appeared at the corner of Ling Feng's mouth. He originally thought that mastery of traps could only be utilized in the reassembly and setup of objects, creating various powerful traps and finding the most concealed movement points. He didn't expect that he could also detect unnatural changes in the surrounding environment. With this in mind, this skill has become even more impressive. In the future, whose traps could escape Ling Feng's eyes? Ling Feng tried to continue moving forward and indeed discover the landmines. At this moment, Lei Zhan and the others finally caught up to the edge of the minefield. Don't move. This is a minefield, Ling Feng shouted. A black line appeared on Lei Zhan's forehead, and ignoring Ling Feng's warning, he rushed over and shouted, Rookie number 1. Do you even know what you're doing? This is a minefield. Do you understand the power of a landmine? Ling Feng said coldly, You better not move. If you take 3 steps forward, you will immediately become a god. You're talking nonsense. Lei Zhan stepped forward, taking 1 step, then 2. Just as he prepared to take the 3rd step, Yin Wang rushed over, grabbed him, and said, Thunder God, don't be impulsive. Only then did Lei Zhan stop. Yin Wang crouched down, carefully examining the ground. He found a branch and gently swept away a layer of dead leaves, revealing a small patch of fresh soil, clearly indicating that someone had dug it up and then buried it again. There might be landmines. Yin Wang gently cleared the soil, revealing a dark metal device. STM Precision Impact Landmine. Yin Wang gasped and turned to Lei Zhan, saying, This type of landmine is the latest development by international mercenaries. Once it explodes, the impact range can reach 5 meters, and the force generated can shatter 5 centimeters bulletproof glass. Yin Wang took a deep breath and continued. If someone steps on it, they will turn into a pile of mud. Lei Zhan broke out in a cold sweat. How could he not understand this latest type of explosive landmine? He just didn't expect that Ling Feng could find it so easily. If he hadn't pointed it out, Yin Wang would have only observed the designated spot carefully and would have never discovered this landmine. The method used to bury it was too concealed. Everyone, including Lei Zhan, Tian Lang, Lao Hu, Yuan Bao, and others, also broke out in a cold sweat and then looked at Ling Feng in unison. Ling Feng has no mine clearance equipment and is going in barehanded. He dares to enter a minefield without any tools and can even detect landmines. Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? It's important to know that mine clearance is a very dangerous technical task. These special forces soldiers wouldn't dare to take risks without mine clearance equipment unless absolutely necessary. Although they have relatively professional mine clearance techniques, it's still hard to ensure accuracy every single time. Ling Feng is a new recruit who has only been in the army for a few months. How could he possibly know how to defuse mines? You give him 10 minutes. Ling Feng shouted. Everyone was stunned again. They all entered the minefield, and it would take more than half an hour to clear all the mines. Yet Ling Feng said 10 minutes. Do as I say. Ling Feng shouted. Starting from a position of Thor, there is 5 meters to the east, 30 degrees northeast, 15 meters, 120 degrees southeast, 16 meters. Ling Feng continuously reported specific locations. I'm coming. Yin Wang searched according to Ling Feng's indications and, after careful examination, indeed found a landmine. He then made a V sign to the others and used a branch to erect a marker. Subsequently, he discovered landmines at the second, third, and even up to 13 consecutive locations. Yin Wang marked each one. Everyone, including Lei Zhan, initially didn't believe it, but as they saw Yin Wang find the landmines one by one, they had no choice but to believe. Oh my god, there are really people in this world who can do this. Yuan Bao was so amazed that his fist could fit in his mouth. This kid is too incredible. He's practically not human, the old fox said. Is there even a need to say that? Little be added. The rookie training camp definitely hasn't trained mine clearance techniques. Even if they did, it would only be theoretical. We've been dealing with landmines for 4 years. Who could be as skilled as he is? Did you notice? He almost walked forward without stopping, as if these landmines were buried by him. Tian Lang said, no need to say so much, just trust him. We owe this to number one. What kind of trick has he used? Littleby was puzzled. He had been observing Ling Feng closely, but found that he was also just walking forward and stopping occasionally, not particularly focused or attentive. Just ask him properly later. Let's go. At this moment, the helicopter hovering in the air reported that the communication devices were about to fail and most electronic equipment was malfunctioning. They needed to land immediately, or they would crash. The co-pilot urgently reported to Fan Tianlei. Fan Tianlei's expression changed, angrily saying, the enemy probably launched graphite powder. How despicable. Fortunately, Yin Wang took out that terrorist. Fan Tianlei immediately contacted Lei Zhan, saying, the helicopter's equipment is being interfered with and is about to fail. Prepare to land, and listen to Rookie Number 1's commands behind you. Tell Yin Wang did a great job taking out that terrorist. After Fan Tianlei finished this message with Lei Zhan, all communication devices failed. Despicable terrorists. Lei Zhan cursed angrily. Earlier the commander praised you for doing well, Yin Wang. Yin Wang smiled wryly and said, this is all thanks to Ling Feng as command. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even been able to find out where the enemy was. All members of Wolf Warriors prepare to parachute. Long Xiaoyan ordered. Graphite powder has a significant interference effect on airborne equipment. If the density is too heavy, it could cause short circuits in the helicopter's internal wiring, leading to equipment failure, and in severe cases, directly cause the helicopter to explode, resulting in fatal injuries. Everyone pay attention. This time we are facing a powerful enemy, but they are not unbeatable. Remember to trust Ling Feng and obey his commands. This is my order. Do you understand? Long Xiaoyan commanded. Understood. Parachute. Whoosh. The helicopter hovered in the air, and Xiao Bing was the first to open the hatch and jump out, followed by Yu Fei, Shi Samba, and Ban Zhuang. After they completed their parachute jump, the helicopter quickly flew towards the ground, searching for a landing spot. Under Ling Feng's command, Lei Dian and the others successfully passed through the minefield and continued forward. March quickly, Ling Feng said. Lei Zhan had no objections. They had wasted some time earlier and needed to pursue the enemy. However, after marching a distance, they found that they were getting farther away from Ling Feng. It wasn't that Lei Zhan and the others were too slow, but that Ling Feng was running too fast. What kind of physique does this kid have? The old fox wiped the sweat from his forehead. After a long run, he felt like his lungs were about to burst. The others were similar, with only Lei Zhan able to maintain his original speed. But still, he was nearly 100 meters behind Ling Feng, each face filled with embarrassment. They couldn't even outrun a rookie. The main concern was that Ling Feng was running so fast. Wasn't he worried about being ambushed by the terrorists? Yin Wang worked hard to barely catch up to Ling Feng and reminded him. Number 1, be sure to pay attention to safety. Don't be too reckless. Be careful of ambushes. Ling Feng said nonchalantly, don't worry about that. They are 200 meters away and have already started to retreat at a faster pace. I can hear their voices clearly. We need to act quickly, or else they'll get away. When Yin Wang and the others heard this, they were a bit taken aback. Can Ling Feng really hear sounds from 200 meters away? Such hearing ability is incredible. However, after interacting with Ling Feng for a while, they know that almost nothing is impossible for him. Lei Zhan commanded, move faster. Do you want them to go home for dinner? Lei Zhan originally had a lot of opinions about Ling Feng, but now they are focused on external matters. Their personal grudges can wait until they eliminate the enemy. Yes, everyone sprinted under Ling Feng's leadership, chasing after the old waiters. In another dense forest, The helicopter landed safely, and the mechanic quickly fixed the mechanical failure. Fan Tianlei finally contacted Brigade Commander He Jijun through the most primitive radio communication. Brigade Commander, the terrorists we are facing have very rich combat experience and carry various jamming devices, making it impossible to determine their location through aerial reconnaissance. They launched graphite powder to force us down, and we can no longer determine their exact position. If they come out of this forest, it will be even harder to judge their movements. Fan Tianlei systematically reported the entire operation process to He Jijun. Is there no other way? He Jijun said in a deep voice, feeling a fire burning in his heart. The dignified South China Military Region's Wolf Special Operations Brigade, the most elite combat unit of the South China Military Region, is actually being targeted for assassination during an exercise. They have injured our personnel if they manage to escape. Where will the face of the South China Military Region go? How will other military regions view the South China Military Region in the future? How will the central leaders view them? Where can the face of Chinese soldiers be placed? Thinking of the arrogance of the terrorists, He Jijun was filled with anger. This morning, Director Wen personally came to notify them, and by the afternoon, the terrorists launched a surprise attack, even intruding into the military region. This is a demonstration against the Chinese military. If we don't eliminate them, where's China's dignity? At that time, any foreign dog can come into the country at will to kill, and how will the people view Chinese soldiers? Right now, Thunder and the Beijing District Wolf are launching a pursuit operation. He Jijun said, notify them that if there's no result in half an hour, they will all withdraw. I have already reported to my superiors. In half an hour, we will carry out indiscriminate bombing of the areas where the terrorists are located. We want to see them alive or dead. Brigade Commander, if we do that, we can kill the terrorists. However, the training base we have built with great difficulty will also be destroyed. Fan Tianlei said helplessly. If you don't want to lose the child, you can't catch the wolf. The base can be rebuilt, but our image will be lost, and it will be 10 times harder to regain it than to build a training base. He Jijun said, understood. Fan Tianlei knew this was unavoidable. At the same time, he also examined his own shortcomings. The enemy's infiltration ability was indeed strong, but our own reaction capability was poor, exposing the gap compared to international mercenaries. In the end, they had no choice but to adopt a desperate measure to save face. Fan Tianlei was worried. After receiving He Jijun's order, Fan Tianlei looked at the time. There were 27 minutes left until the half-hour mark, and he had to establish contact with Lei Zhan and the others. Finally, Fan Tianlei managed to contact Thunder and the Wolf through the radio. Although the signal was intermittent, he finally got through. You only have 25 minutes left. After 25 minutes, the military region will carry out indiscriminate bombing of the base. The order from above is to spare no effort to keep the enemy, even if it's just their corpses. Fan Tianlei repeated the order 3 times to clarify it. Lei Zhan and the others furrowed their brows. 25 minutes is too tight. Tianlei said, does the higher-ups not trust us? Yin Wang said, the higher-ups have their own considerations. Boss, what do you think we should do? Should we chase or not? Everyone looked at Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan looked at Ling Feng and said, what do you think? They only have 4 people. Trust me, if we march quickly, we can definitely eliminate them before the bombing. Ling Feng said confidently, chase. Lei Zhan made a decisive decision. He didn't want to end this battle in the most humiliating way possible. Suddenly, everyone sprinted. Ling Feng moved forward at full speed. On the other side, Lao and his team are also marching quickly. Move fast. The graphite powder is effective. The helicopter is out of commission. Their special forces can't stop us. I know those Chinese people. They value face the most. To keep us here, they will definitely resort to bombing this place. Lao keeps urging his men to accelerate during the run. Right now, it's all about the speed of our march. As long as we find the vehicles we've prepared and leave immediately, they absolutely won't know our speed. When the time comes, their bombing will be of no use to us and will only destroy their base for nothing. Lao said, it's a pity I can't see them turn to mush by landmines. There will be opportunities in the future. The mad bull can't die in vain. Lao said fiercely. Ling Feng, speeding along, revealed a cold smile, finally locking onto Lao's position again. Ling Feng was afraid they wouldn't speak. As soon as there was a sound, he could lock onto them the next second. I've determined their location. Speed up. Ling Feng commanded, quickening his own pace. Lei Jian and the others gave their all, unleashing all their explosive power, barely keeping up with Ling Feng's pace, staying within a distance of no more than 20 meters. This was already their maximum speed. But little did they know, the Ling Feng running ahead was not at his full speed. He occasionally slowed down and stopped to wait for them. allowing them to catch up. What kind of monster is he? This running speed in the jungle definitely exceeds 80 yards. Is he really a rookie? Little B's legs were about to give out. Whether he is a monster or not, I don't know. But one thing I can confirm is that we have been living like dogs these years, at least in cross-country events. Number 1 has left us several streets behind. The old fox said in a deep voice. Now you realize the gap, right? We used to think we were so impressive and powerful. Now, compared to others, we are the rookies. Yuan Bao said self-deprecatingly. We can't compete with them in cross-country. We can't compete with them in mine clearance. And we still can't compete with them in reconnaissance. In fighting, we still can't match them. Sigh. After this operation, I will definitely train hard. Little B joked. Shut up, all of you. Lei Zhan said coldly, it's time. Let us finish off the enemy first. Yes. Everyone gritted their teeth and chased after Ling Feng. The old team also marched quickly, but they had already calculated the time and mapped out a route to avoid exposing their target, keeping about 20 meters between each other. Boss, if we had time, we could actually play with them a bit, take out a few of them. Monkey communicated while running. Whether they can get through the minefield is another question. They're really slow. They still haven't reached the minefield. I really hope to hear the sound of explosions before we leave. Monkey chuckled softly. Will they take a detour? Do these scouts have that ability? Wait a moment. When we blow them up, they might finally understand. The old team ran quite easily. They had calculated the timing. At their current speed, they had more than enough time to reach the designated location. Ling Feng led Lei Zhan and the others in a rapid march. Lei Zhan and the others were also putting in their all. There wasn't much time left. Their speed soon surpassed that of the older group, and the distance between them was closing. Thunder God, 30 degrees northeast, about 300 meters. The enemy's moving speed is approximately 4 meters per second. 45 degrees northeast, about 350 meters. The enemy's moving speed is approximately 5 meters per second. 15 degrees southeast, about 365 meters. The enemy's moving speed is approximately 5 meters per second. That's him. 35 degrees southeast, about 340 meters. The enemy's moving speed is approximately 5 meters per second. Ling Feng used sound localization to inform Lei Zhan about the speed and direction of the terrorists ahead. Hallie and Little B were responsible for the terrorists at 35 degrees southeast. Received. Yin Wang and Little B left to spread out and quickly search for suitable sniping locations. Tian Lang and Enel were in charge of the terrorists at 35 degrees southeast. Received. Tian Lang and Enel immediately prepared. Yuan Bao and Old Fox were responsible for the terrorists at 45 degrees northeast. Understood. I and Yin Wang were in charge of the terrorists at 15 degrees southeast. And everyone must remember to take them out. Lei Zhan commanded. Understood. The members of Thunder quickly dispersed to find suitable sniping positions. Within 800 meters was the most suitable sniping distance, subtracting about 300 meters between them, leaving about 400 meters, which was enough for them to make full preparations. This was also their only chance. Ling Feng was a bit frustrated. He only had a dagger on him. If he had known it would be like this, he would have gone up to kill the enemy. According to the system's prompt, he gained experience points for every terrorist he killed. Otherwise, why would Ling Feng be so eager to chase after them? He was only 10 experience points away from leveling up. Ling Feng suddenly had a feeling of making a wedding dress for others. Number 1, you lie in wait and do not move, Lei Zhan said. Ling Feng frowned and ignored Lei Zhan, continuing to lie in ambush. A dark line appeared on Lei Zhan's forehead. He and Yin Wang each found a good sniping position, preparing to work together to kill the old man. Ling Feng continued to use sound-based positioning to assess the movements of the old team. They clearly had not realized that they were already being targeted by Lei Zhan and others, still joking and saying things like how they hadn't heard any explosion yet, claiming that the Chinese Boy Scouts were too weak and other nonsense. Ling Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. They were too careless. However, it was no wonder they were underestimating the enemy. There were minefields laid out behind them, enough to delay the Chinese military for a long time, and there was no other surveillance in the air. They certainly felt safe. Moreover, they were only 200 meters away from their designated position. Once they got in the car and changed their appearance, they would blend in like fish in the sea. The Chinese scouts wouldn't stand a chance of catching them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost simultaneously, for shots rang out, the sniper bullets slicing through the air with a muffled sound. Ling Feng clearly heard the heavy impact sound of the bullet piercing the opponent's skull. Why were there only 3 sounds? Ling Feng showed a hint of surprise on his face. He listened carefully and was astonished to find that a terrorist had actually dodged the bullets. Old man, Ling Feng could tell from Lei Zhan's frustration. As expected of a retired Special Forces soldier from the U.S., Navy SEALs. He was able to evade the combined attacks of Lei Zhan and Yin Wang even in this situation. Ling Feng felt a bit of admiration. Lei Zhan was the king of soldiers in the southern military region, and Yin Wang's sniping skills were no less than Lei Zhan's. One could imagine how powerful their combined force was in this situation. The old man's strength was evident. At this moment, the old man was sweating profusely. He had been too careless. He didn't expect the Chinese Boy Scouts to catch up so quickly. With the landmines they set just for show, logically, they shouldn't have been able to detect him. If he had reacted to the danger when Lei Zhan locked onto him, causing his hair to stand on end, and had dodged at the last moment, he would have certainly ended up like the other 3 subordinates, turning into a cold corpse. When did the Chinese Boy Scouts become this formidable? As the old man dodged, he quickly threw a smoke bomb, and the area around him was instantly shrouded in smoke. Lei Zhan's expression darkened. "Chase," Lei Zhan ordered. He couldn't believe how sharp the old man's sense of crisis and reaction speed were, as well as his rich combat experience, allowing him to throw a smoke bomb for cover at the first opportunity, hindering Yin Wang from launching another attack. With such adaptability, Lei Zhan thought that in this situation, he hadn't handled it as cleanly and efficiently as his opponent. Hale and Xiaomi Feng, you go east. Tian Lang and Daniel to the north. Yin Wang, provide cover. Yuan Bao and Lao Hu, charge from the front. Lei Zhan commanded. Yes. Everyone immediately began to encircle, determined to eliminate the opponent in the last 10 minutes. The old man, using the smoke bomb, rolled and hid under a pine tree, breathing rapidly. The Chinese mercenary's grave? Was it really that mysterious? Just now, shooting had come from all directions almost simultaneously, clearly indicating that someone had been locked onto. The old man's mind raced. Damn, if he had known they were this formidable, he shouldn't have taken this mission. All his most capable subordinates were dead, and the cost of 20 million was not worth it. For the first time, the old man felt a bit of regret. Even worse, he hadn't taken down the prey. This was the biggest failure since he started his career. I will be back. The old man's eyes were cold. Xiaomi Feng in position. Daniel in position. Lao Hu in position. Under Lei Zhan's command, they began to encircle the old man, who had slipped through their fingers. Lei Zhan signaled, and the already prepared Daniel charged into the smoke. Bang! Daniel, get down. Daniel hurriedly rolled to the side as several bullets struck the tree trunk beside him, sending wood chips flying and leaving several holes, making Daniel break out in a cold sweat. Stay concealed. Lei Zhan had still underestimated the old man's capabilities. Even in this situation, the opponent could counterattack. Daniel, are you okay? I'm Phoenix. Daniel was lucky. The bullets flew past his head, and if he had reacted just a moment slower, he would have met Yin Wang. Squeak. Soon, 3 more smoke bombs appeared around them, shrouding the surrounding forest in a white haze. Thunder God, the opponent must be trying to break out. Yin Wang reminded. Everyone, keep a close watch on your directions. If they want to survive, they must be more anxious than we are. Lei Zhan said. The opponent was indeed too cunning. Several smoke bombs had expanded the coverage area of the smoke from a few meters to 50 or 60 meters, and Lei Zhan and the others could only vaguely see the blurred shapes inside. Not good. The opponent is breaking out to the southeast. Duan Bao, Lao Hu, Yin Wang suddenly shouted. He had suddenly seen a shadow darting out from the forest. Bang! In a hurry, Yin Wang fired multiple shots, but all the bullets missed. Yuan Bao and Lao, who were already very alert, but unfortunately, the opponent was too cunning and bold, charging out like a leopard, then threw another smoke bomb, blocking everyone's line of sight. Chase! A black line appeared on Lei Zhan's forehead as he led everyone in relentless pursuit. After breaking out of the encirclement, the old man didn't charge straight ahead, but instead turned around and retreated in another direction. Did these Chinese special forces think they could catch him? No one in this world could catch him. A cold smile appeared at the corner of the old man's mouth. The old man now just wanted to confuse these Chinese men. Otherwise, if they kept following him, they would eventually drag him down, as this was their territory. Of course, if he could take down a few along the way, that would be great, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. As for avenging his subordinates to the old man, that was a joke. As long as he could leave here alive, he had plenty of money in his Swiss account. With money, he wouldn't have trouble finding suitable subordinates. It was just a pity that the camaraderie built over such a long time would have to be rebuilt. Thunder God, it seems the opponent has circled back again? Xiaomi Feng said. Keep chasing. No matter what tricks he uses, we must catch him. Lei Zhan ordered. Lei Zhan was very troubled. The opponent's counter-tracking ability was too strong. He also felt that the opponent was more familiar with this area than they were. The opponent was leading them in circles. Lei Zhan and the others had little time left. Now there were less than 10 minutes remaining. A bunch of idiots. The old man sneered softly, then quickly hid and, after making a large circle, confused Lei Zhan and the others. My 10 points. Ling Feng's biggest worry was that the old saying wouldn't say a word. But it turned out that this guy particularly liked to chatter and was quickly located by Ling Feng. Ling Feng directly cut in from the left side of the old retreat route. Of course, Ling Feng wasn't going to confront the old man head-on. This guy could dodge attacks from both Lei Zhan and Yin Wang, while making Lei Zhan and others spin in circles. Did he really think a dagger could take him on? Ling Feng cut into the direction of the old retreat, sprinting rapidly, and unexpectedly ran ahead of the old man. Ling Feng took a deep breath, began to concentrate, and used sound to pinpoint the opponent's location. Then, based on his mastery of the environment, he roughly estimated the direction the old man was trying to escape. Trying to leave? Ling Feng's mind began to present a three-dimensional image of the space, as if he possessed a godlike vision, fully aware of the surrounding forest. This dense thicket of trees had a variety of heights, and the trees were covered with vines, many of which hung down to the ground. Ling Feng's eyes lit up. It was simply a natural trap zone. With his expertise in traps, Ling Feng could fully utilize the surrounding environment to set up various traps. Ling Feng took out a dagger, his body agile like a monkey, swiftly climbing up the tree branch. He grabbed a vine and jumped straight down. The soft branch was pulled down almost to a full moon shape. Ling Feng was falling down with a dagger in his mouth and one hand gripping a vine. With the other hand, he quickly made a circular motion at the other end of the vine. The sharp dagger deftly cut out a small piece of wood, one end securing a circle with a diameter of over 50 centimeters, while a movable mechanism was set up on the small piece of wood. As soon as a prey entered the vine circle and triggered the mechanism, the vine circle would ensnare the prey, and with the rebound force of the branches, it would hang the opponent in midair. This is the brilliance of mastering traps. Ling Feng can instantly determine which branch or vine can support his weight without breaking. Even more astonishingly, the traps set by Ling Feng almost blend seamlessly into the surrounding environment. If someone did not know the location of the traps in advance, it would be very difficult for an ordinary person to identify them with the naked eye. Ling Feng set up many traps in the areas where the old man might pass by, some of which were even linked traps. As long as the old man dared to step into this forest, not even 10 of him could escape. Come on. Ling Feng determined the direction of the approaching Lao Zheng by sound. There are still 8 minutes left? That's enough. In order to gain points, Ling Feng has put his own life on the line. Of course, out of affection for Long Xiaoyan, since Ling Feng is one of her subordinates. Ling Feng also has a bit of camaraderie, which is why he took such a big risk to help Lei Zhan and others eliminate those terrorists. Otherwise, Ling Feng wouldn't bother with those terrorists at all. To put it bluntly, Ling Feng is someone who wants to work for free. It's basically impossible to make him do labor without compensation. As long as he gains 10 points, he can level up. Ling Feng was filled with anticipation. After Ling Feng finished setting up, he bit down on the dagger, took a deep breath, and lightly jumped, his figure climbing up the trunk like a monkey. He quietly climbed out onto a branch extending from the large tree. He lay quietly in the branch, surrounded by the leaves of another large tree, completely undetectable from the outside. Ling Feng gripped the dagger tightly, his mental focus surprisingly concentrated. After all, this was his first time facing such a powerful opponent. This was not a military exercise. It was akin to a small battlefield, with Lei Zhan and the others being pursued and the terrorists launching counterattacks. Especially the last counterattack from the old man, which had Lei Zhan and the others going in circles, teaching Ling Feng a lot of valuable experience. As long as he became a Special Forces soldier, there should be no shortage of such pursuit missions in the future, right? Ling Feng was lurking on the branch, his figure resembling a cheetah lying in wait. As long as the vines were thrown up, he could instantly launch an attack using the bouncing ability of the floaty fruit. Come on. Ling Feng felt a surge of excitement within him. He quickly jumped forward several times, dodging into a dense thicket, grabbed a stone from the ground, and threw it forcefully in the opposite direction. In a moment, the branches in the eastern woods rustled, and he immediately lay flat on the ground, motionless. East. Yin Wang noticed a faint movement in the eastern direction and looked through his binoculars, discovering slight swaying in the branches, likely caused by the enemy running past. Lei Zhan also sensed it. East. Lei Zhan made an attacking gesture while constantly checking the time. They had little time left. The group quickly chased towards the east. Lei Zhan hadn't expected the enemy to have such rich combat experience, leading them in circles through the woods, never allowing them to catch up. Could be another feint? The little bee wondered. It shouldn't be. He just used this trick. Would he do it again? The old fox replied. Be alert and search. Lei Zhan reminded. Yes. The enemy was skilled in lurking and camouflage. They had observed carefully. I promised the chief of staff to eliminate the last one within 5 minutes. Lei Zhan said. With a sharp gaze, he scanned ahead and then took large strides forward, using the surrounding tree trunks for cover, arriving at a rock. This position was exactly where the movement in the woods had occurred earlier. Damn! In the middle, a black line appeared on Lei Zhan's forehead. The enemy was using the same feint again. This method of blurring reality and illusion was being employed to perfection by the enemy. Lei Zhan and the others had been completely confused by this tactic. Yan Wang's expression also turned serious. From the earlier movement until now, approximately 40 seconds had passed. The enemy couldn't have run very far, but which direction had they gone? If only number one were here. Huh, where's number one? Everyone had been so busy chasing that they had forgotten about Ling Feng. A bunch of rookies. The old man slowly moved backward, making no sound at all. After retreating 5 or 6 meters, he suddenly sprang up and sprinted forward. Whoosh! Dressed in camouflage, he ran exceptionally fast, like a wild man sprinting through the jungle. With several leaps, he had completely outpaced Lei Zhan and the others. Completely off course. However, although the old man had deceived Lei Zhan and the others, he couldn't escape Ling Feng's keen hearing. The sound of the enemy's light footsteps was rapidly approaching his direction. Ling Feng suppressed his inner excitement, gripping the dagger even tighter. The old man broke out of the thicket and sprinted into another patch of jungle. Originally charging forward, he suddenly came to a halt. He instinctively sensed a dangerous presence, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. There's danger. The old man's keen sensitivity to crises had saved him countless times. He warily scanned the woods, then quietly began to back away, quickly exiting the trap zone. Only then did his sense of danger dissipate. Could there really be a trap? The old man could roughly deduce that someone had set a trap ahead of him. Hadn't they all been diverted by his own design, chasing in another direction? Ling Feng, who had been waiting to launch a sudden attack, was stunned to see the old man actually starting to retreat, about to exit the trap area he had set up. Was this the true master of soldiers, possessing an extraordinary ability to sense danger? Just like Lei Zhan had killed him earlier, able to perceive danger before it struck. Master of soldiers, Ling Feng finally felt the power of the soldier. No wonder they dared to carry out assassination activities deep within the Chinese military district. The old man was indeed very strong. Ling Feng admired him to some extent, but he wondered if he could escape like this. In an instant, Ling Feng tore off a long tree vine, twisted it with both hands to create a loop that could be stretched and contracted at will. Whoosh! The vine loop flew through the air towards the old man's head. Ling Feng's movements were extremely clever, his strength was perfectly controlled, and his predictions were quite accurate. At the moment the old man turned around, he flew past, right into the old man's visual blind spot. Suddenly, the old man's hair stood on end, immediately sensing the impending danger. But Ling Feng's speed was indeed too fast. Just as the old man instinctively tried to fly sideways, the vine circle perfectly ensnared his neck. Ling Feng suddenly pulled, quickly retracting the vine and tightening it around the old man's neck. The old man was taken aback, but remained composed. He reached down with his right hand, pulled out a sharp Swiss Army knife, and swiftly sliced through the vine. In an instant, the sharp blade cut the vine. In a flash, the old man grabbed the AK-47 hanging at his waist. As he turned around, he squeezed the trigger, and the gun was perfectly aimed at the direction the vine was coming from. Bang bang. The muzzle of the AK-47 shot out like a fire snake, bullets flying out at an angle, scattering leaves from the trees ahead, which fell to the ground in a heap. The old man just broke out in a cold sweat. His opponent was skilled in traps. For the first time, a serious expression appeared on the old man's face. Where is he? The old man's counterattack was impressively quick. His opponent shouldn't have reacted so fast. Who exactly was this person? The old man moved quickly, but Ling Feng was not slow either. The moment the old man cut the vine, Ling Feng's keen hearing had already sensed the next move his opponent might make. He took a deep breath, focused his energy, pressed down hard on the branch, and used its rebound to leap into the air, turning to hug the tree trunk, his body sticking to it like a gecko, hanging in midair. At that moment, bullets whizzed past, hitting the spot where he had just been, branches and leaves flying everywhere. Just 1 second away. No wonder he was a Navy SEAL, a king of soldiers. His reaction speed was clearly superior to Lei Zhan's. Pressed against the tree trunk, Ling Feng maintained a rhythmic breathing pattern, keeping his body in a relatively balanced state. Gunfire came from the west. Lei Zhan suddenly turned around. Yin Wang and the others also noticed it. Sure enough, it was a diversion. The old man had gone to the west. The old fox grumbled. The continuous gunfire of the AK-47 was the most commonly used weapon by mercenaries. Judging by the sound, it was about 1,000 meters away. It should be the old man. Yin Wang listened intently to the sound of gunfire. Damn, he was tricked again. Danny couldn't help but curse. This guy is too cunning. But who is he firing at? Zia Meifeng asked, puzzled. Could it be Ling Feng? The crowd was taken aback. They once again felt Ling Feng's importance, without his guidance. They had been tricked by the old man multiple times. He had no weapons on him. How could he fight the old man? Yin Wang suddenly said, quick. Lei Zhan was the first to react, leading everyone back toward the west. Each one was praying that Ling Feng could hold on. The old man's strength far exceeded their imaginations, and Ling Feng was alone, without a single weapon. The continuous gunfire clearly indicated that they had discovered Ling Feng. The old man, with extensive combat experience, immediately thought that his opponent had no firearms, and he scanned the dense forest ahead with a cautious gaze. He didn't dare to step into the woods lightly. There were vines everywhere, and his opponent was skilled in traps, surely having set them up inside. He carefully lurked around, circling several times, but still couldn't find his opponent. He knew the adversary was nearby, yet he couldn't locate him. Ling Feng was still by the old tree, but he shifted angles along the trunk with the old man's pace, the trunk always obstructing the old man's path. Ling Feng could easily determine the walking pace and angle of the old man by using sound to gauge his position, effortlessly predicting his walking route. Therefore, he was always able to avoid the old man's line of sight by a second. The old man was very frustrated. He knew his opponent was right there, yet he felt helpless. This was the first time the old man encountered such a troublesome opponent while on a mission, and he always felt as if a pair of eyes was watching him, as if all his movements were within the opponent's sight. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Come out. The old man turned his gun towards the northeast corner's bushes and pulled the trigger fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunfire erupted. A squirrel that was hit let out a squeak, with several holes punctured in it. What amazing observation skills. Ling Feng stood motionless behind the tree trunk. Bang! The old man fired repeatedly at several suspected areas, but all his shots missed. Crack! The AK-47 made a crisp mechanical sound. Out of bullets. The old man angrily tossed the AK-47 aside and immediately drew his handgun. At that moment, a chaotic and dense sound of footsteps suddenly came from the east. Fuck! The old man had no choice but to retreat, bypassing the trapped area and running towards the southwest. Who exactly was this opponent? The old man, a former U.S. Navy SEAL, was best at reconnaissance. Especially in jungle warfare, he had never had a record of letting prey escape from his hands. Like the last time in the African rainforest, he had tracked a defector for 3 days and nights, and he was able to flush him out, skinning him alive. When did such formidable characters appear among the Chinese special forces? Before coming to China, the old man had conducted investigations, assessing the rankings of Chinese special forces in various international competitions and some reports on their missions abroad, along with information obtained from drug lords before taking on this job. He never expected all his subordinates to be dead. Clearly, he had severely underestimated the strength of the Chinese military. The few kids chasing him were not a threat, but the one who had set the trap to ambush him was extraordinary. Ling Feng saw the old man bypassing the trap area and running to the other side. He leaped lightly and jumped down from the tree, quickly chasing after him. Shortly after they left, Lei Zhan and the others arrived at the battlefield. The surroundings were in disarray, with broken branches and debris everywhere. Search, Lei Zhan said with a grim expression. Yin Wang and the others searched around but found no sign of number 1, nor any bloodstains. Number 1 should be fine, Yin Wang said. What should we do now? The old fox asked. They had once again lost track of the old man's whereabouts. Ling Feng chased from behind, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it straight towards the east with all his might. As he weaved through the woods, it made a rustling sound, like a person running quickly and brushing against the branches. This was something Ling Feng had learned from Lao. Sure enough, as Lao ran, he did not look back and aimed his hand in the direction of the sound, continuously pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang! Ling Feng replicated the method, continuously throwing stones in a straight line. The sound of gunfire echoed repeatedly. Upon hearing the last gunshot, Ling Feng leaped into the air, climbing back to the top of the tree, soaring away in a jumping motion. The old man could no longer hear any noise, but he was no longer concerned about whether he could hit the opponent. 20 meters ahead was the vehicle he had hidden in advance. As long as he reached the vehicle, he could completely shake off the opponent. The old man excitedly rushed towards a jeep. But just as he was about to get close to the vehicle, he suddenly heard faint footsteps coming from behind the car. Who? The old man raised his pistol. At that moment, a young soldier emerged from behind the rear of the vehicle, coldly stating, "Out of bullets, right?" The old man's face was filled with astonishment upon seeing Ling Feng. His eyes narrowed as he casually tossed aside his pistol and slowly drew the military knife that he never left behind. So there really was someone tracking me all along. A glint of cold light appeared in the old man's eyes, along with a fleeting expression that was difficult to capture. He had once been one of the best operatives in the U.S. Navy SEALs, excelling in reconnaissance, sniping, hand-to-hand combat, and all other killing skills. During the Gulf War, all the members who executed missions with him died, leaving only him alive, relying on his keen observation and warning abilities in times of crisis. If it weren't for offending a superior in the military, preventing his promotion, he could have gone further in his career based on his abilities. Ultimately, he had no choice but to retire and embark on a path as a mercenary. Over the years, he had gone through countless battles, facing life-threatening situations, and his strength was even greater than when he was a SEAL. Yet, he was being tracked by an inconspicuous person, and he hadn't even noticed. He couldn't believe it if he said it out loud. It wasn't that he wasn't attentive. On the contrary, he had been very cautious, but he simply couldn't find them. The person who locked onto my subordinate's position must be you. I suspect you have some kind of special ability to accurately track certain individuals, perhaps through scent or something else. Otherwise, how could those few Boy Scouts, whom I toyed with, possibly discover our location? The old man shook the military knife in his hand. Ling Feng looked at the old man calmly, remaining silent, and thought to himself, no wonder he is the king of soldiers. He reacted so quickly. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, the reason they were able to traverse the minefield so quickly should also be thanks to your help, the old man said calmly. At this moment, the old man was no longer anxious. He knew that if he didn't take care of the young soldier in front of him, he wouldn't be able to leave. You truly surprised me. You are the most remarkable opponent I have encountered among so many. The minefield we set up would cause significant losses even for the U.S. Navy SEALs. I am very curious about how you did it, the old man finally asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. You can ask your god, Ling Feng replied calmly. Ling Feng knew that this guy was formidable, especially in martial arts, as he was someone who had experienced real battlefields. The invisible killing intent emanating from him could only be formed through having killed many people. However, his shadow fighting technique was top-notch, and he had already mastered it. So he felt no fear in front of Long Xiaoyan and Lei Zhan. This old man might be stronger than them, but he probably wouldn't be too much stronger. Ling Feng took out the military dagger he carried with him and calmly looked at the old man. The old man was somewhat surprised to see Ling Feng draw the dagger, not expecting the opponent to engage in a martial contest. He said in a deep voice, "This knife is called the Forest Wolf, and I named it Braveheart. Its total length is 35 centimeters, with a blade length of 18 centimeters, a blade width of 4 centimeters, and a blade thickness of 0.5 centimeters. It is made of 440C high-carbon stainless steel with a hardness of 58H. The handle is made of ABS engineering plastic, which can almost stick to the palm without falling off. This knife is known as the world's #1 knife. It has been by my side for nearly 8 years, and a total of 107 people have been bled by it. You will be the 108th. You may not be aware, but there is a special assassination skill that goes with this Forest Wolf knife. According to you Chinese, it's called Kung Fu, specifically the Forest Wolf assassination technique. There are not many people in this world who can use this assassination technique to its fullest. I am fortunate to be one of them. When I stab it into your heart, you will understand what happens when you go against me." "Old man, you talk too much," Ling Feng replied. The old man's mouth twitched, and suddenly he stepped down hard, his body speed exploding as he lunged directly towards Ling Feng's face. Fast, fierce, brutal, and precise. Ling Feng's arm was unafraid in the face of danger, swinging his arm. Clang! The short weapons clashed with a sharp sound. The two quickly withdrew their arms, and in that instant, the old man's right leg struck sideways, kicking towards Ling Feng's chest like lightning. The air underfoot surged. The momentum was overwhelming. Ling Feng stood firmly on the ground like an old tree with deep roots, his waist swaying like a willow branch in the wind, bending backward just enough to avoid the old leg strike. What a powerful leg technique. No wonder he was once a member of the U.S. Navy SEALs. With just this one kick, he has already surpassed Lei Zhan. Ling Feng dodged the old man's 2 consecutive attacks and stepped back. The old man was much stronger than Ling Feng had anticipated, No wonder Lei Zhan and the others have been unable to deal with him. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement while insiders see the trickery. Although it was just a thrust and a kick, it was clear from these moves that the old man possessed superb fighting skills. The thrust demonstrated his hand speed, arm strength, and the angle of his strike had reached a perfect level. The seamless side kick reflected his body's flexibility and rich combat experience. Ling Feng easily neutralized both attacks, causing the old man to furrow his brow slightly. He was also shocked that Ling Feng had effortlessly countered his attacks. His first move was merely a probe, while the real killer blow was the subsequent side kick. A side kick with no blind spots. The explosive power unleashed in an instant could burst a sandbag. Unexpectedly, the opponent had easily dodged it. Indeed very strong, but still he must die. The old man lunged at Ling Feng again, with the forest wolf being passed back and forth between his left and right hands, dazzling the onlookers. This was the old man's killer move, the piercing strike. The back-and-forth movement of the forest wolf made it impossible for the opponent to judge whether it would end up in the left hand or the right hand. Only at the last second could one tell clearly, but by then it would be too late. Ling Feng's body slightly recoiled as the old man approached. Suddenly, like a venomous snake, his figure sprang up, sliding past the old man in a strange manner. A line of blood suddenly appeared on the old man's throat, and the next second, blood gushed out from his throat. With a look of terror in his eyes, the old man covered his throat with both hands, rasping, "I don't want to die, I don't want to die." He looked at Ling Feng with an incredulous expression, wondering why. How did he not sense the opponent's strike just now? What kind of attack was this? It was like a shadow. Ling Feng sneered and said, "If you weren't seeing me for the first time, perhaps you wouldn't die." Ling Feng had to admit that the old fighting techniques were indeed powerful, even stronger than Lei Zhan or Long Xiaoyan. Even if Lei Zhan and Long Xiaoyan teamed up, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat the old man. However, Ling Feng's Moonlight Moria shadow fighting technique was too bizarre. Especially when launching a surprise attack against someone who had never encountered it before, they would never expect such an incredible attack method from the human body. The defense against this kind of attack wasn't difficult. As long as the opponent paid enough attention or had seen it once before, the effectiveness of similar attacks would be greatly reduced. In other words, if Ling Feng used this attack method again, the old man would only need to be slightly cautious to avoid it. This was also a drawback of the Moonlight Moria shadow fighting technique. Ding! The host has killed a boss-level terrorist and gained 20 experience points. Ding! The host has reached level 5. The Pirate King system has been reactivated, and the host can choose new skills. Ding! The host has obtained new Devil Fruit Essence. Please check. A series of sounds rang in Ling Feng's ears after his promotion, and the more he listened, the more excited he became. This was the powerful benefit that came with leveling up. Choosing new skills. Obtaining Devil Fruit Essence to transform his body. At the same time, attributes increased by 1. His strength had surged again, so how could Ling Feng not be excited? He hurriedly checked his personal attributes. Soldier. Ling Feng profession. Special Forces level. 5 attributes. Root Bone 5, Spirit 5, Constitution 5, Strength 5. Speed 5, Normal Person 1, Skills. Enel's Heart Network Sensory Skill, Crocodile's Drought Resistant Skill, Moonlight Moria Shadow Fighting Technique. Special abilities, Climbing, Beauty, Sound Localization, Proficient in Traps. Experience points, 10, 500. While Ling Feng was checking his personal attributes, Lei Zhan and the others finally arrived at the scene. He's dead. When Lei Zhan and the others saw the old man lying on the ground, they all showed expressions of shock. It was obvious that Ling Feng had killed the old man, and in such a personal way. Number 1, you're incredible. Do you know who the old man is? The King of Mercenaries, former member of the U.S. Navy SEALs, the King of Special Forces. I never expected he would fall to you, Xiaomi Feng excitedly said. Newbie number 1, no, if you're a newbie, I feel like I'm just a little bug, Yuan Bao joked. I can only give you 2 words. Awesome. You're the most powerful newcomer I've ever seen. Lei Zhan walked over to Ling Feng, his expression somewhat complex, and asked, "Are you hurt?" "No, Ling Feng replied." After confirming that Ling Feng was unhurt, Lei Zhan immediately contacted Fan Tianlei. Fan Tianlei was preparing to withdraw when he received Lei Zhan's report. "Are you sure all the terrorists have been eliminated?" "All 5 terrorists are in custody," Lei Zhan replied. "Well done. How's Ling Feng? Were there any casualties among the others?" "All safe." "Good." Fan Tianlei said good 3 times in a row, then immediately contacted He Jijun. When He Jijun heard the situation, he stood up excitedly and patted the table. He then ordered to cancel the bombing and report the situation to his superiors. Ling Feng looked at the old corpse. Although he had killed the opponent in the last moment, he felt that the entire process was fraught with great risks and had a strong sense of adventure. If the old man had been a bit more cautious just now, the final outcome could have been a scene of mutual destruction, or even a situation where they both perished. His own abilities were still not strong enough. Ling Feng reflected on the entire process and realized that he still had many shortcomings. If he were to face two old masters like this in the future, the outcome would be predictable. Still alive, the King of Hell discovered that this guy was surprisingly still breathing while checking the old corpse. Ling Feng was slightly taken aback and thought to himself, his throat has been cut, yet he isn't dead? No wonder he's called an old nine-lived monster. Take him away. If he doesn't die even after returning to the military district, he must have a big fate, Lei Zhan said. Dainyu and Yuanbao dragged the old man back to the base. Ling Feng also returned with Lei Zhan and the others. On the way, the little bees and others curiously asked Ling Feng how he dealt with the old one, to which Ling Feng mysteriously replied with 2 words, secret. After receiving Lei Zhan's report, the base went on high alert, and everyone returned to a normal state. Before long, Lei Zhan secretly returned to the base with his team and sent the old one to the military hospital for emergency treatment. After Ling Feng returned to the base, he separated from Lei Zhan and the others and went back to his team on his own. Since the instructors were all on missions, everyone trained independently in place. And Xiao Bing, Yu Fei, and others also returned to the base, visiting Ling Feng in the medical room. Overall, Ling Feng's return did not attract much attention. Instead, as soon as Tang Xiao and Ran saw Ling Feng back, they immediately surrounded him. Tang Xiao smiled and questioned, "So where did you go just now?" Everyone knew that Ling Feng had gone into the woods to compete for the position of team leader with Xiao Bing and the others, and as a result, he was ambushed by terrorists, returning to the base, but Ling Feng was the only one unaccounted for. "Did you go into the forest?" Tang Xiao asked curiously. Right now, the entire base was discussing the terrorist attack incident, and it was said that the commander was extremely angry and was ready to blow up the entire training base. But for some reason, the operation was cancelled in the last few minutes. At such a time, Ling Feng's disappearance indeed raised many suspicions. And Ran smiled from the side and said, "Everyone is very concerned about your safety." Ling Feng said seriously, "Actually, I want to fight. I even captured their leader. The military district might commend me, and I might even get promoted." Tang Xiao chuckled, patted Ling Feng on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Ling Feng, you should come clean and not lie. We're still good friends." Tang Xiao thought Ling Feng was joking. Capturing a terrorist leader? After all, Ling Feng was just a newcomer who hadn't even participated in a live-fire drill. The terrorists were heavily armed international mercenaries. It was said that one of them was a former Navy SEAL Special Forces king from the U.S. Was Ling Feng really going to face them with blank rounds? That was a joke on an international scale. "I knew you wouldn't believe me." Ling Feng laughed dismissively. "All right, I believe you. But you must pay attention to your safety next time." The instructor said, "Bullets don't have eyes. They can shoot through your forehead in an instant," Tang Xiao said. And Ran smiled from the side, neither confirming nor denying it, but she always felt that Ling Feng's words didn't sound like a joke. "Ling Feng, you really need to be careful next time," and Ran said with concern. After chatting a bit with Ran and Tang Xiao, Ling Feng went straight back to the dormitory. As soon as he entered, he was immediately surrounded by He Cheng Wang and others. The most excited was Wang Yanbing, who curiously asked, "Ling Feng, where did you just go?" Li Erniu widened his eyes, staring at Ling Feng. Even He Cheng Wang couldn't help but get excited. After all, it was a rare real combat situation, so of course, he wanted to know what happened. Among all the newcomers in the team, only Ling Feng was absent, and they had asked Long Xiaoyan about it. Although there was no direct answer, Long Xiaoyan's words implied that Ling Feng participated in the battle, right? Therefore, everyone was curious about what the outcome was and whether it was particularly thrilling. They had just heard rumors that the higher-ups were preparing to carpet bomb the entire exercise base, but it was suddenly cancelled. Ling Feng was too lazy to explain so much and said, "I need to go to the bathroom." Wang Yanbing stared at Ling Feng, hoping he would reveal some shocking insider information, but he didn't expect such a response. He joked, "Ling Feng, this is real combat. Don't tell me you're so scared that you ran into the bathroom and can't get out." Ling Feng shot him a glance, ignorant. Then he turned over and fell asleep. Tracking the old man indeed consumed a lot of Ling Feng's mental energy, especially when it came to clearing minds. If it weren't for Ling Feng's 5 times the mental strength of an average person, he would have likely passed out long ago. Coupled with the excessive physical exhaustion, Ling Feng suddenly fell into a deep sleep, even forgetting that his system skills were activated. He Chung Guang and the others looked at Ling Feng, who fell asleep so quickly, exchanging glances. Was he that tired? Seeing Ling Feng asleep, they didn't dare to continue asking questions and could only wait for him to wake up to talk. At this moment, in the base's interrogation room, Lei Zhan stared at the bound old man. The wound on his neck had been stitched up and bandaged. A person who was supposed to be dead was now full of life, as if nothing had happened. Lei Zhan was shocked by such recovery ability. The main issue was that his throat had clearly been cut by a sharp object, so how could he still be alive? What frustrated Lei Zhan was that after the old man woke up, he immediately started cursing at him, his mouth hard and foul, saying with a dead pig's indifference, "My trachea can retract 3 inches. It's not that easy to die. Show me what you've got. I want to see what you Boy Scouts are capable of." Lei Zhan's expression darkened. He had initially wanted to be courteous before resorting to violence, but seemed unnecessary now. "You're the Boy Scout leader who got played around by me today, right? Don't give me those big eyes when I had my gun. You were still pissing your pants," the old man sarcastically said. Lei Zhan clenched his fists, feeling that the old man had hit a sore spot, and he exploded with rage. It was only thanks to the newcomer Ling Feng that they managed to take down the old mercenary, which made Lei Zhan very displeased. The old man's constant references to Boy Scouts were unbearable for Lei Zhan. Looking for death, Lei Zhan was not polite at all, and the nylon whip struck the old man fiercely, making a loud sound. Within a few minutes, the old man's body was covered in lacerations, but his mouth remained stubborn until he finally fainted from the pain. Splash! A bucket of cold water was poured over the old man's head. Under the stimulation of the cold water, the old man slowly regained consciousness, opened his eyes, but still wore a cold smirk. At this moment, Long Xiaoyan walked in. The old man, with a slightly hoarse voice, said, "What are you? If you let me go, even 10 of you wouldn't be my match. I only admire the one who caught me. What's his name? Let him come talk to me. If I'm not mistaken, he should be a rookie, right? You useless guy. If you had the ability, you would have caught me long ago. Now you still have a nerve to show off in front of me." The old man mocked. "No wonder I called you a Boy Scout. I was right." The old man never considered he could leave here alive. The only thing he wanted to know now was the background of the rookie who made him fall so hard. How could he know so much? He tracked him all the way, cleared the mines they set up, then suddenly launched a surprise attack, killing his men and almost seriously injuring him, nearly costing him his life. The old man replayed the entire process in his mind, unable to understand where he went wrong. Therefore, he was particularly eager to hear from that rookie about what happened, so he could die with his eyes closed. As for the big guy in front of him, the old man truly looked down on him. Lying there with gunshot wounds, Lei Zhan was furious. The saying goes that without comparison, there is no harm. What the old man said was indeed correct. A rookie's performance overshadowed all the instructors. Even he, the king of soldiers in the Southern Military Region, was utterly defeated, especially for someone like Lei Zhan, who had a strong sense of pride. The old man's words were like an invisible blade, stabbing painfully at Lei Zhan's heart. "I'll kill you." Furious, Lei Zhan drew his dagger and rushed at the old man, wanting to finish him off. "Stop!" Long Xiaoyan commanded. Lei Zhan then stopped, glaring fiercely at the old man. Long Xiaoyan took a few slow steps forward, her sharp gaze fixed on the old man. She had heard of the mercenary old man and had even collected information about him. He could be described as a king of killers. Long Xiaoyan carefully examined the old man's long face. He indeed resembled the photo in the data. Suddenly, she asked old. The old man's eyes flashed with surprise, a cold smile appearing on his lips as he said, "Bitch." The old man was slightly surprised, and Long Xiaoyan confirmed that he was indeed the old man. She truly didn't expect that after being internationally wanted for 3 years, he would be caught in China. Was he caught by number 1? Long Xiaoyan asked softly. Lei Zhan helplessly nodded and said, "Yes." "Really?" "Yes." Lei Zhan was not a glory hound. He recounted the entire operation process in detail, including how Ling Feng guided them in the pursuit, how they navigated through the minefield, and so on, finally mentioning that when they found Ling Feng, the old man was already lying on the ground, half dead. Although Long Xiaoyan's face remained calm, a storm surged in her heart. How did this kid become so strong? Long Xiaoyan suddenly realized that she was no longer familiar with Ling Feng. Logically, if Ling Feng could defeat Lei Zhan and the others, even herself, it was very likely due to some genetic mutation in his body that enhanced his strength and speed, thus improving his martial arts skills. However, according to Lei Zhan's earlier statement, the abilities Ling Feng displayed were not just limited to that. The mine-clearing operation showcased his skills. It was a technical task. The elite mine-clearing team sent by the military district, along with 2 demolition experts, took nearly an hour to clear the minefield, and that was with every mine clearly marked. If they hadn't marked the positions in advance, according to the demolition experts, it would have taken them at least a day to finish. And how long did Ling Feng take? At most 15 minutes. How'd he do it? Moreover, the old man was a king of killers. Not only was he proficient in combat, firearms, and various escape skills, but Ling Feng single-handedly captured him alive. He accomplished what the Thunderstrike Assault Team and the Wolf Warrior Special Brigade could not. If it weren't for Ling Feng capturing the old man at the last moment, the entire training base would have been reduced to ruins. This kid was more terrifying than she had imagined. Long Xiaoyan's mind raced. He definitely had other secrets. That kid wasn't honest with her. He was hiding things. Also, it would be best to get him to join the Wolf Warriors. This kid was too reckless. If she didn't keep a close watch on him, there would be problems. Long Xiaoyan quickly made her own plans. The next day, at 5 in the morning, Ling Feng opened his eyes right on time. This was the biological clock he had set for himself, just like during the Hell Week, at the designated time. His body awakened automatically like an alarm clock. Ling Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air, triggering the fastest recovery of his neural responses. After a full night's sleep, his physical condition was once again at its peak. He carefully recalled the battle situation from yesterday. His physical attributes were still insufficient. He needed to improve. Ling Feng felt it again. Tracking and demoning consumed a large amount of mental energy, and his mental energy was only at the level of 5 attributes, which was just 5 times that of an ordinary person. Each tracking session consumed 3 to 4 times more mental energy than an ordinary person, while demoning required about 4 times as much. His skills were still not strong enough. Ling Feng clearly felt this point when fighting against the old man. The traps he set were easily avoided. In direct combat, it was also extremely dangerous. Overall, I'm still not strong enough. Ling Feng finally summarized. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he had advanced yesterday, but now he had to choose new skills. He wondered what kind of skill options would appear this time. Having experienced the powerful benefits brought by the system, Ling Feng naturally hoped to acquire even more powerful skills, especially after just going through a fierce battle where the superiority of skills was fully demonstrated. Without the ability to discern sound and position, Ling Feng wouldn't have been able to quickly determine the location of the old man and his group. Without mastery of traps, he wouldn't have been able to allow the Thunderstrike team to pass through the minefield quickly. Without the shadow fighting technique, he wouldn't have been able to complete the surprise attack on the old man, winning in one strike. These were all the powerful benefits brought by the pirate's cheat skills. Activate the Pirate King cheat system. Instantly, 4 options appeared in Ling Feng's eyes. Cheat character skill 1. Usopp's mobile shooting technique. Achieving 99 accuracy while moving at high speed in conjunction with shooting devices. Cheat character skill 2. Lucci's leopard transformation high-speed movement skill. Possessing the speed and agility of the beast fruit's leopard form, with specific data values referencing the host's personal attributes. Cheat character skill 3. Luffy's rubber fighting technique. Allowing the user to utilize their body parts to the limit of human capability, forming attacks from 365 degrees, possessing absolutely no blind spots in combat. Requires breaking through human attributes of 10. Cheat character skill 4. Absalom's invisibility stealth technique, derived from part of the transparent fruit's abilities after activation. Providing divine assistance in special forces stealth operations. Recommended to choose after personal attributes exceed 10. Ling Feng directly skipped options 1, 2, and 4, carefully examining option 3. Luffy's rubber fighting technique? That's impressive. Utilizing the body's limbs to reach the limits of human capability, with an attack ability that has 365 degrees of no dead angles. That's quite powerful. No wonder Luffy can walk sideways in the world of One Piece, where strong fighters abound. This fighting technique is definitely much stronger than the shadow fighting technique. If I had such fighting abilities when facing a powerhouse like Lao, he would really be reduced to nothing. Ling Feng couldn't help but get excited. The attack angles with no blind spots formed a terrifying explosive power and elite-level attack speed, and his body had exceptional flexibility, surpassing more than 10 attribute choices. Ling Feng was almost jumping in anger after reading the last sentence. His physical attribute had only reached 5, and he was still a long way from 10, almost double the distance. It was like dangling an enticing pie in front of him, visible but out of reach. It seemed he had to speed up the improvement of his physical attributes. Otherwise, even with good skills, he wouldn't be able to choose. System, how can I quickly enhance my physical attributes? Ling Feng asked. There are 2 methods to improve physical attributes. The first is to strengthen your own exercise, constantly stimulating your potential, which can lead to improvements in your attributes. The second is to obtain the essence of the devil fruit for transformation, continuously enhancing individual attributes. Got it. Once the system explained this, Ling Feng immediately understood that there were no shortcuts. He could only improve step by step through hard work. In the end, for skill selection, Ling Feng chose the second option, Lu Qi's leopard transformation high-speed movement skill. The biggest advantage of this skill is that it allows his movement speed to become faster, especially in long-distance running. It can be called the king of running. This skill is a different concept from Ling Feng's physical attribute speed. Attribute speed is a kind of explosive speed, which is innate and fixed. It is what it is. However, Lu Qi's leopard transformation high-speed movement skill is different. It is actually a highly skilled way of moving, fully utilizing body shape, achieving the fastest movement speed in the most suitable and energy-efficient way. It can be considered a learned method of movement. This movement technique can be applied not only to running, but also to fighting, making hand and foot speed faster and actions more agile. It is a very magical way of moving. This is the one. Ling Feng locked onto the second item. Being familiar with the plot of One Piece, Ling Feng certainly understood the terror of Lu Qi after his transformation into a leopard. The air blast that Lu Qi could shoot from his nails in leopard form could also be considered a shooting-type finger gun, and his special Stormfoot technique unleashed spiral slashes akin to a beast's tail. This could elevate the Navy's Rokushiki to a more terrifying level, with the ability to gather power and unleash it in a shockwave form, approximately 10 times more powerful than the impact of the knock-up stream in the Sky Island. If it weren't for Luffy's protagonist aura, Lu Qi wouldn't have been defeated by Luffy. Comprehend? A flash of white light entered Ling Feng's mind, followed by continuous influx of information related to Lu Qi's high-speed movement skills in leopard form. In an instant, Ling Feng fully understood. Once he comprehended everything, he frowned. What the hell? The high-speed skills in leopard form were primarily ground-hugging movement skills, not running skills. As long as his body was close to the ground, crawling with hands and feet, he could reach a speed of 50 kilometers h based on his current physical attributes, while an ordinary person could only reach a maximum of 36 kilometers h. The speed was indeed much faster than an ordinary person. But crawling on the ground with hands and feet in the form of a cheetah, just thinking about this awkward posture almost made Ling Feng spit blood. Did that mean he had to run like a leopard? How awkward did that look? Ling Feng felt a bit down. Although he was a little frustrated, he thought that having more skills would be beneficial in the long run, and who knows when they might come in handy. With this thought, Ling Feng felt much more at ease. Ling Feng then checked the essence of the devil fruit. He had experienced the transformation of the devil fruit essence several times, and the benefits were undoubtedly clear. It could bring a variety of colorful abilities and hide various skills, such as the ability to climb, allowing him to traverse the woods like a monkey. He could identify sounds and positions, hearing movements from hundreds or even thousands of meters away, and even detect the movement of the wind. Additionally, he had mastered the hidden skill of traps, which was incredibly powerful. It not only allowed him to instantly master the assembly of various items, but also to set up various traps in the jungle at the first opportunity, finding the most suitable hiding spots. Even subtle changes in the natural environment caused by humans could be perceived. These were all the numerous benefits brought by the transformation of the devil fruit essence. Another positive aspect was that if he was lucky, he could directly increase one attribute point. Therefore, Ling Feng paid more attention to the transformation of the devil fruit essence, especially after realizing that the newly acquired Richibao's high-speed movement skill was somewhat problematic. He placed his expectations on the transformation of the devil fruit essence. However, he noticed that the devil fruit was missing a name. According to the previous devil fruits he had obtained, they were all named, such as the float fruit and the thorn fruit. Now, there was only a devil fruit without a name. What was going on? Why didn't the system provide a name? Ling Feng asked. Host, the devil fruit you obtained this time is quite special. It is a new type of paramecia devil fruit that is not detailed in the world of One Piece, specifically the devil fruit of the new Marine Admiral Green Bull. The specific abilities are unknown, so an accurate judgment cannot be made. Only after the host undergoes transformation can you further comprehend and confirm the abilities within, the system replied. Is there a devil fruit with undetermined abilities? Ling Feng was slightly puzzled, but the new Navy Admiral Green Bull was known as an incredibly powerful monster. He only knew that he was strong, but couldn't really specify his abilities. Ling Feng opened the devil fruit and was taken aback. This devil fruit is too peculiar. From any angle, it looks like a snail staring at green leaves, and even the shell of the fruit resembles a snail's shell. Is this the devil fruit consumed by the superhuman green bull? Isn't this just an animal snail? Ling Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. This was the most bizarre devil fruit he had ever seen. However, thinking about the excruciating pain that came with the transformation of the devil fruit, he realized he had to find a suitable place and time. Otherwise, his cries of pain would only be perceived by others as the screams of a monster. After figuring this out, Ling Feng quietly left the dormitory and went to the training ground to train by himself until dawn. Gather. After everyone completed the 10-kilometer cross-country run, Yin Wang announced the gathering. Then they proceeded with firearms training to familiarize everyone with various weapons. After arranging the training subjects, Yin Wang left, leaving only a few seasoned soldiers to assist with supervision. This left many people feeling puzzled. Does Ling Feng know what's going on? Wasn't there an injury during the thunder training? Tang Xiaoxiao curiously asked. How would I know? Ling Feng replied. Didn't Yin Wang make you the captain? At least share some information. No, Ling Feng said. That's strange. Some wondered why not only Lei Zhan didn't come, but also Yin Wang and the others had left. Many speculated they must be busy dealing with urgent matters, but they didn't know what it was. But this was also good. Without the chaos caused by the Demon King Lei Zhan, their training would be relatively easier, especially with the female soldiers surrounding Ling Feng, asking him to teach them how to disassemble and assemble firearms. Ling Feng had inadvertently become an instructor. While others were unaware of what Lei Zhan and the others were up to, Ling Feng knew exactly what they were doing, interrogating prisoners, specifically the old ones. Ling Feng couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these matters. After the training ended at noon, he secretly went to the forest in the base to try out Lu Qi's skill of rapid movement, leopard transformation. Ling Feng felt a bit awkward. It would be more appropriate to call this skill cheetah's run. Using both hands and feet to imitate the movements of a cheetah, he quickly dashed forward. At first, Ling Feng wasn't used to it all, but after running a few laps in the jungle, he gradually adapted to the feeling. This posture might look a bit awkward to others, but it had a significant advantage in the jungle: better concealment. Since his body was almost close to the ground while running, the branches and underbrush could effectively hide his figure, and, combined with his fast speed, it was indeed not easy to spot him. It just wasn't very elegant. As for the transformation of the devil fruit essence, Ling Feng had been unable to find an opportunity for it. Until the third day, when Lei Zhan arrived, everyone was practicing with firearms. The continuous training over the past 3 days didn't mean much to Ling Feng. He had already mastered traps to perfection, and the only improvement was his hand speed. Now Ling Feng could assemble with his eyes closed, his movements faster than his brain's reaction. It was almost an instinctual action, completed before his brain even registered it. Gather. Upon hearing Yin Wang's fierce shout, everyone reacted, immediately putting down their firearms and quickly assembling. Why was Lei Zhan here? It was only then that everyone noticed that Lei Zhan, who had been missing for 3 days, finally showed up, still with a poker face. Soon the team was fully assembled. Everyone, gather at the military district headquarters for a meeting. Yin Wang ordered. Lei Zhan's cold gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Ling Feng, revealing an unusual expression. Soon, a military vehicle quickly approached, bringing 36 trainees. Except for a few veterans who were absent, everyone quickly boarded the vehicle and headed to the military district. A meeting at the military district? What kind of meeting could it be? Could it be to announce that we all passed the assessment? This was our first time attending a military district meeting, right? A little exciting. Inside the vehicle, everyone was discussing among themselves, but most were talking about why the instructors hadn't come for the past few days, as if they had been let off the hook for 3 days. When the vehicle arrived at the military district entrance, they got off and went straight to the military district auditorium. Upon entering the venue, they found that, besides them, there were personnel from other units, and the entire hall was nearly filled. What was going on? Why did it look like an awards ceremony? Li Erniu's eyes widened. It was his first time seeing such a large event. I think it's still an awards ceremony. Wasn't there a terrorist attack last time? I guess the Warwolves veterans must have achieved something, Wang Yambing whispered. It seemed to be true. It was said that within a few minutes afterward, they dealt with the terrorists, preventing the base from being destroyed, a soldier in the know said. What a grand awards ceremony. Impressive. Now the Warwolves really have made a name for themselves, Wang Yambing said enviously. Of course. Didn't you notice that several veterans from the Warwolves have been absent these past few days? They seem to have been called for a pre-award briefing. A soldier said. So envious. I wonder if they will award medals this time. I don't know. It seems like they will. Amazing. Even those who come for special training can earn merits. The crowd quietly discussed among themselves and then found their designated seats. This large-scale meeting was the first for He Cheng Wang, Li Erniu, Wang Yanbing, and others, and they were clearly very excited. At this moment, they saw that Ling Feng and others had also come to attend a meeting. Although they walked a bit unsteadily, they could manage to walk. When Ling Feng walked in front of Ling Feng, he gratefully said, "Thank you for saving my life," and then gave a heavy military salute to Ling Feng. "Is your foot injury all right?" Ling Feng said. "The bullet didn't hit any bones, so I'm fine." Ling Feng replied, "From now on, you're my brother. I'll call you Ling Gu." Ling Feng's cheeky nature was once again revealed. Xiao Bing smiled bitterly from the side and said, "You're fine, but these past 2 days, the dragon team has trained us to the point of internal injuries. Number 1, our warwolves thank you," Xiao Bing finally said. And then he, "Sure Samba, Yu Fei," and Xiao Bing all saluted Ling Feng simultaneously. Ling Feng returned the gesture. "Congratulations, number 1. Yu Fei smiled. "You are the most impressive person I've ever met. You're about to make a name for yourself in the military district," Sure Samba said. "In my life, I've seldom admired anyone, and you are one of them." The others also congratulated Ling Feng, one after another. Ling Feng could tell that Yu Fei and the others seemed to know that he had achieved something. Wang Yanbing, who was nearby, suddenly perked up his ears upon hearing that Ling Feng had actually saved Ling Feng. Ling Feng saved Ling Feng? What happened? Ling Feng was so scared that he ran into the bathroom and couldn't come out, right? He Cheng Guang and the others also heard it, and they all looked at Ling Feng in surprise. Looking at the expressions on Ling Feng and the others' faces, it didn't seem like they were joking. And from what they said, it seemed that the recognition ceremony was prepared for Ling Feng. Did they get it wrong? 10 minutes later, the ceremony started on time. Brigade Commander He Jijun, in a tall military uniform, walked to the podium, accompanied by Fan Tianlei and other big shots from the military district, with Long Xiaoyan also on stage. He Jijun scanned all the officers below and said into the microphone with a deep voice, "Good morning to all the leaders and comrades present." There was a hush in the room. "Today we are holding a collective meeting of all officers and soldiers in the brigade. First, let's talk about the obligations and missions of a soldier in the current international social context." He Jijun's words were deafening, emphasizing that soldiers in today's peaceful era should pay attention to combining personal military quality with social environment, becoming the guiding ideology for a unit's combat operations. These theories of military socialization were the latest directives just issued by the political department of the military district, conveyed to everyone in light of the brigade's own practical issues. He Jijun continued, "Special forces bear a more arduous mission and responsibility in peacetime than regular soldiers. If the enemy comes knocking, and they are more professional and stronger than us, how should we fight?" Many people had heard that 3 days ago, our military district suddenly suffered a planned attack by terrorists, resulting in 1 soldier being injured. This is a provocation against us Chinese soldiers. Their strength is indeed formidable, even surpassing our elite special forces. During the pursuit, we almost let them escape. If this group of terrorists gets away, even if just 1 escapes, where is the dignity of Chinese soldiers? He Jijun scanned the crowd. Lei Zhan and the others felt a sudden heat on their faces. However, at a critical moment, a newcomer appeared in our ranks. His performance surpassed that of all the veterans. Under his guidance, the veterans were able to quickly pursue the terrorists, and under his leadership, they managed to cross the enemy's temporarily laid minefield without injury. In the end, it was he who confirmed the location of the terrorists, allowing the veterans to take out most of them in 1 fell swoop. He single-handedly pursued the terrorist leader and successfully captured him. He Jijun said excitedly. The entire venue erupted. "Newcomer King? Who is it? So impressive? A newcomer? Who could it be?" Besides the Thunderstrike team, there were also members from the Warwolf unit participating in the operation. If the Thunderstrike team couldn't handle it, then it should be the veterans from the Jing District Warwolf. Although the Warwolf members are veterans, their current status is like being retrained. So wouldn't it be wrong for the brigade commander to call them newcomers? Wang Yanbing analyzed. That Ling Feng definitely isn't it. The remaining candidates are Xiao Bing, Yu Fei, Shi Samba, and Ban Zhuan. I think Xiao Bing has the highest possibility. He used to be the deputy captain of Warwolf, and his strength should be the strongest among them. I think it should be Yu Fei. He looks very shrewd and capable, and during training, it's evident that his reactions are the fastest, Li Erniu said. "You don't think it could be Ling Feng, do you?" He Cheng Guang suddenly said. "It shouldn't be, right? Although he's very impressive. After all, he's just a newcomer. This is real combat. Didn't you hear what the commander just said? The things he did are very skilled, even more so than Lei Zhan and the others. And he even captured the leader of the mercenaries. How impressive is that? Wang Yambing said. Indeed, it seems unlikely besides. Didn't he say he was going to the bathroom? If he did something so earth-shattering, could he really hold it in for so many days without saying a word? That's true. No matter who it is, this contribution must be significant. How many ranks will he be promoted? A cadet said enviously. It's hard to say. If he's a newcomer, starting from private, but it could be private, while those veterans are definitely above sergeant rank, making a significant contribution like this. He could at least be promoted to second lieutenant. With such a large assembly, it wouldn't be surprising to rise from sergeant to second lieutenant. Amidst the low murmurs of the crowd, He Ji-jun raised his voice again. This newcomer has shown outstanding performance in the recent collective assessment training of Special Forces. From heavy load cross-country, physical training, firearms shooting, to military confrontation, his strength has made everyone take notice, especially when facing a sudden attack from the instructors. He single-handedly turned the tide, defeating the instructor in a classic counterattack. He Ji-jun continued to describe this newcomer's situation in training, and the crowd became increasingly surprised, realizing it sounded very much like Ling Feng's performance lately. Suddenly, everyone who knew Ling Feng turned their gazes toward his position, revealing looks of astonishment. Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, staring at Ling Feng as if the commander was referring to him. This guy performed the most outstanding among all the cadets, turning the tide during the instructor's surprise attack, etc. Every action he took was exactly what the commander described. Could this outstanding newcomer really be Ling Feng? And Ram looked at Ling Feng excitedly. Last time he said he captured a terrorist, she had doubts about his claim, and now wasn't this the best proof? Ling Feng sat quietly, his expression calm and unperturbed. It was hard to believe that a new recruit could remain so composed in the face of such remarks, showing not a hint of excessive excitement. This kind of temperament is truly rare. After saying so much, you must be curious about who I'm talking about, right? He Ji-jun looked at Ling Feng with a smile. And this newcomer is the special training recruit, Ling Feng. The scene fell silent for nearly 10 seconds before suddenly erupting into enthusiastic applause. It's really him. This was indeed surprising. This is not like regular training. Bullets are unpredictable, and a new recruit who has barely fired a live round can't possibly be that extraordinary, right? Who knows? He Ji-jun pressed his hand down and said, You might be wondering, isn't Ling Feng just a new recruit? How can he be so strong? Is there a mistake? I can responsibly tell you, there is no mistake. Ling Feng not only assisted the Thunderstrike team in pursuing terrorists, but he also confronted the leader of this group of terrorists alone and subdued him, preventing our latest training ground from being blown to ruins. He also salvaged the honor of our southern military region, and even the honor of our Chinese soldiers. He Ji-jun declared in a powerful voice. Everyone turned to look at Ling Feng. They had already mentally prepared themselves to hear this name from their superior, yet they couldn't help but express their astonishment. Incredible. Is he the instructor, or is the Thunderstrike team the instructor? Comparing people can be infuriating. A new recruit is already this impressive. What will he become in the future? The Thunderstrike team, our military region's elite special forces? The members of the Thunderstrike team showed awkward expressions upon hearing these discussions. I now announce, in accordance with the higher authorities' commendation, that Ling Feng's courageous performance in the 9/28 counter-terrorist operation has been specially approved for promotion to the rank of second lieutenant. He Ji-jun concluded. Second lieutenant? From a private directly promoted to second lieutenant? That's like riding a rocket. Everyone's eyes widened at this announcement. According to military ranks, new recruits advance to private corporal, sergeant, staff sergeant, and then to second lieutenant, moving up step by step. Jumping directly from private to second lieutenant is a leap of 5 ranks. This is unprecedented in the southern military region, and in the Army, second lieutenant is a significant threshold. Many soldiers spend their entire lives stuck at this dividing line. How old is Ling Feng? Many veterans have been soldiers or non-commissioned officers their whole lives. Tang Xiaoxiao and Ran exchanged glances. This kid is really not joking. Tang Xiaoxiao remembered what Ling Feng said that day. Now, please welcome trainee Ling Feng to the stage to receive the medal, He Ji-jun said. Ling Feng stood up and strode onto the podium with a vigorous pace. Lei Zhan turned his head to the side, not looking at Ling Feng, feeling particularly uneasy in his heart. Suddenly, warm applause erupted in the venue. Ling Feng received the medal along with a small booklet that recorded his identity. Now, let's invite Second Lieutenant Ling to say a few words, He Ji-jun said. Ling Feng faced the crowd of heads, his expression solemn and serious. The soldiers below stretched their necks, eager to hear what this likely youngest second lieutenant of the South China Military Region would say. New recruits should study hard and improve every day. My speech is complete. Ling Feng saluted the soldiers below, then turned to salute the leaders on the podium, and finally strode down the podium back to his seat. There was a 3-second silence around him, followed by a burst of hearty laughter. Second Lieutenant Ling is quite an interesting person. New recruits should indeed study hard and improve every day. Yes, not wrong. Sitting to the side, Long Xiaoyan couldn't help but smirk. This guy really has a way with words, but what is his secret? After Ling Feng returned to his seat, a crisp notification sound rang in his ear. Ding! Host has obtained a rank of second lieutenant and gained 200 experience points. Ling Feng's eyes lit up, and he quickly checked his personal attributes. Soldier. Ling Feng profession. Special forces level. 5 attributes. Root bone 5, spirit 5, constitution 5, strength 5. Speed 5. Average person. 1. Skills. Enel's heart network perception skill. Crocodile's drought resistance skill. Moonlight Moria's shadow fighting technique special abilities. Climbing, beauty enhancement, sound localization. Trap mastery experience points. 210, 500. He actually gained 200 experience points. Ling Feng couldn't help but feel excited to know that he earned only 10 experience points for taking down an instructor and 20 for defeating a boss-level terrorist. Now, being promoted to a second lieutenant grants a direct reward of 200 experience points. How could Ling Feng not be thrilled? It's equivalent to killing 10 bosses to gain such experience points, but boss-level terrorists aren't found everywhere, and they aren't easy to take down. It took a lot of effort pursuing, defusing bombs, fighting, before he finally managed to eliminate one and earn just 20 points. And now, suddenly, there's a grand prize of 200. Even someone as composed as Ling Feng couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Gaining experience points is incredibly difficult and rare. Moreover, experience points are crucial for promotions, acquiring new skills, and enhancing personal attributes. These are all things that Ling Feng urgently needs. He must work hard to earn military ranks. Other new recruits may have been top performers in their original units, but at most, they hold the rank of private, and many veterans are also just privates, like the Sergeant Major Yin Wang. Now, Ling Feng jumped from an ordinary soldier to a second lieutenant, which filled many soldiers' eyes with envy and jealousy. However, they respected him. Ling Feng's performance is indeed outstanding, shining brighter than everyone else. This was evident during training, and if it weren't for Ling Feng's remarkable performance at critical moments, he would probably have been eliminated by now. Although the members of the Thunder Strike team feel frustrated, they genuinely admire Ling Feng from the bottom of their hearts. Given the military merits he has established, it is not unreasonable for him to receive the rank of second lieutenant. Even the King of Hell secretly gave Ling Feng a thumbs up. However, Lei Zhan's expression was not very pleasant. The General Assembly lasted until noon before concluding, and as soon as the meeting ended, many people immediately approached Ling Feng to congratulate him, to which Ling Feng responded politely one by one. Wang Yambing hesitated for a long time about whether to go over and express his congratulations. Thinking about the things he had said before, it felt like a slap in the face, and he suddenly felt a burning sensation on his face, making it awkward to go or not to go. In the end, he steeled himself and went to congratulate Ling Feng. Tang Xiaoxiao ran over, patting him on the shoulder, smiling, and giving Ling Feng a thumbs up, saying emphatically, "You're amazing. You've kept this from me for so long. I can't believe you managed to hold it in. If it weren't for this commendation meeting held by the military district, would you have planned to keep it to yourself for a lifetime?" Ling Feng helplessly said, "Didn't I tell you earlier? It's you who didn't believe me." Tang Xiaoxiao argued back, "Who knows when you were telling the truth and when you were lying?" He Chengguang also came over to congratulate Ling Feng. But he said in the end, "Ling Feng, one day I will surpass you." Li Erniu grinned widely and said, "I admire you the most now. I will take you as my example and work hard. I don't expect to be like you, but at least half of it. Gather." At the entrance of the military district, Yin Wang ordered everyone to assemble. Once assembled, Lei Zhan, with a poker face, stood at the front of the line and said coldly, "According to the directives from higher-ups, our instructor will continue the meeting this afternoon. You can arrange your training freely this afternoon. Starting tomorrow, we will have formal hellish-specific skills training." As soon as everyone heard this, they immediately understood that the easy days were finally over, and this stern-faced man was going to start torturing them again. Lei Zhan looked down at these rookies with a condescending gaze and said, "I don't mind giving you a heads up on the training content. It's crawling under a self-harming barbed wire for an entire day. Do you know what self-harming barbed wire is? It is a wire mesh with sharp stainless steel hooks. A slight scratch can open a gash in your skin. If you accidentally get caught, it can deeply pierce your muscles, causing excruciating pain. Of course, Anyone who thinks they can't handle it can choose to give up. Otherwise, once training starts, there will be many unknowns, especially for girls. If you get your face cut, you'll be disfigured. Don't say I didn't warn you. Lei Zhan said sternly. Hearing Lei Zhan's description, the trainees could roughly guess what kind of scene it would be. The female soldiers showed worried expressions after listening. Is anyone going to withdraw? Lei Zhan scanned the crowd and shouted. Very good. I hope when we meet tomorrow, you will still be as lucky as before. Lei Zhan looked at everyone, finally fixing his gaze on Ling Feng. I'll say it again. I don't care who you are or what rank you hold. In my training, I am your god. After throwing down this harsh statement, Lei Zhan left with his unyielding poker face. The others took military vehicles back to the base, and Long Xiaoyun and others also took a military vehicle back to the training base. The afternoon was free training, which was essentially like a holiday. He Qingguang, Wang Yanbing, Li Erniu, and others were probably stimulated by Ling Feng, so they trained on their own, doing a 10-kilometer weighted cross-country run. A group of female soldiers were not idle either. They engaged in various physical training, running cross-country, and doing frog jumps. Although it was supposed to be a holiday, no one truly relaxed. Their goal was to become real special forces, and they were only one step away from achieving that goal. No one wanted to lose at the final step. With a rare afternoon of free time, Ling Feng decided to use the essence of the green bull devil fruit for transformation. So while others were training, he walked towards the military district's gate. What does this kid want to do? Long Xiaoyun wanted to find Ling Feng to understand the situation better. Just as she walked out of the office building, she saw Ling Feng sneaking out towards the military district's exit. Without much thought, she cautiously followed him, wanting to know what Ling Feng was up to. Thinking about the terrifying abilities he had displayed, she realized that if she were to compete with him now, she might not be his match. Plus, with his various inscrutable methods, Long Xiaoyun truly couldn't understand Ling Feng. Comparing the previous unreliable Ling Feng with the current one, her curiosity grew even stronger. What kind of events had happened to him to cause such a significant change? Just a little setback couldn't possibly lead to this, right? To have transformed so significantly without anyone knowing, including her aunt, was simply unbelievable. Long Xiaoyun quietly followed behind, as Ling Feng was about to leave the military district, and Ran walked over from the other side of the door, as if she had been waiting for him. Ling Feng, we thought you were joking about the last incident. Don't take it to heart, and Ran said a bit shyly. No, I did sound a bit like I was joking at the time, Ling Feng replied. He was focused on merging the essence and didn't pay much attention to the expression on Ran's face. What do you need? Ling Feng asked. Where are you planning to go? And Ran asked, looking down and fidgeting with her fingers. Long Xiaoyun smiled slightly, knowing that Ran was inviting Ling Feng to let her go with him. It seemed that this beautiful female soldier had some feelings for Ling Feng. As long as Ling Feng extended the invitation, Ran would definitely agree. This cousin of hers really had a charm that made female soldiers take the initiative. Long Xiaoyun initially thought Ling Feng would seize this opportunity to invite Ran along, cultivate their feelings, and then further solidify their relationship. Long Xiaoyun thought Ran was quite nice, a very beautiful and gentle girl. Otherwise, how would that guy Lei Zhan have his eyes on Ran? Ling Feng is lucky to have a girlfriend like this. But who knows? Long Xiaoyun only heard Ling Feng say, I have something urgent to take care of. Long Xiaoyun immediately showed a wry smile. Did this guy really have something to do? Or was he just lacking emotional intelligence? The girl was being so proactive. Couldn't he understand the implication? Long Xiaoyun wanted to run over and scold this brat Ling Feng for being so clueless. I'll talk to you later. Ling Feng hurriedly walked away, and Ran watched Ling Feng rush off, a look of disappointment on her face, her hands tightly clenched, biting her lip, her mood becoming complicated. Maybe he really did have something urgent. Just as Ran was about to turn and leave, she saw Long Xiaoyun walking towards her. Ran immediately saluted Long Xiaoyun. Hello, Chief. Long Xiaoyun carefully examined Ran. This was the first time Long Xiaoyun had looked at Ran up close, and she was indeed a very elegant girl. She had the aura of a refined lady, especially her eyes, which made people unable to help but like her. Not to mention Long Xiaoyun liked her. If her brother-in-law saw her, he would definitely like this daughter-in-law too. But how could Ling Feng, with his wooden head, not realize this? Such a good woman. And he wasn't quick to act. Wasn't Lei Zhan targeting Ling Feng in every possible way because he was afraid Ling Feng would chase Ran away? Ran felt a bit shy being looked at like this by Long Xiaoyun, but she couldn't just walk away. Long Xiaoyun complimented, not bad, a pretty good girl. Ran's face turned slightly red. She knew Long Xiaoyun was Ling Feng's aunt, and she must have seen her with Ling Feng just now. Did she think they were dating? Thinking of this made Ran even more embarrassed. Long Xiaoyan didn't say much else and turned to leave. And Ran looked at Long Xiaoyan's back. Wasn't she heading in the same direction Ling Feng ran off to? Could it be some urgent matter? And Ran thought for a moment and finally curiously followed Long Xiaoyan, wanting to know what was going on. Ling Feng was determined to integrate the essence liquid for transformation, not expecting anyone to follow him. Everyone was basically busy training. Who had the time for that? Therefore, after entering the forest, he didn't use any skills and relied solely on his physical stamina to run and search for a suitable location. Long Xiaoyan had strong stealth abilities and was very skilled in jungle combat, following Ling Feng closely without him noticing anything. Ling Feng drove all the way, running 10 kilometers in one breath, and arrived beside a small lake. This was a location he had observed from the treetops during a previous battle. The geographical location was relatively remote. Even if he screamed in pain, no one would notice. Plus, there was a water source. During his transformation, he would likely expel some foul-smelling impurities, so he could jump into the water to clean himself. Ling Feng arrived by the lake and took a deep breath. Although he didn't know what kind of abilities the Green Bull Devil Fruit would bring, such a powerful character as Green Bull would surely have a remarkable Devil Fruit. He was curious about what kind of ability it would be. However, from his previous experiences with the abilities gained from the Devil Fruit transformation essence, such as the lightness from the Float Fruit and the sound detection from the Thorn Fruit, the benefits brought by these transformation essences were evident. Now this Devil Fruit, which had no detailed introduction, made Ling Feng even more excited. I want to become stronger. Fusion. In an instant, Ling Feng felt a sharp pain all over his body, as if being cut by a knife. It expanded from within his body, reaching every inch of his skin, even penetrating into his bones. Ling Feng clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, sweat dripping from his forehead, his clothes completely soaked. He felt that this genetic modification was more intense than any previous ones. The pain was far greater than before. Considering Ling Feng's current physical attributes at level 10, he should be able to endure even more pain than previously. Yet he never expected this pain to be so overwhelming. Could it be because the modification was more thorough? Unable to bear the pain any longer, Ling Feng clenched his fists tightly, large veins popping out from his forehead, extending all the way to his neck, arms, and throughout his body, as if he was about to explode. One could imagine how strong Ling Feng's endurance was to withstand such pain. His eyes turned bloodshot and, finally, unable to endure the suffering any longer, he let out a beast-like howl at the calm surface of the lake. Instantly, the lake was stirred up with waves. The surrounding birds flew away in fright, and a little squirrel that had just poked its head out of a tree hole immediately retreated, peeking out cautiously. After a roar, Ling Feng supported himself on the ground, gasping for breath, and his mind gradually began to clear. Ding! The host has fused with the Green Bull Devil Fruit gene, gaining the ability of photosynthesis. Just as Ling Feng's mind began to clear, he heard a crisp notification sound, and his eyes widened in surprise. Photosynthesis? What is that? Ling Feng feels a bit confused. Isn't photosynthesis a capability that only plants possess? Ding! Host gene modification successful. All attributes 1. Ling Feng was still in a daze when a crisp voice echoed again. All attributes +1. Great! Just for this, the pain he endured was worth it. Ling Feng slowly stood up, clenching his fists and immediately feeling a surge of power, even stronger than before. He tried to throw a punch, using only half of his strength, but his fist already created a gust of wind. There was a faint sound of an explosion in the air, and when he exerted all his strength in a full strike, it made a subtle, vibrating sound. Ling Feng was trying to do push-ups on the ground, increasing the frequency to twice that of before, and he wasn't even out of breath. He completed the movements using only his left index finger and the tip of his right foot to support his body. After finishing 201 go, Ling Feng lightly jumped up, stood up, and there was no sign of fatigue on his face. This tangible increase in physical strength made Ling Feng feel indescribably good. He took a deep breath, then walked into the sunlight, facing the sun, letting the rays shine on him, wanting to experience a bit of photosynthesis. In Ling Feng's understanding, photosynthesis is a biochemical process in which plants, algae, and certain bacteria convert carbon dioxide, or hydrogen sulfide, and water into organic matter under the illumination of visible light. Through light reactions and dark reactions, utilizing photosynthetic pigments, transforming light energy into chemical energy stored in organic matter, and releasing oxygen, or hydrogen gas. However, the powers of the devil fruit exceed human understanding, so Ling Feng didn't dwell on it. Ling Feng stretched out his palm towards the sunlight. I don't feel anything. Ling Feng simply rolled up his cuffs and swayed in the sunlight. Yet he still felt no unusual changes in his body. Why did the system not feel anything at all? Host, you could try going into the water. The moment a human body begins to nurture life is during the fetal breath. Being in the water can stimulate your innate potential. After all, your genes have been modified, so the changes that occur in the water will be even greater, the system explained. Ling Feng took a deep breath and then jumped into the water. Entering the clear water, Ling Feng held his breath tightly and swam slowly. With his current physique, he could hold his breath for 5 minutes without any problem. He began to concentrate and feel the changes in the water. Floating oxygen? Ling Feng truly felt the dissolved oxygen in the water. This oxygen seemed to gradually permeate into his skin, starting to combine with the cells in his body, forming some kind of special biological reaction that gave him a very strange feeling. Could this be the reaction of photosynthesis? As time passed, approximately 10 minutes later, Ling Feng suddenly felt that his physical attributes were slowly increasing. Moreover, this enhancement did not bring him any discomfort or pain. More importantly, Ling Feng felt as if he could breathe underwater. Originally, he could only hold his breath for 5 minutes, but he managed to endure for 10 minutes without feeling any discomfort from lack of oxygen. Not only could his physical attributes improve, but he could also breathe in the water. Photosynthesis is amazing. Long Xiaoyun, who had been observing by the lakeside, occasionally checked the time, and 10 minutes had already passed. Normally, a person can hold their breath for about 120 seconds. With specialized training, this can extend to around 240 seconds, and the limit is about 300 seconds. For special forces who experience subtle genetic changes, it could be around 350 seconds. Ling Feng has been underwater for nearly 10 minutes now. 600 seconds. That's more than 5 times the normal person's limit. Of course, there are exceptions, like the American Foster who held his breath for 13 minutes and 5 seconds. But such people have only been found once in the world. Is something wrong? Long Xiaoyun started to worry. Just a moment ago, from a distance, Long Xiaoyun heard intense screams and thought Ling Feng was hunting a beast. When she caught up, she saw him jump into the water. She carefully looked around and didn't see any beasts, nor were there any signs of injury or blood on the ground. Strange, it was right here just a moment ago. Long Xiaoyun felt puzzled. She waited on the shore, but now she still hadn't seen Ling Feng's surface. He had already exceeded the limit time of professionals. Long Xiaoyun became anxious, and without thinking much, she took off her shoes and jumped into the water with a splash. At this moment, Ling Feng underwater was experiencing the wonders brought by photosynthesis. Ding, the host's muscle cells have been saturated, all attributes increased by 0.5. A crisp voice rang in Ling Feng's ears. All attributes increased by 0.5. Ling Feng's eyes brightened. He quickly checked his personal attributes. Soldier, Ling Feng profession, Special Forces level 5 attributes, root bone 6, 5 spirit 6, 5 constitution 6, 5 strength 6, 5 speed 6, 5 average person, 1 skills, Enel's heart network sensory skill, Crocodile's drought resistance skill, Moonlight Moria's shadow fighting technique, Lucci's leopard transformation movement skill special abilities, climbing, beauty enhancement, sound location discrimination, trap mastery, photosynthesis experience points. 210,500. It really increased by 0.5. Ling Feng couldn't contain his excitement. What does this mean? Photosynthesis can effectively enhance physical attributes. This is another method of improving attributes. Not only is the speed of improvement significantly faster than the physical training method, but it also doesn't involve the intense pain associated with consuming the essence of a devil fruit. How could Ling Feng not be excited about this? Especially considering the speed of attribute enhancement. He had only been underwater for a little over 10 minutes and had already improved by 0.5. That's truly impressive. Don't underestimate this 0.5. Just considering the movement skill of the leopard transformation, his speed jumped from 50 km/h to 55 km/h in an instant. This kind of speed enhancement can be described as comparable to riding a rocket. Just as Ling Feng was excitedly preparing to throw punches in the water, he suddenly saw Long Xiaoyun swimming over. How did you get here? Ling Feng looked surprised. Ling Feng swam over to Long Xiaoyun. Long Xiaoyun was surprised to see Ling Feng, who had been calmly floating in the water, suddenly swim toward her. Long Xiaoyun grabbed Ling Feng, and they both swam up to the surface. Splash! The two of them emerged from the water almost simultaneously. Long Xiaoyun popped out of the water and quickly swam towards the shore. Ling Feng followed closely behind. After getting ashore, Long Xiaoyun was completely soaked, her clothes clinging tightly to her body, her wet hair and water droplets flowing down her neck. Ling Feng instinctively glanced at Long Xiaoyun, and sure enough, she had a great figure. It must be due to her regular training, as her entire physique presented a very perfect, streamlined shape. The wet clothes clung to her body, revealing everything. "Aunt, you're soaked," Ling Feng blurted out without thinking. Long Xiaoyun wiped away a droplet of water from the corner of her eye, glared at Ling Feng, and said sharply, "You brat, what are you doing? I thought you had drowned in the water." Ling Feng was slightly taken aback, then felt a warmth in his heart. This kind little aunt still cared for him so much. With a smile, he said, "Thank you for your concern, Aunt, but I'm really fine. Aren't I doing well now?" Ling Feng deliberately flexed his strong arm. "I am training for arm swimming. I must improve my breath-holding skills. Otherwise, in this training session, I fear that Lei Zhan, that naive guy, will target me. You wouldn't want me to embarrass you, right?" Long Xiaoyun didn't believe Ling Feng's nonsense. How could she not know how capable Lei Zhan is? Given this kid's strength, it's likely that even 2 Lei Zhans wouldn't be his match. As for those training subjects, they probably seem like child's play to him. Now he's saying he ran all this way to train for arm swimming? Is he kidding? Long Xiaoyun's sharp gaze swept over Ling Feng, and she asked with a tone of skepticism, "Are you hiding something from me?" Ling Feng pretended to be confused and said, "No, I've been right under your nose the whole time. What could I possibly hide from you? Really not? Well, I have a bit of a crush on a female soldier. Does that count as a secret?" Ling Feng immediately changed the subject. Long Xiaoyun must be suspicious of him, which is why she secretly followed him. He was careless. If he were being followed by the enemy, wouldn't that be dangerous? He must be more careful next time. Long Xiaoyun frowned, her instincts telling her that something was definitely wrong. But since Ling Feng wouldn't say anything, there was nothing she could do. "This is your personal matter. You don't need to report it to me," Long Xiaoyun said. "Oh." Ling Feng occasionally glanced at Long Xiaoyun, a mature woman. It was at this moment that Long Xiaoyun noticed Ling Feng looking at her, realizing how the clothes clung to her body, making her curves particularly noticeable, causing her to frown. "You must pay attention to safety with such dangerous methods in the future. After holding my breath in the water for over 10 minutes, what if something goes wrong and I become a water ghost? How am I supposed to explain that to my sister?" Long Xiaoyun said sternly. "Remember, don't act recklessly in the future, and don't get carried away." After scolding Ling Feng a few more times, Long Xiaoyun awkwardly left in a hurry. Ling Feng is feeling a bit frustrated. How could he not notice Long Xiaoyun's awkwardness? She is trying to cover up her embarrassment in this way, and Ling Feng can certainly see through it. But come on, he's also a normal man. Seeing something beautiful will naturally elicit a reaction. Otherwise, wouldn't he be a modern eunuch? Still, no matter how he feels, Long Xiaoyun is ultimately his little aunt. After a moment of frustration, Ling Feng pushed his emotions aside. He still had some questions that he hadn't clarified while experiencing photosynthesis. What does it mean for muscle cells to be saturated? Ling Feng asked the system. Host. Photosynthesis originally occurs only in plants. Although your body has been modified, it cannot directly produce biological changes through sunlight like plants do. However, you can deplete the oxygen ions in the originally saturated muscle cells through high-intensity training and then reabsorb free oxygen, thereby enhancing your physical attributes. Ling Feng's eyes lit up. The role of photosynthesis in the host body is very special. Its fundamental function is to alter the host's muscle cells, laying a solid foundation for the host to ultimately adapt to sunlight and complete oxygen absorption. Currently, the host has only achieved the initial state of photosynthesis. Therefore, if the host wants to further enhance the utilization of photosynthesis, the first step is to continuously strengthen self-training, allowing the muscle cells to feel hunger and urgently need oxygen for replenishment. The second step is to start exercising in water until gradually becoming accustomed to sunlight. After 10 minutes, Ling Feng finally understood the principle of photosynthesis thoroughly. After this understanding, Ling Feng felt elated. The powerful benefits of photosynthesis were far more than he had originally thought. No wonder that General Greenbull was referred to as the most. After clearing this up, Ling Feng happily returned to the base. After Ling Feng left, Ran, who had been hiding in the shadows of the forest, finally stood up. She had been carefully following behind Long Xiaoyun. Long Xiaoyun's attention was focused on Ling Feng, and he did not expect that Ran's curiosity would be so strong that she would secretly follow. Ran's face was flushed, and her eyes revealed a look of astonishment. Could it be that Ling Feng had an ambiguous relationship with her aunt? Ran was too far away to hear what Long Xiaoyun and Ling Feng were saying. She could only see them both drenched and facing each other, and Ran suddenly felt an indescribable discomfort. What was wrong with her? What does Ling Feng's matter have to do with me? Why should I add to my own troubles? Ling Feng ran back to the dormitory. As soon as he entered the door, Wang Yambing stood up from the bed with a smile and saluted Ling Feng. Good day, Second Lieutenant. Ling Feng ignored the sycophant and said, just stay over there. Yes. Wang Yambing put down his hand gesture, then smiled and leaned over, asking Lieutenant Ling, can you tell me about what happened during the battle that day? Yeah, tell us. Liu also leaned over curiously and asked, tomorrow's training with Thunder Squad is definitely going to be very tough. Do you guys still have the energy to care about this? Ling Feng said, following the lieutenant's instructions, I will go train immediately. Wang Yambing exclaimed, let's go. Wang Yambing and Liu really went to train, and the two other trainees in the dormitory, upon hearing this, also dared not rest and ran out to continue training. Only Ling Feng was left alone. Ling Feng changed into clean clothes and lay down on the bed to rest. With this, all the trainees were training crazily on the training ground, while only Ling Feng was lying in bed, sleeping soundly. Currently, there are a total of 36 trainees, and in the end, 24 will remain, which means 12 will have to be eliminated. At this stage of the assessment, the remaining trainees are undoubtedly the cream of the crop, so tomorrow's assessment will definitely be a tough battle. However, Ling Feng really has nothing to worry about. Instead, he is looking forward to a more brutal assessment for Lei Zhan tomorrow. Under higher intensity training, Ling Feng's muscle cells will feel hunger more quickly, allowing him to start absorbing free oxygen and rapidly enhance his body's basic attributes. Come on. Ling Feng's eyes revealed a glimmer of excitement. The next morning at 5:30, a crisp whistle sounded outside the dormitory. Gather. Ling Feng was the first to rush out of the dormitory, followed by Lung Feng and others, and then He Qingguang and his group. Everyone moved quickly and soon assembled. Stand at attention, at ease. Accompanied by Yan Wang's stern command, the 36 trainees straightened their backs. Lei Zhan stepped forward, his ever-punchable poker face facing the crowd, and shouted in a voice that had a hint of heavy metal. I will reiterate once again. This is a specific training with life-threatening risks. If anyone is afraid, you can choose to give up. I will give you 10 seconds to decide. The expressions on everyone's faces were exceptionally resolute. They had come this far. Who would be willing to give up? Many of them had prepared for 3 years to become real Special Forces soldiers, training hard for 3 years. After putting in so much effort and sweat, they were waiting for this opportunity. Now make them give up? Absolutely not. Even if it cost them their lives, they are willing to take the gamble. The team was unusually quiet. Lei Zhan glanced at the time and raised his voice sharply. Time's up. Very good. You have shown me your courage. Now, let's see just how much courage you have. All units, right turn, start running. Everyone marched in unison toward the training ground. 5 minutes later, Ling Feng and others arrived at a new training ground, where less than 10 meters ahead was a dense barbed wire fence, arranged in various irregular shapes. The most terrifying part was the sharp iron hooks on the wire, reflecting a cold shine under the sunlight, making one shudder. Lei Zhan raised his voice and shouted again. Do you see the barbed wire in front of you? This is a specific extreme challenge. You will need to crawl through the barbed wire for a whole day, until you feel like you are collapsing. There have been people who fainted 3 times during this training, with over 20 cuts on their bodies. In the end, they had to be rushed to the hospital due to excessive bleeding just to save their lives. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the barbed wire, and upon closer inspection, the light reflected by those sharp hooks made one catch their breath. They had to crawl on the barbed wire for a whole day. The wire was irregular, only about 25 centimeters above the ground. The average human head diameter is about 20 centimeters. Just imagine how difficult it is to crawl while keeping your body close to the ground without exceeding 25 centimeters. What kind of feeling would it be to crawl in such a suffocating, confined space for a whole day? This challenge not only tests physical limits, but also mental limits. Many people's faces changed. This assessment method is too perverse. With barbs everywhere, one careless move could lead to serious injury. Who came up with such a twisted idea? One trainee said solemnly, crawling for a whole day? We are not reptiles. This requirement is too harsh. Are they planning to eliminate all of us? Another trainee added. Tang Xiao forced a faint smile and said, what if my face gets scratched and I end up with a scar? I'll cry to death. Be careful. You can go slow. Just keep going, and I believe you can do it, and Ran encouraged while looking at Ling Feng. Tianguo looked down at her upper body and began to regret why she was so big. Ling Feng listened to the complaints of the trainees and snorted, saying, A bunch of rookies. What are you afraid of? It's just crawling. If you can't handle it, then don't come. Just drop out. I got shot. I didn't die, did I? This barbed wire challenge is too easy for us veterans. Only you newcomers would take it seriously. Wang Yanbing was displeased and directly retorted. Who was it that couldn't even compare to rookie Ling Feng when chasing terrorists? Ling Feng's mouth was nasty, and the trainees found it hard to accept. Yeah, still a veteran, bragging about getting shot like it's something to be proud of. When hunting terrorists, wasn't it still relying on Ling Feng? Now you look down on newcomers? What is the strongest veteran from the military district? I see it as a joke. How can you still have the nerve to talk about us? You can't even compare to a newcomer. Instantly, other trainees chimed in, criticizing Ling Feng harshly. Ling Feng's expression darkened. It was true. Ling Feng had received a medal at the military district commendation meeting and was promoted to second lieutenant, while the Wolf Warrior Special Forces had nothing. During the pursuit of terrorists, they hadn't even spotted the enemy. In the end, it was newcomer Ling Feng who turned the tide and resolved the crisis. The Thunderstrike team was somewhat better off, as they had taken down 4 terrorists, which could be considered an achievement. But the Wolf Warriors had nothing. Moreover, this time the terrorists had come for the Wolf Warriors, and they had no way to respond. What kind of situation was that? Now the entire military district was discussing how the Wolf Warriors had become a joke. Long Xiaoyan had scolded them several times, leaving everyone feeling embarrassed. The trainees discussed this in front of Ling Feng, and his face lost its color. Yu Fei and others also looked disheartened. But who asked Ling Feng to have such a foul mouth and provoke public anger? Ling Feng had originally been grateful to Ling Feng for risking his life to save him. However, Ling Feng was someone who couldn't save face. The surrounding trainees' discussions stimulated his nerves, and his anger flared up. He turned to Ling Feng and said, "You saved me, and I am very grateful. However, regarding the face of the Wolf Warriors, I must challenge you and defeat you, so that certain people can shut their mouths. Let us use this barbed wire challenge to see who crawls faster and lasts until the end." Ling Feng clenched his fists and shouted, "Of course, if you admit defeat now, you can skip the competition. But you must admit in front of everyone that the Wolf Warriors are not weak." Ling Feng said faintly, "If you're not afraid of being a joke, then go ahead." The newcomers couldn't help but laugh out loud upon hearing this. Number 2 rookie, did you hear that? Don't let yourself be the joke again. Rookie number 1's strength is clear. Rookie number 2, you need to understand, you're number 2, not number 1. Everyone burst into laughter. Lei Zhan looked at them with a cold smile, thinking to himself, "Soon, there will be a time for you to cry. Attention, everyone, right turn." Under Yin Wang's command, everyone stopped 3 meters in front of the barbed wire. This time, everyone could see clearly the sharp iron hooks hanging on the wire, emitting a chilling darkness. "Lie down, crawl forward," Yin Wang shouted. At his command, everyone quickly lay down and crawled toward the barbed wire. Although some were scared, no one was willing to give up at this moment. They crawled carefully beneath the wire. The narrow space and the sharp hooks above created a powerful sense of pressure. As they crawled, they dared not exert too much force and had to be careful not to raise their heads too high. Otherwise, one careless move could lead to a bloody head. This type of crawling training they had also undergone during their time in the company. However, there were no iron hooks above them that could inflict wounds with just a slight touch. Many trainees considered they would be crawling all day, so at the beginning, everyone slowed down. First, they needed time to adapt to crawling. Second, this would help conserve energy to last as long as possible. Lei Zhan, with his hands on his hips, saw a group of trainees moving like snails and commanded Yin Wang, "Turn on the high-pressure water gun." Yes, a fire truck filled with clean water drove up to the training ground, and Yin Wang brought out the high-pressure water gun. Lei Zhan said loudly, "What are you all doing? Even snails crawl faster than you." Lei Zhan snatched the high-pressure water gun from Yin Wang and swept it toward everyone. Suddenly, a torrent of water sprayed onto their backs. "Sweep through the army. If you don't want to be washed away by the water, then crawl faster. Are you all moving like women? Here, we don't need men who act like ladies. Even if you're a lady, you need to become a man." Lei Zhan shouted sternly. Under the assault of the water, the originally dry ground quickly turned into a muddy path. Everyone's clothes were soaked, and their bodies were covered in mud, including their faces. Since their heads were almost touching the ground, the muddy dirt was nearly touching their noses. The already difficult terrain became nearly twice as challenging to crawl on. Everyone was instantly in despair. Even Ling Feng was already soaked and covered in mud. It was indeed very difficult. The power required to move the body relied almost entirely on their arms, and since their bodies were always pressed against the ground, there was significant friction resistance. The originally dry ground had less resistance, but after being soaked, the ground turned into a quagmire, increasing the resistance by more than double. This meant that more energy would be expended. Since they couldn't lift their hands too high, the strength in their elbows couldn't be maximized. If they maintained this position for a long time, the strength required by their arms would be twice as much as when they were fully extended. One can imagine the load on their bodies if they had to maintain this for 24 hours. Report. A trainee shouted loudly. Speak. Crawling under the barbed wire is fine. But why do we have to be sprayed with water? This severely affects our vision and our brain's reaction ability. This trainee protested. Lei Zhan held up a loudspeaker and said, Why? As a Special Forces soldier, you might encounter various weather changes while executing a mission. For example, when it's raining heavily, are you going to refuse to carry out the mission just because it's raining? Sometimes, to complete a combat mission, you might have to lie in a muddy puddle and endure the rain. Rain is still mild. If you encounter hail, you would be hurt all over and still cannot move. Lei Zhan's throat sounded like it was filled with gunpowder. You want to become a Special Forces soldier. The most basic requirement for a Special Forces soldier is this. If you think you can accomplish it, you can withdraw now. The trainee fell silent. Ling Feng sneered, clearly thinking that Lei Zhan was being unreasonable, but he accepted it anyway. Report. Ling Feng shouted. Lei Zhan's gaze fell on Ling Feng as he said, Speak. If crawling quickly can have a time limit, can we finish early instead of taking a whole day? Ling Feng asked. Lei Zhan let out a cold laugh and mocked. If your hands can crawl faster than your feet, and you can do 20 laps back and forth in an hour, I'll consider it as completing the task. You can finish early. Just so you know, one round of this barbed wire equals 20 kilometers, and normal speed off-road takes over 40 minutes. Not to mention that it's crawling now, with barbed wire overhead. This limits the crawling speed to a certain extent, and on top of that, the ground is muddy, and the King of Hell will occasionally spray them with a high-pressure water gun. In this environment, can you really complete 20 laps in an hour? Dream on. Deal. Ling Feng shouted. Lei Zhan smirked and said, If you lose, you have to crawl 10 more laps than the other trainees. Lei Zhan handed the high-pressure water gun to the King of Hell and said, You keep a close watch here. Yes. Lei Zhan went back to play a shooting game, which was more interesting. This extreme sport wasn't too visually appealing. In the end, it was all about each person's endurance and willpower. Anyway, after a whole day, there would definitely be some trainees eliminated. After Lei Zhan left, the King of Hell did not relax the requirements, urging the trainees to move faster. Anyone who slowed down would be shot with the water gun, causing screams all around, especially from the female soldiers, who occasionally let out various shrieks. But everyone gritted their teeth and persevered. The members of the Wolf Warriors crawled ahead. For them, training on barbed wire was indeed routine. But crawling for a whole day was something they had never experienced before, at most half a day, because they had undergone the strictest training. They knew how to expend the least energy while maximizing speed. These were techniques that Ling Feng and his team had mastered during their training. This was also why Ling Feng dared to challenge Ling Feng. And in the crawling project, Ling Feng had the best performance in the Wolf Warriors Special Operations Brigade. His endurance, explosive power, and other attributes surpassed many others. Suddenly, while crawling, Ling Feng stopped, turned back to look at Ling Feng, gave him a thumbs up with his right hand, thumb down, poked a few times, and then quickly crawled forward. Ling Feng certainly understands the meaning behind Ling Feng's words. They want to regain their face. But is it possible? In Ling Feng's eyes, strength is not something that can be spoken about. It is something that must be demonstrated. Ling Feng's mouth curled into a faint cold smile. Face is earned through strength. Ling Feng turned back and shouted loudly at Yin Wang, who was still holding the high-pressure water gun. Instructor, you can start timing now. I'll do 20 laps back and forth within an hour, and you can vouch for me then. Yin Wang was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. Did this guy really think he could crawl back and forth 20 laps in an hour? Is he crazy? Are you sure? Yin Wang asked after his laughter. Yes. Ling Feng said seriously. Yin Wang's face immediately showed a strange expression. He actually didn't harbor much malice towards Ling Feng. On the contrary, he admired him quite a bit. However, ever since Ling Feng single-handedly wiped out the Thunderstrike team, it had become a hot topic in the entire military district, causing the Thunderstrike team to become the butt of everyone's jokes. Wherever Yin Wang and others went, the most common remark was, "Isn't that the sniper Yin Wang? How could he not handle a rookie?" They wondered if he was getting old or something. Yin Wang and his team didn't think much of it. Winning or losing is a common occurrence in military affairs, and if they lost, they would just work harder to win next time. But Lei Zhan couldn't accept it. Lei Zhan had always been proud, and his Thunderstrike team was wiped out by a rookie. He couldn't get over that hurdle. Moreover, if it weren't for Ling Feng's help during the surprise attack, the Thunderstrike team might not have been able to salvage any face at all. This further provoked Lei Zhan, and the assessment time for this barbed wire exercise, which originally only took half a day, was extended to a full day by Lei Zhan. Such extreme training was very difficult for the Thunderstrike team to endure. "All right, it's 6:05 now. You can start," Yin Wang shouted. He thought Ling Feng was just being young and reckless. Ling Feng wanted to challenge himself to crawl back and forth 20 laps in an hour. Wang Yanbing was a bit stunned when he heard Ling Feng's decision. One round trip is 1 kilometer. Doesn't Ling Feng know how to count? No wonder he is number one. He dares to challenge such a speed that exceeds limits. Impressive. One student exclaimed admiringly. "I believe in Ling Feng," Li Erniu said firmly with mud all over his face. When the other students heard that Ling Feng was challenging 20 laps, a speed faster than running on 2 legs, they all widened their eyes. Some were even stimulated. "Damn it, I'll get my all too." A student quickly crawled in response to Ling Feng's challenge. Ling Feng took a deep breath and began to move his hands and feet. He had not used the leopard transformation ability of Lucci much. He had only experienced it once in the forest. This speed and agility, derived from the cat fruit after its fission, needed to be referenced against his personal attributes. According to his 6.5 attribute, at full blast, his crawling speed could reach 55 kilometers per hour, which is an extremely abnormal figure. The reason Ling Feng has not used it all this time is because it requires both hands and feet. After trying it once, he found it too awkward to move. Although traversing the jungle would bring great convenience, Ling Feng is a human, not a cheetah. If someone happened to see him, wouldn't they think he's a monster? Now is just the right time. He can fully experience this ability. Ling Feng took a deep breath, following the method provided by the system. He inhaled, and a breath of energy began to rapidly concentrate in his limbs. Suddenly, Ling Feng felt the strength in his arms, elbows, and fingers gradually increasing. The power in his legs also began to grow, extending from his knees down to his calves, and the soles of his feet felt as if they were about to burst with explosive energy. As the central nervous system, his waist felt an incredible elasticity. With a sudden exertion, he could easily leap up. With each breath, the cycle of energy in his body not only multiplied his strength, but also made his body feel lighter. Even though his limbs were stuck in the mud, he felt no sense of oppression at all. In less than 30 seconds, Ling Feng was overwhelmed by an indescribable exhilaration. Yin Wang slightly furrowed his brows, and suddenly his eyes flashed. Although Ling Feng did not move, he gave Yin Wang a very strange feeling at that moment. Ling Feng suddenly resembled a crouching leopard. What was going on? Was it an illusion? Yin Wang's expression showed slight confusion. Ling Feng fully adjusted his breathing and began to move forward. He extended his right hand, fingers plunging directly into the mud, and suddenly kicked back with his left leg. The strength from his waist erupted instantly, and his body slid forward, unexpectedly crawling out a meter. That's the feeling. At first, Ling Feng's movements were not very fast. He was mainly looking for a sense of rhythm and coordination in his limbs, trying to find the most suitable way to move. Gradually, Ling Feng's speed began to increase. He had initially fallen far behind everyone else, but he slowly caught up, and his speed of catching up became faster and faster. 1, 2, 3. In less than 5 minutes, Ling Feng had already surpassed all the newcomers and reached the back of Ling Feng and the others. Yin Wang, who had been paying attention to Ling Feng, was increasingly astonished. The way Ling Feng moved looked so much like a cheetah ready to burst forth. This was the second time Yin Wang felt this. Strange. Yin Wang stared at Ling Feng in surprise. Suddenly, Samba, who was crawling, noticed some movement behind him and hurriedly looked back, stunned. What the hell? How did he catch up so quickly? He saw that Ling Feng was only about 1 meter away from him, whereas there had previously been a gap of over 40 meters. Samba immediately increased his speed, managing to pull away from Ling Feng by about 3 meters, but before he could catch his breath, Ling Feng caught up again. Samba exerted himself again and increased the distance once more. Ling Feng was adapting to the crawling posture of a cheetah, using both hands and feet while coordinating the strength from his waist. The balance of light and heavy movements was more suitable, allowing for smoother and quicker mobility. After some exploration, Ling Feng finally got used to it. Samba turned his head again. This time, Ling Feng crawled past him right under his nose and suddenly dashed to the front. What speed is this? Samba was already moving at his fastest and could only helplessly shrug his shoulders, indicating he had done his best. Yu Fei, Xiaobing, and Banjuan were all shocked to see Ling Feng catching up from behind and desperately tried to increase their crawling speed. We have received the most professional crawling training, mimicking the crawling of lizards. Using various techniques, only then could such speed be achieved. When Ling Feng started crawling, he was very clumsy. He must not have received such training before. How did he figure out such a fast crawling method so quickly? Xiao Bing was stunned. Such an ability to comprehend was too frightening. Yu Fei showed a wry smile, realizing that our hopes of saving face were bleak. When Ling Feng surpassed the three of them, Xiao Bing and the others had helpless smiles on their faces. Now, only Lung Feng was left running at the front. Can he hold on? Lung Feng turned around and felt as if a cheetah was charging towards him. Rubbing his eyes, he finally saw that it was actually Ling Feng. What is going on? In Lung Feng's moment of hesitation, Ling Feng rushed in front of him like a gust of wind. Ling Feng is already in first place. Cold Front was a bit dumbfounded. Is there really someone so abnormal? His own crawling speed was already fast enough and on such a muddy ground. With the barbed wire above restricting human movement, it was impossible to crawl too quickly. But Ling Feng's speed was almost that of a normal person's running. Cold Front stopped and stared at Ling Feng, who was quickly crawling ahead. How could he be so fast? The mud on the ground and the nails above seemed to have no effect on him at all. The distance between his head and the nails was almost maintained at around 1 centimeter. This required extremely high coordination from a body. The movements of the feet back and elbows needed to be very coherent. Without long-term targeted training, it would be difficult to achieve such perfect coordination. Cold Front looked at Ling Feng with a puzzled expression. What is his body made of? Sure Samba shook his head, saying, our targeted practice for crawling requires the hands, feet, body, and head to work together in high consistency to achieve high standard movements, so that one can crawl quickly without injuring oneself. Ling Feng, as a newcomer, is actually able to figure out such a way of moving, which is even more agile than our previous training methods. If I didn't know he was a newcomer, I would have no doubt that he is at least a sergeant with over 10 years of military experience. Do you think his crawling posture resembles some kind of animal? Cold Front suddenly said. Animal? Ling Feng's crawling speed showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, it became faster and faster. His hands worked in coordination with his legs, and his body stretched forward, giving off a strong sense of motion, resembling a fierce beast in action. Cheetah, Cold Feng suddenly said after a moment of silence. Everyone looked at Ling Feng's figure and connected it to the running posture of a cheetah. The more they looked, the more it resembled it. Ling Feng's every move forward is filled with explosive power, his hands like a cheetah's outstretched forelimbs, and his powerful hind legs resemble those of a cheetah. It is infused with a tremendous burst of strength. Like Xiao Bing and the others couldn't help but stop their actions, carefully observing every movement of Ling Feng. He must be imitating the crawling motion of a cheetah. The crawling speed of a cheetah is the fastest among all mammals, with an instantaneous burst speed that can reach a terrifying 20 meters per second. There have been attempts to mimic its running motion, but this requires extremely high coordination of the body, and, importantly, it demands a high level of flexibility. That's right. We noticed his exceptional flexibility when we fought against Ling Feng before. No wonder, Yu Fei said in admiration. This is simply a miracle. His speed is increasing. He might really break the limits of the human body and crawl back and forth 20 times in an hour. Xiao Bing said, 20 laps in an hour. Even Cold Phone couldn't help but show a wry smile. With Ling Feng's abnormal crawling speed, how could they possibly catch up? Ling Feng is very focused in this crawling posture that uses both hands and feet. In addition to requiring physical coordination, it also demands a strong mental concentration. His eyes must constantly gaze forward, accurately judging the distance of each movement and the position of his hands on the ground, then relaying that information to the brain before taking action. Of course, Ling Feng has not yet fully mastered this movement technique. Once he becomes familiar with it over time, he will be able to break free from the control of his brain and react instinctively. At that point, his speed will be faster and more agile. Ling Feng twisted his arm, and at the same time, the strength in his waist twisted, allowing his body to smoothly execute a perfect 180-degree turn and begin crawling back. Has Ling Feng already completed the first lap? A student climbing behind him showed a surprised expression upon seeing Ling Feng approaching. He had barely covered a third of the distance. Terrifying. How long did it take him? 5 minutes or 3 minutes? With such crawling speed, what is the difference from running on 2 feet? No wonder he is number 1. Tang Xiaoxiao also noticed Ling Feng crawling back. her big eyes shining brightly as she turned to Enran and said, "Enran, do you believe in miracles?" Enran looked up at the focused Ling Feng and softly replied, "Isn't Ling Feng, someone who often creates miracles?" "Oh right." Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered that every assessment project Ling Feng had completed since the training started could be described as a miracle. Cross-country, squats, balancing with a brick and gun, even defeating the instructor in combat. Aren't these all miracles? Yin Wang suddenly widened his eyes and raised his hand to check the time. It had only taken him 4 minutes. Such crawling speed was almost catching up to running speed. How'd he do it? If it were him crawling in such an environment, it would take at least 10 minutes, and that would be at his most energetic and physically fit state. Ling Feng was a full 6 minutes faster than himself. Even Lei Zhan, the fastest, would need 8 minutes. Ling Feng's speed was twice that of his. Yin Wang steadied himself and saw that Ling Feng had already started his second round. He shouted, "Number 1, I admit your speed is indeed very fast, but still not enough. It's impossible to meet the requirements set by Lei Zhan. In the first round, your physical strength can support you for a little longer. But can you maintain that in the later stages? Your stamina, your endurance, and the strength of your hands are not enough to compete with your legs. Hands cannot climb faster than legs." Yin Wang roared. Ling Feng did not pay attention to Yin Wang's words. His current speed was not even the fastest. The barbed wire indeed limited Ling Feng's movement speed, preventing his body from maintaining maximum stretch and fully unleashing Lu Qi's leopard transformation high-speed movement skill. However, this did not stump Ling Feng. After becoming somewhat familiar with Lu Qi's leopard transformation high-speed movement skill, Ling Feng took a deep breath and slowly integrated the lightness of the float fruit. In an instant, it felt as if Ling Feng's body was about to float up. The leopard transformation skill itself made Ling Feng's body quite light. Coupled with this additional lightness, Ling Feng, who was originally close to the ground, suddenly sprang forward 2 or 3 meters. Just after Yin Wang finished scolding, Ling Feng had already crawled more than 10 meters away, his eyes wide open. Am I seeing things? Yin Wang couldn't help but blink, and when he looked at Ling Feng again, he had crawled another 5 or 6 meters. Is this guy a leopard? Not only Yin Wang, but many students witnessed this scene. Almost in that instant, everyone stopped all movements and stared at Ling Feng. In their eyes, it seemed like they were not watching a person crawling, but rather a cheetah sprinting. Is this still a human crawling speed? At that moment in the monitoring room, Lei Zhan was focused on playing a battle royale game, with the sound of sniper shots occasionally coming from the speakers. Congratulations. You won chicken dinner tonight. A crisp prompt sounded from the speakers. This was already Lei Zhan's 3rd consecutive chicken dinner. Playing this game allowed Lei Zhan to relax greatly, as defeating these so-called chicken dinner experts gave him a strong sense of satisfaction. Head, another chicken dinner. Old Fox, who was munching on peanuts, smiled and said, "Of course. Just look at who I am. These guys boast about being elite. What a joke." Lei Zhan said proudly, "When the boss makes a move, who can resist? I heard there are even foreigners inside, killing them abroad." Old Fox flattered. Lei Zhan rarely smiled, then continued playing. Head, targeting rookie number 1 like this isn't a solution. Why not just let it go? Old Fox said with a smile. Are you helping me or him? Lei Zhan, who originally had a hint of a smile, suddenly darkened his expression. You are our boss, so I can't support you? Who else should I support? It's just that rookie number 1 is a bit tricky. He always seems like an unkillable cockroach, hard to deal with. Old Fox chuckled. You don't need to worry about that. Just keep an eye on him. No matter how strong he is, I want him to lie flat like a bug. Lei Zhan's expression eased a little. Yes, Old Fox didn't want Lei Zhan to have a falling out with Long Xiaoyan. After all, she came from the capital, and she might be their superior in the future. If her nephew got hurt, she would definitely hold a grudge. Besides, Ling Feng had helped them once, so Old Fox wanted to say a few good words for him. But seeing Lei Zhan's firm attitude, he decided it was best not to continue. What speed is this? Suddenly, the observer responsible for monitoring the video couldn't help but exclaim. What's going on? Old Fox shouted as he looked up. Report. A student is crawling too fast, beyond my imagination. I can't help it. Which rookie is so impressive? Even beyond your imagination? Old Fox scoffed. As he walked towards the surveillance screen, he gently patted the observer's shoulder and said, Calm down. There's no need to be alarmed. No matter how fast his speed is, can it be faster than running on 2 legs? But when Old Fox looked up at the surveillance screen, his eyes widened. Damn. Lei Zhan furrowed his brows and said, Old Fox, be civilized. Head, you better come take a look. Old Fox gulped and shouted. Lei Zhan stood up and asked, What's the matter? When Lei Zhan's gaze shifted to the screen, he fell silent. On the screen, They could clearly see Ling Feng crawling like a cheetah under the barbed wire, continuously moving back and forth, overtaking one student after another. Old Fox's heart surged with waves, and he said to Lei Zhan, "I'll go take a look." Lei Zhan nodded. With Ling Feng's crawling speed, Lei Zhan calculated the time. A round trip only took 2 minutes and 40 seconds. That means it took 1 minute and 20 seconds to crawl a distance of 500 meters, which translates to a little over 6 meters per second. This speed is something that can only be achieved by running on 2 legs. Lei Zhan has always been self-assured, but faced with Ling Feng's monstrous crawling speed, he could only choose to remain silent. Time passed second by second, and Ling Feng did not keep track of the exact time. However, after perfectly combining Lu Qi's leopard transformation high-speed movement skill with the lightness and breath control skills, he crawled 20 laps at the fastest speed. During this process, Yin Wang occasionally intentionally sprayed the ground with a high-pressure water gun to create difficulties for Ling Feng, and even threw a few smoke bombs to obstruct Ling Feng's vision. However, Ling Feng was like a galloping cheetah that could not be stopped. The old fox also arrived. Witnessing Ling Feng's crawling posture and speed firsthand, he clicked his tongue in amazement. "Genius." The old fox stared for a long time, slowly uttering these 2 words before turning back to the monitoring room. Ling Feng crawled back and forth for 20 laps, stood up, saluted the King of Hell, and asked, "Report, instructor, I have completed 20 laps of crawling. Could you please tell me my score?" The King of Hell smiled awkwardly and said, "The score is SOSO. It's acceptable. Could you be more specific?" 53 minutes and 23 seconds, replied the King of Hell. "Report, what is the extreme score for this event?" Ling Feng continued to ask. The King of Hell was so embarrassed that he didn't know how to respond. They had never recorded the time for 20 laps. The most they had recorded was 10 laps, with a time of 1 hour and 20 minutes. Ling Feng completed 20 laps in just under 54 minutes. Yin Wang awkwardly said, "I can't remember this clearly either. I'll check the records and let you know." Ling Feng smirked and said, "Instructor, I want to relax a bit now. Is that okay?" Yin Wang, seeing that Ling Feng was still very energetic, wondered why he needed to relax. A hint of a helpless smile appeared on his face as he replied, "Why don't you go find your aunt? This project can't teach you anything for now." With such crawling speed and movements, Ling Feng was even more efficient and straightforward than all of them. What else were they going to teach? It would be more appropriate for Ling Feng to share his experiences. Lei Zhan's plan to make things difficult for Ling Feng was thwarted again. Yin Wang showed a helpless smile to the camera, believing that Lei Zhan must be watching the surveillance footage at that moment. "Yes," Ling Feng replied. Ling Feng was about to leave when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao shout loudly from under the barbed wire ahead. "Report. I need to go to the bathroom." At that moment, Yin Wang felt a mix of frustration and annoyance. This assessment was largely aimed at Ling Feng, and the original plan was for it to last a day. According to Lei Zhan's prior arrangements, there were various tactics planned against Ling Feng, such as high-pressure water guns, live-fire shooting, and creating smoke obstacles. However, Ling Feng completed 20 laps in just an hour and won the bet against Lei Zhan, ending the assessment early. This meant that the carefully prepared meals for him had not even been served yet, and the main character had already left. What was the point of continuing? Yin Wang felt frustrated. Lei Zhan was also frustrated. If it weren't for his position as the captain, he would have rushed over to use smoke bombs, explosives, shooting, and continuous high-pressure water gun attacks to disrupt Ling Feng. At this moment, Tang Xiaoxiao's request to go to the bathroom coincidentally landed right in Yin Wang's line of fire. Moreover, Tang Xiaoxiao had the best relationship with Ling Feng. Seeing that it was Tang Xiaoxiao, Yin Wang's frustration only grew. "I can't hear you." Yin Wang deliberately made it difficult for her. Tang Xiaoxiao shouted again, "Report. I need to go to bathroom number 1. My stomach hurts. I need to go." Upon hearing this, Yin Wang smirked and shouted, "Where is bathroom number 1? Rookie number 21 wants to go to you." "Ha!" Instantly, a burst of clear laughter erupted from under the barbed wire, bringing some life to the otherwise dull training ground. The previously frustrated Yin Wang couldn't help but laugh at Tang Xiaoxiao's antics. Tang Xiaoxiao's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she shyly said, "Report. Instructor, that's not what I meant. I want to go number 2, not to bathroom number 1. Her explanation only made others laugh even harder. "You guys don't laugh. I really didn't mean it like that." Tang Xiaoxiao was getting anxious. Seeing her flustered expression, Yin Wang smirked slightly and said loudly, "Approved. Number 1, take number 21 to the bathroom." Yin Wang could only create a little misunderstanding for Tang Xiaoxiao, which also helped Lei Zhan. "Yes," Ling Feng replied. Tang Xiaoxiao quickly crawled out from under the barbed wire and hurried towards the bathroom, fearing unnecessary misunderstandings. Yin Wang suddenly called out, "Number 21, stop." Tang Xiaoxiao turned around, blushing, and said, "Instructor, I really need to go." "Number 1, follow her." "Yes." Ling Feng accepted the command and strode towards Tang Xiaoxiao, taking her to the restroom. Yin Wang secretly glanced at and ran, only to see her expression dim. Women, after all, are particularly emotional. She only had a slight fondness for Ling Feng. Yin Wang curled his lips, wondering if what he was doing was a bit unethical. If that kid lacked self-control and straddled 2 boats, that would be his own problem. Little did Yin Wang know that Enran was not concerned about Ling Feng getting too close to Tang Xiaoxiao, but rather troubled by Ling Feng's relationship with Long Xiaoyan. Ling Feng finished the assessment so quickly to find Long Xiaoyan. Enran's mood suddenly became a bit complicated. At that moment, Yi Tsuanxin boldly shouted, "Report, instructor. I want to go up to number 1 too." The female soldiers around couldn't help but laugh. Yin Wang turned around and looked at Yi Tsuanxin. He had a deep impression of Yi Tsuanxin. She appeared pure on the outside, but had a unique personality, a decisive and energetic girl. What did she mean by that? Trying to join in the fun? Or planning to compete with Ling Feng? Yin Wang was a bit confused. He had intended for Ling Feng to take Tang Xiaoxiao to the restroom to create some distance between Enran and Ling Feng, but unexpectedly, it brought Yi Tsuanxin out. Not only was Yin Wang surprised, but the other female soldiers were also astonished. Since when did number 1 become so popular? Even though 17 wanted to get involved with him. Number 17 had always been aloof, looking down on men. Had she changed her mind about number 1? Was she going to pursue him? However, number 1 now had Tang Xiaoxiao and was rumored to be involved with Enran, who was actually number 1's official girlfriend. Judging by this, number 1 was indeed quite popular among the girls. A group of gossip-loving female soldiers immediately started discussing animatedly. Tianguo turned to Enran and asked in confusion, "Why don't you go up to number 1? Enran frowned, not addressing the implication in Tianguo's words, and said softly, "What would I go up to number 1 for?" Tianguo was slightly taken aback, then quickly laughed and said, "Sister Enran, don't take it to heart, it's just a joke. Actually, Ling Feng is pretty good. His abilities are so strong that he ranks first. I heard he used to be a literary soldier. Have you heard about it? It's said that all the literary soldiers in the art troupe are handsome, and many male soldiers drooled just by looking at them. Have you seen it with your own eyes?" Tianguo asked excitedly and curiously. When she said this, she kept glancing at Ling Feng and Tang Xiaoxiao. "I heard that Tang Xiaoxiao also comes from the art troupe, can sing and dance, even ballet. Just look at her figure, her long legs, and her waist. If I were a guy, I'd probably be drooling. Ling Feng is also eye-catching. Just look at his physique, perfect." And Ran was amused by Tianguo's blunt description and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Is there anyone who describes a man like that?" Using women's words to describe a man, Tianguo stuck out her tongue and laughed nonchalantly. "I just think no. One is more handsome than many women." Yin Wang surveyed the female soldiers around and then looked at Yi Tsuanxin, sternly saying, "Want to go up to number 1? Wait." Either stalled on the spot. Yi Tsuanxin gritted her teeth and said, "Instructor, this is unfair. Why can number 21 go, but I cannot?" Yin Wang answered straightforwardly, "Because number 21 is the first woman who wanted to go up to number 1. The others wait." The male soldiers around listened and felt it was strange. What was going on? Was Yin Wang planning to help Ling Feng pick up girls? Wang Yambing's eyes lit up, and he swallowed hard, saying, "How charming is Ling Feng that even old Yin Wang wants to help him pick up women." Yi Tsuanxin's face turned slightly red, and she stopped insisting. Yin Wang commanded the others, "What are you all standing around for? Don't you want to train?" He picked up a high-pressure water gun and sprayed it at the group, causing screams to erupt again in the training ground. At that moment, Ling Feng and Tang Xiaoxiao were walking on the road. Tang Xiaoxiao had her hands behind her back, occasionally looking back, then turning her head to look at Ling Feng. Ling Feng admired Tang Xiaoxiao's performance just now, saying she could go to the U.S. and win an Oscar. He really envied her skin. No matter how much she tanned, it wouldn't get darker. "My face has gotten a lot darker during this time," Tang Xiaoxiao complained. Ling Feng's skin comes from the beautiful effects of the slippery fruit, naturally not getting tanned. "I also come from cultural troupe. Can I say a word? All the artistic soldiers are beautiful, while the warriors can only drool." Tang Xiaoxiao was amused and couldn't stop laughing. She had never realized how funny Ling Feng was before. She hadn't paid much attention before, but now she noticed that you actually have quite a few advantages, Tang Xiaoxiao said with admiration. Tang Xiaoxiao made sure there was no one around and then whispered secretly, "How can you climb so fast? I'm here as their representative to ask you. That black-faced ghost is too perverted to come up with such a torturous training method." Don't get the wrong idea. I wouldn't compete with Enran for you, Tang Xiaoxiao said with a smirk. Ling Feng thought about Lu Qi's skill of rapid movement through transformation. This skill requires the body to be full of explosive power, as well as strong flexibility and coordination, which are not suitable for them. Ling Feng smiled and said, this is very simple. When moving, your hands and feet must coordinate well to unleash the maximum strength of your body, and then your limbs should move in harmony to advance. Before crawling, take a deep breath and then crawl forward as much as possible, aiming for light and agile movements. Ling Feng explained seriously. Tang Xiaoxiao listened beside him, feeling both amused and helpless, saying, aren't you just stating the obvious? In fact, Tang Xiaoxiao also understood Ling Feng's crawling technique. Ultimately, the fundamental issue was a matter of physical fitness. As for the methods and techniques of movement, without sufficient stamina to support them, they couldn't be executed at all. I get it now, Tang Xiaoxiao finally said with a helpless smile. Ling Feng smiled, unsure of what to say. You can still smile now. You've caused trouble. Do you know that? Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly scolded with a laugh. Ling Feng was slightly taken aback and asked in surprise, what trouble have I caused? Why are you pretending not to know anything? Tang Xiaoxiao replied, Enran has not been very happy these days because of you. Didn't you notice? Ling Feng, confused, said, I don't watch her every day. How would I know? Besides, how is this my business? How is it not your business? Last time when you were in the mud pit, didn't you touch Enran's chest? Now, those trainees, even the whole military district, are spreading rumors saying you have a problem with Enran, and then you're trying to cover it up. You and Enran have made the headlines, Tang Xiaoxiao said. Ling Feng was stunned again and said, that time was unavoidable. You were there too. Did it spread? I didn't hear anything at all. Tang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at Ling Feng and said, look at you getting so nervous. Can I even make a joke? Ling Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, you scared me. Tang Xiaoxiao was even more speechless and finally said, please, can you not act so outstanding? After saying this, Tang Xiaoxiao walked towards the bathroom. Ling Feng shook his head helplessly, feeling that he had already been very low-key. Thinking about what Tang Xiaoxiao had just said, could it be that Enran misunderstood him? That shouldn't be the case. It was her who took the initiative, and he wasn't even prepared. However, since Lei Zhan was targeting him because of Enran, some observant students might pick up on a hint and speculate about a scandal between him and Enran. Ling Feng didn't want to think too much about it and decided to go with the flow. When Tang Xiaoxiao came out of the restroom, Ling Feng returned to the training ground with her. As the two appeared together on the training field, the male soldiers erupted in cheers. Many of the male soldiers were so envious that their eyes widened. Escorting a female soldier to the restroom. What a subtly romantic situation. After the training, not only would he become a special forces soldier, but he might also bring a girlfriend back, surely becoming a legendary story in military life. The King of Hell was both a coach and a matchmaker. How could number one be so lucky? It must be fate. Enran was so beautiful and had such a good figure. Wasn't she also getting close to Ling Feng? I'm a bit worried for Ling Feng now. What if the two women got into a fight? Who would he help? The trainees were lost in thought. Wang Yanbing gave Ling Feng a thumbs up and asked, did he go in? Li Erniu, not quite understanding, blankly replied, what? Went in? Think for yourself. Facing the laughter around her, the straightforward and carefree Tang Xiaoxiao didn't mind at all and said to the King of Hell, report, instructor. Number 21 has finished with number 1 and requests to return to the team. Ling Feng shook his head helplessly. Yin Wang said seriously, Team 21, return to training. Yes. Tang Xiaoxiao quickly crawled under the barbed wire and moved forward. Yin Wang turned to Ling Feng and asked, are you going to continue training? Or are you going to find your aunt? At that moment, Long Xiaoyan happened to walk over. Yin Wang immediately saluted her. Long Xiaoyan glared at Yin Wang and said, you really have some nerve. Long Xiaoyan had been paying attention to the training situation, and she had just seen Yin Wang deliberately embarrass Ling Feng. Yin Wang's mouth twitched slightly as he replied loudly, to fulfill the training task, I am doing my best. Very good, Long Xiaoyan said emphatically. The brigade commander wants to see number 1. I will take him away first. Sure, Yin Wang quickly replied. Long Xiaoyan took Ling Feng away. Only then did Yin Wang let out a long breath, his back covered in cold sweat. That was close. Last time, Lei Zhan was severely reprimanded by Long Xiaoyan, and it had since become a joke in the military. Everyone knew that Long Xiaoyan was protective, and she had only given Ling Feng a little trouble. If she had been a bit harsher, would she have refrained from giving him a good beating? At that time, he would end up like Lei Zhan, becoming a laughingstock in the military district. Thinking of this, Yin Wang felt a chill run down his back. He couldn't help but glance at Imran, only to find her expression revealing some unusual emotions, looking a bit unhappy. Lei Zhan, I can only help you up to this point. Aunt, what does the commander want with me? Ling Feng asked. We held a special meeting for your sake. Lei Zhan means that even if he has to die, he wants you to continue training with the team. In short, he is still thinking of various ways to send you back to the squad. Long Xiaoyun said with a hint of coldness. That's just how he is. He has a very small heart. Don't worry, even if I continue training with the team, he can't do anything to me, Ling Feng replied. You're quite bold. Of course. Don't forget who my aunt is. Ling Feng took the opportunity to flatter Long Xiaoyun. Long Xiaoyun shook her head and sighed. Since when did you learn to speak so well? This kid has so many secrets and refuses to reveal any. Aunt, what are you talking about? I know you treat me the best. If you need help in the future, I will definitely help without a second thought. Ling Feng patted his chest. Long Xiaoyun smiled faintly, her brows relaxing a bit. It wasn't a waste of my efforts for you. After the last terrorist attack, and with Lei Zhan mainly targeting you, congratulations, you have directly passed the selection and become a real special operations soldier. Ling Feng's eyes lit up, and he said, Thank you, Annie. You're the best to me. Long Xiaoyun jokingly scolded. You don't even know how many people I've offended for your sake. Ling Feng smiled slightly and said, I will definitely make you feel at ease in the future. Is that okay? You got some confidence now, huh? When your little aunt wants to find you, she probably won't even know where to look. Long Xiaoyun replied, How could that be? No matter where I hide, I won't hide from my beautiful little aunt. Ling Feng said, All right, stop saying unnecessary things. Who else would I help if not you, my little aunt? However, your aunt has a favor to ask of you. Long Xiaoyun asked, What is it? I think Ji Jun will focus on cultivating you. Learning from them for a while will be very beneficial for you. In the future, when you graduate, come to my Wolf Brigade and turn it into a Wolf Combat Brigade. What do you think? Long Xiaoyun stopped and said to Ling Feng. Ling Feng was taken aback. Wolf Warrior? Long Xiaoyun noticed Ling Feng's surprised expression and said, What's wrong? Are you lacking confidence in yourself? Or are you lacking confidence in your aunt? Ling Feng understood Long Xiaoyun's meaning, which was essentially to recruit. According to the rules of this Special Forces assessment, after the assessment is over, the passing candidates can choose which military region to stay in. Ling Feng knew that based on his current performance, Ji Jun would definitely pay attention. At that time, he would surely extend an olive branch to him. His aunt took the initiative to give him a heads up in advance. Why doesn't his aunt have confidence? In his eyes, his aunt has always been a strong woman, capable of handling anything. Ling Feng smiled and said, As for whether to stay or choose to go to the capital with Long Xiaoyun, Ling Feng hadn't made up his mind yet. Stop beating around the bush. Will you agree? Long Xiaoyun asked directly. Ling Feng had long witnessed Long Xiaoyun's assertiveness and laughed. That depends on the leader's arrangements. What I say doesn't count right now. As long as you nod, who can stop you? You brat. Are you unwilling to work under your aunt? Afraid they'll be keeping an eye on you all day? Long Xiaoyun feigned anger. How could I dare? Ling Feng hurriedly said. Long Xiaoyun did not continue to question Ling Feng, allowing him to think it over since there was plenty of time to consider it now. The two of them walked into the conference room together. After Ling Feng entered, Ji Jun's first words were, Congratulations, Comrade Ling Feng, for directly skipping the Special Forces selection and becoming a Special Forces soldier. Thank you, Commander, for your support. Ling Feng replied loudly. Lei Zhan was also in the conference room and was already displeased to see Ling Feng. He immediately turned his head away. He had just been called over and hadn't even settled into his seat before hearing Ji Jun announce the order. Lei Zhan quickly turned to face Ji Jun and said, Commander, the Special Forces assessment requires strict training and passing various evaluations. How can we have exceptions? I disagree with Ling Feng joining the Special Forces now. This is unfair to the other soldiers. The commander has also said that the army must adhere to rules and cannot have exceptions. Otherwise, won't it be chaotic in the future? Lei Zhan immediately placed a heavy accusation. Long Xiaoyun snorted and said, Captain Lei, the training assessments for Special Forces are meant to judge whether someone has the qualifications to become a Special Forces soldier based on various skills. Ultimately, it comes down to whether the soldier can fight. In the last operation against terrorists, Ling Feng demonstrated tracking ability, bomb disposal skills, and combat capability. Aren't these skills essential for becoming a Special Forces soldier? If even the notorious killer couldn't match him, do you think the subsequent training assessments for Feng still have any meaning? In your Thunderstrike team, don't think I don't know. You are relying on Ling Feng to complete the pursuit and have the opportunity to eliminate 4 terrorists, Long Xiaoyun said heavily. The situation is different. Different? What a joke. When Ling Feng was pursuing, he didn't carry a single gun. He was empty-handed. And what did your Thunderstrike team do? Long Xiaoyan questioned. I've been observing you for a long time. You are not qualified to be an instructor, and even your entire Thunderstrike team lacks this capability. Lei Zhan stood up from his chair in anger and said, How am I not qualified? An instructor whose own student has been taken down? Is that qualified? Long Xiaoyan said coldly. You. Lei Zhan was left speechless, his clenched fists and furious eyes bulging. Ling Feng finally witnessed Long Xiaoyan's fierce side and language, causing Lei Zhan to blush and secretly give Long Xiaoyan a thumbs up. We don't have the qualifications to train. Who does? Lei Zhan was almost knocked out by the rebuttal. I can personally train him. There's no doubt about that, Long Xiaoyan said. You? A black line appeared on Lei Zhan's forehead. Fan Tianlei, acting as a mediator, interjected, We're all on the same side. Let's not hurt our feelings. Lei Zhan, you should say less. Comrade Ling Feng's strength is indeed very strong. There's no doubt about it. He was selected as a special soldier as an exception. This is a decision made by the organization collectively, not some kind of favoritism. You may have misunderstood this point, Captain Lei. Only then did Lei Zhan shut his mouth. As for Captain Long's claim of personally training Comrade Ling Feng, that issue still needs to be considered comprehensively. Special talents require special methods. The higher-ups have entrusted us with the task of selection and assessment, and we will do our utmost to complete the task perfectly. He Jijun's expression darkened as he said to Lei Zhan, There's no need to argue about Comrade Ling Feng skipping ranks after passing the assessment. Lei Zhan felt unconvinced, but had no way to argue. Ling Feng's strength was evident, especially with Long Xiaoyan's interference. Lei Zhan was no match for the authority. Then he heard Yi Jijun say to Ling Feng, Comrade Ling Feng, in the past, I had some misunderstandings about you. After your performance in the assessment and during the terrorist attack, I believe your strength is sufficient to become an excellent special soldier. Yi Jijun then turned to Lei Zhan and said seriously, Captain Lei, I have also looked into the training arrangements for Ling Feng. They are indeed not suitable for his current strength. Training with the team wouldn't benefit him much. Then he turned to Long Xiaoyan and politely said, Captain Long, besides training the Wolf Warriors, you also have to prepare for various tasks. Your energy must be limited. After all, the Wolf Warriors are still just a squad. And if they upgrade to a combat brigade, it will require a lot of time and effort. At this time, you probably don't have much time to focus on training Ling Feng. Long Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. He Jijun was indeed correct. She was dealing with various matters every day, wishing she could split herself in half. However, what did Yi Jijun mean by saying this? Including Fan Tianlei, everyone was puzzled about what Yi Jijun was really up to. Amidst the confusion, Yi Jijun finally turned to Ling Feng and said, How about this? You become my personal guard, and I will arrange the plans from now on. Everyone was stunned. Becoming the personal guard of the wolf leader? The wolf leader personally responsible? Lei Zhan and Long Xiaoyan asked in unison, Sir, how will the training be conducted? Yi Jijun replied loudly, Don't worry, I won't waste Comrade Ling Feng's talent. Don't ask too many questions. I will make arrangements. You all go ahead and get busy. Long Xiaoyan gave Yi Jijun a deep look. This was a blatant attempt to poach. There was no doubt that Ling Feng was a talent. Everyone present was sharp. Yi Jijun's talk of personal training and personal guards was merely to prevent Ling Feng, the future king of soldiers, from being poached, especially by Long Xiaoyan. Long Xiaoyan could figure this out with her head. However, there was nothing she could do. Rank has its privileges, especially in Yi Jijun's territory. But who was Long Xiaoyan? The Iron Lady of the capital. How could she let Yi Jijun have it all to himself? Moreover, Ling Feng was her own nephew. With that relationship, Long Xiaoyan was not worried about finding a way. Lei Zhan showed an expression of annoyance and dissatisfaction. How could he not see that Yi Jijun was determined to keep Ling Feng? Another case of nepotism. Fan Tianlei had long intended to keep Ling Feng, but just now, Long Xiaoyan had proposed that she personally train him, clearly trying to poach him. He thought it's over. Ling Feng will definitely be taken away. Such a talent in the military region is about to be snatched away before it even warms up. Little did he know, Yi Jijun's move was truly brilliant. An open scheme. It left Long Xiaoyan with no room to argue. Fan Tianlei sighed inwardly. The brigade commander is indeed experienced. Yi Jijun had everyone else leave, leaving only Ling Feng behind. After everyone exited, Yi Jijun politely said to Ling Feng, Sit down, don't be polite. Yes. Ling Feng sat up straight. Yi Jijun said, When I was selecting for the company, I thought you were good. It turns out you are indeed talented. However, you must not be arrogant. Every soldier in the army is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you will fall behind. The achievements you have now are from the past. What lies ahead is the goal you need to strive for. Yes, Ling Feng straightened up like a javelin. He Jun nodded in satisfaction and said, considering your special physical qualities, I will arrange for someone to provide you with specialized training. You can go back and wait for 3 days, and I will notify you after that. Ling Feng was taken aback for a moment and said, then what should I do during these 3 days? He Jun smiled slightly and said, that's your freedom. You haven't officially started your training yet, so you don't need to sit here like a wooden statue. Of course, if you want to come and serve me tea and water, that's fine too. Ling Feng smirked and said, Chief, does this mean I've flown up the branches to become a phoenix? He Jun laughed heartily and replied, that's quite an interesting way to put it. However, if we follow the ancient saying, you indeed leaped from a small soldier to become the personal guard of a general. From now on, you're my personal guard. Anyone who bullies you is bullying me. He Jun. He Jun said emphatically, I understand, but Chief, what does a personal guard mainly do? Ling Feng asked. Personal guard is a relatively casual term. Mainly, you are responsible for ensuring the chief's safety, performing vigilance, delivering messages, and you report only to the chief. In other words, apart from me, you need not heed anyone else's orders. Of course, when necessary, you should still show some respect to your superiors, but when it comes to military tasks, you only execute my commands, He Jun said firmly. Then He Jun shared some rules and privileges regarding personal guards, such as not having to participate in regular training, being able to sleep alone in the dormitory, and having slightly better treatment than other soldiers, including superior weaponry. He described being a personal guard as highly profitable, even citing examples of personal guards who followed other chiefs and eventually got promoted to high-ranking positions in the military. He even promoted himself by saying he had once been a personal guard for a certain chief. He Jun spoke for a long time, and seeing Ling Feng listening attentively, he felt very satisfied. This kid was indeed quite perceptive. That's about all the information I have. Do you have any questions? He Jun concluded. Unexpectedly, Ling Feng replied, Chief, why do I feel like I've been tricked by you? He Jun, just lifting his teacup, trembled slightly and almost spilled it, laughingly scolding, you brat. How can you speak so disrespectfully? What do you mean I've tricked you? Am I that kind of person? All right, you can go back now. Remember, our conversation is confidential. No one can know, especially Long Xiaoyan, understood? Yes. Go on. I will soon arrange your training. Yes. Ling Feng walked out of the conference room, let out a heavy sigh at the door, and then strode out of the office building. When he reached the ground floor, he saw Long Xiaoyan waiting at the entrance. What are you standing there for? Let's go together, Long Xiaoyan shouted. Ling Feng and Long Xiaoyan were walking together. What did Commander He say to you in the conference room? Long Xiaoyan asked. Ling Feng had a strange expression on his face and mumbled. The commander said it must be kept secret. Long Xiaoyan raised her small hand and, in a flash, twisted Ling Feng's ear, almost pressing her whole body against his shoulder. You little rascal, you even kept it from your aunt? Long Xiaoyan said angrily, completely disregarding her image as a beautiful officer. Aunt, it hurts, be gentler. Ling Feng shouted repeatedly. I said it, is that not enough? Only then did Long Xiaoyan release her grip and said, Speak. Ling Feng rubbed his ears and muttered, Aunt, you're too harsh. Long Xiaoyan shot him a glare. Ling Feng smiled wryly and said, Actually, if I don't say anything, my aunt will definitely guess it based on her intelligence. It's just giving me a carrot and then paring it with a big knife. I can cut whoever I want, and if something goes wrong, the leader will take the blame. Long Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh, unable to resist Ling Feng's half-hearted rogue tone. She rolled her eyes and said, Can you speak a little more seriously? Ling Feng smirked and replied sternly, Yes. Long Xiaoyan indeed guessed that He Jun was trying to lure Ling Feng with a big promise, using such an old trick. It's just about stealing people, right? I still have some skills and looks, so I don't believe I can't compete with you. Long Xiaoyan secretly sneered at her heart. Is there anything else? Long Xiaoyan then asked. No, that's it. The chief said he would officially arrange training for me in 3 days, and I have free time for the next few days. Ling Feng said, Great. I have time too, so I'll go check out your dormitory first, Long Xiaoyan said. This, Ling Feng said in surprise. What are you going to my dormitory for? It's a place where a bunch of big men live. Not nice to look at. Nonsense. Is there a woman living there? Long Xiaoyan said sternly. Sure. Ling Feng couldn't understand what Long Xiaoyan was up to, going to the male soldier's dormitory for no reason. In his confusion, Ling Feng took Long Xiaoyan to the dormitory. At this time, everyone was training on the training ground, and the dormitory was empty. Long Xiaoyan walked into the dormitory, took a few glances, and said, The internal affairs are relatively clean and tidy. Where's your bed? This one. Ling Feng pointed at his bed. It's okay. Hurry up and pack your things, Long Xiaoyan ordered. Why? Ling Feng asked in confusion. This is an order. No need for so many whys. Just pack up. Long Xiaoyan urged. Can you explain it to me a bit clearer? Long Xiaoyan simply ignored Ling Feng, took matters into her own hands, quickly packed all the clothes, holding them in her hands with an undeniable tone. From today on, your dormitory is with me. What? Ling Feng was stunned. Long Xiaoyan wanted to live with him? There was no room for negotiation. Don't be impulsive. Although the chief has assigned me as a personal soldier, he hasn't made any other intentions clear. Ling Feng hurriedly said, What I mean is, you are so beautiful, young, and an unmarried woman. Living with me might attract rumors. Long Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow, shrugged her shoulders, and with a cold and beautiful face, exuded a chill as she said sternly, Whoever dares to have an opinion, let them come to me. Ling Feng was speechless. Long Xiaoyan was still so formidable. I am thinking of your reputation. As a big man, I obviously have nothing to worry about. The key is you. You're not even married. What if my future uncle finds out and misunderstands? Ling Feng strongly resisted. Long Xiaoyan scolded. How can you still call yourself a big man? I'm a woman and I'm not afraid. So why are you being so shy? Be straightforward. A soldier should have the demeanor of a soldier. I'm not negotiating with you. This is an order, Long Xiaoyan said sternly. She looked at Ling Feng's displeased expression, feeling both angry and amused that this beautiful woman was putting up with living with this guy, and he was still reluctant. Besides, if you have any issues during training in the future, you can always ask me. It's convenient. If you're short on money, I can help you out. In short, I will do my best to help you. Long Xiaoyan's tone softened a bit. With Long Xiaoyan saying this, Ling Feng had no choice but to follow her. Long Xiaoyan's rank was higher, and the dormitory she arranged was a standalone building with a small courtyard in front, where some flowers and plants were growing. Upon entering the house, Ling Feng discovered it was actually a two-bedroom apartment, much better than cramming into a dormitory with a dozen people. This is much better than where you lived, right? Ling Feng glanced around. The room was well-furnished and very tidy, with a faint fragrance in the air, reminiscent of jasmine. It was indeed nice. However, this could erode my willpower, Ling Feng chuckled. Long Xiaoyan tossed Ling Feng's luggage into the guest room next to the main room and said, Clean up yourself. Unexpectedly, Ling Feng threw his carry-on bag into the room, quickly took out a towel from his luggage, and said, It's too hot. I need a shower first. Before Long Xiaoyan could react, he had already walked into the bathroom. You. Long Xiaoyan was about to stop him when, with a soft thud, Ling Feng had already closed the door. Long Xiaoyan bit her lip, a hint of embarrassment showing on her face. Ling Feng closed the door, and when he turned his head, he was shocked to find a large bright red cup hanging on the rack. Ling Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and an awkward expression involuntarily appeared on his face. Why is everything so messily hung up, especially in bright red? That pair of red glasses was too close to the shower head, and to avoid getting wet. Ling Feng had to pick them up and place them in front of the nearby mirror before turning on the water to take a shower. The bathroom was very clean, and on the washstand, there were some women's personal items. Ling Feng only dared to glance at them a few times and did not casually rummage through them. He usually showered here, too. This benefit. Ling Feng's mind wandered for a while as he washed his body clean. Then he put his large glasses back in place, making it look as if they hadn't been moved. Only then did he act casually and walk out of the bathroom. To his surprise, Long Xiaoyan was already waiting outside, grabbing his ear with her small hand and pulling him into the living room. So you still know it hurts? Long Xiaoyan was both angry and annoyed. We're both made of flesh. Why doesn't it hurt for you? The key is that I didn't do anything wrong, Ling Feng complained. Long Xiaoyan didn't know if this guy really understood or was just pretending to be clueless. I now announce 3 rules. First, without my permission, you cannot just mess with my things. Second, you must ask clearly if you have something to do. For example, if you want to take a shower, you must report to me first, Long Xiaoyan said sternly. Do I also have to report to you if I need to use the toilet? Yes. What's the third? Long Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment and said, Think it through before I say. Ling Feng was speechless and said, I might as well go back to the male soldiers' dormitory. Long Xiaoyan crossed her arms and leaned against the wall, glancing sideways at Ling Feng, and said, Why don't you go out and try? Ling Feng swallowed hard. He didn't dare to provoke the tigress. He sniffed the air with his nose and chuckled softly. It smells really good. Must be the scent of jasmine. It's much more comfortable here. Long Xiaoyan saw that Ling Feng was acting a bit mischievous and truly had no way to deal with him. She playfully scolded. Are you a little puppy? It's just living together with me. Is there really that much pressure? I didn't see you so stressed when you were killing international mercenaries and the king of killers. Ling Feng straightened his back and said loudly, Report. Can I go back to my room to pack my luggage? Go ahead. Close the door. Long Xiaoyan was completely exasperated by Ling Feng. Yes. After seeing Ling Feng close the door, Long Xiaoyan quickly began to tidy up her clothes in the living room, including her large glasses in the bathroom. To her surprise, the large glasses were completely free of water stains. This kid, after tidying up the room, Long Xiaoyan gently knocked on Ling Feng's door and said, "Remember, you can't just wear underwear while moving around in the living room." "Okay," Ling Feng helplessly shouted, "get some rest early." On a coffee table. "I left the key for you. Don't forget to take it when you go out." After Long Xiaoyan said this, she opened the door, and then I heard the sound of the door being locked from the outside. Ling Feng finally let out a sigh. Living together? Ling Feng smiled with a smirk. After Long Xiaoyan went out, Ling Feng completely relaxed. He walked out of the guest room and looked around the living room, which had been tidied up again. The faint scent of Long Xiaoyan still lingered in the air. Living together in the future, those guys are probably going to blow up. A night without incident. The next day, Long Xiaoyan left early. By the time she woke up, Ling Feng had already been awake and had done a full 1,000 push-ups in the room. Ling Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air and took a deep breath. After a week of hellish training and specialized training, these are the most basic subjects. The upcoming Special Forces training would likely involve wilderness survival, loyalty assessments, and simulated rescues of hostages. Given Ling Feng's current strength, he had accumulated rich experience in both wilderness survival and practical combat, even surpassing Lei Zhan and the others. They had nothing left to teach him. Ling Feng was curious about what kind of training He Jijun would arrange. He looked forward to it. Ling Feng checks his personal attributes. Soldier. Ling Feng profession. Special Forces level. Level 5 attributes. Root bone 6. 5 spirit 6. 5 constitution 6. 5 strength 6. 5 speed 6. 5 average person. 1 skills. Enel's heart network sensing skill. Crocodile's drought resistant skill. Moonlight Moria's shadow fighting technique. Lucci's leopard transformation high-speed movement skill. Special abilities, climbing, beautification, sound location, trap mastery, photosynthesis. Experience points, 210,500 in terms of skills. Ling Feng currently possesses a very comprehensive and powerful skill set. Whether it's firearm shooting combat skills, or movement, running, climbing, and precise positioning, these are all essential skills for becoming an excellent Special Forces soldier, which Ling Feng has mastered comprehensively and can almost utilize to the fullest. The only area that is not strong enough is his physical attributes. Physical attributes are the foundation for Ling Feng to elevate all his skills to a higher level. Only by further enhancing his physical attributes can his skills gain further improvement. Enhance attributes. Ling Feng stepped onto the balcony without saying a word, exposing his upper body to the gentle morning sunlight. He clearly remembered that the last photosynthesis had increased his attributes by 0.5. Ling Feng faced the sun. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 5 minutes passed, but he still felt no exhilaration from the fusion of oxygen in his cells. Could it be that the muscle cells were not hungry yet? Ling Feng started doing high-frequency push-ups on the balcony under the sun. After a whole morning, his muscle cells were not hungry, but Ling Feng's stomach was growling with hunger. After Ling Feng took a comfortable cold shower and got dressed, he headed straight to the cafeteria. At noon, while the other trainees were desperately enduring their torture, Ling Feng was enjoying delicious food in the cafeteria. By the time he had almost finished eating, he saw the male and female trainees dragging their exhausted bodies into the cafeteria, mixed with various complaints and curses. Ling Feng counted and found a total of 19 people, and the groups had already been assigned. The Fire Phoenix team had 8 female soldiers, which was not much different from the original storyline. And the Red Blood Cell team had 7 members with no changes. Only the Wolf Warriors team had only 4 members, with no additional personnel. What is going on? Hey, ISNT that Ling Feng? Wang Yanbing's eyes lit up as she saw Ling Feng eating alone and rushed over without saying a word. Making her way to Ling Feng immediately, He Cheng Wang and Li Erniu also rushed over. And those who didn't know might have thought the 3 of them had a grudge against Ling Feng. Second Lieutenant Ling. You didn't come back to sleep last night. Where did you go? Wang Yanbing was like a busybody, always involved in everything. Yeah. Number 1, where did you go? Why did you even move your belongings? I was worried that you might have been taken away by the black-faced ghost, Li Erniu said with confusion. He Cheng Wang coldly asked, Where did you go? The other trainees all looked at Ling Feng in unison. Did number 1 not return last night? No way. The military district has a clear rule that staying out overnight results in severe punishment. Where could he have gone? Ling Feng is the focus of everyone's attention, and every move he makes is closely watched. This is not only true among the trainees, but also among the veterans, who direct their gaze towards Ling Feng while eating in the dining hall. After slowly sipping a bowl of chicken soup, Ling Feng casually said, "I become the personal guard of the Wolf leader, so I moved in with Long Xiaoyan." "What? You're living with Long Xiaoyan?" Wang Yambing exclaimed, his eyes wide open. "The personal guard of the Wolf leader?" Yicheng Wang felt a shiver down his spine. "What?" Li Ernie was still in shock. The surrounding trainees erupted. The information Ling Feng just revealed was too much. Becoming the personal guard of the Wolf leader, what does that mean? It means he's a soldier recognized by the commander. It means he's the commander's most trusted soldier. A soldier who can entrust his back to the other. The Wolf leader actually values Ling Feng so much. Doesn't that mean Ling Feng is about to rise in status? And living with Long Xiaoyan, doesn't that mean cohabitation? Long Xiaoyan's impressive figure and her cold, alluring demeanor, living with Ling Feng? The shock of this news was even greater than hearing that Ling Feng was He Jijun's personal guard. Ling Feng couldn't stay calm any longer and rushed over, yelling, "What do you mean? Don't slander our captain." He reached out to grab Ling Feng by the collar. But Ling Feng easily brushed him aside with a slap. At that moment, a firm voice came from the doorway. "What he said is true." Including Ling Feng. Yu Fei and everyone in the cafeteria turned to look at Long Xiaoyan with unusual expressions. "What's so strange about that? I'm his aunt." Long Xiaoyan shot a sharp glance. Long Xiaoyan is Ling Feng's aunt. This little-known fact hadn't really spread. Ling Feng showed a helpless smile on his face. Long Xiaoyan was still so domineering. In the cafeteria, no one dared to challenge her brilliance. "Do you have any questions?" Long Xiaoyan asked. Cold Feng helplessly withdrew his hand, and Yu Fei and others immediately showed expressions of, "Report, Captain, nothing." Cold Feng said with a stiff neck. "If there's nothing, hurry up and eat. You have 5 minutes." Long Xiaoyan commanded. "Yes." The members of the Wolf Warriors dispersed immediately, rushing to eat. Yicheng Wang and others showed expressions of shock on their faces. They had actually become the personal guards of the commander. This was way cooler than being special forces. Wang Yambing muttered to himself, "What is a personal guard?" Only Li Ernie, the clueless rookie, would foolishly ask this question. Yicheng Wang's face showed a hint of disappointment. Unlike others, Enran had a complex expression in her eyes. They were already living together. Could it really just be that she was a little aunt? Ling Feng happened to glance over and made eye contact with Enran. Enran's face turned red, and she turned her head away, feeling a bit wronged. Lowering her head, she recalled how she had asked Ling Feng for help in the mud pit, which ultimately led to him being shot with a blank by Lei Zhan. This left a lasting impression of Ling Feng's optimism and strength in her heart. The admiration she once held for Lei Zhan began to fade. However, Enran couldn't help but steal another glance at Ling Feng. Soon, she saw him stand up and leave with his aunt, and her heart sank. "Enran, what's wrong?" "Dan xiao xiao no di." "It's nothing. Let's eat," Enran replied. Tang Xiao smiled slightly. "Is it because of Ling Feng? It's written all over your face. I didn't expect our beauty in the dorm to be infatuated with that guy Ling Feng." Enran's expression changed in a panic. "Don't say that, Xiao." Seeing Enran's neck turn red, Tang Xiao sighed internally and decided not to tease her anymore. Is that guy Ling Feng really taken away by instructor Long Xiaoyan? I need to find a chance to ask him. "Aunt, where are we going now?" On the way, Ling Feng was called out by Long Xiaoyan and felt surprised. "Colonel, he is looking for you. By the way, he has brought in some veterans to train you. If it were someone else, I would disagree. But these guys are indeed formidable, former military kings from the military district. It seems he really has his eyes on you." Long Xiaoyan smiled as she observed the grinning Ling Feng. "Just keep smiling. Remember, once you finish your training, consider joining the Wolf Warriors team. As long as the commander has no objections, I have nothing to say." Ling Feng kicked the ball back and felt a sense of anticipation after hearing Long Xiaoyan's words. "Who would have thought you were quite clever?" Long Xiaoyan nodded. "You can stay in my place. If you're too busy, I'll wash your clothes for you." "All the clothes? You wash your own underwear," Long Xiaoyan said decisively. Looking at his aunt's fierce gaze, Ling Feng chuckled and dared not joke anymore. Soon, they arrived at Colonel He's office. "You can go in. I also want to see a few veterans and casually check your pulse." "Good day, Colonel." After knocking and entering, Ling Feng stood at the door, saluting Colonel He while glancing around. Inside the room sat 3 old soldiers, who were also sizing up Ling Feng. In an instant, their somewhat murky eyes brightened. As the veterans opened their eyes, 3 invisible pressures, palpable in nature, enveloped Ling Feng. It was murderous intent. Ling Feng was startled, his pores tingling, as if they were bursting like chestnuts. With a thought, he activated the heartnet sensing of Enel, immediately cutting off this lock-on. The feeling was quite peculiar. Ling Feng had only heard of true military kings developing a killing aura. However, he couldn't feel such terrifying eyes from Lei Zhan. Once his heart net locked onto his own breath, that pressure disappeared. Calming down, he saw that they were just three slightly gray-haired, dressed in military uniforms, old men. But their eyes contained authority, sitting upright like a bell, their demeanor like pine. Indeed, they should not be underestimated. These are true veterans. Just as Ling Feng locked onto his breath and remained undisturbed, all three veterans sensed it, almost simultaneously letting out a light exclamation. Then they exchanged glances and made a gesture, gently nodding. Ling Feng, come in, meet the three old comrades. Colonel He nodded in satisfaction. Team Long is here too. Come in. Clap. Ling Feng and Long Xiaoyan saluted almost simultaneously. Ling Feng was a bit surprised. His aunt usually had a big temper and seemed to hold a high position. Yet when she saw Colonel He, she merely nodded and actually saluted the three veterans. This must be Team Long from the capital. Indeed, women are not inferior to men. We are all getting old. The three old soldiers stood up, clearly giving Long Xiaoyan face, returning a military salute, which made Ling Feng share in the honor. Long Xiaoyan said loudly, "Veterans never die. The legacy continues. I thank you for being willing to come out of retirement for Ling Feng. Indeed, meeting you today, you are still strong. Team Long, you flatter me." The three veterans laughed heartily after hearing Long Xiaoyan's words, exchanged pleasantries, and then their gazes fell on Ling Feng. His skin is very fair. He looks like a frail scholar. However, you just managed to cut off our killing intent. That shows some special ability. But still not enough, Wolfhead. Is this really the rookie soldier you want us to train? He looks handsome, but he doesn't seem strong enough. Is this the person you recommended? Ling Feng's body had been modified multiple times by the devil fruit. However, his physique was hidden under his clothes, combined with the beauty effect brought by the smooth fruit, making his appearance quite deceptive. Long Xiaoyan shook her head, said nothing, just glanced at Ling Feng. Good guy, this kid seems quite composed at this moment, observing with his eyes on his nose and his nose on his mouth. You have misjudged him. After hearing the words of the three veterans, Colonel He laughed heartily. Have you heard of international terrorist organizations and old mercenary groups? How can we not have heard? This old man is a retired U.S. Special Forces soldier, participated in the Gulf War, and ranks among the top 10 in global terrorist organizations. One of the veterans was moved. Colonel He looked at Ling Feng, pointing, "This is my designated bodyguard, Ling Feng. 2 days ago, relying on his personal abilities, he assisted in the lightning operation and wiped out this mercenary group, even personally killing the old leader. Do you think this rookie is qualified to have you come out of retirement?" What? The three veterans were taken aback. Before coming to the military district, they were all retired soldiers. After receiving a phone call from Colonel He, they thought it was just a rookie who needed them to come out and train a bit, and they were definitely interested. Because of their feelings for the military district and the invitation from an old comrade, the three of them came over immediately, initially thinking it was just a joke by Colonel He to gather everyone. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be real. He killed the old leader? Colonel He nodded seriously. The reports are all here with me. And moreover, he has also been promoted to second lieutenant, jumping 3 ranks. After speaking, Colonel He didn't waste any time and directly handed over the documents, a total of 3 printed copies, 1 for each person, clearly prepared in advance. The 3 veterans glanced at the silent Ling Feng, then lowered their heads to look at the documents. In the room, there was only the sound of rustling paper. Taking this opportunity, Colonel He introduced Ling Feng. Ling Feng, these are the first generation of Wolf Fang veterans, my old comrades. The one on the left is Wild Wolf. To the right, Forest Wolf. And the one next to him is Sky Wolf. The first generation of Wolf Fang. Ling Feng was shocked. He was well aware of the plot and naturally knew that it was thanks to the contributions of these veterans that the name Wolf Fang appeared again. Wolf Fang is not self-claimed, but a title given by enemies due to the formidable exploits of these veterans, killing countless foes. Wolf Fang is about blood for blood, tooth for tooth. If these experienced veterans train him, it seems it could be beneficial. Ling Feng sized up the 3 veterans and nodded in satisfaction. He was not a blindly arrogant person. On the contrary, the more skills he acquired, the more he understood that skills have no limits. Veterans do not die, merely fade away. Colonel He kept his gaze on the young Ling Feng, his eyes flickering with a glimmer of light. Starting today, just as Team Long said, veterans never die. The legacy continues. Ling Feng is the best inheritor of the Wolf Fang. Ling Feng, come out with us. 3 old soldiers greeted Ling Feng. He Jijun also came out and walked to the door, and sure enough, he saw Long Xiaoyan waiting at the door, eagerly looking for Ling Feng. Jijun smiled wryly. Ling Feng, you go train first, and you can go back to where she is staying tonight. I approve. Ling Feng felt a bit embarrassed. He didn't expect that the wolf head would know about such a thing. Slap. Ling Feng saluted and nodded at Long Xiaoyan before turning to follow the three old soldiers. As for the conflict that followed, Ling Feng didn't want to pay attention to it. After all, his aunt would definitely not suffer any losses. Let's go. Ling Feng got into a military Mitsubishi vehicle with the three old soldiers. The Mitsubishi left the military base and headed towards the mountains. As soon as the military vehicle reached the rough road, Ling Feng saw the training team conducting off-road exercises. He rolled down the window and greeted everyone. This level of training was not very meaningful for Ling Feng at the moment. He needed more extensive combat experience, like the knowledge of the old soldiers. The old soldiers were the crystallization of wisdom. Is that Ling Feng? How'd he end up in the vehicle? Doesn't he need training? And there are three old soldiers escorting him? He won't be sent back to the original unit, will he? Being the commander's personal guard is not easy. In the team, Tang Xiaoxiao and Ran were relatively familiar with Ling Feng. Seeing him leave the military area in a vehicle made their hearts skip a beat. In just an instant, the vehicle passed by. Ling Feng retracted his hand and began to close his eyes to rest. Tian Lang glanced at Ling Feng and lowered his voice to the new recruits who had just been off-roading. This young master of ours looks so delicate and tender. He doesn't seem like a rookie who has gone through Hell Week at all. He should have special abilities, but I'm afraid he won't last more than a few days. The forest wolf sighed. After finally deciding to come out of the mountains, they all wanted to make a little contribution to the military area to honor the time they had once fought bravely, shed blood, and spent their youth at the Wolf Tooth base. It was getting more and more remote. Ling Feng was resting with his eyes closed, but his activated Enel ability allowed him to sense the electromagnetic fields around him even with his eyes shut. It was tranquil. He must have reached the primitive forest behind the military district. In the world of pirates, Enel's mantra covered everything. However, the entire Sky Island was incredibly powerful, and Ling Feng's attributes were not yet strong enough. But within a radius of 650 meters, no movement could escape his notice. This absolute control over all movements felt like a divine perspective, and Ling Feng had a flamboyant mindset akin to Enel's. He was suddenly startled and opened his eyes. Just then, the vehicle accelerated and turned, entering a piece of land that couldn't be simpler. After getting out of the car, the wolf put away his smile and beckoned Ling Feng to come over. Ling Feng, I heard your specialties are shooting and tracking, but I want to test your fighting skills first. I'm a bit older now, and I was quite reckless when I was younger, which left me with some ailments. However, let me remind you, I've won the National Martial Arts Championship. The wolf's expression was stern, and his tone was casual. The forest wolf and the celestial wolf exchanged glances and nodded. They both knew the power of the wolf's fighting skills. If it were just a fight, the two of them together might not even be a match for the wolf. A national martial arts champion? This was far more impressive than He Chengwang's national youth competition. They weren't even in the same league. However, Ling Feng's eyes lit up, unyielding. In my opinion, old ginger is spicier. There are essays saying that the young are strong, but there are also precedents of the old becoming stronger. The wolf was taken aback by Ling Feng's response, paused for a moment, and then nodded slightly. Ding! The activated Pirate King system issued a random mission. Defeat the wolf and gain 100 experience points. With the sound of this electronic prompt, a powerful aura erupted from Ling Feng. An opportunity to gain experience points? The momentum was still there, but he didn't understand the importance of biding his time. The wolf stepped forward, closing the distance to Ling Feng, and then a fierce aura enveloped him as he calmly said, Kid, I'm going to make my move. Ling Feng had just nodded. Whoosh! The wolf's right hand reached out, claw-like and scissor-like, suddenly attempting to grab him. If he succeeded, Ling Feng's neck would be caught tightly, rendering him unable to move. Fast! Fierce! Even the forest wolf and the celestial wolf, who were watching from the side, narrowed their eyes. The neck has major arteries and is the easiest target for decapitation. Special forces love to do this when they strike, which is to slice the neck. A military knife slicing through the carotid artery can cause blood to spray out at a rate of 3 milliliters per second, leading to death within 6 to 12 minutes. The wolf's claw-like arm was incredibly hard and could produce an effect similar to that of a military knife. The eagle claw derived from military boxing had both the ferocity of military boxing and the viciousness of a military knife. Moreover, the wolf could change his attack form at will. He had already calculated that no matter which direction Ling Feng dodged, he could subdue him with the next move. But something strange happened. Ling Feng didn't dodge at all. He simply swayed like a willow in the wind, gently avoiding the opponent's 5 claws. The wild wolf was a bit surprised and then extended its 5 claws horizontally, resembling a dragon probing with its claws. Ling Feng seemed to have lost his center of gravity, once again moving sideways with his palm. In a situation where it seemed impossible, he slipped out of the attack range with a flick of his hand. The entire process was like a weeble. This guy changed his center of gravity so quickly. The wild wolf took a step forward, realizing Ling Feng's abilities. He used both hands and feet, punching and kicking with lightning speed. He had fought too many battles in his life, and the enemies that fell under his fighting techniques were no less than those who fell to bullets. But no matter how fast he accelerated, Ling Feng could dodge his attacks. After activating the shadow combat technique of the Moonlight Moria, Ling Feng could utilize the wind's assistance, moving as soft as a willow. When the opponent executed an eagle strike from above, he would dart away like a fish swimming in shallow waters. No matter how fast the wild wolf was, as long as there was wind, he could evade. As for when there was no wind, did such an attack still hold power? The shadow combat technique is nearly invincible in close combat. I began to counterattack. After dodging the opponent's sweeping side kick once more, Ling Feng's body drifted like a shadow, floating close and even greeted him. The wild wolf was startled. He had already lost his center of gravity during the side kick. Just as he was about to charge forward, Ling Feng seized the opportunity and threw a powerful punch from the side. Bang! With just one strike, Ling Feng's fist hit the wild wolf's ribs, causing it to grunt and attempt to kick out sideways for leverage. However, this punch was delivered with 6 times the strength of an average person, sending the wild wolf flying 3 meters away. Lying on the ground, the wild wolf stared up at the sky for a while before finally uttering 3 words. I admit defeat. The forest wolves and the celestial wolves were left dumbfounded. The wild wolf actually lost. Ding! Host defeats the wild wolf and earns 100 experience points. The wild wolf felt quite frustrated. It had once been a formidable figure, having won countless championships nationwide. So many strong opponents had fallen at its hands that it couldn't even count them all. At its peak, it had single-handedly taken on 58 opponents, defeating them all in just 50 seconds. Although its current strength was not what it used to be, it could still say that a starving camel is bigger than a horse. Ling Feng is just a newcomer, a rookie, and he actually couldn't win? Am I really getting old, or is Ling Feng too strong? Fortunately, there are only 2 old brothers here, the forest wolf and the sky wolf. Otherwise, if someone else saw this, would I have to find a piece of tofu to smash my head against? The forest wolf and the sky wolf looked at Ling Feng in astonishment. He actually won. The 2 exchanged glances and simultaneously thought. Now, they somewhat understand why the wolf leader wanted them to personally train Ling Feng. Although he is a rookie, he indeed has extraordinary qualities. Outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the subtleties. Just now, Chun Feng's last punch used clever techniques, achieving a high level of coordination with body flexibility. Even if they faced such an attack, they would probably end up like the wild wolf. The 2 walked towards the wild wolf. The wild wolf smiled bitterly and said, "Sorry to make you laugh. It seems I really am getting old. I can't even beat a rookie." The forest wolf replied solemnly, "Wild wolf, it's not that your fighting skills are weaker than Ling Feng's, but rather that his body flexibility is stronger than yours. It can be described as soft. However, this softness also contains a strong resilience, like a spring that can be twisted at will. During the twisting and rotating process, he can easily shift his center of gravity, similar to a weeble. This is Ling Feng's most powerful technique. In terms of brute strength, the wild wolf far surpasses you. It's just that your softness can better restrain him, preventing him from displaying his true strength. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to defeat the wild wolf." The forest wolf said heavily at the end. Let me add that Ling Feng's ability to shift his center of gravity, combined with his shadow-like flexibility, infused with explosive power, truly astonishes me. At such a young age, he has reached this level. Ling Feng, how did you do it? The sky wolf asked. Truly an experienced fighter. After just a few rounds, he saw through it so clearly. Ling Feng couldn't help but admire them. But could he explain it? Even if he explained the shadow attack method, the forest wolf and the others might not believe him. Ling Feng said, "Can I not explain?" The 3 were slightly taken aback, not expecting Ling Feng to respond that way. However, there was nothing wrong with that answer. Ling Feng's skills are so impressive. He must be a descendant of a martial arts family. It's normal for him not to say anything. Well, everyone has their own secrets. And if you don't want to share, we won't force you, Tian Lang said softly. After Tian Lang and the forest wolf finished summarizing, it was Wild Wolf's turn. He cleared his throat and assessed Ling Feng before saying seriously, "Your skills are indeed impressive. The key point is speed. You achieve results with less effort, which is a significant advantage for you. However, some killing techniques, when used in military boxing, often yield unexpected results. You need to learn these as well. Don't underestimate killing techniques. They are valuable experiences accumulated through the blood of the older generation of soldiers. They can save your life at critical moments. Yes, Ling Feng humbly replied, not feeling complacent about just defeating the wild wolf. Thinking back to his battle with the old warrior, he realized that his victory was largely due to taking advantage of the environment. If there hadn't been stones around to set traps during the fight, he would have been at a significant disadvantage. Now, listen carefully. Ling Feng pulled back his thoughts and focused on the killing techniques being taught by the old wolf. If I had used this knife hand strike on the back of your neck just now, it could instantly cause over 3 seconds of dizziness. 3 seconds is more than enough time. By the time you realize what's happening, you'd already be a corpse. The wolf continuously imparted various experiences, combining them with the earlier encounter with Ling Feng. Ling Feng admired the wild wolf very much. Just now, the two of them exchanged attacks, and he was able to memorize all the moves and find the attacking methods in the shortest time possible. Ling Feng then understood that the wild wolf hadn't used all its strength during the attack. If it had unleashed its full power and used lethal techniques, he probably wouldn't have won so easily. When Ling Feng was focused on listening, Tianlang quietly said to Sun Linlang, "Let us get ready too. At this pace, we won't have anything left to teach him in less than a month." Sun Linlang looked at Ling Feng, who was deeply engrossed, and showed a hint of a approving smile, saying, "This kid has a solid foundation in martial arts, high comprehension, and is very humble. Plus, his own skills have already reached a considerable level. There aren't too many newcomers like him. I didn't expect the wolf leader to discover such a good seedling." Tianlang smiled faintly and said, "This kid has secrets. However, it also shows that his temperament is stable. Unlike those young people who can't keep a secret, they want to announce to the world how great they are as soon as they have a bit of ability. The fact that he can maintain such composure is quite impressive. Indeed, otherwise, how could the wolf leader have sent the 3 of us to be his instructors?" Sun Linlang said, "Let us prepare. We mustn't let the wolf leader down. It's rare to find such a good seedling." Tianlang said. Yilang continuously analyzed the essence of combat techniques, and then let Ling Feng practice and attack in his own way, pointing out the shortcomings. After several attempts, Yilang finally grasped Ling Feng's style. "All right, I have a basic understanding of your situation. Your strength lies in center of gravity control, which you can manipulate at will. However, in other combat techniques, you are almost completely clueless. It's terrible. You must strengthen your training to improve further. Otherwise, your attack methods are too singular, and once a sudden situation arises, you might not be able to cope." Yilang said emphatically. "Yes, I will definitely work hard to learn," Ling Feng replied loudly. Through communication with Yilang, Ling Feng indeed learned a lot and could integrate them into his own combat. Yilang, with a hint of admiration in his tone, said, "However, when you fight seriously, just this center of gravity control makes you almost invincible in close combat. But this is limited to fighting." Yilang added heavily. Yilang continued to teach Ling Feng various assassination techniques, which could be summarized as Yilang's assassination technique, focusing on assassination, which is also the essence of a soldier. What is a good soldier? One who can kill and protect the homeland, like a sharp blade unsheathed, is a good soldier. This move is executed when facing an enemy who suddenly uses a dagger to stab your heart at close range, employing a counter-grappling technique that emphasizes speed and angle. Yilang spent 2 full hours teaching, demonstrating, and then practicing as the two engaged in a series of sparring drills. During the practice, Yilang, this old bird, was once again impressed by Ling Feng's comprehension ability, as he almost understood everything with just a hint. Sun Linlang and Tianlang beside them couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. If it were ancient times, Ling Feng would be a rare martial arts genius encountered once in 100 years. The wolf leader really found a treasure this time. After the training ended, the day was drawing to a close. Yilang personally escorted Ling Feng back to his residence, explaining various combat techniques along the way. "Remember to digest what I taught you today well. We'll continue tomorrow," Yilang said at the end. "Thank you, instructor." Yilang smiled faintly and replied, "Go ahead." Ling Feng walked into the yard, and the door to the room was still locked. Long Xiaoyan had not returned, so he began practicing the combat techniques taught by the wild wolf in the yard. Just as the wild wolf said, the greatest advantage of shadow boxing is the ability to change the center of gravity at will, allowing the body to achieve a very flexible state. This is both an advantage and a disadvantage. The disadvantage is that once he encounters a top combat expert, such as one skilled in throat lock techniques, it becomes very difficult to escape if they get a hold of him. Therefore, in close combat, if he could integrate the Wild Wolf's fighting techniques, it would be incredible. By complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses, he could maximize the power of shadowboxing. Suddenly, Chen Feng heard the sound of light footsteps at the door, which was not Long Xiaoyan's. Ling Feng turned around to see that it was actually Tang Xiaoxiao. "What's going on, Ling Feng?" Tang Xiaoxiao asked straightforwardly. Ling Feng didn't hide it and said straightforwardly, "I am now a personal guard of the Wolf Head. Do you believe it?" Tang Xiaoxiao chuckled softly and said, "Are you just going to go back and then run errands in the Wolf Head's office? Serving tea, boiling water, or even giving the leader massages? Haha, don't tell me that's all you're going to do from now on." Ling Feng looked at the joking Tang Xiaoxiao, knowing that he couldn't explain it, said, "Anyway, my skills are better than yours. The gap between us will only grow larger in the future. Do you believe it?" Tang Xiaoxiao, with her hands behind her back, shrugged her shoulders and said with a hint of pride, "I don't believe it. After a week of intense training, I'm already strong in every aspect. I'm not the same Tang Xiaoxiao who only knew how to sing and dance. How about we compete now and see who's better?" Ling Feng smiled and said, "Are you sure?" "Of course. How else would I know if you're trying to fool me?" Tang Xiaoxiao immediately put on a stance. The yard was quite spacious, perfect for two people to practice together. Just as Ling Feng was exploring close combat techniques against wild wolves, he gained a bit of insight and nodded, saying, "It's as you say. If I lose, you can't say I bullied you. So arrogant? We haven't even started fighting yet. And you already think I'll lose? It seems I have to beat you to the point where you beg for mercy before you realize it." Tang Xiaoxiao retorted with a laugh. "I'm just kindly reminding you. Stop talking nonsense. Watch out." As Tang Xiaoxiao spoke, she kicked out a side kick, making use of her long legs. The movement was swift and quick, exuding a fierce momentum. Judging from speed, power, and angle, Tang Xiaoxiao was indeed much stronger than before. Ling Feng no longer used the shadow fighting technique, but instead employed the fighting skills just taught by the wild wolf. When he saw Tang Xiaoxiao's kick coming, Ling Feng did not retreat, but advanced. He stomped hard with his left foot on the floor and suddenly raised his right leg, his knee perfectly meeting Tang Xiaoxiao's ankle. Tang Xiaoxiao felt a sharp pain in her ankle and quickly withdrew her right leg, stepping back 2 paces while softly saying, "Not bad. Come again." Tang Xiaoxiao's kick was just a probe. Her real attack was yet to come. She lunged at Ling Feng, her elbow striking like a sickle towards his face. This move was extremely fierce, combining speed and power. Tang Xini knew that the force generated by her fist was not strong enough. So she used the inertia of her body's center of gravity to concentrate the power into her elbow, instantly increasing its force by more than 3 times. Ling Feng's figure swayed, taking a big step forward, his body leaning to the left, just as the wild wolf had taught him to sidestep, narrowly avoiding Tang Xiaoxiao's elbow. He swiftly swept Tang Xiaoxiao's lower body with his foot at close range. Tang Xiaoxiao never expected Ling Feng to make such a move. She felt her foot tremble and her body uncontrollably lean backward. Taking advantage of this momentum, Ling Feng pressed forward and pinned Tang Xiaoxiao to the ground. The entire motion was as smooth as flowing water, emphasizing the use of skill. Ling Feng's strong body suddenly pressed down on Tang Xiaoxiao's weapon, compressing it halfway, as if it were being squeezed out, showcasing how terrifying Tang Xiaoxiao's weapon was. Tang Xiaoxiao was pinned down by Ling Feng, unable to move. It wasn't just his body, but more importantly, his hands were firmly gripping her waist, rendering her powerless. Where did this guy learn such powerful techniques? At that moment, Long Xiaoyan happened to walk in from outside and saw Ling Feng pressing down on Tang Xiaoxiao. Her eyes slightly widened, thinking, "Why isn't it ran?" Long Xiaoyan turned around and coughed twice. Tang Xiaoxiao looked up and saw Long Xiaoyan had returned. Her face flushed, and she said to Ling Feng, "Let go of me. Let me get up." Ling Feng had already noticed Long Xiaoyan's arrival, released Tang Xiaoxiao, and quickly stood up. "Andy, why are you back?" "I was just sparring with Xiaoxiao." Ling Feng explained. "Oh, really?" Long Xiaoyan said softly. Reporting, "Chief, I really was sparring with Ling Feng," Tang Xiaoxiao said with a stiff upper lip, her heart racing. "You can say whatever you want. I didn't see anything," Long Xiaoyan said. Tang Xiaoxiao felt even more embarrassed, turned to Ling Feng, and said, "I'll come find you again when I have time." Then she hurriedly left the yard. Ling Feng didn't expect Long Xiaoyan to return suddenly. The 2 moves he just performed were new techniques he had learned, and they were very effective. Although Tang Xiao wasn't a top-tier fighter, she was not weak either. The fact that she couldn't withstand his combo showed that the wolf's fighting skills were quite impressive. Pretty good. This made Ling Feng even more confident in learning the wolf's fighting techniques. What's this? Girls are coming after you. You kid, you seem to be quite popular with girls. Long Xiaoyun said with a light laugh. What can I say? I'm just handsome and charming, Ling Feng joked. Is she your girlfriend? Long Xiaoyun asked. Ling Feng smiled and said, Aunt, I'm still young. How could I have a girlfriend? Long Xiaoyun chuckled and replied, Young? Why do you always squeeze the cover I hang in the bathroom when you take a shower? Long Xiaoyun then intentionally stared at Ling Feng, as if watching a little thief, wondering how long this guy could be so hypocritical. Just now he was having such a good time with the girl. Now he even dares to tell me he's still young? He's not small, but his heart is still wild. Ling Feng didn't hide it and said awkwardly, Isn't this just curiosity? My aunt's place is too big, and I want to know just how big it is. This is a normal thought. Ling Feng boldly said this, and a flush passed through Long Xiaoyun's eyes as she pouted and said, Little pervert. It's curiosity, Ling Feng replied seriously. Long Xiaoyun was a bit impressed by Ling Feng's shamelessness. She exhaled and said, That girl just now isn't small, right? Ling Feng smiled and said, You just pressed it down, and you came in. Auntie, you're trying to. Don't give me that. I can see through your little schemes. Long Xiaoyun laughed and scolded. Now let's talk seriously. If you want to date a girlfriend, I won't oppose it. Nowadays, it's all about, as long as you hit it off. However, you better not get involved with that and ran. Everyone else is fine. Ling Feng smirked and pretended to know nothing, asking, Why is that? Long Xiaoyun frowned and said, Didn't you notice? Lei Zhan has been targeting you because of Enran. To put it bluntly, Lei Zhan has taken a liking to Enran and started pursuing her. If you try to pursue Enran at this time, do you think Lei Zhan will let you off? Ling Feng exclaimed, Is Lei Zhan going after Enran? He has no chance. Long Xiaoyun continued to hype. Whether he has a chance or not, I don't know. But if you get too close to Enran, you'll be in trouble. Don't say I didn't warn you. Long Xiaoyun warned. Come on. Since we've already stirred things up, we might as well compete. Ling Feng said indifferently. Long Xiaoyun gave Ling Feng a thumbs up and said, You're awesome. You dare to compete for the Soldier King's woman. Ling Feng smiled slightly and said, Aren't we safe with my aunt around? What do I have to be afraid of? Stop it. Long Xiaoyun scolded. Let's not talk about that anymore. In any case, just be careful in the future. How's your training going now? Long Xiaoyun changed the topic. Ling Feng said, truthfully, Today, the veteran Wild Wolf taught me various assassination techniques. I feel they're very useful, and I've gained a lot. Oh, naturally. Let's have a competition and see how much you've learned, Long Xiaoyun said with interest. She had long wanted to test Ling Feng's capabilities and see just how impressive he was. Now, she had the perfect opportunity to do so, while also indirectly verifying the skills of those veterans. They were all part of the first batch of Wolf Tooth, and had been on real battlefields. He Jijun had made a point of bringing them in to specifically train Ling Feng. Isn't this inappropriate? It's against the rules for me to spar with you. Ling Feng tried to decline. Nonsense. Get ready. Right now, you should treat me as your enemy. Let me tell you, I won't go easy on you either. Long Xiaoyun said emphatically. Long Xiaoyun had always found Ling Feng to be inscrutable. She was puzzled as to how he managed to take down such a seasoned warrior. This had always been a mystery to her. Ling Feng shook his head helplessly and said, We agreed that if we lose, we can't use our identities to pressure others. Nonsense. Come on. Ling Feng and Long Xiaoyun separated and the competition officially began. Long Xiaoyun was not joking and truly regarded Ling Feng as an enemy. She suddenly exerted force with her legs and lunged toward Ling Feng, raising her right fist and delivering a powerful punch aimed at Ling Feng's face. The fist had not yet arrived, but the wind from the punch was fierce. Ling Feng did not dodge and threw a punch instead. Long Xiaoyun noticed that Ling Feng actually intended to exchange punches with her, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her eye. You're done for. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a crisp sound of impact. Ling Feng immediately felt a tremendous force continuously emanating from the colliding fists, and was shocked to discover that the power of Long Xiaoyun's punch was actually not inferior to his own strength attribute of 6. 5. No wonder Lei Zhan couldn't withstand her attack. Ling Feng was surprised, and Long Xiaoyun was also shocked. She knew that Ling Feng was very strong, but she didn't expect him to be able to match her punch. Moreover, Long Xiaoyun felt that Ling Feng hadn't even used his full strength. What terrifying power! Long Xiaoyun's punch had made her arm feel a bit numb. Ling Feng stepped back and smiled. Annie, you need to be careful. What I'm using this time is assassination techniques. In the courtyard, there were many morning glory vines hanging down from the walls, resembling a green waterfall. Long Xiaoyun snorted coldly. Who knows who will kill whom? Go ahead and use whatever means you have. Long Xiaoyan didn't become the captain of the Wolf Warriors just by being a pretty face or through connections. She earned her position through solid strength. She possesses a special ability. Despite her petite figure, she has immense strength. Coupled with her agility and proficiency in various martial arts, she perfectly combines power and combat skills to create her unique attacking style. This is Long Xiaoyan. In the capital military district, countless people have challenged Long Xiaoyan, like trying to conquer a wild horse. However, in the end, they were all beaten black and blue. This is Long Xiaoyan, a woman known as the Iron Lady in the capital military district. It's begun. Ling Feng took a deep breath, feeling light as if he could float. He grabbed the morning glory vine and weaved around Long Xiaoyan like a monkey. Long Xiaoyan remained still in the face of all changes, her sharp eyes capturing Ling Feng's figure, secretly astonished. What incredible speed, but it won't work on me. Planning to use the vine as a weapon? What a joke. Long Xiaoyan snorted coldly. Ling Feng's figure flickered as he utilized the close combat assassination technique taught by the wild wolf. With quick, small steps, he seized a moment when Long Xiaoyan did not turn around and instantly appeared behind her. Without turning her head, Long Xiaoyan delivered a powerful back kick. Ling Feng crouched down like a shadow, and just as he collided with Long Xiaoyan's back, in a flash, he reached out with his right hand and, like a ghost, grabbed the neck of the flying Long Xiaoyan. The two instantly became one. You little brat, how dare you take advantage of my aunt? Long Xiaoyan pushed Ling Feng. Ling Feng's body has been modified by the devil fruit 3 times. He managed to grab Long Xiaoyan closely, but after she pushed him a little, he was able to break free, which shows how terrifying Long Xiaoyan's physical qualities are. He must find the photosynthesis to improve his physical attributes. Facing Long Xiaoyan's accusing gaze, Ling Feng grinned and said, "Isn't this fighting? It's not easy to win against you." Smooth talker. Long Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at Ling Feng, her gaze falling on the flowering vine in the courtyard. Such a delicate vine can actually support Ling Feng's weight. Ling Feng had a tall and slender figure, looking not particularly strong, but certainly not someone that the vine could bear. Long Xiaoyan tested the vine, and sure enough, with a snap, the vine couldn't withstand her weight and broke immediately. Instantly, Long Xiaoyan's gaze towards Ling Feng became serious. "Tell me, Andy, do you have superpowers?" "What superpowers?" Ling Feng's heart skipped a beat. He would never reveal the ability to access the powers of characters from One Piece. That was his strong card. If he were caught and used as a test subject, he would be done for. And what about being a soldier king? Seeing Chun Feng's nervous expression, Long Xiaoyan instead burst out laughing. "No need to be nervous. Let me tell you, actually I also have superpowers." "You have superpowers?" Ling Feng asked without thinking. "Since I was 10 years old, my strength has been double that of others, and it increases every year. If I fully unleash it, I estimate it's about 8 to 10 times that of an ordinary person." "No wonder you're so strong." Ling Feng's brows twitched. Ling Feng clicked his tongue. "Aunt, can you tell me more about this superpower?" Long Xiaoyan nodded. "Come in, this is a big secret. If you ask others, they might not know, but your aunt definitely does." Long Xiaoyan's mysterious demeanor made Ling Feng feel excited. The two walked into the house. In the military, there are a total of 6 types of troops. The first 3 are ordinary soldiers, which I won't explain. The 4th type is special forces, which is the current new recruits assessment branch. Long Xiaoyan sat on the sofa and poured a glass of water for Ling Feng. Continuing, the 5th type is the special forces among special forces, which you can refer to as the king of soldiers or killing machines. For example, your 3 old instructors, they used to belong to the 5th type. The 6th type is superpowered individuals, those who, when blind, can hear far and when deaf, can see far, possessing the speed of animals or the eyesight of eagles, etc. These are all part of the 6th type. I can refer to these people as superpowered special forces, the most mysterious existence. In fact, this is a power brought about by some kind of genetic mutation. As Long Xiaoyan spoke, Ling Feng couldn't help but relate it to himself. The heart net of Enel is about vision, right? Crocodile sand ability to resist drought can even withstand fire. Moria's shadow fighting technique leads to a physical transformation. Chun Feng couldn't help but think. He clearly fits into the 6th type of mysterious troops, more mysterious than anyone else. Chun Feng, tell me, what is your superpower? This needs to be registered in the National Archives. This. Ling Feng stared at the rising water vapor and immediately made up his mind upon hearing something about the registration files. However, he denied it, knowing he wouldn't pass for sure. With a furrowed brow, he came up with a plan. Ling Feng's hands shot out like lightning. landing on Long Xiaoyun's neck like a sloth. Before the other party could explode, he showed a distressed expression. "Aunt, I don't want to be a part of the 6th Division. I can't leave the military district. Besides, you can protect me here. If there's any danger, who can I turn to? Who else cares about me? Who is Long Xiaoyun, a standout in the capital, a female hero in the military? Who would dare to take advantage of her?" She had never been held closely by a man since childhood, and initially, with her brows furrowed, she was ready to throw Ling Feng out. But upon hearing him say that no one cared for him, her expression softened. Ling Feng's hell week began, and he was constantly targeted by Lei Zhan. Even when she was present, there were times when she couldn't confront Lei Zhan all the time. If it weren't for Ling Feng's own efforts, he would have been kicked out of the military camp long ago. His concern was quite normal, which made Long Xiaoyun feel a sense of pity, because she got along very well with Ling Feng's mother, Zhang Tinghua. The two became sworn sisters, having watched this snotty little guy grow up. Later, after she secretly trained in the military camp, they saw each other less frequently. Although they didn't meet often, Long Xiaoyun had a particularly deep impression of Ling Feng. This little snot was so timid when he was young and loved to follow her around calling her auntie. Now, he had become the rookie king of the military district, yet he was still infatuated with her care. Long Xiaoyun remained still, and Ling Feng, who was being held by her, sensed something unusual. "Annie, please don't tell anyone about my situation. I'm really afraid of trouble. I quite like being the 5th type of soldier." Ling Feng tightened his arms for a moment, and suddenly felt as if he was sinking into cotton. "You little brat, let go of me first. Don't think about taking advantage of me again." Long Xiaoyun muttered under her breath, staring at the arms around her chest. Her face slightly flushed. Ling Feng knew that if he didn't let go, his ear would probably be twisted off, so he immediately forced a smile and released his arm. "All right, after you finish your training, join the Wolf Combat Brigade and help me train those little brats. Your aunt will agree to let this matter go." Seeing Ling Feng nod, Long Xiaoyun finally smiled, a hint of triumph appearing on her face. After drinking a cup of hot water and chatting for a while, Long Xiaoyun went to take a shower, ordering Ling Feng to go out first. "TCH, I'm not that kind of person." In the courtyard, Ling Feng recalled the combat skills that the Wild Wolf had taught him today. The Wild Wolf's combat skills were mainly various killing techniques, which were like divine assistance compared to his shadow fighting. Shadow fighting was a close combat technique similar to the movement of shadows in the trees. The Wild Wolf's combat skills focused on attacking the most vulnerable parts of the human body in the shortest time possible after getting close, causing the target to lose resistance, or even their life in the shortest time. Combining the two resulted in the shadow assassination technique. After integrating the climbing skills of the light and air fruit, Ling Feng felt that a whole new window had opened before him. Hoo-hoo! Ling Feng was like a shadow, constantly practicing various assassination techniques using the environment, such as walls and flower vines. Half an hour later, he thought, "Let's go bask in the sun and see if photosynthesis is effective." After leaving the courtyard, the sky had not yet darkened. It was the moment when the sunset melted gold and the evening clouds were beautifully aligned. Ling Feng found a patch of grass and activated his photosynthesis ability. Suddenly, everything around him disappeared, and he felt himself merge with the world. This feeling was wonderful. He even humorously thought that the green above him resembled a certain kind of hat. In the military district's female soldier dormitory, Tang Xiaoxiao had just finished showering and was drying her hair with a towel. Back in the day, Tang Xiaoxiao had long flowing hair and a 100 turnback rate. Now that I've become a special forces soldier, I've turned into a tough girl. I just want to see Ling Feng from the same military district. His skin is still so fair and tender. I'm so envious. Tang Xiaoxiao didn't know that Ling Feng had the assistance of the smooth fruit and was filled with longing. And Ran, standing nearby, asked, "Did you see Ling Feng?" "Yeah, that guy has really become the personal guard of the wolf leader. He's quite impressive. He even gave me pointers on my combat skills. And his level is no joke, very to the point. Indeed, not many can match him." Tang Xiaoxiao started talking about her match with Ling Feng, drawing other female soldiers to listen. "I'll go see Ling Feng tomorrow. There are some things I need to ask him in person." And Rant's face was slightly flushed. Ling Feng is too amazing. He really is a personal guard, and the leader is backing him up. Lei Zhan is no match for him. Yi Tsunxin was all excited. "Of course, our cultural troupe finally produced a talent. I'm so proud. TCH, if you manage to pursue the wolf leader's personal guard and bring him back to our dorm, I'll admire you." Surrounded by the others, Tang Xiaoxiao glanced at Enran. Just as the female soldiers were discussing Ling Feng, he was cursing at the system. After taking a nap, he was dismayed to find that none of his attributes had increased. Host, photosynthesis only works in water, It's only effective with the morning sun. Have you heard of that? Young people are like the sun at 8 or 9 in the morning. 8 or 9, my foot. Ling Feng raised his middle finger and leaped up. He must clarify the use of photosynthesis. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Ling Feng got up. This was a habit formed during Hell Week. So early? Just in time, Long Xiaoyan also got up, wearing her pajamas. Different from usual, she exuded a lazy and seductive aura, combined with a military demeanor, making her more eye-catching than any model. Good morning, Aunt. Ling Feng dared not look too much, lest he be hit. Long Xiaoyan gave Ling Feng a glance. Want to go have breakfast together? No, I'll go sunbathe first. Sunbathe? Long Xiaoyan was surprised. Goodbye, Aunt. Please give those werewolves a good scolding, especially that cold foam. He looks like he needs a beating. Ling Feng chuckled and walked straight out. Cold wind? Long Xiaoyan was both amused and exasperated. It seemed this guy had caused quite a bit of conflict. Ling Feng had agreed with the 3 instructors to be picked up at 8 in the morning. It was still early, and now he wanted to try photosynthesis again. Ling Feng found the grass from yesterday and lay down on it, taking a glance at the morning light in the east before closing his eyes. Suddenly, a faint green light began to emit from above his head, so weak that it was barely visible to the naked eye. However, Ling Feng felt incredibly frustrated, as if he was wearing a green hat while sunbathing. This was the devil fruit of Green Bull General, always watching the green leaves like a snail. And Ling Feng had become that snail. Time passed slowly. 8, 9 o'clock. The car surprisingly hadn't arrived, and Ling Feng hadn't woken up. He had simply fallen asleep. How did Ling Feng end up sleeping on the grass? Around 9:30 in the morning, a sound of footsteps was heard, followed by a crisp exclamation. And Ran had just completed her training session and, after hearing Tang Xiao's words yesterday, came to find Ling Feng on her way. Due to the hot weather, she was holding a white handkerchief to wipe away her sweat. This handkerchief was hand-woven by her, and she was reluctant to part with it, hiding it in her underwear pocket, where she couldn't easily retrieve it, but it was very useful in everyday situations. As she walked onto the grass, and Ran spotted Ling Feng and almost stepped on his stomach. Startled, the handkerchief she was holding fell and landed perfectly on Ling Feng, below his stomach. Suddenly, a sound rang out. Ding! Host's photosynthesis ability activated. All attributes increased by 0. 5. In Ling Feng's hazy mind, an electronic prompt echoed. Following that, a digital display of personal attributes appeared. Soldier, Ling Feng, occupation, Special Forces level, level 5 attributes, root bone 7, spirit 7, constitution 7, strength 7, speed 7, average person, 1, skills, Enel's heart network sensing skill, Crocodile's drought resistant skill, Moonlight Moria's shadow fighting technique. Lucci's leopard transformation, high-speed movement skills special abilities, float fruit, climbing ability, slip fruit, beautification ability, thorn fruit, sound location ability. Thorn fruit, trap mastery ability experience points, 310, 500 nice. Increased by 0. 5. Ling Feng finally confirmed one thing. Photosynthesis can only be used once a month. Just like a girl's period, which left him both amused and frustrated. Now that he has reached the 7 attributes, his aunt's power is about 10. However, she gains power once a year, which is a kind of genetic mutation, while I can use it once a month and have various devil fruits to transform my body. The system is really overpowered. Ling Feng's lips curled into a confident smile. He was still a bit dazed as he slowly opened his eyes, and then it seemed like he saw his underwear running out. Fortunately, no one was around. Ling Feng had not yet realized that Ran was right next to him. He made a move and directly stuffed the white handkerchief back into his pants. The whole process was smooth and flowing. Not far away, and Ran was almost in tears. What did she see? Her handkerchief had been stuffed back into Ling Feng's pants. It was so embarrassing. What was Ling Feng thinking? Rookie numero 38. What are you doing here? Lei Zhan walked over and greeted him, his gaze indeed landing on the newly seated Ling Feng. Instructor, I'll leave right away. And Ran saluted. Hearing in Ran's words, Lei Zhan became furious. In fact, Lei Zhan had been following and Ran all along and had already seen Ling Feng hide in Ran's handkerchief in his pants. He didn't expect Ran to be so considerate of Ling Feng that she would even give up her handkerchief. Wait, I'll get your handkerchief back before I leave. Lei Zhan snorted coldly and walked over to Ling Feng, saying coldly, Rookie number 1, take out the handkerchief. What do you mean? Where did the handkerchief come from? Ling Feng glanced at Lei Zhan, then looked over at Ran, who was not far away and was staring at him, feeling a headache. Lei Zhan said sternly, This isn't Ran's handkerchief. Why are you hiding it in your pants? Take it out. What do you mean? I'm hiding it in my pants? Ling Feng sneered coldly. In the past, he could execute any order from Lei Zhan, including all his various schemes, without hesitation. However, after becoming He Jijun's personal soldier, He Jijun stated that he was the personal soldier of the Wolf Head. In any place and under any circumstances, he must not lose face. Because losing face meant losing He Jijun's face. Thinking of this, Ling Feng's temper flared. Since the beginning of Hell Week, you've been looking for trouble with me, for all sorts of reasons. Lei Zhan interrupted Ling Feng. Rookie number 1, first, when you see the commander, you need to say a report before speaking. Second, I have disliked you since day 1. Third, immediately unbuckle your pants and take out your handkerchief. What the hell? Ling Feng was furious. What did you say? Say it again. Hearing Ling Feng's words, the blood in Lei Zhan's veins surged to his head, and his face turned red. Let me teach you how to be a person. Lei Zhan began to take off his outer clothes, snorting coldly. Let's have a man's fight. This time your luck won't be too good. A fight, huh? This time I'll make sure your mother won't recognize you. Ling Feng muttered softly. Lei Zhan, who was taking off his clothes, became so angry that his breathing grew heavy. This kid has such a sharp tongue. And Ran also heard Ling Feng's words and instinctively opened her mouth to laugh, but when Lei Zhan looked over, she was so scared that she could only cover her wide-open mouth, trembling like a leaf. Not far away on a mountain road, a military vehicle was parked, with 4 people inside. Yi Lang, Sun Lin Lang, Tian Lang, and military district commander He Jijun were all present. They had already witnessed the earlier scene. Wolf Head, weren't you going to remind Ling Feng about something? You just clashed with someone else. Aren't you worried? Sun Lin Lang smiled. Worried? Lei Zhan wouldn't he dare to act recklessly. After all, he's my personal guard. He Jijun snorted coldly. He had come along this time to meet Ling Feng, but had taken a phone call midway to handle an urgent document, which delayed him by 2 hours. Yi Lang chuckled softly. Wolf Head, you got it wrong. You should be worried about Lei Zhan. If it really comes to a fight, Lei Zhan will definitely be the one to suffer. Can Ling Feng defeat Lei Zhan in combat? He Jijun was surprised. He knew from the last military district exercise that Ling Feng had wiped out the Thunder team. But that was mainly because Ling Feng was clever and had the advantage of timing and location in the final combat. The Thunder team had felt embarrassed and did not disclose it. In He Jijun's impression, Ling Feng's shooting skills were quite good, with outstanding talent. To say that he could win against Lei Zhan in combat seemed like bragging. Sun Lin Lang nodded. It will definitely be Lei Zhan who dies. He Jijun was puzzled, but he soon laughed. Hearing your confidence, I actually want to see what skills you can teach him in just 1 day. The vehicle stopped among the trees, and neither Ling Feng nor Lei Zhan noticed that their emotions had risen. At this moment, Lei Zhan had a serious expression, looking at Ling Feng with the gaze of an old fox watching a rabbit. He had specifically studied Ling Feng's combat skills. This kid was very cunning, with strong close combat abilities, similar to the fluid movements of Tai Chi. As a result, he had been defeated twice in a row, losing face. As a 3-time military district champion, Lei Zhan's insights were naturally sharp. He had already found a way to deal with Ling Feng. Long-range attacks, retreating in close combat. Of course, Lei Zhan was not in a hurry to attack, but instead used his aura to pressure Ling Feng. Instructor, I didn't lose my handkerchief. Please stop fighting. And Ran, seeing Lei Zhan confront Ling Feng, was frightened and came over to explain. Her explanation, rather than helping, made it seem like she cared more about Ling Feng. He insulted the officer and is unruly. That's another matter. Rookie number 38. Leave here immediately and carry out your orders, Lei Zhan said sternly. I'm sorry. And Ran looked at Ling Feng. This sentence was directed at him. Ling Feng smiled faintly and said nothing. Interesting, it turns out to be a matter of romantic entanglement. Our apprentice is quite popular with girls. Ling Feng can shift his focus at will, remaining invincible. I guess Lei Zhan must be trying to use long-range attacks. He stands over 180 centimeters tall, even taller than Ling Feng, and his legs can deliver a scissor-like strike. If it were the old Ling Feng, there would be some threat. But if he has mastered my wolf assassin combat, then Lei Zhan is just asking for punishment. Wolf sighed, and as he did, the battle between the two sides had already begun. Just as Wolf had guessed, Lei Zhan started with a sweeping kick, a violent attack aimed at Ling Feng's waist. With a howling wind rushing towards him, Ling Feng's body floated lightly, drifting back with the fierce wind. Lei Zhan snorted coldly in his heart. He had anticipated this. He stepped forward, sweeping his left leg from left to right. As soon as Chun Feng dodged, he immediately switched to a right leg sweep from right to left, forming an offensive trend like autumn wind sweeping away leaves. Such a dense assault made everyone in the car change their expressions. Lei Zhan was indeed fierce. and being in his prime made his attacks very relentless. It was not easy for Ling Feng to shift his center of gravity. Wolf let out a breath and smiled faintly. However, that kid had maintained a smile all along. It was about time. Sure enough, Ling Feng stepped back 3 steps, and the smile on his face disappeared. He took a deep breath. His figure shot forward like an arrow, closing in on Lei Zhan's right leg that had just swept by. Shadow assassination technique, close-range assassination. This is a fighting style that combines 3 skills. First, one must understand how to seize the moment, such as when Lei Zhan's old strength has just dissipated and new strength has yet to emerge. Second, one must have the speed to rush in, catching the enemy off guard with a close-in strike, and the ability to lift lightly, as with the light and airy fruit perfectly meets this requirement. Finally, one must be familiar with combat techniques, which is the assassination skill taught by the wild wolf. Too fast, this is not good. Before Lei Zhan's body could stabilize, the sense of danger just emerged, and his throat tightened as Ling Feng's right hand seized it. The neck contains major arteries, making it one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. After Ling Feng grabbed Lei Zhan's throat, the opponent reacted quickly, dropping to the ground following Ling Feng's force, and then his right foot kicked up like a sharp blade. This was a trick to cut off the opponent's offensive and immediately counterattack. However, Ling Feng had already anticipated this. He exerted force in his hands, his body exploding forward, and forcefully pinned Lei Zhan to the ground, then pushed him along, dragging him across the ground, creating a deep mark like that of a plowing ox. Everyone was stunned. This kid is really ruthless, directly rubbing Lei Zhan against the ground. The 3 veterans were somewhat surprised by Ling Feng's ferocity, but smiles of satisfaction appeared on their old faces. They were very pleased. Ling Feng was even better than they had imagined. From beginning to end, he was only observing Lei Zhan's flaws, seizing the moment, and then utilizing the wild wolf's assassination technique to directly attack at close range, hitting the target. I have a successor. The wild wolf sighed deeply. Ji Jun was also stunned. Wolfhead, it's time for you to come out and collect the bodies. These little bunnies keep causing me trouble. Ji Jun cursed, but his tone was very relaxed, and anyone could tell he was pleased. As the leader of the military district, who doesn't know that ironclad camps have flowing soldiers? The most important thing is the new recruits. The new generation pushing the old is the scene every military district leader most wants to see. Ling Feng, stop! And Ran exclaimed, completely unable to believe that the situation had turned into the instructor being beaten by Ling Feng. This was the first time Ran saw Ling Feng's terrifying side. How long has it been? In the blink of an eye, Lei Zhan was knocked to the ground. Sorry. Ling Feng, hearing Ran's words, also came to his senses a bit and released his grip on the throat. Since the outcome was already decided, Ling Feng turned to leave. He didn't want to waste any more words here. On the ground, Lei Zhan, without a word, sprang up like a carp, followed by a high side kick, with his toes aiming at Ling Feng's back like a venomous snake. I expected you to do this. Ling Feng had already held his breath, his body feeling light as he placed his hand on Lei Zhan's leg for leverage. With a swift motion, he flipped over Lei Zhan's head. Lei Zhan heard a whoosh as the shadow passed by, and when he turned around, his face was as red as liver. Shame. The humiliation beneath him. Lei Zhan nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood and said sternly, Kid, take this seriously. This isn't a game. Ling Feng said coldly, being able to kill someone is martial arts. I have 2 chances to kill you. You should understand. It's just a side path. Lei Zhan loosened his shoulders, his eyes turning red as he was about to pounce to attack. Suddenly, a familiar cough sounded. Lei Zhan shivered on the spot. What are you all messing around for? Why aren't you training and fighting here? Both of you come here. Immediately. Neither Ling Feng nor Lei Zhan dared to move. Ji Jun walked over. Ling Feng, you speak first. Why are you fighting? Reporting. It was Lei Zhan who wanted me to pull down my pants to look for a handkerchief in my pants. Nonsense, what's going on? Ji Jun almost spat out. What kind of bizarre reason is this? Reporting, rookie number 38 can testify for me. And Ran was called up, and seeing this big scene, she was scared. She didn't have the same courage as Ling Feng to confront anyone. Chief, I'm fine. Phoenix. Lei Zhan spat blood on the spot, feeling betrayed and was about to yell. All right, no need to explain. Lei Zhan, I'm deducting a month's salary from you. Go back and give me a week of ideological and political lessons. Not satisfied, huh? Ji Jun was furious. I even brought out old comrades to compete with Long Xiaoyun for Ling Feng, and now I can't even enjoy peace. You, for a woman, are causing trouble here. If Ling Feng leaves with Long Xiaoyun, I'll execute you on the spot. Lei Zhan was indeed not convinced. Not convinced? If you're not, just bear it. If this matter reaches Long's team, it won't just be a salary deduction. Long Xiaoyan? Hearing this, Lei Zhan broke out in a cold sweat. The last incident was still fresh in his mind. This Long Xiaoyan was especially protective, narrow-minded, and incredibly strong. Seeing Ji Jun's expression that he was punishing him for his own good, Lei Zhan sighed helplessly. As soon as Lei Zhan left, and quickly ran up to Ling Feng and said with concern, "Is your wound still tight? I got you some special medicine. It's especially useful for bruises and sprains." Saying this, she handed Ling Feng a delicate little bottle. Ling Feng took the bottle and smiled. "Thank you." And softly replied, "You're welcome. You've helped me a lot. This is nothing. A great man repays even a drop of kindness with a fountain," Ling Feng said, truly meaning every word. And bit her lip and finally said, "My handkerchief is really with you." Ling Feng lowered his head to look down, with an awkward expression on his face. When he looked up again, he found that Enran had already walked far away. He touched his forehead and suddenly felt quite embarrassed. At that moment, Ji Jun said loudly, "Ling Feng, it's like this. The three of them from Wild Wolf need to report their work situation to me, so we're late. You train well, and if Lei Zhan dares to trouble you again, just give him a good beating, as long as you don't kill him." "Yes, sir," Ling Feng replied. Ji Jun turned and left. "Let's go too. We're at a new place today," Wild Wolf said. "New place? You'll know when you get there." Ling Feng followed the three into the car with confusion. "Was that your girlfriend just now? You got good taste, kid. From our perspective as men, your girlfriend deserves at least a score of 101 out of 100, the Timberwolf said humorously. Ling Feng has not spent much time with Wolf, Forest Wolf, and Sky Wolf, but he has a general understanding of their personalities. Wolf is taciturn, basically only speaking about relevant content during lectures and remaining indifferent to other matters, rarely saying a word more. He usually has a poker face, and if it weren't for his sharp eyes, one might think he has a facial paralysis. Forest Wolf, on the other hand, is a very witty man with a bit of humor. He enjoys making jokes and often has a smile on his face, giving off a very approachable vibe. Only Sky Wolf is like a block of wood. He is extremely calm. Unlike Wolf Silence, Sky Wolf doesn't speak much, but each word he utters carries a decisive tone, belonging to the type of person who means what he says. This creates a very peculiar combination. Three men with completely different personalities, silence, humor, and calmness. Ling Feng said, "No, she's just a female friend I met recently. I helped her during training." Not being honest, the Forest Wolf laughed, "You young people. But when love comes, you can't stop it no matter what. Trust me, you won't be wrong." About 15 minutes later, the car arrived at the new training camp. It was an open shooting range, with stones of various sizes scattered randomly on the ground, and next to it was a delicate black leather case. The Wild Wolf walked over to Ling Feng and said, "After watching your fight with Lei Zhan, to be honest, I feel like I've been living like a dog all this time. Your rate of growth astonishes me. I've only taught you for a day. No, just an afternoon, and you've already integrated what I taught you into your own fighting style. Moreover, your level of proficiency is even stronger than mine." Ling Feng humbly said, "This is due to the instructor's excellent teaching." The Wild Wolf waved his hand and said, "You don't need to be polite with me. Your talent is great. From today on, you will learn sniping skills from the Sky Wolf. There's nothing more I can teach you here, go." Ling Feng saluted the Wild Wolf, then turned and walked towards the Heavenly Wolf, standing at attention to salute. The Heavenly Wolf returned the salute, then turned to open the leather case, which was filled with firearm components. Ling Feng took a glance and recognized the sniper rifle M88 and the 95 assault rifle. Ling Feng is skilled in traps and has trained in firearm assembly long ago. This is a borrowed firearm. We can play with it. Have you used the M88 sniper rifle, the 95 assault rifle, or the 92 pistol? Tianlang asked. As he spoke, Tianlang assembled the guns with very skilled movements, flowing like water. When Tianlang finished assembling both guns, he briefly explained the performance of the three firearms. Then he quickly disassembled all three guns, mixing the parts together. Finally, Tianlang said, "You try." Ling Feng crouched down, his hands moving swiftly to the left and right, his movements very agile, not at all inferior to Tianlang, and even faster than Tianlang's speed. Crack! Ling Feng pulled the safety catch of the M88, squeezed the trigger, producing a crisp sound, and then returned it to its original position. Report, instructor, assembly complete. Tianlang's originally slightly cold eyes widened in surprise as he said, "I thought it would take a day for you to familiarize yourself with the firearm. We can test your shooting skills directly now." Tianlang picked up a stone from the ground and threw it forcefully into the air, then quickly raised the Type 95 assault rifle. assuming a very standard standing shooting posture. Bang! The stone, reaching its highest point in midair and pausing for just a second, was struck by Tianlang's trigger pull. The stone exploded. Tianlang lowered the gun, then picked up a fist-sized stone and said, "You need to break this stone, but must not fall before you do." Ling Feng took a .92 pistol, loaded it with bullets. "I can start shooting," Ling Feng said. In that instant, his pupils rapidly constricted as Enel's heart network locked on. Whoosh! The Heavenly Wolf threw a large stone into the air. Bang! 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 The Heavenly Wolf's pupils widened as sparks flew from the friction between the bullets and the edge of the stone, clearly seeing the angle at which the bullets struck the stone. The first shot hit exactly 3 millimeters up from the bottom, knocking the stone about 1/10 of the way out. As the stone deviated from its falling position due to the impact of the bullet, another bullet flew out from the right side, creating sparks. It knocked the stone about 1/3 further. In midair, the flying bullets gradually ate away at the large stone, making it smaller bit by bit. The Heavenly Wolf was a bit stunned. After Ling Feng had shot all his bullets, the Heavenly Wolf couldn't see the stone anymore. The Heavenly Wolf gasped. "I underestimated this kid's shooting skills. It's just an ordinary .92 pistol." The Heavenly Wolf stared at Ling Feng. Both the Forest Wolf and the Wild Wolf were astonished. They'd heard that Ling Feng's shooting was quite good, but they never expected it to be to this extent. At this moment, the Heavenly Wolf laughed heartily, ran 400 meters away, and shouted at Ling Feng, "I want to know where your limit is. If you can't hit me, I'll slowly move back." A distance of 400 meters. The Forest Wolf and the Wild Wolf frowned. This distance far exceeded the effective range of a .92 pistol. Can he really hit the stone accurately from this distance? 400 meters is very easy for a sniper rifle, but for a .92 pistol with limited precision and range, it's basically impossible. They had to admit that Ling Feng's shooting skills were indeed superb. However, a skilled craftsman cannot make bricks without straw, without good firearms. How could one achieve high precision? This was the principle that the Forest Wolf and the others believed in. "Just watch. Maybe this guy will create a miracle," the Forest Wolf said, half-jokingly. "Impossible," the Wild Wolf replied. Ling Feng estimated the distance to be about 405 meters, which exceeds the effective range of a handgun. Ling Feng reloaded the bullet at a leisurely pace. He took a deep breath. Once he exceeded the shooting range, he had to concentrate, using his mind to lock onto the target accurately. "Start." Tianlang threw the stone into the air, creating a high arc. In an instant, in Ling Feng's linear world, a glowing thread quickly connected to the stone. Ling Feng suddenly raised his gun, and, at the moment the stone reached its highest point and was about to fall, he pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 3 shots in quick succession. Everyone fell silent. The 3 bullets struck the stone, sending sparks flying, and the stone was shattered in 3 bursts. Such precise shooting from a .92 pistol at such a long distance was something even Tianlang couldn't achieve. When looking at Ling Feng, it seemed so effortless, so casual, as if this wasn't even his limit. "This kid has taught us another lesson," said the Forest Wolf. "We've been hit again." The Wild Wolf turned to Ling Feng. "What does the wolf's head mean?" "It's probably because they see us bored and deliberately found someone to entertain us." "I think that's definitely the case." The Forest Wolf nodded seriously. Tianlang walked back in shock, patted Ling Feng on the shoulder, and said, "You've impressed me." Then he walked towards the Forest Wolf and the Wild Wolf. Tianlang rarely showed a hint of a bitter smile and said, "Did you both see clearly?" The two nodded. Tianlang said solemnly, "Ling Feng used dynamic shooting techniques. When the stone is airborne and reaches its highest point, there is a momentary pause, which is known as the still point. A top sniper controls this shooting point. Ling Feng's continuous shots were very well controlled, especially in the last 3 shots. At a distance exceeding 400 meters, almost 10 times the range of the .92 pistol, he was still able to maintain such precision. "I'm not as good as him," the Forest Wolf said. "So you're saying his shooting skills surpass yours?" "Yes." The Forest Wolf and the Wild Wolf shook their heads in disbelief. Such precise control is not something everyone can achieve, especially in long-distance shooting, which is even harder to control. Tianlang continued, "Shooting techniques are divided into 2 types, static and dynamic. Static refers to what we commonly call point shooting, which is the most basic form of shooting. A 100 sharpshooter under static conditions may be an idiot under dynamic shooting." As Tianlang spoke, he suddenly sighed. The 3 of them had underestimated Ling Feng's strength. "We are getting old," the Forest Wolf said with emotion. The Wild Wolf said solemnly, "During combat training, I was completely overwhelmed, and now his shooting is so remarkable. It's already impressive for a person to master one skill in a lifetime. This guy excels in both. What's even more frightening is that he is still so young. The younger generation is formidable. Ling Feng ignored what the three of them were mumbling about and saw a cage of pigeons nearby. Ling Feng asked in surprise, "Are these pigeons for eating?" Tianlang helplessly smiled. Originally, he wanted to show off his sniping skills by shooting pigeons and teach Ling Feng how to master dynamic shooting. Now this guy was even better at dynamic shooting than him. What was the point of using these pigeons? Since they weren't needed for practice, he casually said, "For a picnic." Great. Not long after, under a shady tree, the aroma of roasted pigeon meat wafted through the air, with 5 or 6 golden brown pigeons that looked mouth-watering. The three of them feasted heartily. Tianlang swallowed a pigeon and then said to Ling Feng, "Ling Feng, your biggest flaw isn't in your sniping skills, but in your familiarity with various firearms. In the next few days, I can give you a good rundown. For example, the latest RM sniper rifle developed in the U.S. and the newly developed MD rifle from Israel." "Thank you, instructor," Ling Feng said sincerely while gnawing on a pigeon leg. "Isn't the pigeon meat delicious?" Tianlang originally wanted to show off his shooting skills. "But you really are hiding your talents. Quickly tell me, that beautiful female soldier earlier, is she your girlfriend?" The forest wolf joked. "Not at all. No lying to the organization. Absolutely not." "How long have you been in the army, Ling Feng?" the wild wolf suddenly asked. "About 3 or 4 months. I can't remember clearly," Ling Feng casually replied. "How many?" The three of them widened their eyes. "Maybe about 4 months." "Why?" Ling Feng asked in confusion. The three of them were instantly speechless. "We really are old-timers," the three veterans said in unison, then continued to eat meat as if they wanted to vent their frustrations on these roasted pigeons. After a while, Hijijun's call came to the wild wolf. With greasy hands and a piece of pigeon meat still in his mouth, the wild wolf quickly swallowed and said, "Wolf leader, what are your orders? How's the training going on your side? Have you started practicing sniping?" Hijijun said loudly on the other end of the line. The wild wolf choked a bit and said, "We're done practicing." "What? Be clearer, done? So soon?" Hijijun asked in surprise. They had only been apart for less than half an hour. "How could they be done?" "We finished the shooting," the wild wolf repeated. "Too quick, right?" "What's Ling Feng doing? How is he performing?" Hijijun asked in astonishment. Tianlang had already grown impatient and snatched the wild wolf's phone, saying, "Wolf leader, practice my ass. He's eating pigeon meat." "Eating pigeon meat? Where did the pigeon meat come from?" Hijijun asked in confusion. "The pigeons we plan to use for training, we roasted them all. We won't use them anyway. Be clearer." Hijijun was a bit confused. The forest wolf grabbed the phone back and laughed. "Wolf leader, it's me, the forest wolf. Let me tell you, you've struck gold this time. What treasure? What are you really doing?" "Roasting pigeons." Hijijun was stunned on the other end of the line. "Ling Feng, this method of attack may be simple, but it inflicts the most damage on the enemy." "Ling Feng, do you know which gun this part comes from?" Ling Feng's daily life was quite monotonous, consisting of learning various professional skills from three veterans, including firearms, combat, ambush tactics, and how to respond when outnumbered on the battlefield. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye, and Ling Feng indeed learned a lot of practical combat experience from the three veterans. Meanwhile, the personnel for the Fire Phoenix Women's Special Forces and the Red Cell Special Operations Group had been officially confirmed. The members of the Wolf Warriors team remained unchanged, as Long Xiaoyan had taken them for separate training. At this moment, the training ground was filled with dust, and after a competition between Fire Phoenix and Red Cell in ground crawling, Lei Zhan announced a gathering. "Attention at ease." Yan Wang's strong voice echoed once again. The two groups, Fire Phoenix and Red Cell, lined up together. Lei Zhan stood at the front of the ranks with his hands behind his back, wearing sunglasses. "You are very lucky to have made it this far. The time for you to form the assault team is approaching. However, the real test for you will be in the upcoming week of wilderness survival," Lei Zhan declared loudly. "In the next week, you will spend time in the mountains. During this week, you will not receive any assistance. You must find food on your own and deal with various wild beasts and poisons in the forest. You will stay there for a full week and then return to the military district on foot. Remember, during this week, none of you can accept help from anyone, including your teammates. Do you all understand?" Lei Zhan shouted. "Understood." Everyone roared in unison. "Good. I hope to see all of you standing before me unscathed in a week. Depart." At this moment, in a remote mountainous area, Ling Feng was surveying his surroundings, where dense forests and strange rock formations surrounded him. It was indeed a place of rugged mountains and harsh terrain. Today marked the beginning of a week-long wilderness survival training. He had to adapt to the most brutal survival environment, Only by surviving in such harsh conditions could he qualify to become an elite Special Forces soldier. The wolf said to Ling Feng, "Here is your equipment, a Type 95 assault rifle, an M88 sniper rifle, and a Type 92 pistol. I recommend you load as many bullets as possible, though they are all blank rounds. I can tell you now that the back mountain is a sheer cliff, where there are venomous snakes, wild wolves, wild boars, and other fierce beasts waiting for you." The wolf continued, "I should also emphasize that there's a type of beast in this area known as the vulture or eagle. They are a very terrifying and aggressive carnivore, with the largest eagles having a wingspan of over 2 meters. Their sharp claws can grab a wild boar weighing over 100 pounds and lift it into the air, dropping it into the valley to feast on its flesh." The forest wolf added, "In comparison to the eagles, their numbers are not many. But in these areas, the packs of wild wolves are the most fearsome beasts. Have you ever seen a wolf?" The forest wolf asked. "I've seen them on TV. That's far from it. They're the most insane and patient animals in the mountains and forests. They have sharp fangs and claws and can run at speeds of nearly 60 kilometers per hour. They could go a whole week without food. Once they set their sights on you, they will attack continuously until they devour your flesh and bones. During this week, you will not only face these fierce beasts alone, but you will also have to find food by yourself while evading the pursuit of the 3 of us instructors." The forest wolf said, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "You are the prey of the 3 of us instructors." Ling Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Facing those terrifying beasts in the mountains was already enough to give anyone a headache. And now he also had to constantly guard against ambushes from the 3 of them. This challenge was just too twisted. It's important to note that the 3 of them were seasoned members of the Wolf Fang Special Forces, with extensive jungle combat experience and a knack for camouflage and stealth. For them, jungle warfare was like paradise. Not only did he have to face various ferocious beasts, but he also had to deal with ambushes. In comparison, the assessments of the red blood cells and Fire Phoenix were on a completely different level from Ling Feng's. They were simply not in the same league. Ding! A new mission has been issued in the OnePiece world. Challenge the 4-member outdoor survival team and achieve victory to earn 100 experience points. The crisp notification sounded in Ling Feng's ears. Ling Feng's eyes lit up. Experience points, 100. Ling Feng immediately became energized. What he needed most now was experience points. The allure of 100 experience points was enough to make Ling Feng willing to fight for it. The forest wolves had originally seen a hint of frustration on Ling Feng's face, but in the blink of an eye, they noticed him displaying an excited expression, filled with intense fighting spirit. "Ling Feng, you seem very excited," the forest wolves laughed. Ling Feng touched his lips with his right hand and chuckled softly. "I've heard that roasted wild boar tastes quite good. It's not illegal to hunt them for meat, right?" The forest wolf laughed heartily and said, "You brat. As long as you have the ability, you can eat whatever you want. Can we start now? You're more anxious than we are. Get your weapons ready." "Yes." Ling Feng quickly packed his gear, a pistol, a sniper rifle, and an assault rifle, along with a large bag of bullets that filled his entire backpack. The 3 instructors were dumbfounded. Allowing this kid to carry extra bullets, he really didn't hold back at all. "Are you ready?" "I'm ready. You can march 30 kilometers at a fast pace. We'll follow behind," said Forest Wolf with a smile. Ling Feng was also not polite and immediately marched into the mountains in a hurry. Ling Feng is not foolish. The 3 instructors, Wild Wolf and his team, are very cunning and must have used some advanced technology to pinpoint his location. Otherwise, how could they expect to find him after he has traveled 30 kilometers into the mountains? He sped along, and the further he went in, the more desolate it became. There was not a single soul around, just stones, big trees, and weeds. There wasn't even a proper road. No wonder they said that wild wolves and other ferocious beasts roamed here. After marching for more than 10 kilometers, Ling Feng thought for a moment and finally took off his military uniform, leaving his upper body bare. He held a handgun in his right hand and carried a sniper rifle in his left, with an assault rifle slung over his back. Bullets hung all over his upper body. His strong physique, combined with the metal gear, inevitably reminded one of Stallone in First Blood. But Ling Feng looked even fiercer. As for other items like a water bottle and compass, he discarded them all and headed deep into the mountains. As Ling Feng marched at high speed, the 3 instructors, including the forest wolf, followed closely in an off-road vehicle, tracking him along the hot spots. They had a set of professional high-tech thermal tracking and positioning devices. On the display screen, they could clearly see a thermal red dot moving quickly, representing Ling Feng's moving route and distance. This kid is quite fast. He knows he's running for his life. However, He has no idea that no matter how fast he runs, he can't escape our tracking, the forest wolf chuckled. His marching speed is indeed impressive. His physical fitness has surpassed the peak state we had when we were young. He is only 17 now. If he trains for another 2 or 3 years, when he truly reaches his peak, how terrifying will he be? The wild wolf couldn't help but praise. A new generation surpasses the old, the forest wolf laughed, but at least for now, we can still give this little guy a good beating. So he remembers us old folks. He is a talent. The heavenly wolf, focused on driving, exclaimed. Wrong. He is a once-in-a-century talent. The forest wolf added emphatically. Huh. The wild wolf, who had been observing the thermal monitoring, was puzzled when he noticed that the thermal that had stayed in one position for over 5 minutes. This guy finally couldn't hold on and needs to rest, the forest wolf said, but after 10 minutes, the thermal that remained unmoving in the same position. Combined with the previous 5 minutes, it had been over 15 minutes. Strange. Under normal circumstances, Ling Feng shouldn't rest for that long. The forest wolf also felt it was odd. Could it be that he thought we couldn't catch up, so he relaxed his guard? Let's catch up and see, the heavenly wolf said. The vehicle stopped 500 meters away from the hot spot on the mountain road, and the three jumped out, quickly moving forward stealthily. Soon they found the location where the heat had stopped, but it was just a piece of clothing. They had sewn the chip of the thermal tracking device into a sturdy sleeve, but they didn't expect Ling Feng to have taken off his clothes. This guy is running bare-chested under the blazing sun? The wild wolf looked up at the glaring sunlight, which was scorching the ground like a furnace. The outdoor temperature is 41 degrees. In this scorching sun, running up the mountain bare-chested, how much endurance must Ling Feng have? Doesn't he fear getting sunburned? He even threw away his water bottle. The heavenly wolf exclaimed, noticing the water bottle in the nearby grass. This kid is ruthless. He must have guessed that we have a way to detect his position, so he did this. He is really giving it his all. Even more ruthless than we were back in the day. I'm growing more and more impressed by this kid, the wild wolf said. He could easily lose his life like this. We must find him quickly. The forest wolf observed the surrounding terrain. He shouldn't run too far. Little did they know the terrifying drought-resistance ability of Ling Feng's crocodile. This little bit of sunlight has no effect on Ling Feng. At this moment, Ling Feng ran to a smooth, tall tree, looked up, and saw a bird's nest high up in the branches. He took a deep breath, gathered his energy, and his body suddenly felt light. With both arms wrapped around the tree, he quickly climbed up, agile as a monkey, and reached the branch in no time. He hung from the branch with one hand, spotting the bird's nest that contained 7 thumb-sized eggs. Without hesitation, Ling Feng grabbed one, aimed it at his mouth, and with a gentle squeeze of his fingers, the sweet egg liquid flowed into his throat, replenishing his moisture and energy. Ling Feng ate 5 in one go, leaving 2 as offspring, and then smoothly slid down the tree. After replenishing his energy, Ling Feng began to contemplate the next arrangements. With 7 days of wilderness survival ahead, he had to deal with various wild beasts and also prevent ambushes from the 3 instructors. Now, Ling Feng's attributes had reached 5, which was equivalent to 5 times that of an ordinary person. If it were just about dealing with fierce beasts, it might not be a big problem. However, facing the instructor's ambushes at the same time could prove to be quite challenging. It seemed that he would have to integrate all his skills in the coming 7 days. Although this was wilderness survival in the jungle, the local temperature was even higher than that under the blazing sun. If it weren't for his exceptional drought resistance, Ling Feng wouldn't be able to stay for long. Facing the smooth tree trunks, if it weren't for the climbing skill from the light and airy fruit, Ling Feng wouldn't have been able to climb up at all. In the future, he must use sound localization to deal with the instructor's ambushes. This time I must win. After Ling Feng determined the direction, everything became much easier. Those newbies are probably undergoing wilderness survival training now, right? I wonder if they will run into each other. Ling Feng suddenly thought of the tall-legged Tang Xiao Xiao and the gentle and ran. A faint smile appeared on his lips, and then he began to train his climbing skills. After all, strong climbing ability is the most essential means of survival in the jungle. Ling Feng glanced around and noticed a monkey jumping up and down on a nearby tree. He decided to catch it to practice. Ling Feng suddenly burst forward at a speed 5 times faster, rushing toward the tree ahead. He took a deep breath. As he approached the tree, he exerted his legs forcefully, leaping into the air while spreading his arms wide. His body seeming to float as he jumped over 3 meters to grab a branch hanging in midair. Then, with a flicker of his figure, he used the rebound force from the branch to swing upward, gaining another height of over 3 meters. Grabbing onto a protruding branch with one hand and swinging forward like on a swing, Ling Feng combined the softness of shadow boxing concentrating the main force in his resilient waist. The entire movement was fluid and incredibly light. A monkey playing on the tree turned around and saw Ling Feng reaching out to grab it. It hurriedly jumped to another branch, but unexpectedly. Ling Feng followed and chased the monkey on the branches. If someone had seen this moment, they would surely be shocked. Squeak! After chasing in circles for a while, Ling Feng suddenly accelerated, surpassing the monkey in jumping speed, and caught the monkey by the neck with one hand mid-air. His figure then descended, jumping down like stepping down stairs, continuously leaping from the outstretched branch until he landed on the ground. Ling Feng loosened his palm and released the monkey, then burst into laughter. What a relief! Although there were a few small mistakes during the process of catching the monkey, he was still able to make up for it with his agile skills. The released monkey had a dazed expression. It probably couldn't figure out how this big guy was more agile in the trees than itself. Ling Feng ignored the monkey and quickly dashed forward. Wanted to put some distance between himself and the instructors, and then find a place to take a nap. Ling Feng quickly ran to find a place to sleep and a water source. Ling Feng is not afraid of the sun, but he needs to replenish enough water. After sprinting for a while, Ling Feng slowed down and simply walked. Under the scorching sun, the weeds exposed to sunlight have withered, and even some tender leaves on the branches of miscellaneous trees have turned yellow from the heat. At this moment on the mountain path, a young man is swinging a dogtail grass and humming a little tune under the blazing sun, with not a single drop of sweat visible on him. Crocodile's drought resistance is too strong. Under the scorching sun, it automatically seals all the pores on Ling Feng's skin, creating a circulating airflow within him that spreads throughout his body, effectively turning him into a biological air conditioner. Run. After roughly judging the direction of travel, Ling Feng continued to run, covering 30 kilometers in one breath, entering the vast heart of the mountains. Once inside the mountains, just as the instructor said, there are towering cliffs everywhere. Occasionally, a miscellaneous tree grows on the cliffs, adding a touch of life to the monotonous and cold stone walls. Whoosh! Ling Feng suddenly heard the roaring sound of a helicopter's rotor spinning rapidly in mid-air, flying deep into the forest. After a while, he saw those rookies, one by one, parachuting down towards the ground. Ling Feng smiled, and then turned to walk into the cliff. The mountains were steep and rugged, with strange rocks standing tall, somewhat resembling the stone forest in Journey to the West. While rushing forward, Ling Feng suddenly heard a sharp bird call that pierced through the sky. Ling Feng looked up and saw, in midair, two gigantic eagles flying down as if they had split open the sky like gold and stone. Eagles? Vultures?